Upon awakening from a deep slumber, Yu Xiao discovered that he had inexplicably swapped bodies with the aloof female CEO, Gu Wan'er, as the daughter of a prestigious conglomerate. Gu Wan'er, on her very first day in office, found herself transformed into one of her employees. The two individuals, who previously had no intersection in their lives, now found themselves entangled in an unusual predicament. Chapter 1. Those legs, recognizable even in ashes. The Gu Group is renowned as one of the leading conglomerates in the country, with its branch in Longhai City being particularly distinguished. Young people, both local and from afar, vie to enter the hallowed halls of the Gu Group. For securing a position, there is a badge of honor. On this day, a new general manager was parachuted in from headquarters, and the employees were abuzz with speculation about her identity, only to be astounded to discover that she was a woman of exquisite beauty. The male employees were suddenly filled with dreams of marrying a wealthy and beautiful woman, envisioning their ascent to the pinnacle of success. "Hey you, still busy?" The man at the workstation, Yu Xiao, was handsome and bright, having joined the Human Resources Department right after graduating last year. Many believed he had used connections to secure his position, yet Yu Xiao swore he had only accompanied a close friend to an interview, and inexplicably, he was hired. That new female CEO has ignited quite the fire. All personnel changes in recent years are now subject to her scrutiny, Yu Xiao remarked, stretching his stiff neck with resignation. Zhao Yang, a corpulent colleague, plopped down in a chair that creaked under his weight. "I heard our branch is in for significant changes. Do you think it will affect us?" "Who cares? If the axe falls, it falls. It's already 7, let's call it a day and tackle it tomorrow," Yu Xiao replied dismissively, knowing there was no mandate to complete everything today. As they approached the elevator, the two leaned against the wall, engaging in idle chatter. "Yu, did you pull any gotcha yesterday?" "I spent a few pulls and didn't even see ether," Zhao Liang lamented, twirling his hair. As a chubby fellow, he had no qualms about his fondness for the anime world. Yu Xiao, however, had different tastes. "I didn't pull. I still prefer the disdainful gaze of Raiden Shogun." "Hey you, what unique insights do you have about our new CEO?" "I didn't catch a glimpse of her today," Zhao Yang inquired mischievously, as the group had been buzzing about her. Yu Xiao pondered for a moment. "I couldn't see her clearly from a distance." "Come on, don't play coy. Your mischievous grin has already betrayed you." I could see that moment. The elevator doors chimed open. Yu Xiao jested. "Though I didn't catch a clear view, I could certainly imagine 1,001 ways to appreciate those legs." "Goodness, you really know how to boast," Zhao Yang replied incredulously. "Let Gu stand before me, and I'd surely impress her with my skills," Yu Xiao retorted, stepping into the elevator. Just as he raised his foot, his earlier bravado faltered, and Zhao Liang turned in confusion, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Inside the elevator stood a stunning woman, the very subject of today's chatter, Gu Wan'er. At that moment, her expression resembled that of an icy mountain, her piercing gaze capable of freezing anyone in place. Ignoring her breathtaking visage, the exquisite curves of her figure and the delicate, fair arms reminiscent of lotus stems were enough to provoke admiration. Her long, beautiful legs were elegantly encased in sheer black stockings, tantalizing the male gaze. Though he had yet to see her face, Yu Xiao recognized those entrancing legs and exclaimed, "Good day, CEO Gu." Zhao Yang, taken aback, hastily echoed, "Good day, CEO Gu." Now, the dilemma loomed: should they enter or retreat? Either choice felt like impending doom. The lighter consequence was losing their year-end bonus, while the heavier consequence meant losing their jobs altogether. As the elevator doors slowly began to close, the two finally exhaled in relief. "Yu, is this really CEO Gu?" Zhao Yang asked, still astonished, his heart racing as he instinctively reached forward, inadvertently pressing the elevator button. Yu Xiao managed a wry smile. "I would recognize those legs, even in ashes," and oh sooner had the words left his mouth than the recently closed elevator doors swung open once more. Both men stood in stunned silence, wondering if she had overheard. Resolutely, Yu Xiao stepped into the elevator, leaving Zhao Liang gaping at his audacity. "And I just remembered I have some documents that need revision. He'll be pulling an all-nighter." "You head on back," he said, feigning a noble demeanor. Zhao Liang protested. "You're leaving me to face the music alone?" As the elevator doors closed again, the atmosphere turned tense, especially with the imposing bodyguard stationed at the corners. Why was the elevator descending so slowly today? "What's her name?" A frosty voice emanated from behind, sending shivers down Yu Xiao's spine. "Yu Xiao," he replied. Gu Wan'er cast a cold glance at him from the side, saying nothing, but Yu Xiao felt a chill. The icy CEO had taken note of him, and he feared she would make his life difficult. The elevator fell silent until it reached the underground parking garage. As the doors opened, 3 cars awaited them. 2 black Range Rovers flanking a dual-tone Maybach. The 4 bodyguards exited the elevator first, one of them opening the door to the Maybach. Gu Wan'er glided past Yu Xiao with an elegant stride, the sound of her heels striking the ground echoing crisply, spreading a chill in the air. As she settled into the car, Gu Wan'er cast one last frosty glance at Yu Xiao. Her expression remained unchanged, and as the door shut, the convoy gradually vanished from his sight. Yu Xiao sighed, stepping out of the elevator, realizing that his streak of good fortune had come to an abrupt end today. Resigned, he retrieved the key to his BMW 5 Series from his pocket, and the sleek black vehicle lit up as he approached. Just as he settled into the driver's seat, Zhao Liang appeared from nowhere, plopping down in the passenger seat. You're still alive? Thank the heavens. Yu Xiao raised his middle finger in response. Why you? CEO couldn't give you a hard time. Did she? I only pretended to retreat. I sprinted down the stairs just in case you needed me, Zhao Liang asserted, ready to defend his friend. Yu Xiao tightened his grip around Zhao Liang's ample neck. You chubby fool. Were you planning to stab me in the back to prove your loyalty? The BMW began to sway, and coincidentally, the convoy they had just seen returned, with Gu Wan'er catching sight of the scene through the window. Yu Xiao was in a compromising position, pinning Zhao Liang down, who was clearly struggling. Why you? Watch out. There's a car ahead, Zhao Liang shouted. Yu Xiao turned to see the approaching vehicle, feeling as if he had run afoul of fate today. Gu Wan'er, mistaking the passenger seat for a woman, had no idea it was the very chubby fellow from earlier. Her perception of him had swiftly morphed from potential suitor to something far more unsettling. Zhao Liang, panic-stricken, instinctively slid down in his seat, effectively disappearing from view. As the Maybach passed, Yu Xiao felt that his sunny disposition had been thoroughly tarnished today. Emerging from the underground garage onto the street, Zhao Liang inquired earnestly, Yu Xiao didn't give you any trouble, did she? Chapter 2. Yu Xiao, have transformed into a woman. I inquired about a name, anticipating a change in my position tomorrow, likely to be assigned to a remote and impoverished locale. Zhao Liang furrowed his brow deeply, expressing, Brother Yu, it is entirely my fault for your predicament. To convey my sincerest apologies, upon my return this evening, I shall bestow upon you 50 tons of cherished seeds I have collected over the years, such as the bond of brotherhood. Zhao Liang reassured me. If you truly find yourself dispatched to such a desolate place, at least I can ensure your spirits remain buoyant. Yu Xiao, I had initially intended to visit an internet CAF for a few rounds of gaming, yet my heart was not in it. Jin Huinan Yuan is regarded as a second-tier community in Longhai City. While it may not rival the exorbitance of top-tier complexes, it still commands a price of 80 to 90,000 per square meter. Brother Yu, I shall take my leave now. I will treat you to supper tonight. Let us defer it to tomorrow. Should you be sent away, I shall accompany you, Zhao Liang declared with a resolute pat on his ample chest, filled with fervor, contemplating it as a means to shed some weight. Yu Xiao scoffed, do not put on a facade. Your father leveraged numerous connections to secure your position. Should you dare to misbehave, you'll find yourself stripped of flesh. Brother Yu, you are truly a good person. Get lost. Twirling the car keys, Yu Xiao entered the adjacent elevator, while Zhao Liang stepped into the opposite one. The two had resided in the community for several years, having forged their friendship on the basketball court due to their shared aspirations. Upon pressing the keypad and unlocking the door, Yu Xiao placed the car keys on the nearby shoe cabinet, announcing, I am home. A man with a square face and a bushy beard sat on the sofa, engrossed in financial news. None other than Yu Xiao's father, Yu Taiduo. In the kitchen, a beautiful woman was preparing dinner. She was his mother, Tang Ling Duo. Wash your hands and come to dinner. There is good news on the horizon, Tang Ling exclaimed excitedly from the kitchen. Yu Xiao replied, I also have delightful news for you. I have stirred the affections of the newly appointed general manager of the group. The standard fare of 3 dishes and a soup was laid out, and as Yu Taiduo sat down, he inquired, I heard a new leader has joined your company. How is it? What else? Your son has flirted openly and quite possibly jeopardized his position, Yu Xiao replied. Tang Ling clicked her tongue and pulled out her phone. Why discuss work during dinner? Duo. This morning I prayed for your romantic fortune. It seems you have been attracting admirers lately. Your Aunt Wong called this afternoon about a girl born in '98, a university graduate, standing at 165 centimeters, working in a foreign enterprise. Look, here is a photograph. Yu Xiao glanced at the image. Oh, she appears quite charming. An oval face, large eyes, and a sweet smile, a stark contrast to that ancient manager. Not bad. Yu Xiao thought to himself, nodding in approval. I knew you would like her, so I arranged for you to meet for dinner tomorrow evening. Yu Taiduo stated with a serious demeanor. You rascal, seize the opportunity. Your mother is yearning for a grandchild. Rest assured, with me, Yu Xiao, there is no woman I cannot win over. Boast all you want. Let's see if you can bring a girl home for us to meet. Yu Taiduo countered without hesitation. Tang Ling put away her phone and served Yu Xiao a bowl of seaweed egg soup, proudly declaring, today, at the matchmaking temple. Many parents were seeking partners. Upon learning that my son works at Gu Group, they were eager to introduce their daughters. Yu Xiao felt a wave of exasperation. Should he divulge the truth, his mother would undoubtedly overturn the table. Do not be deceived by my mother's gentle and virtuous demeanor when she erupts in anger. Even my father cannot intervene. It is best to approach this matter with caution and refrain from speaking during her moments of joy. After dinner, the three of us sat on the sofa enjoying some fruit, when suddenly, the television news featured the figure of Gu Wan'er. Today, the general manager of the Gu Group's branch in Longhai City made an unexpected appearance, and to everyone's astonishment, she was a strikingly beautiful young woman. Gu, you are so young to bear such a significant responsibility. Do you feel any pressure? Please share a few words with us, the reporter inquired. However, Gu Wan'er on the screen completely disregarded the question, her exquisite features cloaked in an icy demeanor, reminiscent of an elevator encounter. Duo. Is this truly the president of your group? She is stunning. If she could become my daughter-in-law, how prestigious that would be, Tang Ling remarked while peeling an orange. Yu Xiao sprayed water from her mouth in laughter. Your future daughter-in-law is going to make my life difficult tomorrow. But perhaps it's for the best. That frosty beauty isn't really my type. Yu Taiduo, sipping on goji berry tea, countered with his cowardly demeanor, I doubt it would work out. Indeed, Yu Xiao rolled her eyes. Is this how you criticize your own son? I genuinely wonder if I was plucked from a garbage heap. I'm off to play games, she declared, rising to retreat to her room, locking the door behind her as if to conceal some clandestine activity. By day, she worked, by night she played games. On weekends, she ventured out, eventually leading to marriage and children. This was Yu Xiao's modest life plan, devoid of grand ambitions, only a simple, unadorned existence. After taking a shower and lying on her bed, she resolved to take life as it came. Lost in thought, she soon drifted into sleep, even dreaming of the cold Gu Wan'er commanding 4 bodyguards to attack her. After a fierce struggle, she lay on the ground demanding millions before she would rise. Uncertain how long she had slept, Yu Xiao was abruptly awakened by an urgent need to relieve herself. Groggily, she stumbled to the bathroom, lifted the toilet seat, and yawned. However, the familiar sound of relief did not ensue. Instead, she felt a warm stream between her legs. Puzzled, she glanced down, wondering where her familiar anatomy had gone. As her awareness sharpened, a piercing scream escaped her lips, and she sat on the floor in utter bewilderment. Surely, this must be a dream. It had to be. Yu Xiao pinched her cheek, but the more she did so, the more lucid her reality became. She had transformed into a woman. No, after half an hour of attempting to stabilize her emotions, Yu Xiao had no choice but to accept this bizarre reality. Her consciousness now resided within a woman's body. Her mother had claimed she was experiencing a surge of romantic prospects, but she had not mentioned becoming one herself. Rising to approach the vanity, she peered into the mirror. Holy cow! Yu Xiao gasped, taken aback by the familiar, stunning visage. Wasn't he this Gu Wan'er? Oh my goodness! She had become the general manager of the Gu Group. Gu Wan'er. Stunned for a moment, Yu Xiao pinched her cheek again, finding her skin soft and supple. She then pinched her nose, concluding that this face seemed genuinely natural. Uncertain about other aspects of her transformation, she decided a shower was in order. This situation was far too awkward. Now, the pressing question arose. Should she bathe in this pink nightgown or remove it first? I, Yu Xiao, am not one to take advantage of others. Thus I chose to wash with my eyes closed. The skin feels remarkably smooth. Oh dear, I apologize. I accidentally touched the wrong place while my eyes were shut. After a while, I wrapped myself in a bathrobe and turned on the lights in the bedroom, only to discover that the seemingly aloof Gu was living in a pink chamber adorned with dolls. This was truly a facade of coldness masking a little girl's heart. Chapter 3. Are you wearing leggings? The layout of this bedroom bore a striking resemblance to my own, albeit hers was significantly larger. I glanced down and indeed confirmed its spaciousness. Meanwhile, at Yu Xiao's residence, Gu Wan'er stood in the bathroom, staring blankly at her familiar reflection in the mirror for 10 minutes, bewildered at how she had transformed into the man from the elevator. On her first day as the general manager, she realized that there was much to be done, and the bizarre circumstances left her perplexed. Unlike most women who would scream in such a situation, Gu Wan'er forced herself to remain calm. However, an urgent need to relieve herself caused her face to contort awkwardly, ultimately leading her to sit on the toilet to resolve the matter. Emerging from the bathroom, she gazed upon Yu Xiao's bedroom, where various anime posters adorned the walls. Death Note, Naruto, One Piece, among others. Discarded clothing lay strewn across a nearby chair, and the ashtray on the desk was filled with cigarette butts, the air thick with the stench of smoke. Clearly, it echoed the taste of that man. The thought of Yu Xiao inhabiting her body made Gu Wan'er anxious. She needed to return to herself. Dressed casually, Gu Wan'er exited the bedroom and immediately spotted Tang Ling cooking. Duo, you're up so early today. Is it because you have a blind date tonight? Too excited to sleep? Tang Ling turned with a spatula in hand, eyeing her son, who appeared dazed. Gu Wan'er paused momentarily. I'm off to work, she stated, heading to the door to change her shoes, casually grabbing the car keys from the cabinet. Tang Ling, puzzled, approached and asked, Duo, aren't you having breakfast? No. Gu Wan'er replied lightly, promptly opening the door and departing, leaving Tang Ling in confusion. What was wrong with the child today? Was she overly excited? Upon reaching the parking lot, Gu Wan'er drove Yu Xiao's car back to her own home. Just getting out of bed, Zhao Yang stood on the balcony breathing in the fresh air, which he dubbed his air diet method. However, when he saw Yu Xiao driving out of the community, he was taken aback. Brother Yu is leaving without waiting for me today. Has he become angry? Jia number 1, the residence of the truly affluent in Longhai City, where villas start at over 100 million. At this moment, Yu Xiao stood before the mirror, scrutinizing herself, murmuring, Gu, the general manager, stands at 1.70 meters. Her legs alone account for a significant portion of that height. She is truly a paragon among paragons, surpassing even some models. Especially today, clad in a tailored women's shirt tucked into a short skirt, accentuating her curves of a delicate bust and slim waist, complemented by a brand new pair of nude stockings. Goodness, it was simply exquisite. Reflecting on her university days when she participated in performances, she realized she had not wasted her talents. Gazing into the mirror, Yu Xiao struck a pose of icy disdain, immediately applauding herself for that piercing gaze. Suddenly, the sound of a ringing phone disrupted her reflection. Frowning, she stepped out of her bedroom, the noise emanating from the living room on the first floor. To her astonishment, she realized that Gu Wan'er resided in a grand villa, complete with expansive gardens and a swimming pool visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Such a vast dwelling, and she dwelled there alone. Truly, the affluent know how to indulge. Upon reaching the door, Yu Xiao picked up the phone. Hello? Miss Gu, this is the security guard. A mister. He claims to be your friend and wishes to see you. Yu Xiao was momentarily stunned. Was not Mr. Yu herself? Had Gu Wan'er mistakenly identified her? Let him in, she instructed. Understood, Miss Gu. After hanging up, Yu Xiao paced in her bunny slippers, sensing an air of formidable determination about Gu Wan'er, as if she were coming with an intent to intimidate. Yet, why did she feel so uneasy? She had done nothing wrong. Gu Wan'er had parked her car beside the villa, only to be intercepted by her own bodyguard, nearly causing her to faint from indignation. You again? Do you think a frog can aspire to eat swan meat? Get lost. Gu Wan'er retorted coldly. You lot, let Miss Gu see Mr. Yu. Kid, do not be so presumptuous. The young lady is not someone you can just meet at will. Before I lose my temper, you better get as far away as possible. The bodyguard sneered, oblivious of his own shortcomings while harboring aspirations of pursuing the young lady. Gu Wan'er was momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, Yu Xiao emerged from the door, and upon seeing her, Gu Wan'er's eyes blazed with fury at her attire. Young lady, several bodyguards respectfully greeted. Yu Xiao sensed her own rising anger and clear her throat, stating, let him in. The bodyguards exchanged incredulous glances. Was it possible that the young lady would actually permit him entry? Reluctantly, they opened the iron gate as Gu Wan'er stormed towards Yu Xiao, hissing, you come here. Yu Xiao waved her hand with a smile, saying, it's all fine now. You may return to your duties. With that, she turned and walked back inside. However, the bodyguards remained rooted in their spots, astonished. Did the young lady just smile? Inside, Gu Wan'er sat elegantly on the sofa, one leg crossed over the other. Yet, To Yu Xiao, her posture was utterly nauseating. Gu Wan'er glared at Yu Xiao, who was seated opposite her, legs sprawled apart, her expression almost twisted in anger. Are you unaware that you are wearing a short skirt? For a moment, both women exchanged glaring daggers, each finding the other utterly intolerable. Miss Gu, please do not look at me like that. I am just as baffled. Yu Xiao finally spoke, noticing Gu Wan'er's accusatory gaze, as if she were the culprit. If she had that kind of ability, she would have soared to great heights by now. Though Gu Wan'er was irate, she had not lost her composure. Could you possibly sit properly? Yu Xiao paused, hastily closing her legs, and added, Miss Gu, might you also consider sitting more decorously? Your posture is quite revolting. Gu Wan'er furrowed her brow, too furious to remember that she was currently a man. Are you wearing leggings? Leggings? You're in a short skirt. How could you not wear leggings? Do you possess no common sense? Ancient Wan'er was so enraged that her face flushed. She seemed to disregard the gravity of the situation simply because it was not her own body. Yu Xiao uttered an apology. I'll change right away. Wait. Ancient Wan'er quickly interjected. The thought of a man dressing her in leggings made her profoundly uncomfortable. What now? Just think of a way to switch our bodies back. She spoke in a low voice, utterly unable to accept a man utilizing her own form. Yu Xiao sat down once more. All right, do you have any leads? Ancient Wan'er remained silent, clearly lacking any insights. She then countered, what do you think transpired before this? I played games last night and went to sleep, then woke up here. My routine was quite normal. I woke up in your bed this morning. Ancient Wan'er sighed heavily, recalling how she had nearly frightened herself upon awakening. Chapter 4. Mr. Gu, it's not as you imagine. Yu Xiao speculated, Mr. Gu, do you think it could be like in the movies, where a celestial alignment creates a magnetic field, causing two people's consciousness to swap? Ancient Wan'er found some merit in Yu Xiao's notion. Such bizarre occurrences could only be elucidated through equally extraordinary explanations. Let us hold hands and meditate, focusing on switching back our bodies, Ancient Wan'er proposed. It sounded rather childish, yet they had to give it a try. Fine. The two sat facing each other on the carpet. To be honest, seeing oneself from another's perspective felt peculiar. Ancient Wan'er began to understand why men were so captivated by her, while Yu Xiao thought to himself how remarkably handsome he appeared. They extended their hands to grasp each other. Yu Xiao could hardly fathom that he was holding his own hand in the guise of girl. Goodness. Ancient Wan'er shared a similar thought. However, she was willing to endure anything if it meant reclaiming her body. They closed their eyes, silently wishing to revert to their original forms. Although Mr. Gu had an admirable figure, Yu Xiao still preferred to be a man and did not wish to be in a submissive role. Minutes ticked by, and when they finally opened their eyes to confront their reflections, once more, disappointment washed over them. Yu Xiao even noticed his eyes gradually reddening. Seeing himself cry felt exceedingly awkward. Mr. Gu, don't be too anxious. There will surely be a solution, Yu Xiao gently consoled. Ancient Wan'er retorted coldly. I simply cannot bear to see you desecrate my body. Yu Xiao instantly bristled, retorting, what do you mean by desecrate? Your body is just a body, while mine is not, as if I've gained some tremendous advantage. Ancient Wan'er shot Yu Xiao a furious glare, though her intensity softened slightly as she finally said, I apologize. I just wish to revert to my own body quickly. I want to return to my body as well. Do you think I enjoy being a woman? Wearing leggings? Ancient Wan'er exclaimed. What time is it? She suddenly inquired. It's almost 9. I'm going to be late. Yu Xiao, a perfectionist, had never been tardy to work until today. Not only had he transformed into a girl, but he had also shattered his record for punctuality. I need to meet someone important at 10. I must leave at once. With that, he fixed his gaze on Yu Xiao. What? That is not right. You should go. Yu Xiao shook his head. Yu Xiao, you occupy my body. How can I leave? If I do not go, my parents would undoubtedly be unable to accept such devastation. I might as well not live. Yu Xiao sprawled out in a large character, indicating her surrender, leaving everything to fate. Gu Wan'er, anxious and distressed, promptly suggested, how about this? Until we find a solution, I will provide you cover, and you will do the same for me. What do you say? Really? Yu Xiao instantly sat up, her spirits lifted. Gu Wan'er, resigned, replied, what other choice do we have? Yu Xiao shrugged, conceding to the situation. Put on a pair of leggings. I will tell you more as we go. All right. Yu Xiao nodded, then looked at Gu Wan'er. What are you staring at? Go change. Yu Xiao shyly requested. Could you turn around? Gu Wan'er, amused despite her irritation, replied, I have seen more than you can imagine. Just hurry up. Since the owner of the body was indifferent, what was there to be concerned about? Gu Wan'er, feeling quite distressed, lamented the loss of her pristine form. She turned and entered the bathroom, suddenly shouting, Yu Xiao, you actually took a shower this morning. I knew you were no good. Seeing Gu Wan'er storm out in fury, Yu Xiao felt awkward. Gu, it's not what you think. I know exactly what you're thinking. It's really not. Then tell me. Yu Xiao found herself at a loss for words and could only whisper a few things into Gu Wan'er's ear. Gu Wan'er's initially furious expression transformed into one of surprise, quickly followed by embarrassment. You stood up. Could you lower your voice? Do you want everyone to know? Yu Xiao nearly rolled her eyes in exasperation. Gu Wan'er felt like crying. How had she ended up in such a predicament? Once prepared, Yu Xiao was ready to exit the bedroom. Wait, you were just leaving like that? Gu Wan'er furrowed her brow. What else should I do? Though I am naturally beautiful, a touch of makeup is necessary in public. Come sit. As she spoke, Gu Wan'er had already picked up her cosmetics. Yu Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Gu, you really know how to praise yourself. I am merely stating facts. Don't move. After a while, Yu Xiao complimented. Gu, your eyebrow skills are quite impressive. Gu Wan'er lives.The. By the way, I would like to remind you to avoid displaying too many feminine traits in my body. Otherwise, others might think I am a pervert. Isn't that the case? Seeing Yu Xiao's serious expression, Gu Wan'er replied coolly, I am aware. No need for your guidance. And although this is novel, do not play around too much. I am not yet married or a mother. Gu Wan'er remained silent. The two exited together, leaving the guards at the entrance bewildered. What did it mean for the young lady to be with that man? You all wait for me at the company, Yu Xiao stated firmly, recalling Gu Wan'er's earlier admonition to maintain her persona. The guards were left in awe, feeling as if they were in a dream. Just yesterday, this fellow had brazenly offended the young lady, and today he was alone with her. As the guards opened the iron gate, the two stepped out, but beside the BMW was a Rolls-Royce Dawn. Yu Xiao's eyes brightened at the sight of the luxury vehicle. Ahem. Gu Wan'er gently cleared her throat to remind her. A man clad in a gray suit emerged from the car, cradling a bouquet of flowers. His appearance exuding an air of charm, albeit slightly marred by a plethora of imperfections. Nevertheless, Yu Xiao found him somewhat handsome, albeit not quite on par with her own allure. Who is that? She inquired softly. Gu Wan'er replied nonchalantly, just a suitor, easily dismissed. Yu Xiao grasped the implication immediately. This was her first encounter with such a scenario, and it felt rather exhilarating. Fu Yangxue was not an ordinary individual. His family owned a mining business, and upon returning from abroad, he had embarked on a successful entrepreneurial journey, earning a notable reputation among the youth in his circle. Upon hearing of the goddess's arrival in Longhai City yesterday, he had rushed over this morning to stake his claim. However, to his astonishment, he witnessed the goddess emerging from a villa alongside an ordinary man, which dampened his enthusiasm considerably. They were even engaged in hushed conversation, and it seemed as though the ordinary man held the reins of the interaction. Surely a misinterpretation. How could Gu Wan'er behave so? Yet, her attire today was rather captivating, igniting a desire akin to 1,000 ants burrowing into one's heart. Wan'er, it's been a while, Fu Yangxue declared, striding forward and pointedly disregarding the true Gu Wan'er, lavishing attention upon Yu Xiao instead. Chapter 5. Ah, the golden house concealing a beauty, splendid indeed. Truth be told, had it not been for Gu Wan'er standing nearby, Yu Xiao would have had a retort ready. Thus, she merely responded with a non-committal hum. Fu Yangxue, well aware of Gu Wan'er's disposition, continued with a smile, Wan'er, are you free this evening? Shall we dine together? Yu Xiao glanced at Gu Wan'er, silently questioning whether she intended to accept the invitation. Fu Yangxue furrowed his brows deeply. What did it mean that he required the approval of this man to dine with her? Who was he exactly? What are you staring at? Gu Wan'er retorted coldly, promptly entering the BMW. I want to be going. I'm busy. Yu Xiao mimicked Gu Wan'er's tone, then slid into the passenger seat. Fu Yangxue stood there, bewildered as the taillights of the car gradually faded from view. What was the meaning of this? Gu Wan'er had actually entered that man's vehicle. Could he possibly be a relative? Once inside the car, Yu Xiao extended her hand. Hand me your phone. When Gu Wan'er remained silent, Yu Xiao added, don't tell me you left it at home. I left in a hurry and forgot it, Gu Wan'er admitted. Then how will you control things from afar? Go to my house and retrieve it. Gu Wan'er sighed and drove towards Yu Xiao's neighborhood, eventually stopping at the curb outside the community 20 minutes later. What are you dawdling for? Go get it. Yu Xiao urged when she noticed Gu Wan'er lingering in the car. Why should I fetch your phone? Gu Wan'er shot back, her eyes narrowing in amusement. Yu Xiao chuckled at the absurdity. Well, I say once I'm there. Use your brain a little, don't waste time. Gu Wan'er glared at Yu Xiao fiercely. As the distinguished daughter of the Gu family, I must fetch your phone? With that, she forcefully opened the door, exiting the vehicle with a slam. Be gentle. It's not like it's your car. Yu Xiao shouted in mock outrage. My precious. This woman was far too fierce. She resolved to help Gu Wan'er retrieve it. As she watched Gu Wan'er stride into the community, Yu Xiao smirked. Don't think that just because you're a boss, you can intimidate me. Lowering her head to admire her exquisite legs, Yu Xiao felt a surge of visual satisfaction, the only discomfort being a hint of warmth, prompting her to wish for something cooler to wear. Moments later, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure at the entrance of the community. Oh no, Yu Xiao thought, her expression betraying a sense of guilt as she averted her gaze. At the entrance, Tang Ling was preparing to head to the market when she unexpectedly noticed a familiar vehicle. Isn't that Duoduo's car? What is it doing here? Curiosity piqued. She approached the car, only to find her son absent and a girl, who seemed to be hiding, occupying the passenger seat. Instantly intrigued, Tang Ling thought, that rascal is hiding a girl. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a tap on the car window sent Yu Xiao into a panic. Stealing a glance, she saw her mother grinning at her. Reluctantly lowering the window, she called out, Mom. Tang Ling's smile faltered in shock. This stunning girl was addressing her as Mom. What on earth was happening? Had her son gotten someone pregnant? That would be quite the revelation. Yet, the girl looked so familiar, she just couldn't place her. Cursing herself for her lapse, Yu Xiao blurted, I'm sorry. Auntie, you look so much like my mother. Tang Ling wasn't offended. Instead, she cheerfully asked, Dear, I'm Yu Xiao's mother. What brings you here? I'm just his colleague. Yu Xiao fabricated quickly. Tang Ling stifled a laugh at the girl's blatant fib, noting her flustered demeanor, clearly caught in a ruse. Ah, so you're colleagues? I assume you share a close relationship? Just then, Gu Wan'er came sprinting from the entrance and hopped into the car. Tang Ling looked at her son, puzzled, as if he thought she were invisible. Yu Xiao shot Gu Wan'er a warning glance. That's my mom. Are you out of your mind? Only then did Gu Wan'er realize that the woman beside the car was Yu Xiao's mother. A smile broke through her previously indifferent expression. Mom, what are you doing here? Yu Xiao exhaled in relief. Duo, who is this girl? Tang Ling teased with a mischievous grin. She's my friend, came a response. One says colleague, the other says friend. You two can't even get your story straight. Tang Ling chuckled. I've watched enough spy dramas to see right through your act. Yu Xiao and Gu Wan'er exchanged looks of surprise, realizing she was correct. They were indeed performing, but not in the way she assumed. Mom, I have to get to work. We'll talk later. Dear, please come over sometime. Do you have WeChat? Let me add you, Tang Ling said, pulling out her phone. Yu Xiao shot Gu Wan'er a frantic look. Hurry up a drive. What are you waiting for? Am I supposed to introduce you as my future daughter-in-law? Are you crazy? Gu Wan'er quickly drove away. Tang Ling watched the two young people flee with a chuckle, thinking, at their age, they're still shy about meeting the parents. That rascal has some game, managing to attract such a beautiful girl. But returning to her earlier thought, she pondered where she had seen that girl before. After a few steps, Tang Ling suddenly stomped her foot in realization. The general manager of Gu's here, whom I saw on television last night, was even joking about his son. Who would have thought he was secretly involved with that female president? Quite impressive indeed. No wonder he dares to speak so boldly. I must inquire about this when I return tonight. However, I just remembered he has a blind date this evening. Could this rascal be attempting to play both sides? In the car, Yu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. When I get home, my parents will undoubtedly interrogate me rigorously, so be on your guard. Understood. By the way, I have a blind date tonight. You must assist me in securing it. Yu Xiao suddenly recalled that although she had transformed into a woman, she would eventually revert back. Gu Wan'er furrowed her brow. Am I really obliged to attend this blind date? Certainly, it pertains to a significant matter regarding my future. Gu Wan'er gritted her teeth and acquiesced. Fine. Noticing her tone, Yu Xiao cautioned, don't act recklessly. We are in a mutually beneficial arrangement. I will do my utmost to assist you, and you must likewise be unwavering in your support for me. Rest assured, I will not sabotage your romantic prospects. Gu Wan'er scoffed, exasperated that even in her new form, such trivialities lingered in her thoughts. Now, tell me what I need to do next. Gu Wan'er, gripping the steering wheel, spoke solemnly. You are to meet someone shortly. This individual has considerable influence in Longhai City and rarely appears in public. I need to establish connections. Collaboration would be ideal. Is this for real? It sounds like something out of a Hong Kong drama. Is there actually a concept of establishing connections in such a manner? Yu Xiao exclaimed in a hushed tone. Gu Wan'er replied with resignation. To thrive in this world, certain measures must be taken. Is the individual male or female? I am uncertain, but I believe it is a man, as he is referred to as Master Bai by everyone. Yu Xiao felt a weight in her heart. Those who call themselves Master Bai are often not benevolent souls. An image of a grotesque, fearsome face flashed in her mind. Then you should stay close to me, Yu Xiao suggested. What if something goes awry? I'm slender and unable to fend for myself. If I were to be caught, it would be akin to being bound in a chamber. Gu Wan'er firmly rejected this idea. No, Master Bai is astute and perceptive. He will notice even the slightest movement. If he sees you, he might think I am merely a Navi girl relying on others for decisions, and he certainly would not assist me. Yu Xiao nodded silently, acknowledging the truth in her words, though she felt compelled to correct one detail. You are not a Navi girl. You are a clever one. Will he inquire about company matters? Yu Xiao asked. Not to worry, I will guide you on how to respond. Yu Xiao replied, Gu, I have one final question for you. Ask away. If we had not exchanged consciousness, how would you have dealt with me today? Without hesitation, Gu Wan'er answered calmly. I would have assigned you to the most remote branch office. I knew it would come to that. After a moment of silence, Gu Wan'er coldly stated, Now, I have a question for you. What is it? What does stacking bananas mean? Yu Xiao, regardless of the woman, holding grudges is in their nature. Before reaching the company, Gu Wan'er pulled over to the side of the road and said flatly, Get out. As I approached the company, merely 2 streets away, I found it rather petty to be instructed to walk. This punishment, after all, was directed at my own body. Gu Wan'er explained, The company is bustling with people. It would be inconvenient for you to exit my vehicle. Gu, this is my car, Yu Xiao emphasized. Do not presume that by occupying my space, everything belongs to you. Gu Wan'er shot a warning glance, continuing, You still have my phone. Should my family call, it'll be you who answers. Yu Xiao recognized the validity of her words. Then you can keep my phone, but we must switch WeChat accounts. Gu Wan'er acquiesced, and they both exited the current WeChat session, logging into their respective accounts before adding each other. After you disembark, call Li Wei, the head of security, to come and fetch you. I will send the address via WeChat. Also, please purchase a pair of Bluetooth headphones. Is that reimbursable? Gu Wan'er kati nitset Yu Xiao. Her voice laced with incredulity. You expect reimbursement while using my phone? Yu Xiao chuckled awkwardly. I'm still adjusting. I'll get out first. Wait, Gu. Please refrain from that tone. A man should not speak in such a manner. Gu Wan'er felt exasperated, gritting her teeth as she replied, Understood. Gently closing the car door, Yu Xiao bent slightly to rest his arm on the window ledge, an action that left the men on the sidewalk utterly mesmerized by the graceful lines of his figure, the elegance of his long legs, and the allure of his form, igniting a stir of unwanted attention. Drive slowly. Do not scratch my precious car, he cautioned. Gu Wan'er pressed the accelerator fully, the rear tires screeching in protest as she sped away, leaving behind a cloud of smoke. Yu Xiao winced at the thought of his beloved vehicle being treated so roughly, vowing to reciprocate the treatment to her possessions. He promptly called Li Wei to arrange for his pickup. Suddenly, Yu Xiao sensed a myriad of furtive gazes upon him. Men in the vicinity were staring unabashedly. Even those across the street were glancing over, 2 of whom collided in their distraction. Upon meeting Yu Xiao's gaze, they hastily pretended to saunter past. If the roles were reversed, and a stunning beauty stood at the roadside, it would be only natural for him to steal a glance, relishing the thrill of remaining unnoticed. However, from a woman's perspective, it was evident who was observing her. One could never truly comprehend the experience of womanhood without having lived it. Yet I must admit, those high heels were indeed uncomfortable, and standing there for even a moment induced a sense of heat. With 3 layers of pants, the leggings felt suffocating, as if they were trapping heat. Thus, Yu Xiao concluded that while it was enjoyable to be admired, wearing such attire was a significant burden, particularly in summer. At that moment, a Mediterranean gentleman in a suit approached. Hello, beautiful. I am a talent scout. I find your presence captivating and in line with our company's requirements. Would you be interested in exploring this opportunity? Yu Xiao cast a sidelong glance at him, recognizing that familiar glint in his eyes, akin to that of a man admiring a beautiful woman. He thought to himself, I know exactly what you're thinking. I'm not interested. he replied curtly. Yu Xiao instinctively reached for her pockets, only to realize her skirt bore none. Unsure where to place her hands, she could only clasp them against her chest, causing it to swell prominently as if the button were on the verge of bursting. Across the street, a gentleman, bespectacled and refined, collided headlong with a lamppost. The Mediterranean gentleman promptly exclaimed, "I assure you, all resources will be devoted to you, transforming you into a household name in no time. A lady as beautiful as yourself should not be standing here under the sun." At that moment, a convoy approached, with a Maybach coming to a steady halt beside Yu Xiao. Li Wei promptly exited the passenger seat and respectfully addressed her. "Miss, my apologies for the delay." He then opened the rear door. Yu Xiao glanced at the Mediterranean gentleman, remarking, "You are correct. I indeed should not be standing here in the sun." With that, she slipped into the back seat, and as the cool air from the car enveloped her, she felt a wave of comfort wash over her. Li Wei shut the door with a firm glance at the Mediterranean gentleman, who instinctively took a step back, realizing that such a breathtaking woman was not an ordinary individual. Although merely a few minutes had passed, the surrounding men remained captivated. Meanwhile, Gu Wan'er arrived at the Human Resources Department. Contemplating in the elevator, she concluded that assuming the identity of an employee would facilitate her quest to unearth the company's malignancies. As she prepared to inquire about her workstation, a portly man suddenly rushed out, his hefty hand reaching towards her. Gu Wan'er focused her gaze, instinctively executing a hold on Zhao Yang, her voice stern. "What are you doing? Brother, what are you doing? My hand is going to break." Zhao Yang exclaimed, appearing as a wronged spouse, rubbing his shoulder. Gu Wan'er paused. Realizing her error, she had mistakenly treated him as a man and released him. Zhao Yang, looking pitiful, gazed at her, reminiscent of the rotund figure she had been with Yu Xiao the previous day. "Brother Yu, I knew you would be upset," Zhao Yang said, his tone laden with grievance. "No," Gu Wan'er replied, turning towards the interior. Zhao Yang hastily followed, explaining, "Brother Yu, I have the subtitle version from Zone 3 for you. Please let me off the hook. Yesterday was perilous, and you nearly made General Gu's leg a subject of 1,080 variations. I couldn't bear it." Chapter 7. White Master. "What?" Gu Wan'er halted abruptly, turning to Zhao Yang. Yesterday, she had only heard about the banana stacking. She had not caught the earlier part. This Yu Xiao, maintaining a facade of virtue, she was undoubtedly no good. Perhaps she had engaged in some unspeakable deeds that morning, utterly despicable. If pushed to the brink, she would not hesitate to retaliate. "Brother Yu, General Gu is not to be trifled with. Despite her ethereal beauty, her demeanor is ruthless. She is feared at headquarters, and offending her could result in dire consequences. Her malice runs deep." As Zhao Yang gestured animatedly, he failed to notice Gu Wan'er's expression darkening. "I have also heard that General Gu is capricious, likely due to an early onset of menopause." Gu Wan'er firmly grasped Zhao Yang's shoulder, advising, "You should be considerably more concerned about yourself now." "Huh? What do you mean? Brother Yu, where are you going?" Zhao Yang expressed his confusion, pondering whether he was overly concerned, as something felt amiss with the situation. Gu Wan'er turned back and took a seat beside Zhao Yang. "You good, don't fret. If it comes to it, we can always resign together." "Umph, you two are quite the good brothers," he retorted. "What?" Gu Wan'er felt a wave of frustration, unable to fully comprehend the male perspective, and forced a smile, saying, "I meant, we are good brothers." Observing Yu Smila. Zhao Yang raised his eyebrows in a playful manner, finally managing to lighten the mood. At that moment, a slender supervisor approached with a serious expression, prompting Zhao Yang to step aside. "Yu Xiao, do you realize you're late?" The supervisor reprimanded coldly. "My apologies, the traffic was terrible today," Yu Xiao replied. The supervisor maintained his stern demeanor and remarked, "Young people should focus their energy on work. Even your excuses are quite kitsch." "Oh," Gu Wan'er responded nonchalantly, noting the supervisor's sour expression. She considered that joining the HR department could be beneficial, as she intended to review the personnel changes from recent years. Now she could do so directly, preventing any tampering. Nonetheless, could Yu Xiao truly handle Mr. Bai? If misfortune were destined, it would be left to fate. A notification chimed on her phone. "General Manager Gu, I'm almost there. What is the plan?" At that moment, Yu Xiao had reached the outskirts of Longhai City, arriving at an exclusive private club named Hao Ting. She had visited once with her father, a place where anything imaginable could be realized. Although she recalled returning home that night to find her mother seething on the sofa, her father had endured quite a rough evening. wearing a Bluetooth headset. Yu Xiao took a deep breath. Why leave the comfort of the office for such thrills? I thought this was merely about dressing as a woman. But it feels akin to espionage, she mused. Don't be nervous. I'll protect you. So what is there to fear? Yu Xiao paused, realizing the truth in those words. After all, Gu Wan'er was the general manager. Navigating the company with ease was within her grasp. But did she truly need a woman to shield her? She yearned to be an ordinary employee, crafting her own future with diligent hands. Trifling favors would not sway her heart. Gu Wan'er exuded confidence. Upon sighting the exquisite circular fountain, Yu Xiao inhaled deeply, gradually calming herself. It's merely about portraying a cool, aloof persona, she reminded herself. Remember, do not speak indiscreetly in front of Mr. Bai. Maintain composure, Gu Wan'er reiterated. I know, you've mentioned it countless times, Yu Xiao replied, feeling a headache coming on. The stakes of today's endeavor were monumental, hinging upon a stranger, a gamble she had never taken before. Suddenly, Yu Xiao noticed over a dozen men in suits standing beside the Roman columns, all adorned with black round hats. If they were to wield axes, their appearance would be even more formidable. As the convoy halted, Li Wei sprinted over to open the door, whispering, Miss, they're trying to intimidate us. Yu Xiao felt perplexed. After all, Gu Wan'er hailed from a prominent family, yet Mr. Bai showed them no respect. Could it be that Mr. Bai's influence rivaled that of the Gu family? The thought of not having seen Mr. Bai began to gnaw at Gu Wan'er, stirring her anxiety. In her heart, Yu Xiao felt a twinge of anxiety. With no one emerging, a group of enforcers stood guard, and she couldn't shake the thought that she deserved a raise. This felt perilously risky. Upon hearing that Bai Yi had not yet appeared, Gu Wan'er furrowed her brow tightly. It was unexpected, given her status. He should at least come out to greet her. For bodyguards flanked Yu Xiao as she advanced, but suddenly they were halted. Wait. Both Yu Xiao and Gu Wan'er were startled. Miss Gu, you may enter alone. Bai Yi does not welcome others, one of the scar-faced men stated in a low voice. Li Wei added gravely, Miss, it's not safe. Gu Wan'er had to consider the security issue, but before she could speak, Yu Xiao interjected. You all wait for me outside. Gu Wan'er, you have courage. Please go in. The scar-faced man slightly inclined his body in respect. Yu Xiao, clad in several centimeter-high heels, walked expressionlessly towards the hall, internally pleading for a raise. Gu Zong, I'm going in. Actually, I was just about to suggest you leave, she remarked. Why didn't you say so sooner? Why did you agree so quickly? Didn't you say today was of utmost importance? We had to come to this dock. Yu Xiao felt utterly exasperated. This woman was leading her to disaster. At that moment, the scar-faced man approached with a golden platter. His face split into a grin that transformed his scar into a menacing line. Miss Gu, had you chosen to leave just now? Bai Yi would have advised you to return once you came. So congratulations, you shall have the privilege of meeting Bai Yi. Gu Wan'er was momentarily taken aback. It could unfold this way? Yu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the favor of fortune. Please place your bag on the tray. We will ensure its safekeeping. Yu Xiao set her Hermes bag onto the golden platter, coolly stating, Is that sufficient? We also require your phone and headphones. Gu Wan'er's heart sank. This was bad. Yu Xiao hesitated briefly before placing the phone and headphones on the tray. Upon hearing the disconnection tone, Gu Wan'er's expression turned grave. From here on, Yu Xiao would have to rely solely on herself. At this juncture, Yu Xiao had little choice but to assist Gu Wan'er as much as possible, hoping she would likewise support her this evening. Guided by the scar-faced man, they arrived at the garden adjacent to the club. The expansive garden was well maintained by professional caretakers, enveloped in fragrant blossoms, with butterflies flitting about. In the center stood a white pavilion, and within, it appeared there was a woman. As Yu Xiao approached, she discerned the woman's features, luscious red lips, enchanting eyes, and cascading black hair elegantly gathered at the back, adorned in a black qipao that accentuated her alluring curves. Particularly at the thigh-high slit, her porcelain legs tantalizingly peeked through. Chapter 8. It turns out Bai Yi is a dominant woman. This was a ripe peach, exuding a maturity that made Gu Wan'er seem rather juvenile in comparison. Her allure was entirely different, embodying the essence of a sophisticated femme fatale. The woman delicately lifted a jade-green teacup, blowing lightly across the surface before taking a sip, leaving a crimson lip print on the cup that made Yu Xiao feel a rush of heat. She was utterly captivating. Mother, which temple did you consult for this prophecy? It's spot on. Bai Yi, the guests have arrived, the scar-faced man announced respectfully. Yu Xiao was evidently taken aback. Bai Yi was in fact a woman? Gu Wan'er remarked that some men could be quite formidable, yet at times, women surpass men in their ferocity. Indeed, this Mr. Bai exudes a fierce aura. Bai Ji gently set down her teacup, gesturing for the scarred man to take his leave, her gaze drifting to Yu Xiao a few meters away. She remarked, I have long heard that the young lady of the Gu family is a natural beauty. Seeing you today, you are indeed captivating. The exchange of pleasantries in the business realm seemed quite fitting. Mr. Bai jested, stating that any woman before her would appear dull in comparison. Bai Ji was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Gu Wan'er to utter such words. A subtle smile graced her composed visage. Yu Xiao, who initially believed this endeavor would be arduous, found it surprisingly effortless. How could it be difficult? Gu Wan'er had displayed a rather fearful demeanor. If it were Gu Wan'er, she would never have used the phrase dull in comparison, as she would at least regard them as equals. However, Yu Xiao thought to herself that since she was the one seeking assistance, she ought to be courteous. Please take a seat. Thank you, Mr. Bai. Seated across from Bai Ji, Yu Xiao couldn't help but steal a few glances. Mr. Bai was indeed strikingly pale. Yet the commanding presence she emanated was several tiers above Gu Wan'er. This morning's fresh Longjing tea has just arrived. Do taste it. Bai Ji personally poured the tea, an act not commonly extended to many in the bustling city. While Yu Xiao typically did not indulge in tea, she had observed her father's rituals often enough to mimic the gestures. Bai Ji, attentively noting Yu Xiao's every movement, remarked, it appears that Miss Gu also enjoys tea. I occasionally partake during leisure, yet fine tea requires proper brewing. If I were to brew it for you, I fear it would not measure up to even a fraction of Mr. Bai's skill. Bai Ji's melodious laughter followed. I have heard that Miss Gu is as cold as ice. Today, however, it seems those tales are mere fabrications, for your words are as sweet as honey. Forgive me, Mr. Bai, it is merely a fade. I dare not feign before you. Had Gu Wan'er heard such words, her expression would surely be most remarkable, for such sentiments were beyond her articulation. Yet, placed in Yu Xiao's context, they could elevate one to celestial heights. Miss Gu, I have a question. Please, Mr. Bai, go ahead. Why venture from Jingzhou to Longhai City? Yu Xiao maintained her composure, yet she discerned the underlying concern in Mr. Bai's inquiry, fear of the Gu family's extensive reach, ultimately revolving around matters of interest. As she raised her teacup once more and took a sip, a flicker of defiance crossed her gaze. Her acting prowess was indeed remarkable, thanks to her mother's frequent collaborations with her father in their theatrical endeavors. Is there something troubling you, Miss Gu? One need not fear Mr. Bai's laughter. For a woman to achieve success is 100-fold more challenging than for a man. I refuse to be a mere pawn in a marriage alliance. Only by establishing my worth can I earn the respect of my elders, break free from shackles, and attain liberty. Upon uttering those words, Yu Xiao herself was astonished by her candor. What say you, Mr. Bai? As a woman, can you not empathize with my plight? Do you not feel a sense of compassion that compels you to embrace me with your vast heart? Bai Ji replied softly, this is not a matter to be ridiculed. I understand your sentiments as a fellow woman, yet navigating the waters of Longhai City is no easy feat. It is a place rife with both the virtuous and the unscrupulous. Fostering a business deal is fraught with difficulty. As a newcomer, I humbly request your guidance, Mr. Bai. The mention of the three characters brought a smile to Bai Ji's face once more. Today, her laughter had been abundant, rendering her somewhat less imposing. However, the young lady from the Gu family was indeed quite surprising, particularly in her manner of speaking. Let's dine first, and then we shall indulge in a soak at the hot springs. Women require their care as well. What? Hot springs? Yu Xiao expressed that she never took advantage of others, yet if one insisted, she had no choice but to acquiesce. As they walked along the cobblestone path, Yu Xiao noted the unusual absence of patrons at the establishment today, recalling her previous visits filled with many guests. Are you curious as to why it is so deserted? Goodness, can she read minds? Yu Xiao thought, astonished. Well, I've heard this venue is quite renowned in Longhai City. Today marks my first visit. Indeed, Yu Xiao muttered. Bai Ji's presence was still as impressive as ever, with just 2 words capable of leaving her in awe for an extended period. The luxury of the Howding Club was vast, with the hot spring area requiring a drive to reach, showcasing scenic beauty along the way, including a golf course built to the highest standards. Upon entering the changing room, Yu Xiao's expression turned peculiar. What is the matter? Are you feeling shy? Bai Ji inquired with a teasing smile, surprised to see the young lady from the Gu family blush. Yu Xiao remained silent, pondering how a man could find such a situation comfortable. Rest assured, today it is just the two of us. There are no other patrons, and the staff consists solely of women. Yu Xiao thought to herself that if Bai Ji discovered he was a man, it would surely break her heart. Yu Xiao muttered, bracing herself. Come here and help me with the zipper. Bai Ji suddenly turned her back to Yu Xiao and requested. Yu Xiao nearly stumbled, as Bai Ji's silhouette was striking, her figure accentuated by the chi pao, and her fair neck seemed to emit a faint fragrance. Gingerly approaching Bai Ji from behind, Yu Xiao grasped the zipper, gently lowering it, the sound resonating in the changing room as Bai Ji's smooth skin gradually became exposed to the air. Yu Xiao felt dizzy, silently pleading for rescue. This task was undeniably daunting. After a while, they exited the changing room, and Yu Xiao's face resembled a sunset, flushed with color. The previous scene was one that would require a fee to witness. Bai Ji, smiling brightly, observed her, having just playfully teased Gu Wan'er, now marveling at how bashful Yu Xiao had become. Look at that face. My goodness, how can it be so red? Yu Xiao remarked. Bai Ji, you truly do not regard yourself as an outsider. I can only engage in mutual flattery in a business context, nothing beyond that. The two then submerged themselves into the nearby, jasmine-scented pool, the initial warmth of the water giving way to an enveloping comfort. Miss Gu, your figure is truly enviable, Bai Ji remarked with a gentle smile, leaning against the side. Not at all comparable to you, Bai Ji, Yu Xiao replied candidly, acknowledging her own youthful appearance. Why not take a guess at my age? Yu Xiao thought this was a precarious question, as misjudging could render her previous efforts futile. Although she had still profited in this interaction, at this moment, she knew she must not concern herself with social status, maintaining a serious demeanor, while avoiding exaggeration to prevent appearing overly contrived. Bai Ji, I shall speak plainly, she stated. Go ahead, Bai Ji encouraged. From the quality of your skin, it seems you might be slightly younger than I. As anticipated, this response brought great delight to Bai Ji. I am already 33 this year, and I feel quite aged. Chapter 9. Yu Ji's audacity has grown thicker. Yu Xiao was instantly taken aback. This was no pretense, for she genuinely did not expect it. Bai Ji appeared nothing like a woman of 33. Observing the astonished expression of Yu Xiao, Bai Ji felt a surge of happiness. For it had been quite some time since anyone had spoken such words to her, not even the sweet nothings from men, as they dared not utter them. Miss Gu must have a boyfriend by now? Not yet. Upon reflection, it was understandable. With Miss Gu's exceptional qualities, few could be deemed worthy of her. Yu Xiao chuckled lightly. Bai Ye's other half must be extraordinarily remarkable. As for me, I have no interest in men, Bai Ji replied nonchalantly. Goodness, Bai Yi is actually single. No wonder her skin is so flawless. However, if such a masterpiece were to have a man, how many would envy her? The higher you ascend, the lonelier it becomes. Miss Gu, you will understand this in time. Witnessing the fleeting loneliness in Bai Ye's expression, Yu Xiao couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Indeed, at their level, it was challenging to find companionship, as they looked down upon those beneath them and found few worthy among those above. Bai Ji reached up and gently pinched her delicate neck, her brows slightly furrowing. Is your cervical spine uncomfortable, Bai Yi? Indeed, with so much on my plate lately, I took today as an opportunity to rest and soak in some hot springs to relieve my fatigue. If you don't mind, I can give you a massage. Yu Xiao offered. Bai Ji, somewhat surprised, replied, Oh, you know how to massage? I often help my mother with her neck discomfort. I learned a few techniques specifically for that purpose. Yu Xiao had no ulterior motives and genuinely helped her parents. Then please, go ahead. Bai Ji's smile deepened. As Yu Xiao approached from behind, the proximity made her heart race. Bai Yi, you smell delightful, an enchanting fragrance. This was something only Yu Xiao would dare to express. No one else would be so bold. However, Bai Ji was not offended. She chuckled. Miss Gu, you have a sweet tongue, with such a charming little mouth. If you were a man, I wonder how many girls you could charm. As Yu Xiao pressed her hands down, Bai Ji couldn't help but let out a soft moan, nearly taking Yu Xiao's breath away. Was this an experience one could enjoy without paying? Gradually, Bai Ji's features relaxed, even leaning against Yu Xiao, her languid demeanor intoxicating. I haven't felt this relaxed in quite a while, Bai Ji softly remarked, her eyes closed. Yu Xiao gently caressed her fragrant shoulders. the delicate texture stimulating every nerve within her, whispering, "Bai, let's not think of anything else today. Simply enjoy this day." "Very well. I shall heed your words this once." Yu Xiao broke into a grin. "I was merely being polite. You took it to heart, and I cannot withstand it." Meanwhile, Gu Wan'er remained unaware that Yu Xiao was indulging in a romantic interlude, her face etched with anxiety. It was nearly noon, and there was still no phone call. "Hugo, it's time for lunch." Zhao Liang suddenly spoke from beside her, startling Gu Wan'er. Despite being quite full, was still contemplating a meal. A rumble echoed from her stomach. She had hastily skipped breakfast and was indeed hungry now. "Let's go." "Hee. First, let me have a smoke. I got some special supply from my dad." Zhao Yang discreetly revealed a cigarette box, feeling as though he were engaged in a clandestine transaction. Gu Wan'er chuckled. "My throat feels a bit off today. Let's postpone smoking for another day. Save it for me." Upon hearing this ordinary statement from Yu Xiao, Zhao Yang grinned. "Rest assured, I will certainly reserve the good stuff for you." As they approached the restroom, Gu Wan'er softly remarked, "I need to use the restroom." Coincidentally, Zhao Yang had the same intention. He chuckled mischievously as they both headed toward the washroom. However, Zhao Yang turned left while Gu Wan'er entered on the right, which startled him, causing him to retreat, uncertain if he had made a mistake. Upon closer inspection, he realized he had not erred. Suddenly, a shrill scream echoed from the ladies' room. Zhao Yang observed Yu Xiao emerging nonchalantly, then proceeded into the men's restroom. "Brother Yu, you're impressive. You can stride out of the ladies' room without batting an eye. Your skills have certainly improved," Zhao Yang exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, secretly vowing to attempt the same maneuver next time. Gu Wan'er, feeling utterly vexed, concocted a flimsy excuse. "I didn't sleep well last night. I'm a bit dazed today. Perhaps I should embrace my confusion another day." Zhao Yang raised his eyebrows, exuding a playful charm. Noticing Brother Yu entering a cubicle and locking the door, Zhao Yang was puzzled, only to realize that he was merely attending to nature's call. However, it was not long before Gu Wan'er emerged, leaving Zhao Yang baffled. In the past, when they had shared restroom visits, Brother Yu would boast about his fear of giant objects, afraid to look down. Today, however, he seemed unusually modest, even appearing somewhat bashful as he walked, his waist unconsciously swaying like that of a woman. The company cafeteria occupied an entire floor, adorned in opulent and unique decor, offering a diverse array of dishes from across the nation, all completely free of charge. Zhao Yang swore that when he first joined the company, he weighed 170 pounds. But within a year, he had ballooned to 200. "Brother Yu, is that all you're eating today?" Zhao Yang inquired curiously, observing Gu Wan'er's plate, which seemed to hold merely a third of her usual portion and consisted entirely of vegetables. Gu Wan'er replied nonchalantly, "I lack an appetite today." Zhao Yang pondered this, but still offered some consolation. "Brother Yu, it's already midday, and there has been no sign of movement. Perhaps General Manager Gu has forgotten." "Let's hope so," she responded. At that moment, her phone vibrated in her pocket. Upon seeing the caller ID, Gu Wan'er felt a surge of joy and hurried to a corner, anxiously asking, "Are you all right?" "General Manager Gu, I nearly met my demise." At that moment, Yu Xiao reclined on a plush single sofa, her delicate legs draped over the armrest, savoring an array of exquisite strawberries, grapes, and cantaloupe beside her. This was no near-death experience. It was sheer indulgence. Yet, Yu Xiao wasn't exaggerating. She truly felt as though she might perish of delight. "What happened? Did he strike you?" Gu Wan'er seemed to genuinely believe Yu Xiao's words, for that man was indeed capable of such actions, enjoying a strawberry the size of a quail egg. Yu Xiao's expression radiated joy, though her tone was grave. "No, but it is undoubtedly a mental torment. I am resolute, fighting until the last second without surrender. That man is terrifying. Without a modicum of courage, communication is impossible." The mere thought of that man's alluring physique made Yu Xiao feel faint. She nearly succumbed. "What does he mean now?" Gu Wan'er inquired. "Her concern evident. Bai's thoughts are inscrutable. Yet through my unwavering efforts, things are progressing positively. This afternoon, I am to accompany Bai for a round of golf." Gu Wan'er sighed in relief. "You have worked hard." "Oh, don't mention it, Gu Zong. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, perhaps consider a raise or a generous year-end bonus." "Very well, as long as you gain Bai's approval. A bonus shall be yours." Gu Zong, ever magnanimous, added, "And don't forget your blind date tonight. Dress sharply, get a haircut, and wash your car before you go." Chapter 10. Gu Wan'er goes on a blind date. Gu Wan'er responded with a hint of surprise. How particular. Of course, but I must go now. Bai Yi has arrived, said Yu Xiao before ending the call. Gu Wan'er exhaled deeply. It seemed this fellow was somewhat reliable. Yet, upon reflection, how could he be deemed reliable? This morning, he had undoubtedly harbored inappropriate intentions, akin to a cunning wolf. Nevertheless, earning Bai Yi's trust could be seen as a way to atone for past misdeeds. Yu Xiao adjusted his languid posture as the sound of heels clicking against the tiled floor echoed, and soon Bai Ji appeared at the doorway. At that moment, she had donned a beautiful blue qipao, adorned with a stunning lotus pattern upon the exquisite fabric. Such beauty could only be described as breathtaking, worthy of the phrase, a beauty that can topple kingdoms. I believe that as Gu Zong matures, she too may reach such heights of elegance. After their conversation earlier that morning, Bai Ji had developed a slight fondness for Gu Wan'er, though a hint of suspicion lingered in her mind. Was the daughter of the Gu family truly this charming? Shall we? Bai Ji inquired. Yu Xiao nodded, endeavoring to maintain a graceful demeanor. The allure of Bai Yi was undeniable, yet she was also a rose with thorns, and he wished only to depart swiftly. Under the guidance of a waitress, the two entered a refined private room. Yu Xiao was ravenous, yearning for a hearty meal. However, upon seeing the table set with merely 2 dishes and a soup, he was taken aback, particularly as the dishes lacked substantial meat. Was this a meal fit for herbivores? I do not favor Western cuisine. I prefer home-cooked meals, Bai Ji murmured. Yu Xiao could only suppress a pained smile. Had I known Bai Yi preferred home cooking, I would have showcased my culinary skills. Oh, Miss Gu can cook? Bai Ji mused, pondering how a lady from the Gu family would engage in such domestic endeavors. Occasionally, I prepare a few signature dishes, Yu Xiao modestly replied, confident in his culinary prowess. Bai Ji's exquisite beauty broke into a smile. Next time, I would love to taste your cooking. But if it is not to your liking, you mustn't scold Bai Yi, she added with a playful laugh, her joy radiating as if it were a year's worth of happiness condensed into a single moment. While Bai Yi was amused, who would tend to Yu Xiao's hunger? The meal was indeed a meager affair, low in oil and salt, a veritable diet dish. I dislike waste. If the portions are small, I shall order more. Bai Ji said gently. Yu Xiao, clutching his aching stomach, replied, I assure you, I have a modest appetite. A person is like iron, and food is like steel. A girl should not forsake her meals for the sake of maintaining her figure. With that, Bai Ji picked up her chopsticks and offered Yu Xiao some food. Exuding a tender demeanor, Yu Xiao couldn't help but marvel. Bai Yi, you too understand that people are like iron and food is like steel. Surely, a few pieces of meat should accompany these peas. Otherwise, I may very well faint from hunger this afternoon. However, Yu Xiao was equally intrigued, despite Mr. By consuming so little, he appeared remarkably robust, suggesting that his flesh had indeed developed in all the right places. What are your plans? Bai Ji inquired, delicately savoring her rice as she chewed. Plans? I intend to don a pair of black stockings tomorrow. Does that count as a plan? Upon recently arriving at the branch office, I aim to clear out some individuals. Yu Xiao spoke in a hushed tone, sensing that Gu Wan'er shared this sentiment without explicitly stating it. Bai Ji nodded in acknowledgement. I possess a modicum of knowledge about your branch office, which is predominantly under the control of your 2 cousins. They have previously engaged in subtle competition, and it seems they will now likely unite against you. Achieving significant results may prove quite challenging. I shall find a way to expel them. Gu Wan'er had not mentioned this. Had it not been for Mr. Bai's direct assertion, she would have remained oblivious. I shall await your good news. It appeared that Mr. Bai wished for Gu Wan'er to resolve matters within her company to demonstrate her capabilities before discussing potential collaboration. Should Gu Wan'er engage in partnership with Mr. Bai, her standing within their family would surely soar, elucidating her keen interest in this meeting. After a brief respite post-meal, the 2 women changed into their golfing attire and proceeded to the course. Yu Xiao had accompanied her father for a couple of rounds of golf and could replicate the basic movements, yet she could hardly escape Mr. Bai's discerning gaze. Miss Gu, do you seldom play? Mr. Bai inquired gently, gripping the golf club. Yu Xiao was taken aback and fabricated an excuse. I've been preoccupied with trivial matters of the company, leaving little time for golf. My skills have essentially reverted to those of a novice. Bai Ji set down her club and approached Yu Xiao from behind, her fair hand enveloping Yu's. My goodness, Mr. Bai is quite close. Fixing her gaze ahead, Yu Xiao was instructed to stabilize her hips and maintain her weight on her left foot, engaging her core. Bai Ji's voice whispered in her ear, inducing an unexpected flutter. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, her club swung forth, propelling the white ball into the air. Yu Xiao was momentarily astonished by Mr. Bai's considerable strength. The ball traced a graceful arc before landing on the grass, bouncing several times before plunging into the hole. Miss Gu, splendid shot, Bai Ji commended, giving Yu Xiao a gentle pat on the shoulder. Yu Xiao felt a flush of embarrassment. It was purely accidental, fortunate not to be discovered, especially given that someone of Gu Wan'er's stature should not be inept at golf. Just luck, she replied, though Mr. Bai's gaze grew a touch more profound. A detail that went unnoticed by Yu Xiao. In the blink of an eye, it was time for Gu Wan'er to conclude her workday. The thought of an impending blind date filled her with dread, particularly since she had never participated in such an event. And this one involved a woman, something she could hardly fathom. "You go. Let us head to the internet CAF for a few rounds," Zhao Liang chimed cheerfully, having observed that they had not yet received any dismissal notice. It seemed that Yu Gu was destined for good fortune after narrowly avoiding calamity. "You go ahead. I have a blind date to attend." Were this situation to befall Yu Xiao, she would surely keep it under wraps. Yet Gu Wan'er spoke of it openly. "What? A blind date?" Zhao Liang exclaimed, his voice booming, drawing the attention of nearby colleagues who quickly began to gossip. Gu Wan'er wished she could seal Zhao Liang's mouth. What was so astonishing about a blind date? "You go. May I see a picture?" "None available." Behold, is she not a beauty?" Gu Wan'er rolled her eyes and hastily departed. "Hey, even brother, you seem shy." Zhao Liang appeared as though he had stumbled upon a new continent. It was indeed rare to witness brother Yu, usually so brazen, display such an expression. Gu Wan'er made her way to the parking lot, swiftly driving away. Zhao Liang exclaimed that brother Yu had forgotten his brothers in the presence of a woman, noting that with such speed, it seemed as if the accelerator had been pressed into the engine itself. Before long, Gu Wan'er found a car wash and entered a nearby hair salon. The charming Tony greeted her with a smile, inquiring, "What hairstyle would you like, handsome?" Since she was getting a haircut, it was only fitting to choose one that she favored. Flipping through the booklet, Gu Wan'er selected a refreshing style. "This one." "Very well, would you like to dye it?" he asked. "No, thank you." The salon was currently offering discounts on recharge packages. Would she like to sign up? "No, thank you." Tony chuckled, clearly perceiving her as someone of modest means. Chapter 11. I often wear stockings. At that moment, her phone rang. Gu Wan'er glanced at the caller ID and took a deep breath. "Mom, I've sent you the address and phone number via WeChat. Don't be late." "All right." Tang Ling cheerfully asked, "By the way, is that girl from this morning really your girlfriend?" "Mom, don't overthink it. She's just a friend. How could she possibly be my girlfriend?" Gu Wan'er hurriedly denied it, hoping to avoid any misunderstandings. Tang Ling, sounding slightly disappointed, replied, "Well, she probably doesn't think much of you anyway." Gu Wan'er chuckled. Yu Xiao's mother was quite down to earth. After ending the call, Gu Wan'er gazed into the mirror. Reflecting on Yu Xiao's decent looks. At such a young age, driving a BMW, he must have charmed many young ladies. She wondered how his negotiations with Bai Yi were faring. After getting her hair cut, it was nearly 6 o'clock, with a rendezvous at 7 with her blind date at a barbecue restaurant in the International Mall. Given his commendable performance today, she aimed to ensure he secured this date. Lest it be said that her leadership was lacking. The International Mall was one of the major shopping centers in Longhai City, a paradise for women and a veritable hell for men's wallets, filled with an array of prestigious brands. Typically, blind dates held here required a significant financial outlay. If Yu Xiao were to find out, he would surely bid farewell. However, Gu Wan'er found it quite normal. She parked her car and, seated inside, promptly dialed the young lady. As the call connected, she smiled and said, "Hello, this is Yu Xiao. May I speak with Miss Gu?" A melodious voice responded, "Hello, have you arrived? I'm still stuck in traffic." Gu Wan'er noted that the girl's voice was quite pleasant, which explained Yu Xiao's interest. It seemed he was not just a leg man, but also one who appreciated a lovely voice. "There's no rush. I've just arrived as well. I'll head to the barbecue restaurant to place an order," she replied. "All right, I'll be there shortly." After ending the call, Gu Wan'er exited the vehicle, tucking her car keys into her pocket. After a moment's hesitation, she recalled that boys often flaunted their car keys. Some of her younger cousins nearly wore theirs around their necks. Although her car wasn't particularly expensive, it still added a touch of flair. Thus, she hung the keys on the back of her pants, and as she walked, the jingling of the keys seemed to announce, "Look here, this person drives a BMW." Upon arriving at the barbecue restaurant, Gu Wan'er ordered a couple's set meal, which was reasonably priced at merely 198. Not long after, her phone chimed. I'm at the entrance. Where are you seated? She texted. Gu Wan'er, ever the gentleman, strode confidently towards the door. Upon seeing the matchmaker at the entrance, she thought the girl quite lovely, adorned in a white dress, with a butterfly hairpin, large eyes, and a high nose. However, it seemed to her that the nose had perhaps been altered and the double eyelids might have been surgically enhanced. Yet overall, she appeared rather appealing. Gu Xiaofang was also appraising Gu Wan'er and was pleasantly surprised to find him even more handsome in person than in the photographs, and notably tall, a rather commendable sight. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Gu Xiaofang said with a sweet smile. Gu Wan'er found the girl agreeable. Considering it a preliminary assessment for Yu Xiao, no worries, I arrived early. Please come in. As Gu Wan'er turned to walk away, the car keys jingled audibly from her pocket, drawing the attention of nearby patrons. One of them scoffed. What is so fancy about driving a beaten-up BMW? Gu Xiaofang felt a tinge of embarrassment trailing behind. While Yu Xiao was undeniably attractive, he now struck her as somewhat unrefined. Nonetheless, she refrained from outright dismissal, recognizing that his commendable height and looks could easily overshadow minor flaws that could be rectified with time. Please, have a seat, Yu Xiao said, pulling out a chair. Gu Xiaofang sweetly thanked him, seemingly earning back some points. I wasn't certain of your preferences, so I ordered a variety. We can always add more if needed. Observing the array of meats laid out before them, Gu Xiaofang concluded that the boy was not stingy. This is more than sufficient. After a brief exchange, the sizzling of the stone grill filled the air, releasing an enticing aroma. Gu Wan'er contemplated how to steer the conversation. The atmosphere was becoming rather awkward. Miss Gu, do you play video games? She ventured, assuming that boys often enjoyed discussing such topics. If Yu Xiao were aware of her inquiry, he would likely admonish her. Don't forget you're a woman. Why would you want to chat about games with a matchmaker? Gu Xiaofang replied softly, I'm quite busy with work, so I seldom play. Do you play often? Gu Wan'er responded enthusiastically, I'm quite adept at gaming. I could take you along sometime. Ha! Sound good, Gu Xiaofang continued. But the atmosphere fell silent once more, leaving Gu Wan'er feeling perplexed about how to navigate this matchmaking endeavor. Gu Xiaofang tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and curiously asked, I heard from Annie that you work at the Gu Group? Gu Wan'er exhaled in relief. The girl was finally engaging in conversation. Yes, the Gu Group offers excellent benefits and promising prospects. Recently, a knowledgeable new general manager has joined, and I am certain we will achieve even greater success, she boasted slightly about her workplace. Gu Xiaofang responded with a thoughtful "oh," then lowered her head to focus on the barbecue. It appeared to her that he lacked ambition, though his appearance could compensate for that. She planned to see if he would treat her after their meal. Gu Wan'er was bewildered. What was this girl truly thinking? Was she not satisfied with his qualities? After the meal, Gu Wan'er felt somewhat disheartened, deeming the 198 spent rather wasteful. I'd like to buy some things. Would you accompany me? Gu Xiaofang suddenly suggested as they reached the entrance. Gu Wan'er's eyes sparkled with excitement. There was potential. Naturally, as they strolled past a bubble tea shop, Gu Wan'er generously treated her companion to some milk tea. Given the current atmosphere, it seemed she was on the verge of success in her pursuit of the girl. The two held their milk teas, wandering from store to store, until suddenly, Gu Xiaofang stepped into a shop dedicated to selling socks, prompting Gu Wan'er to follow suit. Gu Xiaofang examined a pair of stockings, seemingly contemplating a purchase. Leaning against the wall with her drink, Gu Wan'er offered, when it comes to stockings, one should always opt for a reputable brand. Balenciaga is quite commendable. They're breathable, soft, and flattering to the leg shape. I've worn them often. As soon as the words left her lips, surrounding women gazed at Gu Wan'er in stunned silence, especially Gu Xiaofang, who appeared utterly bewildered. You a grown man, actually wear black stockings? Gu Wan'er paused, confused, thinking she hadn't misspoken. What a weirdo! Gu Xiaofang exclaimed in embarrassment, lowering her head and rushing out. The other women began to murmur among themselves. This handsome guy seems so distinguished. Who would have thought he wears black stockings? Ugh, what a disgusting preference. Let's hurry and leave. We don't want to catch that. Gu Wan'er, feeling utterly flustered, dashed after her to explain, but Gu Xiaofang had already vanished from sight. Frantically, she pulled out her phone to call, only to discover she had been blocked. Oh no, oh no. If Yu Xiao finds out about this, she'll surely explode. Chapter 12. Finally back. At this moment, Yu Xiao had just bid farewell to Bai Yi and settled in her car. Overall, the day's outcome was quite satisfactory. She had managed to please Bai Yi, and as long as Gu Wan'er secured actual control of the company, everything would be firmly in place. However, She was genuinely hungry and wondered how Gu Wan'er's blind date had gone. She retrieved her phone and called Gu Wan'er. Seeing Yu Xiao's call while sipping her milk tea, Gu Wan'er felt a pang of guilt. "Hey, how'd the blind date go?" Yu Xiao asked directly. Gu Wan'er hesitated. "First, tell me how things went on your end. Where are you? Let us eat and chat. I'm at the International Mall. Just wait. I'll be there in half an hour." Gu Wan'er immediately felt a headache coming on. Judging by Yu Xiao's tone, it seemed she had accomplished her task, while Gu Wan'er had inadvertently sabotaged her own blind date. Half an hour later, Yu Xiao arrived at the designated location. "I'm starving. Let's go for hot pot and chat while we eat. You won't believe how perilous my day has been. I almost didn't make it back. Is that true? Were you threatened by Bai Yi?" Gu Wan'er inquired with curiosity. "It's a long story." They arrived at a Chongqing hot pot restaurant, where Yu Xiao indulged heartily. Gu Wan'er frowned tightly. "That's enough. You're going to gain weight if you keep eating like this. Relax, it's not like I'm the one gaining weight." Gu Wan'er's forehead creased with annoyance. "Yu Xiao, this is my body. Please refrain from overeating." Noticing Gu Wan'er's irritation, Yu Xiao shrugged and reluctantly set down her chopsticks. "I risked my life for you, and you're fussing over a little food." Bai Yi said that as long as you secure control of the company, collaboration will be possible. "Really?" Gu Wan'er exclaimed with delight. If a partnership with Bai Yi could be established, her family would certainly regard her with newfound respect, not to mention the prospects of a marriage alliance. "Why would I deceive you? Today has been nothing short of torturous. I was dancing on the edge of a knife." "What about you? How'd the blind date go?" It was barely past 8, yet no movie had been watched. Gu Wan'er pursed her lips, saying, "Well, to be honest, I find that girl rather ordinary. Her plastic surgery is quite severe, especially her nose. If you were to have a child with her, it would surely have a flat nose." "Is that really true? A surgically enhanced girl?" "From the photo, she doesn't seem like it," Yu Xiao murmured, furrowing his brow. "The picture looks perfectly normal, and, as a woman, how could I possibly miss that? Consider my way of steering you clear of a pitfall." Gu Wan'er felt no shame in her little fib. Revealing the truth would likely lead to a swift fallout, followed by his indifference. Yu Xiao smirked, thinking that Gu Wan'er wouldn't deceive him. "I just noticed you hanging your car keys on the back of your pants. Why do guys do that? Don't you boys all like to hang them back there?" Yu Xiao felt as if a knife had pierced his chest. "What do you think when you see someone like that? How tacky. You know it's tacky, yet you still put me in that position? You're so petty. How could I be harming you? Several of my cousins do the same." "And those girls light up at the sight of car keys," Gu Wan'er stated earnestly. Yu Xiao promptly covered his forehead. "Gu, I have but one request now. Please do not lead me astray. I would never mislead you. I'm merely trying to assist." "Thank you very much." He suspected Gu Wan'er was doing this on purpose, and later, he would collect his dues. After a moment, Yu Xiao said blandly, "What shall we do tomorrow? Continue the charade? What else is there to do? You continue with your responsibilities while I investigate matters within the HR department. For now, that's all we can do. Do remember to adjust the salary and bonuses." Gu Wan'er rested her chin on her hand. "You are now in charge, Gu. You can grant raises to whomever you wish." "True enough. I'm quite tired today. I shall take my leave. And when you return, remember to do push-ups and sit-ups. No slacking off." "Oomph. You do know the importance of maintaining one's figure. You just indulged in so much food, sabotaging my regimen." Yu Xiao sighed heavily. "All right, let us cease our mutual harm. Shall we?" Gu Wan'er shot him a glance, suddenly realizing her manicure was missing. "What happened to my nails?" "Gu, the toilet paper is quite thin, and your nails were sharp and long. It tore right through." Gu Wan'er. Seeing the storm brewing in Gu Wan'er's expression, Yu Xiao hurriedly settled the bill and made his escape. "I'm exhausted. I'll take my leave." Feeling quite dejected, Gu Wan'er could only return to Yu Xiao's home. By the time she arrived, it was nearly 10 o'clock. In the unfamiliar surroundings, she felt a twinge of nervousness. Entering the house, she found the living room shrouded in darkness. It seemed Yu Xiao's parents had already retired for the night, which was a relief. Once in Yu Xiao's room, Gu Wan'er lay down on the bed, staring vacantly at the ceiling. When would this exchange come to an end? She resolved to take a shower. The discomfort of not washing was unbearable. In the bathroom, Gu Wan'er gazed at her toned chest and defined abs in the mirror, unable to resist touching her firm physique. She was surprised by Yu Xiao's impressive build. However, when she looked further down, her cheeks flushed slightly. Meanwhile, Yu Xiao returned to Gu Wan'er's home, initially planning to collect his dues, but exhaustion overwhelmed him, and he fell asleep as soon as he lay down. The following morning, as Yu Xiao yawned and turned over, A peculiar weight upon his chest seemed to have vanished. Instinctively, he reached out to touch it. To his surprise, it was flat. He abruptly opened his eyes to behold the familiar ceiling, the comfort of his bedroom. It was indeed a return to his former self. Transforming into a girl for a day had been a curious experience, yet it was not a sustainable situation. Now, he could finally relax. Noticing that he was still clad in his pajamas, Yu Xiao chuckled to himself, wondering if it was truly necessary to be so fastidious. Nonetheless, he decided to call Gu Wan'er. "Hello." A languid voice answered on the other end. This was more like it. A girl shouldn't always wear such a stern expression. "Gu, it's time to get up and take a shower," Yu Xiao prompted. A few seconds later, a shrill scream pierced through the phone. Despite having transformed into a man yesterday without a hint of surprise, her current excitement was palpable. "Yu Xiao, I'm back. I've returned as well," he replied with a mischievous grin, lamenting the missed opportunity to collect some interest from the previous night. Gu Wan'er scrutinized her own figure and suddenly expressed her displeasure. "Yu Xiao, why didn't you shower before bed? You didn't even change your clothes. And your hair smells like hot pot. Yesterday morning you nearly went mad over it, and now you've changed your tune," Yu Xiao retorted. "Gu, you truly are the epitome of double standards. Should I even dare to shower when someone is frowning?" With a huff, Gu Wan'er concluded, "Forget it. You can think about that in the future. Goodbye." After hanging up, Gu Wan'er felt elated as she hummed a little tune while heading for the shower, pleased with her own appearance, unlike that fellow whose body was rigid and unyielding. Chapter 13. Gu Wan'er, you have wronged me. Listening to the busy signal, Yu Xiao felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "So, Gu Wan'er, you've burnt the bridge after crossing it, have you?" He jumped out of bed and completed several dozen push-ups before entering the bathroom. Before long, the sound of Yu Xiao's frustrated exclamations echoed from the washroom as he approached the bedside to grab the phone and dial Gu Wan'er once more. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Wan'er was in the midst of her shower and did not hear the call. Cursing under his breath, Yu Xiao lamented how she had been admonishing him against reckless behavior while she had gone ahead and shaved herself bald, ignoring his calls. What a betrayal. Dressing quickly, he exited the bedroom only to find his parents already seated at the dining table for breakfast. However, their expressions were rather odd, and Yu Xiao thought little of it as he took a big bite out of a meat bun. Finally, he could abandon the pretense of daintily chewing like a woman. His father gazed at him with a peculiar look, prompting Yu Xiao to ask, "Dad, what is going on?" "Danline sai sopti, duo. We realize that your father and I have been too strict with you, which has prevented you from dating. We acknowledge our mistakes." Yu Xiao was utterly bewildered. "What is happening here?" "Son, as a grown man, your inclinations should be normal," his father added. "What are you two talking about?" Yu Xiao sensed a troubling undertone. Could this possibly involve Gu Wan'er again? Tang Ling spoke gently. Duo, don't hide it from us any longer. Your mother and I are already aware." "What exactly do you know?" Yu Xiao felt a surge of anxiety within. He pondered what transgression he had committed that elicited such disdainful gazes from others. As though he were a lunatic, Duo sighed softly. "I cannot articulate it. Perhaps you should speak the truth." Tang Ling replied earnestly. "The parents of the girl from the blind date have returned our call. The girl was quite fond of you, but she cannot accept your peculiar penchant for wearing black stockings." Yu Xiao, seated on the bench, became rigid as if he had shattered into countless pieces, scattering upon the ground. Duo lowered his head, sighing repeatedly, seemingly contemplating how their family could produce such a character. Upon hearing this news, he nearly coughed up a bowl of blood in disbelief. "Ah, Gu Wan'er, not only have you burned bridges, but you have also acted treacherously, fabricating lies to ensnare me. How am I to navigate the world of blind dates henceforth? I am but a victim of your schemes. Do you believe me?" Yu Xiao asserted solemnly. Tang Ling poured a glass of milk for her son. Duo, fret not. We can certainly amend our bad habits." Yu Xiao declared, "If I do not seek retribution today, I shall personally press Gu Wan'er to the ground and rub her 300 times, so as to quell my indignation." He grasped his phone and dialed again. But to his dismay, Gu Wan'er still did not answer. "How brazen you are. I shall not relent until I confront you." Upon arriving at the underground parking garage, Zhao Yang had been waiting by his car since early morning, lest he be abandoned once more. "Brother Yu, how did the blind date go last night?" Zhao Yang inquired with a mischievous grin. "Goodness, how did you know I was going on a blind date? With that big mouth of yours. You surely have been spreading the word," Yu Xiao retorted. "Have a cigarette." "Hee hee, I saved one just for you." Settling into the car, Yu Xiao duo took a long drag, feeling that his once upright and sunny disposition had been utterly tarnished. At the next gathering of family and friends, he would surely feel like a pariah. Brother Yu, you seem rather downcast today, Zhao Liang observed, sensing that Yu Xiao duo was not quite himself, though he appeared much more composed than the previous day. Yu Xiao duo started the car and replied coolly, I encountered a woman devoid of morals. No way, you frightened me into avoiding blind dates myself. I, Yu Xiao duo, have met countless women, yet I never anticipated stumbling yesterday. It vexes me to the point of physical pain. When the world happened, is it really that exaggerated? Yu Xiao duo chose not to elaborate further, driving directly to the office. Upon arriving at the parking lot and stepping out of the car, he noticed something peculiar. Some colleagues were whispering and pointing at him. Look, that's him. He ran into the women's restroom yesterday. He is quite handsome. Who would have thought he could do such a thing? Indeed, I had a crush on him, but now I feel utterly indifferent. As the whispers enveloped him, Yu Xiao duo felt as if he had turned to stone once more. What sins have I committed? Brother Yu, it seems your escapade in the women's restroom has spread like wildfire, Zhao Liang expressed with concern. His friend had been enduring quite a misfortune lately. Why would I enter the women's restroom? Yu Xiao duo pressed his hand firmly on Zhao Liang's shoulder. How should I know? It seemed rather natural for you. Natural? Gu Wan'er, not only have you ruined my prospects in the blind date realm, but you have also severed my ties at work. Now the female colleagues at the office look down upon me. What did I ever do to deserve this? Meanwhile, Gu Wan'er was preparing to head to work in her car when her phone suddenly rang. Upon receiving a call, it was unexpectedly from Master.The. Yu Xiaoduo had even saved Master.The's number. Quite impressive. Good morning, Master.The. Bai Ji listened to Gu Wan'er's voice and sensed a subtle difference. It was not in harmony with the tone from yesterday. Good morning, Miss Gu. I shall visit your company shortly for a cup of tea. Gu Wan'er felt a surge of joy. It seemed that Yu Xiaoduo had impressed even Master.The. However, a thought struck her. Master.The was a woman? The voice suggested youthfulness. Very well, Master.The. Where shall I send someone to fetch you? No need. I will come myself, Bai Ji replied coolly. Gu Wan'er refrained from persuading further and chose to wait for Master.The's arrival at the company. After hanging up, she checked her call log and noticed it was all from Yu Xiaoduo. Had he discovered the events of her blind date yesterday? What the pradikamin? Upon arriving at the company, just as she stepped out of the car, Gu Wan'er spotted Yu Xiaoduo standing in the elevator lobby, his face pale as if he were about to devour her whole. Indeed, her suspicions were confirmed. Yu Xiaoduo was furious. As he regarded Gu Wan'er, he declared, Don't think that just because you are donned in a dress and black stockings today, I will spare you. Good morning, Mr. Yu. You seem quite spirited today. Gu Wan'er felt slightly embarrassed at Yu Xiaoduo's sarcastic tone. Let us not discuss this here. Come to my office. Very well. I see you're feeling apprehensive. Did you enjoy yourself while plotting against me yesterday? The elevator took them directly to the top floor office of the general manager. It was Yu Xiaoduo's first visit to this grand office, which was immensely spacious with excellent lighting, providing a panoramic view of Longhai City, making it feel as though it were beneath his feet. No wonder everyone aspired to reach such heights. Without preamble, Yu Xiaoduo plopped onto the sofa and said, Gu Wan'er, Yu Xiaoduo, never seek to harm others. Becoming entangled with you is not by my choosing. You insisted on mutual assistance yesterday, and I placed my trust in you. Yet you deceived me. It seemed the blind date from last night had lodged a complaint. That girl was rather petty. Duo, it's not as you think. Gu Wan'er said, a hint of a smile betraying her guilt. It was indeed a rare occasion, especially since Yu Xiaoduo had managed to impress Master.The's, and the fault lay with her. Chapter 14. Master.The's is unhappy. Yu Xiaoduo was displeased. Who are you calling Duo? Are we so familiar? Isn't that what your mother calls you? Yu Xiaoduo was taken aback. Do you wish to be my mother? Gu Wan'er replied, Tell me, why did you say such things to the blind date girl yesterday? How am I to navigate the blind dating scene now? To be blunt, you've jeopardized my future. Standing up, Gu Wan'er personally poured a cup of tea for Yu Xiaoduo, her long legs gliding past him, stirring his emotions. Have some tea to calm down, she said softly, adopting a conciliatory tone. Yu Xiaoduo was not unreasonable. Speak. Why did you betray me? Gu Wan'er, seated opposite him, explained, I truly did not intend to cause harm. Yesterday, the blind date girl was choosing stockings, and I merely offered a suggestion. I may have spoken too freely, mentioning that I often wear similar stockings. Before I could clarify, she accused me of being a pervert and fled. Yu Xiaoduo inhaled sharply. Isn't it perverse to say such things? I truly did not intend to say that. Then why didn't you speak plainly last night? You deceived me, Gu Wan'er murmured, biting her lip. You did me a tremendous favor, and I felt too embarrassed to admit I hadn't reciprocated. Observing Gu Wan'er's sincere admission, Yu Xiao's anger dissipated somewhat. After all, it was not entirely intentional on her part, yet there was a lack of genuine sincerity. Moreover, how did you manage to make me lose my hair? Looking just like you now? The tea that Gu Wan'er had just sipped burst forth, instantly coloring her exquisite face a deep crimson. I thought I would still be around you, so you forbid me from acting recklessly, yet you yourself do the same. How can you be so hypocritical? Yu Xiao glared at Gu Wan'er, who, feeling guilty, cast her gaze out the window, a blush gracing her stunning visage. All right, let me ask you again. What were you doing in the ladies' room at the company yesterday? Yu Xiao pressed on. I was overly concerned about you getting into trouble, and in a moment of distraction, I subconsciously walked into the ladies' room. Yu Xiao was taken aback. Was she truly worried about him? Is that genuine? They say the more beautiful a woman is, the more she tends to lie. Now everyone at the company is labeling me a pervert. How am I to survive this? Besides, you've now transformed into the general manager. Surely you don't care. I'll double your salary and double your year-end bonus. Wow, attempting to bribe me with money. Huh? Yu Xiao, am a man of principles and will not yield. Do you believe this is merely a matter of money? 3 times. You've tarnished my reputation. 5 times. Yu Xiao stated earnestly, as a man, withstanding the pressure of public opinion is not impossible. But if I remain single, no amount of money can change that. I can introduce you to someone, Gu Wan'er replied seriously. Yu Xiao's eyes brightened. Is that true? Don't try to deceive me again. Gu Wan'er, never speak falsehoods. Gu Wan'er cleared her throat. Yesterday was a misunderstanding. The person I introduce you to will undoubtedly be better than the one you met yesterday. Tall, well-built, and from a good family. It all depends on your capabilities. Is that so? Show me a picture. I don't have a picture, but she's coming to Longhai City, and I can invite you to dinner with her. Yu Xiao understood that any woman Gu Wan'er would recommend would surely be exceptional. He had merely been jesting earlier, fully aware of his own limitations. With the questioning reaching its conclusion, Gu Wan'er's apologetic demeanor and monetary compensation for his wounded pride elevated him into the realm of 6-figure salaries. Yu Xiao was unbothered by reputation, viewing it as ephemeral. I shall forgive you this time. I'm off to work now. Feel free. With that, Yu Xiao slipped his hands into his pockets and departed. Watching him leave, Gu Wan'er was momentarily taken aback. Are you the general manager, or am I? However, I did feel quite guilty towards him yesterday. Thankfully, my body has returned, and such misunderstandings shall not occur again. Arriving at the elevator, Yu Xiao flashed a grin. Though he had faced some setbacks, the returns were quite satisfactory. Next year, he would save up to upgrade his car to a Porsche and soar into the skies with a charming lady by his side. With a crisp sound, the elevator doors slid open, and Yu Xiao was momentarily taken aback. The Scar Man? And Bai Yi? What brings her here? Today, Bai Yi adorned herself in a striking red qipao, radiating an enchanting yet frigid beauty that was truly captivating. Step aside, the Scarred Man commanded coldly as he exited the elevator. This arrogant figure, one day he would find himself on the receiving end of my wrath. Watching Bai Yi walk past with an air of indifference, it was hard to reconcile this with the gentle, dignified woman from yesterday. And don't forget, I have your eyes. The Scarred Man warned Yu Xiao, his gaze glinting with menace, clearly not jesting. Yu Xiao scoffed and entered the elevator, thinking, what a boastful fool. If it comes to it, I could easily leave my mark on your face as well. Upon arriving at the Human Resources Department, Zhao Yang rushed over, brimming with excitement. You go. I just spotted an exquisite beauty, one whose charm surpasses even that of our esteemed Guzong. I wonder if she needs a dog. I must go apply. Old Zhao, with that physique, you'd be better suited as a pig. Merging with a beauty would surely be delightful, Yu Xiao quipped. I can't believe how well you understand me. You go, Zhao Yang chuckled. Yu Xiao was at her wit's end. This guy was hopeless. Yu Xiao, come to my office. The supervisor barked from the side. Zhao Yang whispered, a female colleague has lodged a complaint about you. You might be in for discussion. Let them come. Last time, a female colleague barged into the men's restroom, and I didn't say a word. Indeed, it was quite a shock for her to encounter your grandeur. Yu Xiao merely sighed. As expected, she received a thorough reprimand in the supervisor's office. Upon exiting, she remained unfazed, reminiscing about her school days filled with mischief. Now, it was merely a sprinkling of water. In the general manager's office, Gu Wan'er articulated her visions for the company's future and shared some proposals. However, Bai Ji exhibited an unusual calmness, seemingly uninteressiert in Gu Wan'er's discourse. In truth, Bai Ji had come to engage Gu Wan'er in conversation. It was rare to find someone so relatable. Yet today, Gu Wan'er was entirely absorbed in corporate matters. Miss Gu, Bai Ji vi mak Gu Li. Does Bai Yi have any objections? Bai Ji rose, stating blankly, I am indifferent to your plans for the company. Gu Wan'er furrowed her brow, perplexed by Bai Ji's intent. Looking at Gu Wan'er, Bai Ji struggled to connect her with the person from yesterday. Never mind, my sentiments remain unchanged. With that, Bai Ji strode towards the door. Though puzzled, Gu Wan'er followed her out. As they reached the entrance, Bai Ji turned back and said, I still prefer conversing with the you from yesterday. Chapter 15. Bai Yi is not someone you can handle. Under Gu Wan'er's astonished gaze, Bai Ji entered the elevator and departed. How could it be possible that Bai Yi found a kindred spirit in Yu Xiao? As Bai Ji frowned, Gu Wan'er felt she had missed a remarkable opportunity. Back in her office, Gu Wan'er wore a troubled expression, pacing back and forth, unable to fathom where she fell short compared to Yu Xiao. Meanwhile, in the Human Resources Department, Yu Xiao was in high spirits, her work efficiency soaring. When the phone rang, she glanced at the caller ID. Gu Wan'er was calling. What did you want now? Hello, come up for a moment. Oh, in a state of resignation, Yu Xiao thought, you are the boss. How could I dare to defy you? However, something fell amiss. Bai Yi had just been searching for her, and now she was summoned again. Had she been discovered? Was she being called up for a reprimand? Furthermore, her tone earlier had been heavy, as if she were in a foul mood. After Yu Xiao departed, a man nearby cast a furtive glance before hastening to the supervisor's office to report that Yu Xiao had been slacking off. This scene did not escape Zhao Liang's notice from a distance, prompting him to send a message to Yu Xiao, warning her that Qian Longhu was once again reporting on her. In the elevator, Yu Xiao read Zhao Liang's message and scoffed. That Qian Longhu is truly insufferable, always opposing me. Upon arriving at the office door, she knocked gently before entering. The spacious office was occupied solely by Gu Wan'er, who stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. Head alluding silhouette captivating, rivaning Bai Yi. However, if given the choice, Yu Xiao would have to apologize. She would choose Bai Yi. Closing the door behind her, Yu Xiao curiously inquired, Where is Bai Yi? Gu Wan'er turned to face her, her expression grave. What did you discuss with Bai Yi yesterday? Not much, really. Was the conversation not fruitful? Yu Xiao approached the water cooler to pour herself a glass, much to Gu Wan'er's surprise, as she had thought it was meant for her. No wonder you don't have a girlfriend. Before Bai Yi left, she mentioned that she enjoys talking to you, but not with me. Gu Wan'er felt a deep sense of frustration, having pondered for ages without understanding where she had gone wrong. Yu Xiao was taken aback by this revelation. Bai Yi actually liked conversing with her? How astonishing. What did you chat about with Bai Yi? We discussed some future plans for the company. That was it. Gu Wan'er nodded. I didn't even talk about company matters with Bai Yi yesterday. I'm not very knowledgeable about that. We mainly discussed trivial life matters. As women, it's easy for us to resonate with each other. I sensed Bai Yi's loneliness. She wanted someone to talk to. Seeing her approach you today, I thought there was potential, but it seems you ruined it. Yu Xiao sighed deeply, contemplating how, had she been in the conversation, she could have furthered her understanding and gained Bai Yi's trust. Now, all her efforts from the previous day seemed wasted. Gu Wan'er couldn't help but rub her forehead. Why didn't you mention this sooner? It was such a wonderful opportunity. How was I to know Bai Yi would seek you today? Besides, even if I had told you, you wouldn't have known how to engage her. You would have blown it. Isn't that the case? Talking to a woman like Bai Yi requires not only boldness, but also meticulousness. One's words must be sweet when needed and firm when required. One must master the delicate balance. This is the art of flirtation, the realm of conversation. Gu Wan'er gazed intently at Yu Xiao, astonished that he possessed such skill. Bai Yi was evidently captivated by this approach, which Gu Wan'er felt entirely incapable of executing. Surely, you haven't offended Bai Yi, have you? Yu Xiao asked, surprised. Although it was not her business, she had initiated the interaction. Offended might be too strong. However, the favorable impression you created yesterday has dissipated, and the original intent has been lost, Gu Wan'er lamented, feeling a profound sense of defeat. Yu Xiao had paved the way for her, yet she had failed to seize the opportunity. Yu Xiao sat helplessly on the sofa, contemplating, since it has already transpired. There is no need for further rumination. At least Master Bai has not entirely dismissed you. I do not wish to squander Such a splendid opportunity. Do you possess any alternative solutions? Gu Wan'er gazed at Yu Xiao, sensing that he might have a way regarding Master Bai. However, Yu Xiao shook his head. I say, General Gu, you are a woman yourself. Can't you decipher the thoughts of a woman? Originally, Master Bai was quite eager to converse with you, but your actions displeased her. Do you truly believe that if you approach her again, she will greet you warmly? Then what should I do? What else can be done? Simply await Master Bai to take the initiative to seek you out. Of course, the chances are slim, but if it were to happen, it would be an opportunity to seize. Gu Wan'er, intrigued, inquired, do you truly believe Master Bai will seek me out again? Today, she was undeniably angry. Yet a woman's anger typically dissipates within a few days. When she wishes to speak with someone, she shall certainly think of you. This is largely thanks to the foundation I laid yesterday. Otherwise, there would be no hope. Yu Xiao, lounging with his legs crossed, retorted as a woman. Do you not comprehend the inner workings of a woman's mind? I'm truly astounded. Yu Xiao, how many girls have you entangled with to speak so confidently? Master Bai has even approached you herself. Gu Wan'er could not help but admire him. After all, it was a rare feat to elicit such initiative from Master Bai. Yu Xiao waved his finger, remarking, after viewing 300 romantic dramas combined with palace intrigue, one can grasp a woman's psychological nuances accurately, if not 100%, then at least 80. Gu Wan'er responded, well then, my mission is accomplished, the rest is up to you. Yu Xiao rose and gently patted Gu Wan'er on the shoulder, indicating his inability to assist further. You will not help me any longer? As Yu Xiao prepared to leave, Gu Wan'er felt anxious, realizing he was the only trustworthy ally in the entire company. Yu Xiao replied, General Gu, speaking as a man, that scarred fellow would surely take my life. Master Bai has no interest in men whatsoever. Thus, you must rely on yourself. Understanding the truth, in Yu Xiao's words, Gu Wan'er suddenly contemplated how fortunate it would have been had she not returned to her original body today. Yu Xiao could have resolved matters with Master Bai. Yet, she reprimanded herself for such thoughts, fearing that Yu Xiao might secretly exploit her body for ill deeds. Upon returning to the Human Resources Department, Yu Xiao was immediately summoned by the supervisor. Yu Xiao, do you wish to resign? Have you been slacking off this entire time? Supervisor, he, lean and stern, chastised Yu Xiao, nearly slamming his hand on the table. Yu Xiao responded nonchalantly, Supervisor, he, the higher-ups summoned me for a discussion. How could I possibly be idle? Huh. You make a phone call. I am curious to know which leader it is. Very well. I shall make the call, but the consequences shall be yours to bear. Fine. Go ahead. Let us see how you will manage. Yu Xiao then directly dialed Gu Wan'er, saying, General Gu, our supervisor, he wishes to speak with you regarding my recent idleness. Chapter 16. Did you employ sorcery? The supervisor was taken aback. The surname Gu was synonymous with royal lineage. Could this fellow truly have been summoned? Gu Wan'er had been quite displeased with this supervisor the previous day, feeling as though he was targeting her. Supervisor, this is Gu Wan'er. Just now, Yu Xiao was with me. Do you have any inquiries? The phone rang, and the stern voice of Gu Wan'er startled Supervisor It was none other than General Manager Gu herself. How could Yu Xiao have been summoned by her? Supervisor quickly explained, General Gu, it's a misunderstanding. I had no idea Yu Xiao went to see you. As a leader, is it appropriate to unjustly accuse your subordinates? I apologize, General Gu, I was in error. You need not apologize to me, but to him. Yu Xiao mused silently, realizing that although General Gu may have been a bit slow to react, her ability to win people over was undeniable. Supervisor, he dare not say more and hastily apologized. Yu Xiao, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you. It's trivial. Let it go, you replied nonchalantly. The two of them played off each other, so, well, that supervisor, he was thoroughly intimidated. After hanging up, Yu Xiao said calmly, all right, if there is nothing else, I'll head to work. Supervisor, he immediately rushed to the door and opened it for him, saying, you please. Yu Xiao thought to himself, this supervisor, he is quite adaptable. He's over a decade older than me and still calls me brother. A remarkable talent indeed. He must have already considered himself one of General Gu's confidants. In this company, if one does not mingle with the Gu family, being a supervisor is the pinnacle of authority. Qianlong watched as Yu Xiao returned seemingly unperturbed, bewildered by the improbability of it all. Qianlong, come to my office. Supervisor, he suddenly barked. Yu Xiao was genuinely taken aback. Supervisor, he had aspirations of rising higher. A cacophony of curses erupted from the supervisor's office. And when Qianlong emerged, he bore a disgruntled expression, harboring even more resentment towards Yu Xiao, who had supervisor Heir's protection. Nothing else of significance transpired that day. After work, Yu Xiao and Zhao Yang spent a few hours at an internet cafe, then enjoyed a late-night snack before heading home. Despite the absence of a girlfriend, life was remarkably pleasant. The following day, a ray of sunlight streamed through the window into the bedroom. Yu Xiao pursed his lips, feeling a heavy sensation in his chest. He reached out to touch it, and suddenly opened his eyes wide. Goodness, he had transformed back into Gu Wan'er. Grabbing his phone from the bedside, he dialed her number. Gu Wan'er, who had been soundly asleep, lazily reached for her phone and answered with a languid hello. Gu Wan'er, what sorcery have you cast? How have I transformed back into you? Gu Wan'er abruptly opened her eyes, and, upon lifting the covers, discovered she had reverted to being Yu Xiao once again. I haven't done anything. I just watched some television when I got home yesterday, and went to sleep. Gu Wan'er vowed that she had not engaged in any witchcraft. Although she wished for Yu Xiao's assistance, it had not reached that extent. Yu Xiao sighed heavily, seeming reluctant to have changed back. Yet the corners of his mouth began to curve upward. He had yet to collect the interest from their previous encounter, and now he would reclaim both principle and interest. I'm going to take a shower, he stated with utmost seriousness. Yu Xiao, Gu Wan'er's voice crackled with a mix of indignation and embarrassment over the phone. Didn't you say yesterday morning that cleanliness was paramount? Now you refuse to shower? Gu Wan'er, on the verge of tears, lamented her unfortunate predicament. Fine. I want to shower. I'll remain smelly until you return to wash up. Gu Wan'er teased, just shower, but don't let me find out. What a perfect example of burying one's head in the sand. It suits you splendidly. You jest with me, yet you seem genuinely upset. Yu Xiao, could you not act so irrationally? Does it bring you pleasure to provoke my ire? Yu Xiao chuckled. For some inexplicable reason, I find delight in witnessing your anger, especially when you appear powerless to retaliate. After ending the call, Yu Xiao lifted the covers and stretched lazily. The ambience of a girl's room is distinctly different from that of a boy's, fragrant and inviting. I thought things would remain unchanged, yet here I am again today. As long as it isn't a permanent switch, I suppose I still prefer the dominant role. Entering Gu Wan'er's dressing room, Yu Xiao pondered what to wear today. Eager to bask in the envious gazes of the male populace, yet feeling thwarted. Isn't it exasperating? Meanwhile, Gu Wan'er sat on the bed, momentarily lost in thought. Upon seeing Yu Xiao carelessly tossing clothes about, she inwardly cursed. How can one be so untidy? Resigned, she stood up to tidy the mess, only to realize she was not dressed. Cursing Yu Xiao for being so brazenly immodest, she noticed his unwashed shorts during her morning routine, leaving her utterly flustered. Reluctantly, she washed Yu Xiao's shorts, marking the first time in her life she had done such a thing for a boy. Knock, knock, knock. Duo. I'm coming in. Tang Ling pushed the door open, only to find her son folding the blankets. The bedroom was impeccably tidy. Is the sun rising from the west today? How industrious of him. Duo, don't dwell too much on the blind date, your father inquired. And that girl seems rather materialistic. It's better not to pursue it. Speaking of the blind date filled Gu Wan'er with guilt. Mother, rest assured, I promise to find you a beautiful daughter-in-law in the future. Tang Ling was momentarily taken aback. Her mischievous son had always called her mom. Yet today, he had shifted to a more formal address. Is he in need of money? Is it that girl from the car? Gu Wan'er acknowledged her mother's perceptiveness. Yet Yu Xiao was not her type. Of course not, but she must be somewhat similar. You boast so casually. Tomorrow is the weekend. Your father and I are visiting Grandma. Will you join us? Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Wan'er replied, I think I'll pass. Very well. While your father and I are away, feel free to bring home any girl you fancy, but don't go to a hotel. Gu Wan'er was astonished by how open-minded Yu Xiao's mother was. Her own mother would never say such a thing. Seated at the dining table, Tang Ling served porridge from the kitchen. Gu Wan'er perceived that Yu Xiao's father was quite serious, resembling her own father. Suddenly, she noticed Yu Xiao's father discreetly passing something from under the table. Curious, Gu Wan'er accepted it and looked down. A condom? What on earth? Duo. While your mother is eager for grandchildren, you must exercise caution and ensure safety. Yutai Duo leaned over and whispered. Gu Wan'er felt as if she were crumbling into pieces. Even a fool could discern the nature of the box she held. What are you two whispering about? Yutai Duo laughed. Oh dear, Duo, why is your face so flushed? Are you running a fever? Gu Wan'er suddenly realized that Yu Xiao was still rather innocent. These two were truly seasoned. After finishing her breakfast, Gu Wan'er hurriedly departed, feeling as though she were fleeing for her life. The openness of Yu Xiao's family was overwhelming, requiring time for her to adjust. Upon arriving at the underground parking garage, she spotted a portly figure waiting. "Good morning, brother Yu." "Morning. Care for smoke?" "Smoking early in the day is detrimental to your health." "Zhao Yang." "Is this really something, brother, you would say? What we do is hardly good for our well-being." Chapter 17, a moment of high profile. At this moment, Yu Xiao was seated at the vanity. Her naturally beautiful face transformed into an oddly exaggerated visage under her own handiwork. The blush was applied excessively, resembling the rear of a monkey, while the heavy eyeshadow made her look as though she had dark circles. The lipstick was of a strikingly vibrant hue. The originally aloof Gu Wan'er now resembled a salon attendant. With a sigh, Yu Xiao turned and entered the bathroom to wash it all away. She glanced in the mirror and felt a wave of relief. Why bother with makeup? It seemed utterly superfluous. Checking the weather, she noted that the temperature in Longhai City had soared to 38 degrees Celsius. She decided against stockings, as the heat was unbearable, and opted instead for a fitted dress. Remembering the stunning red ensemble worn by Yi the previous day, she chose a red dress for herself and adorned it with some exquisite jewelry. Standing before the mirror, she admired her curves, which were quite appealing, prompting her to give herself a playful slap. This would surely captivate the male admirers. And Gu Wan'er would likely have the same thought upon changing her outfit. Women, after all, often enjoy being the center of attention. Suddenly, her phone on the vanity rang. Yu Xiao initially assumed it was Gu Wan'er, only to find it was an unknown number. She would have hung up if it were for herself. But it might be important for Gu Wan'er. "Hello, Wan'er, good morning." "Oh, that voice sounds familiar. Right, it's Fu Yangxue." "Morning," Yu Xiao replied nonchalantly. Fu Yangxue was taken aback. Gu Wan'er had never spoken to her in such a manner before, instantly sensing an opportunity. "Wan'er, are you free tonight? I've organized a gathering, welcoming you to Longhai City. It's all peers from the industry, which could be beneficial for your future." "Sure, just let me know the details," Yu Xiao replied straightforwardly, leaving Fu Yangxue in disbelief. What had gotten into Gu Wan'er today? She typically declined outright, and this change felt rather disconcerting. "Okay, I'll come pick you up." "No need, just send me the address." Fu Yangxue was elated, suppressing her excitement as she said, "All right." After hanging up the phone, Yu Xiao chuckled to herself. It was amusing how easily a beautiful woman could influence a man. Listening to Fu Yangxue's tone, though she tried to contain her excitement, it was evident she was overjoyed. It felt akin to discovering a new world, akin to encountering a captivating girl in District 3. Today, Yu Xiao chose not to ascend from the parking lot, but instead took the elevator from the company lobby, coinciding with the peak arrival time for employees. As she stepped into the lobby, it felt as though time had paused. Both men and women turned to gaze at her. The women largely regarded her with admiration and envy, while the men, in contrast, were captivated with an insatiable hunger. As Yu Xiao reflected inwardly, she mused that only yesterday she too had been one of them. Observing her male counterparts, she found their demeanor utterly disheartening. They seemed so eager to fawn over a mere woman, displaying a pitiable lack of self-respect. "Good morning, General Gu," the receptionist greeted with utmost respect. Yu Xiao nodded and made her way toward the elevator. The air around her felt as though it had turned to vacuum, with no one daring to approach. If Yu Xiao were to perform, she could easily play the role of a queen. Upon entering the elevator, the crowd erupted in whispers. "This is our General Gu. It's my first time seeing her, and she is simply stunning." One exclaimed, "From this day forth, she shall be my goddess. I shall dedicate my life to the company, merely to earn a smile from her." Another interjected, "Goodness, you're too eager to fawn over her. I, on the other hand, intend to absorb every lingering fragrance left by General Gu." This prompted eye rolls from the nearby female colleagues, who regarded them as akin to lustful mutts. Gu Wan'er was already seated at her workstation, reviewing personnel changes over the years. As colleagues trickled in, discussions ignited. "Our General Gu's figure is enough to make my mouth water. Her curves are simply exquisite," one remarked. "Indeed, in that tiny waist, it must feel delightful to hold her." "You are all so superficial. The true allure of General Gu lies in her long, elegant legs." Overhearing the men's discussions, Gu Wan'er felt her eye twitch in irritation, nearly crushing her mouse in frustration. She excused herself to a secluded area and promptly called Yu Xiao, questioning what mischief she was up to this time. Standing before a floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the steel metropolis, Yu Xiao's expression was deep and complex. The ringing of her phone quickly dispelled her contemplative state. "Hello, Gu." She answered. "Yu Xiao, well, what are you doing? Why is everyone talking about you again?" Gu Wan'er inquired in a hushed tone, her irritation palpable. "What did I do? I merely took the elevator from the lobby to upstairs. Is that a problem? What were you wearing today? Why are they saying you're so alluring?" Gu Wan'er struggled to find the right words. Yu Xiao reclined in her office chair, her legs crossed elegantly over her desk. "Just a simple dress, really. Besides, what they say is merely the truth. You know you look good, and your figure is admirable." Gu Wan'er found herself at a loss for words, as the undeniable truth left her no room for rebuttal. "Could you possibly be a bit more low-key?" General Gu, you are simply too modest. Very few in the company even know you. A bit of visibility is essential. It helps garner goodwill." Listening to Yu Xiao's reasoning, Gu Wan'er began to see her point. "All right then, did you wear leggings?" "Rest assured I did. I'm not like some individuals who conspire behind others' backs. I apologized yesterday, and you still bring it up." Gu Wan'er retorted. Yu Xiao chuckled softly. "By the way, your admirer called me this morning, invited me to an event. I agreed to go. Why on earth would you agree to that? Have you lost your mind?" "Gu Zong, your understanding of men is rather superficial. Someone like me, a poor fellow, is acutely aware of my limitations. Yet that Fu Yangxue is entirely different. He possesses the means to pursue you. The more you reject him, the more exhilarated he becomes, igniting within him an insatiable desire to conquer, which may lead him to act irrationally and commit indiscretions." Gu Wan'er silently nodded, recognizing the validity of Yu Xiao's observations. "So, what are your plans for tonight?" "Rest assured, I shall take care of Fu Yangxue for you." With Yu Xiao's assurance, Gu Wan'er felt a sense of relief and continued. "I forgot to mention, this weekend your parents will be visiting your grandmother. I declined their invitation. Is that all right?" "It's perfectly fine. Not going is the right choice." Gu Wan'er felt reassured, alleviating any guilt about potentially causing him trouble. "By the way, what are your current intentions? I heard from Bai Yi that your two cousins are controlling the company, effectively rendering you somewhat powerless." Gu Wan'er felt a pang of anxiety. Bai Yi was indeed a formidable woman to be so well informed. "Indeed, it is quite a predicament," she sighed. Chapter 18. Your brother is in heat. Might I suggest, merely a suggestion, that you consider forming your own team? Do you have candidates in mind? Gu Wan'er had contemplated this as well, yet being new, she was unfamiliar with the dynamics and wished to assess personnel changes to avoid promoting a traitor. "That supervisor, he seems like a solid choice. Since my arrival, he has remained in his position, and I hear he is eager to curry favor with anyone surnamed Gu. Yesterday, upon learning of my good rapport with you, his demeanor was exceedingly cordial. He seeks to align himself with you. Moreover, having been with the company for 6 or 7 years, he undoubtedly possesses knowledge that you and I are unaware of. Do consider it carefully." Yu Xiao chuckled lightly. After watching 300 power struggle dramas, one inevitably gained some insights. Gu Wan'er fell silent for a moment before softly replying, "Let me think it over." "All right, I shall let you go for now. I'm going to play some games." "Do you not work at all?" "All you do is play games," Gu Wan'er remarked, feeling somewhat vexed. "I'm not familiar with your work," Yu Xiao retorted. "Help me review the company's previous projects, the flow of funds, etc. There must be some discrepancies." Yu Xiao was still contemplating completing his daily tasks, having neglected them for several days and incurring significant losses. "What about a raise? Are you truly fixated on money? Do we not agree to assist one another? You only mentioned helping me get past Bai Yi." Yu Xiao shrugged. "Forget it. I shall not seek your assistance any longer." With that, Gu Wan'er hung up the phone, feeling disheartened that even a small favor could not be granted. Listening to the busy tone, Yu Xiao chuckled softly. Bemused by Gu Wan'er's temperament, it seemed all women had their moments. "Oh well, since she has already offered herself, I shall not be stingy." He sent Gu Wan'er a WeChat message requesting her computer's login password. In a huff, Gu Wan'er had scarcely taken a few steps when she noticed Yu Xiao's message, letting out an involuntary huff of annoyance. Nevertheless, she sent him the computer password along with the location of some project files. Yu Xiao could only temporarily tuck his long legs beneath the desk as he powered on the computer. However, to speak candidly, Yu Xiao did not perceive any vulnerabilities. If it were so easily discernible, it would be utterly foolish. It was likely that Gu Wan'er had not yet assumed her position when certain items were swapped or replaced. Indeed, she had inherited a hot potato. Throughout the morning, Yu Xiao scrutinized the company's major projects from the past decade, all of which were profitable, with not a single loss to speak of. Truly, the Gu consortium was formidable. Nonetheless, all the project leaders bore the surname Gu. One was Deputy Manager Gu Lin, and the other, also a deputy manager, was Gu Xiao. Yu Xiao was familiar with these two, having encountered them only once during last year's annual conference. They were both around 45 years of age, yet gossip suggested they were not direct descendants of the Gu family, relegating them to mere deputies. Despite Gu Wan'er's youth, her direct lineage allowed her to ascend to the role of general manager, indicating that within this illustrious family, there were indeed established protocols. However, Yu Xiao found himself somewhat perplexed. The previous general manager did not share the Gu surname, and it was rumored that upon Gu Wan'er's arrival, he had been reassigned to the headquarters in Jingzhou. Essentially, the major projects seemed to rotate between these two, as if they had reached a tacit understanding. As time slipped toward noon, the hour for lunch approached. At that moment, Gu Wan'er's secretary entered after a polite knock, respectfully inquiring, "General Manager Gu, what would you like for lunch? I shall make the arrangements." Yu Xiao regarded the alluring secretary, acknowledging her commendable figure, though her appearance fell slightly short. Recently, having grown accustomed to the refined presence of Gu Wan'er and Bai Yi, he would have ordinarily noted the secretary's beauty with appreciation. How would he ever find a girlfriend like this? Such exquisite ladies were a rarity. "No need. I shall go myself," Yu Xiao declared as he rose. The secretary appeared momentarily taken aback, but refrained from comment, as the general manager had typically dined in her office. The company cafeteria was bustling with patrons, particularly during peak hours. "Brother Yu, why are you having such a meager meal today?" Zhao Yang inquired, curious about Yu Xiao's fluctuating appetite. "My stomach isn't quite right today," Yu Xiao replied. Zhao Yang chuckled. "Are you perhaps longing for a bit of soft rice?" At that moment, the cafeteria, which had been somewhat noisy, suddenly quieted to half its previous volume, as everyone's gaze turned toward the entrance. "Goodness, is that not General Manager Gu? She actually came to the cafeteria for lunch. How astonishing!" Zhao Yang hurriedly retrieved his phone, capturing numerous photos of Yu Xiao. Not only Zhao Yang, but many male colleagues were snapping pictures. As for many, it was their first glimpse of Gu Wan'er, and they were instantly captivated by her beauty. Yu Xiao found himself in the spotlight, akin to a celebrity, with camera flashes illuminating the room. Gu Wan'er furrowed her brow, irritated by this individual's vanity. Flaunting his physique once more, he had already made his presence known that morning, yet here he was again. As Yu Xiao passed by Gu Wan'er, he winked at her, a subtle gesture that only Zhao Yang noticed, leaving him utterly astonished. Gu Wan'er felt a jolt. This Yu Xiao truly had thick skin. "Brother Yu, did you see that? The general manager just threw me a flirtatious glance," Zhao Yang exclaimed, his excitement rendering him nearly incoherent as he bit into a chicken leg to steady himself. Gu Wan'er's expression soured. What was that look? It was evident he had directed it toward her. Zhao Yang held a chicken bone, his face glistening with grease as he murmured, "At last, someone who appreciates my inner beauty rather than mere appearance." Gu Wan'er, taking out her phone, messaged Yu Xiao, inquiring how he had come down for a meal, remarking that his good brother was utterly smitten by his antics. Yu Xiao, seated in a private room, burst into laughter. That gluttonous Zhao Yang was so vain, it seemed he would be insufferably smug today. "President Gu, one must be aloof when necessary and amiable when the occasion calls for it. You are isolated now. The employees at the grassroots level are your support, yet you remain oblivious to leveraging your strengths. What utter foolishness." Gu Wan'er retorted, "You're such a nuisance. Eat less." She playfully chided, feeling both that he was boasting and that he had a point. "Could you possibly eat a bit more? You're losing muscle. What business is it of yours? Look, this woman has started to act unreasonable. You really have no way to deal with her." After a moment, Gu Wan'er sent a message. "I intend to accompany you tonight. You may go, but what role will you assume?" "I don't care. I'm going regardless. You figure it out." Initially, Gu Wan'er had no desire to attend, but Yu Xiao's words had unnerved her. Her heart felt much lighter, knowing she would be keeping an eye on him. Yu Xiao sighed. Gu Wan'er was merely being capricious, resembling any typical girl. In the afternoon, Yu Xiao received a text from Fu Yangxue, indicating the venue was at the Hualong Hotel. Chapter 19. Transforming you into a true woman. In Longhai City, who doesn't know the Hualong Hotel? It is one of the few establishments claiming a 6-star rating. To hold a wedding banquet, there is a mark of prestige. There is even a joke about a woman rejecting a bridal price just to host a banquet at the Hualong Hotel, while the man pleads for a dowry. Yu Xiao had only attended a wedding banquet there once, and it was a true testament to the saying, you get what you pay for, with everything conducted in grand style. The culinary offerings were top-notch. Abalone the size of a fist, exquisite French caviar, a spoonful per person, rumored to cost over 1,000 yuan. It was not merely dining, it was a lavish expenditure. Fu Yangxue was making a significant investment this time, all for a smile from a beautiful lady. If it were up to him, he would never squander such money. Pursuing a girl is not done this way, especially one of Gu Wan'er's caliber. Before the end of the workday, Yu Xiao instructed Gu Wan'er's bodyguards to return first and took her car to the hotel. No, it was actually his car. At that moment, Gu Wan'er observed the woeful expression on Zhao Yang's face. Her heart softened. Brother Yu, I see you're just jealous. President Gu has taken a liking to me instead of you. Gu Wan'er felt as if she might turn to stone. This glutton had truly lost his senses. She drove off, leaving the beleaguered Zhao Yang behind, thinking to himself that Brother Yu was becoming increasingly unsupportive, his jealousy overwhelming. Just the thought of President Gu casting him flirtatious glances brightened Zhao Yang's mood, and he immediately immersed himself in dreams of the future. At the prearranged location, Yu Xiao opened the door and settled into the passenger seat, asking, why do you insist on following me? If I don't keep an eye on you, what will become of my reputation? You are the one who will tarnish my reputation. With just one retort, Yu Xiao had left Gu Wan'er speechless, knowing she could not win an argument against him. Aside from Fu Yangxue, who else do you know? Necessary intelligence about Yu Xiao is still something I need to understand to avoid being caught off guard later. Gu Wan'er remarked dismissively, I am not well acquainted with this area. I have merely heard of a few individuals. Is Fu Yangxue formidable? Mediocre at best, she replied. I have heard he is just someone else's subordinate. Gu Wan'er shrugged, gripping the steering wheel. If he is a subordinate and still pursues you, doesn't that imply his superior has feelings for you? Gu Wan'er rolled her eyes instantly. Do you think everyone is like you? Unable to resist beautiful women. When I see a beauty, that is usually the case. As she spoke, she slapped her thigh with a resounding clap, nearly causing Gu Wan'er to widen her eyes in disbelief. Yu Xiao, you made my leg red. Indeed, with such delicate skin. A gentle slap left a mark. Yu Xiao chuckled, provoking Gu Wan'er to fume with exasperation. Suddenly, Yu Xiao shouted, brake. Brake, damn it, brake. Just as it seemed they would collide, Gu Wan'er slammed the brakes, leaving a dark tire mark on the road, barely avoiding disaster. Are you insane? Yu Xiao, if you keep messing around with my body, we'll both suffer the consequences. Yu Xiao, noticing Gu Wan'er's irritation, promptly switched to a soothing demeanor. After all, one must not offend the benefactor. Ms. Gu. Gu Wan'er's expression turned icy as she stared ahead. Xiao Wan'er. Gu Wan'er nearly retched. We are not that familiar. Do not address me so intimately. Yu Xiao clutched his heart dramatically, lamenting, your words pierce my heart like a dagger. I thought we shared hardships and were already friends, but I see you still regard me as an outsider. I knew wealthy individuals like you would never take me seriously. He then gazed out the window, feigning profound sorrow. Gu Wan'er cast a puzzled glance, wondering why he suddenly became so melodramatic, making her feel like a villain. How will you introduce me once we go inside? Gu Wan'er changed the subject, providing an opportunity for both to move past the previous incident. However, Yu Xiao replied wistfully, I am unworthy of conversing with you. I am merely a commoner, while you are a grand princess of a conglomerate. Yu Xiao, enough already, taking advantage and still playing coy. You have already left a mark on the leg of a conglomerate princess. Then let me massage it for you. Gu Wan'er was utterly exasperated. You scoundrel, taking liberties in front of me. How despicable, and you perform so convincingly. Suddenly, Gu Wan'er had a moment of inspiration, raising her fist and asking, Yu Xiao, what is this? A massive fist. If this enormous fist comes crashing down, you might truly become a woman. Yu Xiao's lips twitched. Gu Wan'er, you have some nerve. If you dare to mess around further, beware that I might just sever your. Yu Xiao, if you dare to sever, I will undergo gender reassignment surgery, turning you into a true man. Gu Wan'er was utterly flabbergasted, and the two exchanged fierce glares until the car behind them honked. After a round of mutual provocation, they unwittingly arrived at the hotel entrance. As Gu Wan'er exited the vehicle, she stormed off with indignation, leaving Yu Xiao utterly bemused. It seemed that if it was not her own car, she had little regard for it. Without hesitation, he slid into the driver's seat, caressing the steering wheel, murmuring, "Oh, my dear, how you been wronged? Fear not, I shall avenge you tonight." "Madam, would you like assistance with parking?" A dashing valet inquired with a charming smile at the side of the car. "Very well, but do be cautious, and do not scrape it," she replied. "Rest assured, madam." Yu Xiao watched as his beloved vehicle was driven away by a stranger, his mind racing with concerns about whether they would treat it with the care it deserved. At the entrance, Gu Wan'er suddenly noticed a peculiar detail that she had overlooked earlier. Yu Xiao had tied a red silk ribbon around his ankle, and it was tied in a single knot. What could this signify? "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a beautiful woman?" Yu Xiao remarked as he passed by her, imitating her tone with a playful twist. Gu Wan'er felt an urge to slap him, yet realized that it would only result in her own injury. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to keep pace with Yu Xiao, thinking to herself that he would soon understand the folly of his ways. Meanwhile, Yu Xiao reveled in the moment, recalling their previous encounter when Gu Wan'er had held herself in such high regard. It was time for her to experience a different perspective. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Gu Wan'er finally asked, "Why do you have that tied around your ankle?" "You wouldn't understand. Only men comprehend men. Such a modest embellishment can wield profound impact," he replied. Furrowing her brow, Gu Wan'er recognized that she was indeed garnering more attention. The well-dressed elite around them would cast furtive glances, their eyes inevitably drawn to the red ribbon adorning his ankle. This fellow had managed to elevate his own presence to such a degree. "If you were truly a woman, you could easily ensnare many a man," she jested. "Such words cannot be uttered. Primarily, it is your beauty and splendid figure that draws attention," he countered. Gu Wan'er was momentarily taken aback by his unexpected flattery. Something felt amiss, though she could not quite pinpoint what was strange about it. Chapter 20. If you wish for me to be your shield, you must increase the price. In the opulent banquet hall on the third floor, lavish decorations adorned the space, with enchanting piano melodies filling the air, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of an opera house. Tables were laden with a sumptuous array of food, and even gourmet chefs were present to prepare dishes on the spot. A steady stream of young people entered, the majority being affluent heirs. As the organizer of this gathering, Fu Yangxue was in high spirits, for not everyone could entice Gu Wan'er to attend. Yet, envy loomed in the air, particularly from Lu Zhengji, who, despite lacking Fu Yangxue's striking looks, was nonetheless well known within their social circles. His family was entrenched in the transportation industry, owning numerous cargo ships and luxurious cruise liners, along with a logistics company in the country. Currently, he managed a domestic logistics firm with commendable performance. Yet he too indulged in the thrill of adventure, often engaging in extreme sports whenever time permitted. He wondered what means Fu Yangxue had employed to secure Gu Wan'er's presence. Who among us wouldn't desire to associate with the eldest daughter of the Gu family? To marry her would be to acquire both wealth and beauty, Lu Zhengji scoffed. Beside him stood a man wearing glasses, his fair complexion giving off a genteel aura. Fu Quan hails from a family entrenched in the real estate industry. However, he finds himself disinclined to adhere to such constraints, remaining indifferent to his family's enterprises and yearning for freedom. His visit today is primarily to witness the beauty from Jingzhou and to compare her allure with the enchanting women of Longhai City. Are you envious? The goblet in Fu Quan's hand contains not champagne or red wine, but merely ordinary water. Lu Zhengji scoffed, unable to tolerate Fu Quan's self-satisfied demeanor, questioning how a coal miner could infiltrate such circles. "If he is a coal miner, your family is merely in the delivery business," Fu Quan retorted with a slight smile, exuding an almost serpentine charm. Lu Zhengji unflinchingly countered, "Ha, your family is in the bricklaying business." Fu Quan adjusted his glasses and replied, "An apt metaphor indeed." Observing Fu Quan's nonchalant disposition, Lu Zhengji lost interest in further debate and continued to criticize. Were it not for Pan Wei, he wouldn't be thriving in this milieu. "Why don't you go flatter Pan Wei then?" Fu Quan quipped while sipping his water. "To hell with that." At that moment, Fu Yangxue approached, radiating a sense of triumph. Although it was merely a small gathering, it felt akin to a public announcement, introducing his partner to the social elite. "Lu Xiao, Fu Xiao, I appreciate your presence." Fu Yangxue addressed them with courtesy, acknowledging that apart from Pan Wei, these two were among the few seasoned signs of wealth. Lu Zhengji, unyielding, replied coolly, "I am here solely to admire beauty. It has nothing to do with courtesy." Fu Yangshue's expression darkened slightly, though he dared not retort. Suddenly, Fu Quan placed a hand on Fu Yangshue's shoulder, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Yes, just like that. Don't take it to heart. Fu Yangshue's face brightened momentarily. Of course not. Please, make yourselves comfortable. I apologize for any inadequacies in hospitality. With that, he turned to leave, but his smile vanished instantly. What is there to discuss with such a person? Lu Jingji remarked with disdain. Be it aversion or affection, becoming too invested can distort one's emotions, rendering it futile. A shiver coursed through Lu Jingji as he contemplated this philosophical stance, pondering that perhaps it would be better to assist his family with bricklaying. Yet he felt conflicted, aware that his words lacked substance, while others beamed with delight, leaving him in a state of discontent. Look at him, adopting a sage-like demeanor. Why don't you just become a monk? I believe the Buddhist path suits you. The worldly life is for those who desire it. Do you still have such desires? Aren't you disinterested in women? Fu Quan chuckled lightly. The worldly life does not necessarily equate to women. After all, we've barely engaged in conversation, and you seem intent on extinguishing it. Speaking with you is quite exhausting. Lu Jingji had grown accustomed to this behavior. He had always been like this, often seen clutching a book in his youth, resembling a lunatic. You're simply too impatient. It would be better if you could be more composed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Allow me to recommend a book. It might teach you the art of discretion and wisdom. Get lost. Fu Quan sighed, shaking his head in resignation. You are beyond help. At this moment, the grand doors slowly swung open, revealing a woman adorned in a flowing red gown. Her exquisite beauty and alluring figure undoubtedly tested the limits of the men present, particularly accentuated by the crimson ribbon adorning her fair ankle, which elevated temptation to its zenith. This striking hue left the male onlookers in a state of disarray. Even Fu Quan, who typically held little interest in women, found himself momentarily captivated, while Lu Jingji stood beside him, utterly mesmerized, murmuring, the eldest daughter of the Gu family in Jingzhou truly lives up to her reputation. It's no wonder Fu Yangxue is willing to be a mere servant. Not everyone is worthy of such a position in her presence. Fu Quan chuckled softly, acknowledging that he had encountered many beautiful women, yet few could rival her allure. Who is that man accompanying her? I don't believe he is known in our circles. Lu Jingji inquired with curiosity. After a brief observation, Fu Quan confidently replied, that individual maintains a respectful distance from the Gu family's eldest daughter. Upon entering, he surveyed the surroundings with a vigilant demeanor, his eyes betraying a hint of concern. If I'm not mistaken, he is likely a bodyguard. Should Gu Wan'er learn of this, she would undoubtedly retort vehemently, insisting that he was the real bodyguard, and that his entire family were bodyguards. This fellow merely walks quickly and failed to keep pace. His vigilance stems from a fear of encountering acquaintances and a concern over Yu Xiao's unpredictable behavior, as he is prone to astonishing actions. With Yu Xiao's entrance, a profound silence enveloped the space, leaving only the enchanting melody of the piano. Fu Yangxue stood dumbfounded for a moment before striding forward, for in his eyes, Gu Wan'er appeared exceptionally stunning today, outshining the women around her. He beamed with pride, relishing the envy of the young masters present. However, Fu Yangxue's attention soon shifted to the man behind Gu Wan'er. Was this not the same man from that morning? Why was he accompanying her now? Who exactly is this man? It was not solely Fu Yangxue who pondered this. Others were equally intrigued by the identity of the man beside the Gu family's eldest daughter. Yet, the distance between them suggested a lack of intimacy. Had they shared a close bond, they would surely have entered together side by side. Wan'er, who is this? Fu Yangxue inquired with a smile, though in Yu Xiao's eyes. That smile resembled the grin of a husky he had once owned. My personal bodyguard, Yu Xiao replied. Fu Yangxue frowned at this, scrutinizing Gu Wan'er. Why would you require a man as your personal bodyguard? This is rather peculiar. Gu Wan'er had not anticipated Yu Xiao's declaration, yet she could accept it. Fearing he might add, this is my boyfriend. Yu Xiao was not foolish enough to become a mere shield. Such a perilous proposition warranted a significant fee if he were to claim such a title. Chapter 21. The Legend of Bai Yi. Lu Jingji was taken aback. Indeed, he was a bodyguard, and Fu Quan's deduction proved accurate, showcasing his keen observation skills. Do you find her more attractive, or do our local beauties surpass her? Lu Jingji curiously inquired. It had been 2 or 3 years since he last saw her in person, but based on past experiences, it could be said that each possessed their own unique charm. Without the presence of that wild woman Yi Shi, life felt as bland as porridge. Lu Jingji reminisced about past antics and found himself nostalgic. That woman had been bolder than he, though she had unfortunately been sent abroad by her family for reformation. Fu Quan adjusted his glasses and chuckled softly, remarking, "Yet, when compared to Lord Bai, they still fall short." "Lord Bai? What do you mean? Is Lord Bai a woman?" Lu Jingji gasped, as the tales of Lord Bai were well known, yet few had ever glimpsed her true visage. Her identity was shrouded in mystery. There was no concrete evidence, but it was highly probable. "Don't keep me in suspense. Tell me, did you see something?" Lu Jingji inquired eagerly. The name of Lord Bai resonated powerfully. With a mere snap of her fingers, entire companies could vanish, and with a single command, a trade war could be ignited, compelling foreign entities to apologize. A true legend. Half a year ago, a remarkable guest visited my home. This woman possessed unparalleled elegance. Time had left no marks upon her, but rather, she exuded a unique charm. Such an aura cannot be compared to that of the young ladies from the Gu family or Yi Xiao. Perhaps when they reach their zenith, they might attain such grace. Lu Jingji regarded his close friend in disbelief, for he had never heard him speak so highly of a woman. His demeanor resembled that of an infatuated admirer. "Is it merely her beauty that leads you to believe she is Lord Bai?" Lu Jingji questioned. "That is but one aspect. My father's demeanor towards her was exceptionally warm. As you know, my father rarely smiles throughout the year, yet that day he was all smiles, nodding and bowing in a manner that could not be overstated. The following day, he received a significant project. It is only Lord Bai who could elicit such a change in him. Even within the Gu consortium, no one else could achieve that." Listening to Fu Quan, Lu Jingji found his assertions credible. He had never witnessed Fu Quan's father smile before. Yet this is impossible. The tales of Lord Bai have been told since our childhood, even by our grandparents. How could she be an exceptionally beautiful woman? Fu Quan took another sip from his cup, draining it this time. "Indeed, I believe that Lord Bai is merely a title, not a designation for a specific individual. That woman may very well be a descendant of Lord Bai, inheriting the title." Lu Jingji furrowed his brow deeply. Fu Quan was astute and likely not mistaken. But if he were indeed correct, then the illustrious Lord Bai was a young woman of celestial beauty. The thought intrigued him, igniting a desire to witness her true form. "I am merely speculating. Do not spread this recklessly. Such matters are not trifles," Fu Quan cautioned, initially reluctant to disclose this information, fearing it would be miscommunicated. For Lord Bai was not to be trifled with. Lu Jingji nodded in understanding. "Rest assured, I comprehend this principle." He then turned his gaze towards Gu Wan'er, as Fu Yangxue was introducing some wealthy heirs. "Fu Yangxue is quite the sycophant. I suspect she will end up with nothing." Fu Quan removed his glasses and began to clean them with a specialized cloth. Though she may be obsequious, this time Fu Yangxue is on the right track. The young lady from the Gu family needs to forge connections. She is unfamiliar with Longhai City, facing not only internal strife but also external threats. Indeed, within the Gu family here, she has no voice. It is all in the hands of Yu Xiao and his associates, who have amassed considerable wealth over the years. Lu Jingji appeared displeased, as these two individuals had encroached upon his interests, leaving him with significantly less profit, and he felt quite vexed. "As far as I am aware, since the young lady of the Gu family assumed her position, those two individuals have not even set foot in the company, clearly disregarding her authority. It is likely that they have someone backing them, as the Gu household is rife with deception and intrigue." Lu Jingji scoffed, remarking, "With such a vast conglomerate, how could there be tranquility? My several cousins nearly resorted to knives in their pursuit of a single position. Alas, how liberating it is to be free from such competition." I said, "Fu Quan, do you not intend to vie for a share of the family fortune? It amounts to billions. My brother, are you truly willing to relinquish it to outsiders?" Fu Quan picked up a plate, delicately lifted a tart, and smiled at times. "I wish my father would go bankrupt." Lu Jingji was momentarily taken aback and chose not to press further. Years ago, when Fu Quan's mother was gravely ill, his father was away on business, only returning 3 days after her passing. Since that time, Fu Quan had harbored a cold demeanor towards his father. At this moment, Yu Xiao, under the guidance of Fu Yangxue, was becoming acquainted with the young heirs of affluent families. One should not underestimate these individuals, as they hold positions within their family enterprises, rather than merely indulging in a life of leisure. It would be more accurate to say they were being introduced for the benefit of the reserved Gu Wan'er, who, despite her silence, was undoubtedly memorizing the names of these individuals. This was one of the purposes of their visit, Having more friends is certainly preferable to having more adversaries. Gu Wan'er indeed seemed to understand Yu Xiao's intentions, suggesting that this fellow possessed a modicum of conscience. Soon, the two approached Lu Zhengji and Fu Quan. When Fu Yangxue spoke their names, Gu Wan'er recognized them, understanding that these two men held significant status within their circle, particularly Lu Zhengji. Miss Gu, it is an honor to finally meet you. Your radiance is truly captivating, Lu Zhengji said, extending his hand with a charming smile. Gu Wan'er was not fond of such frivolous greetings, yet Yu Xiao appeared quite at ease, seeming far more agreeable than Fu Yangxue. However, Fu Yangxue was also displeased, feeling that his woman was being trifled with, as if he had no temper left. To Fu Yangxue's surprise, Gu Wan'er did not exhibit anger. Instead, she smiled. A rare occurrence for her. Upon entering, Yu Xiao observed the two standing apart, either isolated due to a lack of strength or too formidable to engage. It was evident that Fu Yangxue dared not lose his temper with them, suggesting their considerable power. Yu Xiao extended her delicate, fair hand and lightly touched Lu Zhengji's, smiling. Mr. Lu, you are remarkably handsome. I can only imagine how many young ladies are enamored with you. Lu Zhengji was momentarily stunned, never anticipating that this young lady of the Gu family would be so amiable, and flattering him in such a manner sent him soaring with pride. Gu Wan'er slightly furrowed her brow. Just moments ago, Yu Xiao had been quite composed, yet now her demeanor seemed to be veering toward the unusual. Beside them, Fu Quan was also intrigued. He had heard that the Gu young lady possessed a cold temperament, yet she did not appear to fit that description today. No matter how many girls may be fond of you, they cannot compare to Miss Gu, Lu Zhengji declared provocatively, casting a challenging glance at Fu Yangxue, inquiring whether he felt agitated. Fu Yangxue's expression darkened, clearly on the verge of an explosion. Yu Xiao covered her mouth, chuckling softly. Mr. Lu, your words are truly sweet. They brighten one's mood immensely. Upon uttering those tantalizing words, Gu Wan'er felt a tingling sensation envelop her scalp. The way this fellow donned the guise of a woman was simply unparalleled. Just gazing at her alluring demeanor was enough to ensnare even her own heart, let alone the men surrounding her. Fu Yangxue's heart burned with jealousy as she witnessed the woman she adored engaging in light-hearted banter with another man, something she had never experienced herself. She immediately directed a sharp rebuke at Lu Zhengji. What is your intention? Do you lack basic courtesy by interrupting my conversation with Miss Gu? Lu Zhengji, having endured this provocation for far too long, shot back, unable to contain his ire any longer. He had been patient with this insufferable person, yet here he was, daring to challenge him while Lu was in a good mood. Yu Xiao had not anticipated that she would inadvertently incite a confrontation between two men. Gu Wan'er was like a human fuse, igniting chaos wherever she went. The ancient adage about beautiful women being a source of calamity rang true. Fu Yangxue coldly retorted, Lu Zhengji, I kindly invited you here, yet you persistently disrespect me, exchanging glances with my woman as if I were invisible. Yu Xiao, unwilling to tolerate this any longer, interjected sternly, Mr. Fu, mind your manners. I am not your woman. Gu Wan'er sighed in relief, fearing that Yu Xiao might inadvertently jeopardize her position. Upon hearing Fu Yangxue's claim of her being your woman, Lu Zhengji scoffed loudly. Who do you think you are? A mere coal miner daring to covet a swan? You are nothing but a bat adorned with chicken feathers. His voice resonated through the crowd, which was all too familiar with such spectacles. It was precisely these situations that rendered the evening entertaining. Gu Wan'er, puzzled, quietly inquired, what does it mean to be a bat with chicken feathers? Suddenly enlightened, she realized that Yu Xiao seemed quite knowledgeable. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that he was insulting her. In a moment of fury, Fu Yangxue's last vestige of reason was consumed by rage, and without a second thought, she delivered a powerful punch. Lu Zhengji, taken aback by her audacity, failed to evade the blow, which landed squarely on his face, sending him crashing toward the dining table. The unexpected turn of events startled Gu Wan'er, causing her to shudder involuntarily, a sight that caught the attention of Fu Quan, her personal bodyguard. How could a bodyguard be intimidated by such a trivial altercation? Lu Zhengji spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, but did not forget to shove a piece of cake into his mouth before rising. Fu Yangxue, I fought in Longhai City. You are merely your father's shadow. With that, he launched a swift kick. Fu Yangxue was sent sprawling across the room, toppling a small table and creating a chaotic scene. The force of the kick rendered her unable to rise, revealing her lack of physical fitness. Yu Xiao observed with a shake of his head. This was pitiful. Who had given her the audacity to pursue a woman? In Fu Yangshue's eyes, this was sheer disappointment. A rush of shame and fury igniting her brain, with adrenaline surging through her veins. Gu Wan'er was astonished. What kind of sorcery had Yu Xiao employed to provoke Fu Yangxue into such a frenzied counterattack? Yu Xiao himself was caught off guard, glancing at her as if he had bestowed upon her a surge of ferocity. Yet, he mused, that single glance had indeed been potent. Had it been directed at himself, he might have erupted on the spot. However, even with an additional layer of defense, Fu Yangxue remained no match for Lu Zhengji, who swiftly pinned him to the ground, rendering him immobile. Yu Xiao felt a deep sympathy for Fu Yangxue, realizing that pursuing a romantic interest should not lead one to recklessness. Losing face is trivial compared to the complete loss of dignity. Fu Yangxue, weren't you so impressive? Let us see it, Lu Zhengji taunted, pressing his knee against Fu Yangshue's waist while raising his hands, causing Fu Yangxue to wail in pain. Lu Zhengji, you wait. Fu Yangxue shouted defiantly, but Lu Zhengji retorted, still stubborn, are we? Today, I shall make you suffer. However, if you admit your mistake and call me grandpa, I might just let you off. With that, Lu Zhengji applied more pressure, prompting Fu Yangxue to struggle desperately, only to intensify his agony. As he listened to the mocking remarks surrounding him, coupled with the thought of Gu Wan'er observing him, tears began to flow from the pain. Suddenly, a girl nearby exclaimed, "Look, Fu Yangxue is crying. Wow, he really is crying. Lu Gu is truly impressive." Others chimed in. Why provoke Lu Gu in the first place? Isn't this just asking for trouble? Men and women alike began recording videos of Fu Yangshue's humiliation. At that moment, Yu Xiao stepped forward and gently remarked, "Mr. Lu, this is not right. Look, he is crying." Lu Zhengji glanced at Gu Wan'er, smiled, and then playfully tapped Fu Yangxue on the back of his head, saying, "You useless fool, if Miss Gu hadn't pleaded for you, I would have made sure you regretted today." Fu Yangxue, hearing Gu Wan'er's voice, felt utterly humiliated, wishing he could vanish into thin air. Now released, he could not bear to look at Gu Wan'er, yet he shot a furious glare at Lu Zhengji, declaring, "Just wait. What is the matter? Off to find your master? Hurry up and bark a few times. I'll be here waiting." Lu Zhengji taunted as Fu Yangxue angrily pointed at him and stormed away, avoiding any further glance at Gu Wan'er, overwhelmed by shame. Yu Xiao leaned toward Gu Wan'er and whispered, "Miss Gu, mission accomplished. Are you satisfied? He won't trouble me again, will he?" You underestimate a man's pride. Exposing his most humiliating moment before his crush is more painful than death. How could he face you again? Gu Wan'er avait holdt playfully pinching Yu Xiao's heel. Yu Xiao winced. Gu Wan'er, are you out of your mind? My delicate skin can't handle that. Gu Wan'er released him, feeling frustrated that she could neither hit nor scold him effectively. Yu Xiao rubbed his side and complained, "You really don't hold back on yourself. By tomorrow, you'll probably see bruises. Fine, then I'll help you with that too, and we'll call it even." "Sure, go ahead. I have tough skin." "It once he hurt me," Yu Xiao replied nonchalantly, which only served to irritate Gu Wan'er further, making her feel as if she had swallowed a fly. If it weren't for Bai Yi, she would not have had to endure such grievances. As Fu Yangxue departed, the crowd resumed their conversations as if nothing had happened. Fu Quan brought Lu Zhengji an ice pack for his face, remarking, "You certainly know how to show off in front of the ladies. If he really called Pan Wei over, you'd be in trouble." Chapter 23. Engaging in some thrills. What a display of arrogance. I have longed to give him a good thrashing, and now the opportunity has finally arrived. Lu Zhengji pressed an ice pack against his cheek, realizing that Fu Yangxue, that little scoundrel, had quite a solid punch. While I was caught up in the act of violence, I noticed that there was something amiss with Gu Wan'er's bodyguard. Would it be wrong? It appears that Gu Wan'er has been deceitful. That man is not merely her bodyguard, but rather seems to share a more intimate connection with her. Lu Zhengji gawked in disbelief at the direction of Gu Wan'er and her companion. Upon Fu Quan's suggestion, it did seem plausible. The man was quite handsome, exuding a distinguished aura reminiscent of a wealthy heir. This cannot be true, Lu Zhengji thought, still unwilling to accept it. Just moments ago, they had been whispering to each other, and the man had even dared to caress Gu Wan'er's waist discreetly. What? Lu Zhengji's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment, and the sudden opening of his mouth caused him pain. The audacity of that man to touch Gu Wan'er's waist in plain sight was utterly outrageous. It was beyond boldness. If only I could have a chance to do the same. Fu Quan, equally incredulous, pondered how the esteemed Miss Gu could be so carelessly groped. Who was that man, capable of subduing Gu Wan'er to such an extent that she dared not resist? Yu Xiao sensed a gaze upon her and quietly warned Gu Wan'er, "Do not cause a scene. Be cautious lest someone notices. Yu Xiao, are such a performer. How could anyone possibly notice?" Gu Wan'er retorted, albeit begrudgingly taking on the burden alone. Just as they were engaged in their furtive conversation, the grand doors of the banquet hall swung open once more, revealing 3 figures. One of whom was the recently fled Fu Yangxue. Another man was of considerable stature, his shirt seemingly straining against his muscular frame. One punch from him would certainly spell trouble. The man in the middle was Pan Wei, sporting a crew cut and a small patch of facial hair. Dressed in ordinary attire of a t-shirt and cropped pants, yet wearing a confident smile. Upon seeing Pan Wei, Yu Xiao furrowed her brow in dismay. How could it possibly be him? Lu Jingji, come out at once. The burly man strode to the dining table and, with a single hand, overturned it, demonstrating formidable strength. Fu Quan chuckled, teasing, "Look who's here. Zhao Yu, that big fool. Did you expect this? Perfect timing. Let us tidy things up together." Lu Jingji scoffed, dismissively tossing aside the ice pack. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Pan Wei began walking towards Gu Wan'er. The confidence drained from his smile, replaced by a furrowed brow and a serious demeanor. Yu Xiao whispered a warning. "Just ignore whatever he says." Gu Wan'er was taken aback, about to inquire why, when Pan Wei approached and directly addressed her. "Yu Xiao, what are you doing here?" His unexpected behavior left everyone present astounded. They had anticipated that Pan Wei would greet the illustrious Miss Gu, yet instead, he was engaging in conversation with her bodyguard, suggesting a prior acquaintance. Fu Quan now regarded Yu Xiao with keen interest, noting Pan Wei's displeasure. In his recollection, only Yi Shi could elicit such a reaction from Pan Wei. Who on earth was she? Gu Wan'er, equally perplexed, chose to heed Yu Xiao's advice and remain silent. Though her mind was rife with questions, how could she possibly know such an affluent young man? Seeing Yu Xiao's silence, Pan Wei appeared increasingly displeased. Just as he was about to speak, Yu Xiao coolly inquired, "Who are you?" Pan Wei was momentarily taken aback. Unexpectedly, Gu Wan'er was defending Yu Xiao. Realizing it was Miss Gu, he acknowledged his oversight and stated, "I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." After casting a warning glance at Yu Xiao, he turned and departed. Once he was gone, Gu Wan'er immediately expressed her curiosity. "How does he know you?" "He is the older brother of Fu Yangxue and is said to be quite formidable in local circles." I chided her. "Why are you so nosy? It's best to refrain from prying into societal affairs." "Oh, come on. If I encounter him in the future, I should be able to handle myself, right?" Yu Xiao retorted. "Please refrain from using my voice to act coy. It is quite nauseating." "Do tell," Gu Wan'er pressed on. "I'm truly baffled. This Pan Wei is my distant cousin. I met him once years ago and managed to best him in a confrontation." Yu Xiao briefly explained the situation. Gu Wan'er, however, displayed a look of incredulity. "You must be joking. You defeated him and he hasn't sought revenge?" To which Yu Xiao cautioned, "Indeed, so be careful." Gu Wan'er exclaimed, "Am I now in danger as well? How did you provoke such a person?" Gu Wan'er felt increasingly perplexed by Yu Xiao, but given their brief acquaintance of only a few days, such confusion was understandable. At that moment, a cacophony of shouts erupted. "Why hasn't the fight broken out yet?" Gu Wan'er observed with the demeanor of a spectator, leaving Yu Xiao somewhat embarrassed. Men fight in stages. First, they exchange verbal jabs. When a conversation escalates to "What are you going to do?" "Hit me," that is when the pushing begins, and then it's nearly on. "Oh, I see," Gu Wan'er remarked. But just as she finished, she noticed Yu Xiao approaching the quarreling men and quickly called out, "What are you doing? Come back." Ignoring her, Yu Xiao smiled at the men. "Gentlemen, fighting is rather dull. Let us indulge in something more exhilarating." All eyes turned to Yu Xiao, and Gu Wan'er knew trouble was brewing. "Miss Gu, this is our matter. Do you wish to intervene?" Pan Wei remarked coolly, seemingly undeterred by Gu Wan'er's status. "Fighting is simply childish antics," Yu Xiao retorted. "What then do you find interesting, Miss Gu?" she queried. Yu Xiao delicately extended her finger and replied, "Engaging in thrilling activities is far more entertaining." Pan Wei felt a sudden jolt, realizing the similarity in tone between Gu Wan'er and Yu Xiao. "Haha, I like it. So, do you dare to accept?" Lu Jingji, unperturbed, welcomed the challenge. Pan Wei scoffed, what is there to fear? As the situation escalated into something increasingly intriguing, the crowd relished the unfolding drama, reminiscent of the days when Yu Xiao was around, where every couple of days brought about a minor ruckus, and every few days a major one. After years, an entertaining event had finally emerged. At Yu Xiao's suggestion, everyone decided to change venues. In the car, Gu Wan'er questioned, why did you involve yourself? It's quite dangerous. Yu Xiao sighed. Ah, Miss Gu, while your beauty is ethereal and can captivate all, you still lack something essential. What is that? To thrive locally, one must earn the respect of the affluent heirs. Mere physical allure is insufficient. Admiration must be garnered. Gu Wan'er gasped. Are you implying that you will participate? Of course. Are you afraid? Someone retorted, having previously vowed to revamp the company at any cost. What I have to fear? Not in the slightest, Gu Wan'er insisted, steeling herself. Rest assured, if you happen to scrape your skin, I shall attend to it. He teased. Yu Xiao, do you feel uncomfortable if you don't take advantage of me for a day? Indeed, you are shameless. The two in the car resumed their playful bickering, which continued until they reached the abandoned factory in the suburbs. A convoy of vehicles was parked in an orderly fashion, featuring Ferraris and Lamborghinis, with Yu Xiao's BMW 5 Series being the least impressive. However, two cars were positioned 100 meters apart, one being Pan Wei's Aston Martin and the other Lu Zhengji's McLaren, ready for a game of bumper cars, where whoever turns the steering wheel first is at a disadvantage. The crowd erupted in excitement, recalling that such antics had not occurred since Yu Xiao's time. It was quite unexpected for an outsider like Gu Wan'er to suggest it. Lu Zhengji floored the accelerator. Don't be timid, Pan Wei remarked, lighting a cigarette nonchalantly. Fear not. I shall press the pedal to the metal tonight. I might just send you to the hospital. Who's going to the hospital remains to be seen. Pre-battle bravado was an essential ritual. Yu Xiao, smiling, stepped forward. Mr. Lu, allow me to take the lead on this. Upon hearing this, the crowd regarded Gu Wan'er with a mix of astonishment and admiration. Cheers erupted as a girl dared to engage in such an endeavor. Gu Wan'er felt a surge of confidence, realizing she was quite formidable. This person was once again flaunting their prowess with her body. Fu Quan, observing closely, cautioned, Miss Gu, this is quite perilous. Perhaps it is best to refrain from participating. Indeed, allow me to handle this. It does not concern you, Lu Zhengji urged earnestly, concerned for such a beautiful girl's safety. I am committed to seeing this through. Mr. Lu, you may merely observe, Yu Xiao declared with unyielding confidence, impressing the crowd with Gu Wan'er's beauty and tenacity, reminiscent of Yu Xiao's era. Lu Zhengji raised his thumb in admiration. A remarkable woman. You are the second woman I hold in high esteem. Oh, who is the first? Haha, perhaps you will meet her one day. I find myself rather curious about the sparks that might fly between such strong-willed women. Pan Wei, noting Gu Wan'er's determination to join, furrowed his brow. Miss Gu, I assure you, I will not go easy on you due to your status. That is unnecessary. I shall take full responsibility for what transpires, Yu Xiao replied, her disdain for Pan Wei evident, still harboring resentment from events years prior. Very well. With that, Pan Wei strode towards his vehicle. Yu Xiao then turned to the bowed Fu Yangxue, saying lightly, Mr. Fu, did you not once claim you would die for me? The opportunity has arrived. Gu Wan'er smirked. What a cunning tactic to strike at the heart. Who would desire to be your girlfriend? Only to be toyed with at your whim? Fu Yangxue, gritting her teeth, thought, you actually believe the words of a man? How could he die for you? Moreover, he would never offend Pan Wei for your sake. Weighing her options, Fu Yangxue chose to disregard his remark. Observing Fu Yangxue's indifference, the crowd erupted in derisive jeers, deeming her lacking in courage. With such timidity, how could she pursue the illustrious Miss Gu? TSK, TSK, TSK. Yu Xiao chuckled nonchalantly and strolled toward the striking yellow McLaren, its alluring curves glimmering under the light, while her long, elegant legs captivated all. Bending down to open the door elicited a chorus of whistles. The real Gu Wan'er seemed accustomed to it, opting for ignorance. The roar of the engine echoed like a beast in the stillness of the night, igniting excitement within the men. In response to Yu Xiao's provocation, Pan Wei pressed the accelerator, and the two cars resembled ferocious beasts baring their teeth at one another. Yu Xiao maintained her composure, gripping the steering wheel with one hand, her gaze fixed on the opponent, considering this her own vendetta. Meanwhile, Pan Wei remained stoic. though his heart raced, beads of sweat forming in his palms. At that moment, a young lady sauntered to the center of the two vehicles, and Yu Xiao, in her enthusiasm, revved the engine, prompting Gu Wan'er to remark on her inability to restrain herself in the presence of beauty. The young lady suddenly whipped out her lingerie and tossed it into the air, transforming the men into ravenous wolves. Gu Wan'er, witnessing such spectacle for the first time, felt a refreshing novelty. As the garment fell to the ground, Yu Xiao floored the accelerator, her rear wheels spinning wildly as if propelled by a javelin. Pan Wei, too, slammed on the gas, the silver Aston Martin galloping forth like a wild stallion. Given their speed, a collision would occur in mere seconds. In this moment, who would dare to turn the steering wheel? It was a gamble to see who would yield first. As the two vehicles closed in, the crowd held their breath, eyes glued to the scene. Pan Wei's face contorted with conflict. Gu Wan'er showed no signs of veering off course. Could a woman possess such audacity? Impossible. Surely, she was merely feigning bravery. Yet, 5 seconds later, Pan Wei realized she remained steadfast, his expression morphing into one of horror. What would be the outcome of such a collision at this speed? Mad woman, more reckless than Yi Shi. I still wish to keep my hands intact for the ladies. In a moment of desperation, Pan Wei abruptly swerved, narrowly grazing the front bumper of the McLaren. The crowd gasped, then erupted in exhilarated cheers, astonished that Gu Wan'er had triumphed, and that Pan Wei had faltered. Truly, she was a remarkable young lady from Jingzhou, leaving all in awe. Goodness, Miss Gu is extraordinarily impressive. If it were me, I would probably be trembling, murmured Lu Zheng, filled with admiration. Fu Quan adjusted his glasses and nodded, acknowledging, indeed, it is truly impressive. However, it cannot be denied that her series of maneuvers has garnered considerable support. She is undoubtedly a woman of both courage and cunning. I remarked, why do you always lean towards conspiracy theories? Can't other girls be brave too? I'm truly exasperated with you. Fu Quan made his mild incidents. Meanwhile, Gu Wan'er was anxiously distressed, nearly succumbing to a scream just moments ago. She resolved that he must not engage in such dangerous antics again. She had no desire to remain perpetually in a man's shadow. At that moment, the Aston Martin circled a few times before stabilizing. Inside, Pan Wei slammed his hands on the steering wheel, astonished to find himself bested by a woman for the second time. Casting a fierce glance at the McLaren, he drove away, prompting Zhao Yu and Fu Yangshu, who were in the crowd, to discreetly depart as well. Tonight had been a significant blow to their pride. Chapter 25, Tremble, for I have returned. Yu Xiao executed a stylish drift, halting before the crowd. He opened the car door, extending his long legs, the smoothness of his calves shimmering under the headlights. This scene captivated Gu Wan'er, who was entranced by her own beauty. No wonder those insufferable men flocked to her like flies. Yu Xiao smiled at the onlookers. As a newcomer to this esteemed place, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Miss Gu is formidable. I am in awe. You flatter me. Miss Gu, should you face any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I will help in any way I can. Miss Gu, you are the second woman I truly admire. Hearing their praises, Yu Xiao recognized the successful completion of his mission, a veritable trifecta of achievements. He was indeed a genius. Yet it must be said, the situation had been precarious. Fortunately, he had managed to gauge Pan Wei's temperament, emerging unscathed. After boasting to the crowd, Yu Xiao and Gu Wan'er entered the car. Miss Gu, how does it feel to be renowned now? They say you're on par with someone named Yi Shi. Do you realize how perilous that was? What if Pan Wei had not turned the steering wheel? Yu Xiao paused, feeling a warmth in his heart. Miss Gu, you actually worried about me. I was concerned for my own safety. Yu Xiao, I must have been too reckless. However, Gu Wan'er insisted, do not engage in such dangerous activities again. I wish to reclaim my health. Understood. Women do enjoy their lengthy admonishments. Drive, I am famished. Gu Wan'er shot Yu Xiao a glare, resigning herself to being the passenger. On the road, a McLaren caught up and Lu Zhengji rolled down his window, calling out, Miss Gu, shall we go for some skewers? Certainly, follow us. Yu Xiao replied with a grin. The best place for skewers was the old barbecue joint, where Yu Xiao had dined during his student days. Over the years, the prices had scarcely risen, and the proprietress remained ever warm and welcoming. At this moment, in a rural county surrounding Longhai City, there stood an exceptionally exquisite traditional Chinese courtyard, flanked by 2 massive stone lions at its entrance. The vermilion door was firmly closed. Yet 2 men stood watch at either side. Above the central entrance hung a black plaque, inscribed with two characters, Bai Jia. In the pitch-black courtyard, a modest chamber glimmered with light. The furnishings within were unremarkable, lacking in exquisite porcelain or valuable paintings. Instead, numerous bamboo strips were present, intended for weaving bamboo structures. Seated at a small table were two individuals. One was Bai Ji, and opposite her sat an elderly man in his 80s, his silver hair framing a deeply wrinkled face. Yet his eyes retained a sharpness, now well concealed. This man was Bai Ji's grandfather, Bai Zhangwo. "Grandfather, how have you been lately?" Bai Ji inquired with genuine concern. For he was her only remaining relative, her entire world. She had no recollection of her parents, who had tragically passed away when she was very young. Bai Zhangwo coughed heavily, prompting Bai Ji to rush to his side, gently patting his back while offering him a glass of water. "Perhaps I should just die," he muttered. Bai Ji, feeling helpless, responded, "Grandfather, don't call me that. I have no face left to meet your parents. At over 30, do you wish for the Bai family line to end with you?" Bai Zhangwo slammed his hand on the table, reprimanding her. There was no other who could speak to Bai Ji in this manner. Anyone else would surely be at a loss. Bai Ji sighed softly, "Grandfather, finding a partner is not that easy." "Huh, I've heard you say that for a decade. You're just wishing for me to die sooner, so you can be free of my nagging." With that, Bai Zhangwo turned his gaze elsewhere, acting like a petulant child. What else could Bai Ji do but indulge him in a playful manner? If this image of hers were to be revealed, many would find it hard to accept. "Stop playing these games with me, grandfather. I want to eat anymore. I'll come back when I have a boyfriend. Otherwise, you can just look at my corpse." "Very well. I'll bring a suitable grandson-in-law next time," he replied, though this had been said countless times before. It was merely a means to placate his temper. Hearing this, Bai Zhangwo snorted dismissively. "Grandfather, the direct descendants of the Gu family have arrived in Longhai City." Bai Zhangwo raised an eyebrow, his aged eyes suddenly sharp with interest. "What brings them here?" "I've had some contact. For now, there's nothing unusual, only a girl eager to prove herself." Bai Zhangwo slowly rose from the table, steadying himself. "From now on, handle such matters on your own. I wish to see you married, to give your parents some peace of mind. It's late. You should return." As he turned his back, Bai Ji understood that he no longer wished to engage. "Grandfather, please rest early. I'll visit again." She respectfully exited the chamber, gently closing the door behind her. Inside, Bai Zhangwo glanced back, his stern expression softening slightly. This could not continue. He needed to take matters into his own hands. Upon Bai Ji's emergence from the door, a scarred man approached her quietly. "Bai, I've just received news. Miss Gu has made a move today. What has happened?" Bai Ji inquired, her tone indifferent. The scarred man recounted the evening's events, leaving Bai Zhangwo quite astonished. It appeared the young lady had outmatched Pan Wei. She was intriguing, even more formidable than Yi Shishir had been in her youth. Truly, he had underestimated her. Meanwhile, on a beach on the opposite side of the earth, a captivating figure reclined upon the sand, her skin a healthy bronze, adorned with a chic short hairstyle, and her exquisite features devoid of any blemish. She embodied a wild beauty, a presence not easily trifled with. This was none other than Yi Shishir, as she was widely known. Suddenly, the phone on the table beside her rang, causing Yi Shishir to furrow her brow without answering. After a brief pause, it rang again, compelling her to rise with impatience, brushing the sand off her body. If Yu Xiao were to witness this, she would surely gasp. For Yi Shishir's legs were remarkably long, even surpassing those of Gu's own. Gu Wan'er stood at a height of 1.7 meters, which was already tall for a woman, whereas Yi Shishir measured 1.75 meters, only slightly shorter than Yu Xiao. Wearing high heels, she would match Yu Xiao's height effortlessly. "Who is it?" Yi Shishir inquired with irritation. "Sister Yi, the scene is chaotic. I just sent you a video. Take a look," came the excited voice from the other end of the line, urging her. Yi Shishir paused momentarily before opening the video, revealing the thrilling moment of two cars colliding. "Sister Yi, it's the young lady from Jingzhou." Pan Wei was utterly defeated by her. That fool Pan Wei, afraid of a woman, has brought shame upon Longhai. It's a case of a monkey claiming kingship in the absence of a tiger. When I return, I shall confront this young lady from Gu. After hanging up, Yi Shishir felt a sense of relief. Finally, there was someone formidable. Chapter 26. Still, Brother Yu is impressive. Longhai City. The old barbecue restaurant was not far from Yu Xiao's residence, merely a 10-minute walk. Although it was just a roadside stall, it was exceptionally popular, frequented by residents from nearby neighborhoods. especially in summer when people enjoyed skewers paired with chilled beer and exhilarating delight. At that moment, a BMW and a McLaren pulled up nearby, a sight that had become commonplace, having previously seen a Bentley. However, when a stunning beauty stepped out from the BMW's passenger seat, the men at the stall were momentarily entranced. Yu Xiao remarked that after transforming into a woman, she relished such attention. Sister Hong, the usual. Yu Xiao smiled at a middle-aged woman. The woman, referred to as Hong Jia, was taken aback, wondering who this beautiful girl was, as she felt she had never seen her before. Upon seeing Yu Xiao approach, Hong Jia quickly understood. Xiao, impressive. Your girlfriend is absolutely stunning. Yu Xiao, Gu Wan'er. Several familiar faces began to tease. Brother Yu, with such a beautiful sister-in-law, why not bring her out for us to see? Exactly. Brother Yu must be worried we might steal her away. Today, you have to treat us to beer. Your sister-in-law is too beautiful. Lu Jingji and Fu Quan, who had just arrived, confirmed their suspicions with these remarks, realizing they were indeed a couple. Old Quan, you're quite perceptive, one remarked. It wasn't particularly difficult to guess. Yet it seemed they were not inclined to make their relationship public. I see. They prefer to keep it clandestine. Lu Zhengji chuckled slyly. Yu Xiao gestured vigorously to Gu Wan'er, urging her to place an order and not just stand there foolishly. Gu Wan'er, flustered by the teasing from those around her, felt her cheeks growing warm. Observing Gu Wan'er's demeanor, Yu Xiao had no choice but to take the initiative. Madam Boss, today, please add an extra grilled fish. A large bowl of stir-fried rice noodles, a portion of grilled beef butter, a serving of potatoes and chives, and 4 orders of chicken wings. Let's start with these. Miss, are you truly Xiao's girlfriend? Yu Xiao refrained from answering, merely giving Hongjia a knowing glance, which she instantly comprehended. At that moment, Gu Wan'er stepped forward. What did you just say? What do you mean by what? Can I show off a bit? If you keep talking nonsense, I shall give you a good thrashing. With that, she kicked Yu Xiao, leaving everyone dumbfounded. One familiar face shouted, Brother Yu, we can't condone you bullying your wife like this, right everyone? Right? Yu Xiao chuckled teasingly. Once you've boarded her ship, you can't disembark. Gu Wan'er glared at him with an intensity that could devour, silently warning him to think twice before speaking again. Understanding her cue, Yu Xiao fell silent. However, in the eyes of the onlookers, Yu was still Yu. Just look at how he had trained this captivating woman. One glance was enough to keep her in check. They yearned to glean wisdom from him on how to make such a mesmerizing beauty submit. Lu Jingji and Fu Quan exchanged glances, astonished that the esteemed Miss Gu was intimidated by this man. My apologies for the laughter, Gu Wan'er smiled at them. It seems I have a penchant for expressing my admiration for Gu Wan'er, but I fear I may have disrupted my own image. We understand, Fu Quan chuckled lightly. Lu Jingji, however, was more curious and leaned closer to Gu Wan'er to inquire, Brother Yu, how did you manage to train the esteemed Miss Gu so obediently? Pray, teach me. At that moment, Yu Xiao was busy pouring water for everyone, displaying an unexpected gentleness. This only intensified the envy of the men towards his fortune. A woman of such exquisite beauty deserved to be cherished. Observing Yu, who was met with a kick yet remained calm, serving tea without a hint of displeasure. They couldn't help but admire him. My apologies for the inadequate hospitality, Yu Xiao smiled. Gu Wan'er shot him a fierce look, keep pretending. You know you'll pay for this tomorrow. Lu Jingji's desire to learn from Yu Xiao grew stronger. Should he acquire such skills, even the illustrious Bai Yi could be conquered. Suddenly, Yu Xiao sighed deeply, appearing weighed down by heavy thoughts. Gu Wan'er sensed trouble brewing. This man was up to something again. What troubles you, Miss Gu? Fu Quan inquired. Yu Xiao lamented, struggling in an unfamiliar city without anyone trustworthy by my side is exceedingly difficult. Gu Wan'er was momentarily taken aback. Realizing he was merely playing the victim, she had misjudged him. Indeed, the esteemed lady suffers greatly, with everyone against her. She has no choice but to rise in defiance. Gu Wan'er quickly crafted her own tale of woe. The two soon fell into a duet of lamentation, stirring hearts and evoking tears from their audience. Old Quan, aren't you free? Why not lend a hand? Lu Jingji suggested. Is that really appropriate? Fu Quan murmured, yet he felt a flicker of interest. This presented a formidable challenge. Gu Wan'er's eyes brightened as she subtly nudged Yu Xiao's leg beneath the table, urging him to step up his game. Yu Xiao felt as though she had unwittingly indulged herself, a peculiar sensation indeed. At this moment, she found herself in dire need of trustworthy companions. Gazing deeply at Fu Quan, she revealed a sincere look. Lu Zhengji concurred, suggesting, "Let us proceed, and while we're at it, seek vengeance for me by casting Gu Xiao and his companions aside. We may even coordinate our efforts." Raising her beer, Yu Xiao declared, "I hereby announce the official formation of our team. Cheers." Fu Quan nodded with a smile, lifting his beer. Gu Wan'er was elated, pleasantly surprised by the fruitful turn of events that evening. However, it was impossible for Fu Quan to ascend to a high-ranking position within the company, for his name carried considerable weight, and the Gu family would never permit an outsider into their upper echelons. Thus, discreet investigations would be conducted to gather evidence for a decisive strike. "Miss Gu, your actions today may very well attract someone's attention," Lu Jingji remarked with a mysterious smile. Yu Xiao paused, inquiring, "Whom do you mean?" "Yi Shishir," he replied. Both Yu Xiao and Gu Wan'er had heard the name Yi Shishir too often that evening and were curious about the formidable woman behind it. Fu Quan spoke softly. "You should be aware of the Yi family. She is the sole girl of the younger generation. Her brothers dote on her, allowing her to navigate through numerous troubles with ease." Gu Wan'er frowned. "I know a bit about the Yi family, but I have not heard of Yi Shishir." Lu Zhengji continued, "If you were aware of Yi Shishir's true nature, would you dare provoke her? She delights in playing the innocent while cunningly outmaneuvering others. We only discovered her true identity in the end. Others merely recognize her as formidable and, over time, have come to regard her as a leader. I once suffered under her hand." Chapter 27, Gu Wan'er's sister. Fu Quan chuckled upon hearing this. That night, Lu Zhengji had truly suffered, even more so than the unfortunate Fu Yangxue that evening. Most importantly, Pan Wei is her subordinate, Fu Quan added as a caution. Yu Xiao was taken aback. The notion of Pan Wei, with his temperament, acknowledging a woman as his superior, suggested something extraordinary about Yi Shishir. At that moment, a portly figure approached from afar, striding with an air of confidence, embodying the essence of triumph. Upon spotting Yu Xiao's familiar silhouette, he hurried over, only to be taken aback to find Yu Xiao in the company of General Gu, engaged in lively conversation. No, this cannot be. Yu Xiao is secretly enjoying an intimate camaraderie with General Gu, Zhao Liang thought in disbelief. Yu Xiao, noticing her befuddled friend, nudged Gu Wan'er with her foot, saying, "Look at how anxious he is." Gu Wan'er could only roll her eyes. "Who told you to throw flirtatious glances at noon? Now I must come to your rescue." "Hey, come sit," Gu Wan'er called out, mimicking Yu Xiao's tone. Yet, in Zhao Yang's eyes, Yu Xiao was now flaunting her fortune. It was no wonder she had rushed off after work. It turned out she was on a date with General Gu for the weekend. Lu Jingji and Fu Quan exchanged curious glances at Zhao Yang, who appeared to be heartbroken. Zhao Yang approached earnestly, saying, "Rest assured, Yu Xiao, I will not compete with you." Gu Wan'er merely looked on in disbelief. Yu Xiao nearly burst into laughter. "I wish you both a harmonious union for 100 years. Gu Wan'er hurriedly clarified, "Fatty, it's not what you think. I have no relationship with President Gu." "No wonder, brother you could offend President Gu without consequence. It turns out you two have been secretly seeing each other. Hongjia, bring 50 skewers of pork belly and 50 skewers of beef, and put it on brother Yu's tab. He must treat us to fill the void in my heart." Zhao Yang could only transform his sorrow into appetite. Just moments ago, he was beaming with joy, but now a whirlwind of realization had swept it away. With Zhao Yang's words, Fu Quan and Lu Jingji became even more convinced of their romantic relationship, exchanging knowing smiles, fully aware that no amount of disguise could conceal the truth. Gu Wan'er chose silence, realizing that further explanations only muddled the situation. Instead, Yu Xiao diligently served Gu Wan'er dishes and peeled shrimp, evoking envy from those around them. Gu Wan'er felt a surge of frustration towards Yu Xiao upon returning home. She feared others would say she had been tamed by him, becoming obedient and meek. This scoundrel, she thought, clearly harbored ill intentions. Meanwhile, Yu Xiao maintained, "Is there anything wrong with serving my benefactor tea and peeling shrimp? Absolutely not." Eventually, Gu Wan'er could no longer endure and suggested they disperse, reconvening another day. As a man, Lu Jingji understood well. Such a stunning beauty certainly deserved to be enjoyed at home. He expressed his envy towards brother Yu. Gu Wan'er was on the brink of collapse, bewildered by how her casual remarks transformed into something entirely different before them. And Yu Xiao, why was he acting coy? Had he become addicted to playing the role of a woman? In a fit of exasperation, Gu Wan'er seized Yu Xiao duo and stormed off, prompting laughter from their acquaintances, amused by brother Yu's eagerness. In the car, Yu Xiao duo smugly remarked, "President Gu, I'm still not full. Eat, eat. All you do is eat. Why don't you just burst?" Gu Wan'er retorted angrily, "Hurry and revert to normal by tomorrow, or I'll end up looking like a lovesick fool." Yu Xiao duo, with no regard for decorum, burped, causing Gu Wan'er to cover her face in embarrassment. "What are you waiting for? Let's go home." Gu Wan'er slammed the accelerator, and with a whoosh, they disappeared down the road. Lu Jingji pulled out a cigarette and remarked, "This is quite remarkable. Such a stunning flower has been plucked." "Let's go," Fu Quan chuckled, uninterested in matters between men and women, instead pondering how to undermine Gu Xiao and his companions. Zhao Yang held the greasy grilled pork belly and suddenly found it unappetizing. Brother Yu was being attended to by a beauty like President Gu tonight, while he could only rely on his own hands. We agreed to remain single together. And Brother Yu, you are untrustworthy. Gu Wan'er dropped Yu Xiao duo off at the entrance of her residential complex. "President Gu, aren't you going home to sleep?" Yu Xiao duo inquired. I'll just revert back tomorrow anyway. It's unnecessary. Your parents aren't home either." "That is true. Drive slowly." Gu Wan'er scoffed and pressed the gas pedal to the floor, while Yu Xiao duo pouted, thinking about how he would tease her upon returning. With a playful hum, he strolled leisurely into the complex. The security guard, recognizing Gu Wan'er, immediately granted them access. Yu Xiao duo playfully winked at the two security guards, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. Moments later, jubilant howls echoed from the security room. As Yu Xiao duo ambled down the path, she chuckled softly, reveling in the amusement of becoming Gu's own. However, the discomfort of the high heels was undeniable. Noticing the absence of passers-by, she slipped off her heels, cradling them in her hands, and walked barefoot towards Gu Wan'er's villa. Upon returning to the villa, Yu Xiao duo flung the heels aside, eager for a refreshing shower, as the once fragrant body had acquired an unpleasant scent akin to barbecue. Such a delightful beauty should not bear such an odor. Thus, she resolved to cleanse herself of this undesirable aroma with her own hands. As she turned a corner, a figure suddenly leapt out from behind, making a ghastly face. Yu Xiaoduo nearly retaliated with a slap, especially as the intruder spoke. "Sister, did I scare you?" Yu Xiaoduo thought, had that utterance been delayed by just 5 seconds, her hand would have met the girl's face. When the girl ceased her antics and dropped her hands, a stunning visage was revealed to Yu Xiaoduo. With fair skin and striking beauty, she bore a striking resemblance to Gu's own, particularly in her captivating eyes and alluring lips. Though she might not be as tall as Gu's own, standing around 168 centimeters, she was still quite statuesque. As for her alluring figure, only a closer examination would reveal who truly surpassed the other. "Damn it, Yu Xiaoduo, what are you thinking? You are a young and accomplished man. How could you entertain such lewd thoughts? At most, you should merely offer her a massage." Yet, on the contrary, this girl's vivacious spirit far outshone Gu Zong's stoic demeanor, which often seemed to suggest that everyone owed her something. It was a pity they weren't twins. Had they been, well, however, this face seemed familiar, as if she had encountered her before. "Sister, you're not really stunned by my scare, are you?" Gu Wan'er flashed a sweet smile and linked her arm with Yu Xiaoduo's, playfully shaking it. Yu Xiaoduo was hardly frightened. She simply found herself momentarily at a loss for words. "What brings you back?" Yu Xiaoduo inquired with a composed expression. Gu Wan'er immediately pouted her lips in a feigned display of grievance. "Sister, I came to keep you company for the weekend." Goodness, this sister was utterly delightful. Yu Xiaoduo found himself quite enamored. Chapter 28. Sweet sister, don't cause trouble. Could it be that Gu Zong intended to introduce this beauty to him? "Gu Zong, from now on, we shall be brothers, or rather, you are my sister-in-law. Previously, Yu Xiaoduo, was rather petty. I never anticipated you would introduce your own sister to me. Truly, the waters of fortune should not flow outside one's own field." And suddenly, a grand vision unfolded before him. Noticing Yu Xiaoduo's stoic demeanor, Gu Wan'er shook his hand, and he felt the friction of their hands, testing his limits. "Sister, I recently landed a role in a film. The set isn't far from here, so I thought I'd keep you company." After saying this, she hugged Yu Xiaoduo tightly, causing his blood to rush to his head. The opportunity presented before him felt too good to pass up. "Wait, filming?" He scrutinized her anew. Goodness, no wonder she seemed familiar. She must be the rising star, Wan'er, famed for her promising talent, both in acting and singing. and heralded as one of the most promising actresses of the past year. Last year, the suspenseful thriller I Have No Secrets captivated Yu Xiao, who marveled at the emergence of such a stunningly talented actress in contemporary times. She even joined a fan club and stored a few alluring photos of Wan'er on her phone. To her surprise, she now found herself in close proximity to the actress. How fortunate! However, the warmth radiating from the screen made her seem incredibly approachable. Upon closer inspection, she appeared somewhat like an immature child, deeply attached to her sister. Wasn't this an unexpected advantage for her? Gu Zong had never mentioned that she had a younger sister arriving to film. Filming? Gu Wan'er blinked her large, expressive eyes. Nodding adorably, I have no place to stay. How pitiful. Just look at her. So delightful and skilled at being endearing. She truly embodied femininity. In truth, Gu Wan'er, as the elder sister, cherished her sibling greatly, resulting in Gu Wan'er being quite clingy. Whenever they were alone, she would instantly revert to a childlike state. Just as she was now. All right then, Yu Xiao thought. What else could she say? Should she really send someone's sister away? That's wonderful. I feared you would kick me out again, but together we can form a Wan-Yun duo to combat the malevolent forces at home. Gu Wan'er clenched her small fist. Striking a heroic pose. Wan-Yun duo? More like an early pregnancy duo, Yu Xiao teased. Had we known each other a few years earlier, I could have turned you into an early pregnancy duo. The name is so lackluster. We might as well call it a beautiful girl group. If she were included, it could be dubbed the sandwich group. How delightful. Sister, why do you smell like barbecue? You didn't invite me. Who knew you were back? I want to take a shower. It's late. You should rest early. Yu Xiao thought she ought to retain some semblance of humanity and maintain her tough demeanor. I just wanted to surprise you. Please don't be upset. As she spoke, she playfully tugged at Yu Xiao's hand. With a resigned sigh, Yu Xiao replied, I'm not angry. Just go to bed. Okay, good night, sister. Good night. Watching Gu Zong's sister ascend the stairs, Yu Xiao exhaled a sigh of relief, surprised at her own composure. But then again, what did it matter if she lacked composure? She felt like a fool. Noticing an additional bag on the sofa, Yu Xiao discreetly glanced upstairs before approaching to investigate. Upon discovering the identification card, she learned that Gu Zong's sister was named Gu Wan'er, with Wan'er merely being her stage name. Never mind, she thought tomorrow she would let Gu Zong handle her sister. Back in her bedroom, Yu Xiao decided to admire her reflection before heading to the shower, only to begin lamenting the arduous task of washing her hair, which took forever to dry. She envisioned giving Gu Zong a chic bob cut, though she suspected that such a suggestion would result in her own demise. With damp hair, Yu Xiao emerged from the bathroom, only to find Gu Wan'er lounging on her bed, eyes wide with surprise. Sister, you're not wearing any clothes. Yu Xiao was taken aback. Was it customary to dress after showering in one's own bedroom? What are you doing in my bed? You should go back to sleep. She hastily donned a silk nightgown. I can't sleep. I want to talk to you. Yu Xiao settled at her vanity, saying, since you're here, why don't you dry my hair? Of course, boss. Gu Wan'er lifted the covers, revealing herself clad in a delicate nightgown, leaving little to the imagination. Goodness. Yu Xiao felt a surge of warmth creeping over her and hastily adjusted the air conditioning to a cooler setting. Sister, I overheard Mother mention that they are looking for a match for you, Gu Wan'er said softly, her tone tinged with a sense of helplessness as she held a hairdryer. Yu Xiao paused at her words. Had her earlier banter with Bai Yi been accurate? Gu was indeed a pitiable girl, unable to take charge of her own life, relying instead on her accomplishments to carve her path. It was no wonder she was so attentive to Bai Yi. Yu Xiao sighed in silence. Sister, in a few years, I might be in the same situation, Gu Wan'er murmured. The gentle-hearted Gu Wan'er lacked the courage to resist like her sister, if Gu Wan'er failed in her defiance. Her own resolve would diminish even further. Fear not. I shall protect you, Yu Xiao assured, sensing the deep bond between the sisters, aiding Gu Wan'er in expressing her sentiments. Hearing her sister's resolute words, Gu Wan'er beamed with joy. Sister, you are truly wonderful. I promise to be obedient and not cause you trouble. Yu Xiao chuckled, for as an only child, she sometimes envied those with siblings. Let me give you a shoulder massage, she said playfully. My dear sister deserves it. At your service. Gu Wan'er replied, reveling in the pampering from her celebrity sister. Sister, yesterday I inadvertently overheard a conversation among our cousins. It seemed to revolve around you. They were rather mischievous, so you must be cautious. Gu Wan'er quickly warned her sister to be vigilant, hoping to protect the hard-won opportunity from her cousin's interference. Do not worry. Dear Wan'er, I shall handle these matters, Yu Xiao reassured her, patting the back of Gu Wan'er's hand. Earlier, she had wished for an autograph, and now, being so close felt like a blessing. No, it was indeed her mother's prowess. Her prayers for a suitable match were remarkably effective. After 25 years of singlehood, it seemed either there was no one at all, or suddenly an overwhelming number appeared, leaving her bewildered. Once her hair was dried, Yu Xiao, not wanting to take advantage of the situation, said, "Let us get some rest. It's already past midnight." Gu Wan'er promptly burrowed under the covers and popped her head out, saying, "Sister, let us chat a bit. Mother, doesn't he need to know?" Goodness, is this truly a matter of chatting? If your sister finds out I'm sharing a bed with you, she might wield a kitchen knife against me, Yu Xiao replied. Tomorrow, we shall talk, she added, granting Gu Wan'er another chance, warning her not to provoke her further, for her formidable skills were yet to be unleashed. Chapter 29. Sister introduces a boyfriend. Wah. Gu Wan'er covered herself entirely. Yu Xiao sighed, "Gu, what can I do? I can't possibly be driven away. Would you have me sleep in the living room? That would make me a saint." When Gu wakes up tomorrow and discovers her sister beside her, she might very well be furious. "Sister, when did you start sleeping without clothes?" Gu Wan'er curiously inquired. "Goodness gracious. It's beneficial for health. Helps maintain one's figure." Yu Xiao rambled nonsensically. "Wan'er, if you keep fidgeting, your brother might have to take action." From a young age, Gu Wan'er was not very trusting of her sister. Upon hearing that maintaining one's figure was possible, she eagerly exclaimed, "Then I shall give it a try." Yu Xiao replied with a roll of her eyes. "Thank goodness the lights are off. Do you have a crush on any boys?" Listening to Gu Wan'er, Yu Xiao remarked, "Gu, your sister is yearning for a man." "No. Do you?" Yu Xiao asked curiously. "I don't either. Although there are many handsome men in the entertainment industry, they all desire my body. They're all wolves in sheep's clothing." Suddenly inspired, Yu Xiao remembered that Gu might be looking to introduce someone to her. "Wan'er, let me introduce you to a gentleman." "Really? What's he like? Do you have a photo? Is he fit?" Indeed, it seemed that Gu Wan'er was quite interested in men, and the conversation between women bore resemblance to that of men. Yu Xiao spoke earnestly. "This gentleman may not possess extraordinary handsomeness, but his charm is profound. This introduction is genuine, with no embellishments or exaggerations." Gu Wan'er fell silent. Yet her imagination began to wander. She trusted her sister's judgment, believing she would not lead her astray. He has broad pectoral muscles, 8-pack abs, and a defined V-line, as if sculpted by a master artist. Upon hearing her sister's description, Gu Wan'er became intrigued, but she curiously inquired, "Sister, have you seen him?" I met him at the gym." Gu Wan'er responded with a thoughtful "oh." Yu Xiao continued her enthusiastic introduction. "Moreover, he is very ambitious, possesses a strong sense of justice, and has never had a girlfriend, as he is waiting for the right person." Moved by her own words, she felt as if the long-dormant iron tree was finally blooming. He has never had a girlfriend? Doesn't that indicate some psychological issues? Yu Xiao nearly choked on her thoughts. "How could I have a problem? I am merely waiting for a fated connection, you silly sister. How can you say that? In this tumultuous society, it is rare for a young man to remain pure. That is a principle worth respecting, not engaging in frivolous relationships." Yu Xiao hastily clarified. "Men like him are as rare as a needle in a haystack." "What kind of reasoning is that? You don't like him? Why not? I've heard some girls say he lacks skills." Sister, ponder that for a moment. Sighing, she lamented her failure to promote herself adequately. "Yet, I am confident in your judgment, and we can arrange a meeting later." Yu Xiao's eyes lit up indeed. "You are a good sister. You shall heed my advice, for I would never lead you astray." Gu Wan'er suddenly grinned mischievously. "Sister, why don't you pursue such a wonderful man for yourself?" "Silly Wan'er, I only wish to see you happy." Upon uttering those words, Yu Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of emotion. She was genuinely touched. Indeed, Gu Wan'er was moved by her sister's sentiment. "Sister, you are too good to me. Thus, you must follow your sister's guidance." Yu Xiao chuckled inwardly, reveling in her own cleverness. Indeed, as Gu Wan'er nestled closer, Yu Xiao softly proposed, "Wan'er, shall I give you a massage?" Yes. Gu Wan'er resembled a naive lamb, being lured into a cave by a hungry wolf. "Turn your back to me." Yu Xiao vowed that it was merely an ordinary massage. Gu Wan'er obediently turned her back, allowing Yu Xiao to proceed with ease, ready to unleash his signature technique. Meanwhile, Gu Wan'er, unable to find slumber, tossed and turned in bed. Checking her phone, she noted it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. She contemplated calling Yu Xiao for a chat, but decided against it, assuming he had already drifted into sleep. Bored, Gu Wan'er began to browse through Yu Xiao's phone, seeking a television series to watch, hoping it would lull her into sleep. However, she discovered there were no shows available, only an application called Dodo Media, which she decided to open. Upon doing so, Gu Wan'er was taken aback, swiftly closing the phone and tossing it aside, muttering a curse at Yu Xiao for having such content on his device. As time ticked away, her restlessness intensified beneath the covers. She thought to herself that he wouldn't know, so she might as well take another look. With a swift motion, she reached out and retrieved the phone, the dim light from the device illuminating the dark bedroom, accompanied by peculiar sounds. Chapter 30. Yu Xiao, are you ill? That night was etched in memory, impossible to forget, until dawn broke and a sliver of sunlight streamed through the window onto the floor. Gu Wan'er furrowed her brow, her thoughts gradually becoming clearer. Without opening her eyes, she first checked her own body. Was it flat? Upon opening her eyes, she was astonished to find herself still in Yu Xiao's room, realizing they had not swapped back today. This perplexed her, but there seemed to be no way to remedy it. Rubbing her eyes, which felt a bit sore, she sat up only to sense something was amiss. Hastily, she lifted her pants to take a look, only to discover that Yu Xiao had vomited. She quickly grabbed her phone to call him, wondering if they needed to go to the hospital. At that moment, Yu Xiao was enjoying a comfortable slumber, especially with a prominent star nestled beside him. When the phone on the nightstand rang, he irritably turned over to answer it, grumbling about being awakened so early. Hello? Yu Xiao, you're foaming at the mouth. Are you sick? Should we go to the hospital? Gu Wan'er exclaimed, panic o Yu Xiao jolted awake, surveying his surroundings. Still nestled against Gu Wan'er. What did you just say? Foaming at the mouth? Gu Wan'er struggled to articulate her thoughts, stammering for a moment before managing to speak. Yu Xiao looked bewildered. Could you please have some common sense? Foaming at the mouth? Maybe you should look it up on Baidu. What do you mean? She retorted. It's normal to have physiological reactions early in the morning. Yet, Yu Xiao sensed that the situation was more complicated. Had she perhaps stumbled upon something inappropriate? Did you look at my phone? Gu Wan'er's face flushed red as memories of the previous night resurfaced. Who looked at your phone? You have no proof. So stop making baseless accusations. Go wash up. With that, Yu Xiao hung up the call. Gu Wan'er frowned, glancing at her nearly depleted phone battery. Yet she still resorted to Baidu to uncover what was amiss. As she examined the results, her expression turned peculiar, and she pressed her phone down, thinking to herself that it must be Yu Xiao who had led her astray. Beside her, Gu Wan'er gently inquired, Sister, who was that? As Yu Xiao's heart skipped a beat, she suddenly remembered the presence of another person beside her. Fortunately, Gu Wan'er was still in a drowsy state and had not overheard. A woman selling insurance. Gu Wan'er shifted her delicate frame, nestling closer to her sister for a sense of security. However, last night, beyond mere safety, there had been an exhilarating thrill. Yu Xiao embraced Gu Wan'er's fragrant shoulders, forgetting to inform Gu that her sister had arrived. Never mind, a little more sleep would do. Exhaustion had overtaken her. Half an hour later, nestled in her sister's haven, Gu Wan'er quietly spoke. Sister, the film crew starts shooting today. I'll come back to keep you company tonight. Such delightful news was a boon for her sister, who desired nothing more. Go ahead, let Li Wei take you there. Yu Xiao remained cautious. She felt no need for a bodyguard. I'll drive myself. Trust me, I want to go out today. Gu Wan'er obediently nodded. I'll pick up some good food for us tonight. How does that sound? Good, sister. I'm already craving what you'll bring, Yu Xiao replied with a smile, enviously admiring Gu for having such an adorable sister. As Gu Wan'er threw off the covers and stood by the bed to dress, Yu Xiao feasted her eyes on the sight, utterly captivated. Unable to resist, she playfully remarked, Wan'er, your figure is becoming more alluring. Sister, you've challenged me. Gu Wan'er playfully retorted. Having received her sister's mark on her skin, she felt compelled to respond in kind. In an instant, the two sisters were engaged in a playful tussle on the bed, and Yu Xiao was in fits of laughter. After a while, Gu Wan'er was dressed and exited the villa, her exquisite face still holding a hint of blush, pondering how her sister had become quite the bully, far less serious than before. Li Wei had prepared the car early at the entrance, and upon seeing Gu Wan'er emerge, he respectfully greeted her. Good morning, Mississippi, good morning. Li Gu, is it still comfortable here with my sister? Gu Wan'er replied with a sweet smile. Li Wei had been a long-time employee of the family. During their school years, he was in charge of their safety, and, thankfully, there had been no incidents over the years. Approaching 40, Li Wei had served the Gu family for 15 years, initially as a protector, but now elevated to the rank of captain, enjoying a rise in status and fortune. Blessed with a beautiful wife and a handsome son, leading a seemingly perfect life. He felt a sense of pride in having watched the two young ladies grow. The elder sister was composed and calm in the face of adversity, while the younger sister was gentle, caring towards those around her, and warm-hearted, albeit somewhat indecisive, often relying on her elder sister's guidance. When the younger sister expressed a desire to sing, the elder sister wholeheartedly supported her. When she wished to act, the elder sister remained equally encouraging, even having a dispute with Mr. Gu over it, showcasing her affection. There had once been another girl who was close to them, but after a quarrel, they had lost touch for several years. Thank you for your concern, Mississippi. The weather here is pleasant, unlike the dryness of Jingzhou. I've heard that the nightclubs here are quite famous. Li Ge, have you been to any? Li Wei's expression stiffened slightly as he chuckled. The safety of the elder sister is paramount. I dare not be negligent. That's good to hear. My sister warned me to keep an eye on you. Beware. I might report you. Gu Wan'er teased, her joy evident. Li Wei let out a bitter smile and remarked, Miss Second, it's getting late. Gu Wan'er turned to glance at the villa's window, raising her hand with joy as she waved from the car. Inside the bedroom, Yu Xiao raised her arm to bid farewell to the departing convoy, thinking how lively and cheerful her sister Wan'er truly was. At that moment, her phone rang on the bed, and Yu Xiao intended to discuss her sister's affairs with Gu Wan'er. After all, one cannot conceal a fire once it has ignited, and having taken advantage of the situation for an entire evening, she felt somewhat embarrassed. However, when Yu Xiao saw the caller ID, her expression changed in shock. It was actually Master Bai. Concerning Master Bai, Yu Xiao felt as if she were dancing on the edge of a knife. At any moment, facing the risk of being cut down, the allure came hand in hand with danger, unlike the sweetness of her sister Wan'er. Once she composed herself, Yu Xiao answered the call, cheerfully saying, Good morning, Master Bai. On the other end, Bai Ji paused for a moment, seemingly taken aback by her tone, which now appeared to be back to normal. Are you free? Bai Ji asked softly. Could I dare to say I am not? That would be a pointless statement. She thought, Director Gu, no, my sister-in-law, you must introduce your sister to me. I've already braved the treacherous path for you. Of course, she replied. Then accompany me for a stroll. I will send you a location. Call me when you arrive. Yu Xiao acknowledged with a sound. After hanging up, Yu Xiao entered her wardrobe, pondering what to wear today. After transforming into a woman, she found herself fretting over this matter, whereas before she would dress casually. Perhaps it was to maintain the image for Director Gu, lest she be criticized for lacking one. Since they were only going for a stroll, formal attire was unnecessary. Soon, Yu Xiao discovered a pair of short denim shorts and found a Pikachu t-shirt in the drawer. These would do. Chapter 31. The Call from Master Bai. Once dressed, she assessed her appearance and thought it looked quite nice, resembling a youthful student. A ponytail would add vitality to her look. If it weren't for Director Gu's chilly demeanor, she might even meet the criteria for a suitable partner. Glancing at the myriad of high heels, she decisively chose a pair of sneakers, relieved to finally forego the high heels. Thank heavens! As she grabbed the car keys from the shoe cabinet, she stepped outside, only to realize she did not see a car. After pressing the key a few times, the sound emanated from the adjacent garage. Upon opening the garage, she found not a supercar, but rather an older, pink Volkswagen Beetle, which must belong to Sister Wan'er. Once inside the car, she immediately caught the familiar scent of perfume. At that moment, Master Bai also sent a text message. The address was the Longhai International Airport. Was this the stroll he mentioned? Would she really be flying somewhere? Perhaps to be disposed of in the wilderness? Never mind. Assisting her sister-in-law was a duty she must fulfill. However, she needed to call Gu Wan'er first to inform her. At that moment, Gu Wan'er was seated at the dining table, enjoying breakfast, contemplating why she had not transformed back into her original self today. Was it not as she had wished? Seeing Yu Xiao's call, Gu Wan'er answered on speakerphone. Hello, Director Gu. I forgot to mention something. Your sister returned unexpectedly last night. Coughing on a fried egg, Gu Wan'er nearly choked, taken aback by the sudden arrival of Wan'er. The character of my younger sister remains a mystery. She rarely clings to anyone but herself. Occasionally, she engages in playful pranks that end up startling her. At times, it seems she hasn't matured at all, as she unabashedly insists on sleeping beside me to chat. I wonder if she did the same last night. Mr. Gu, your sister is truly adorable. She seems quite attached to you, Yu Xiao remarked with a smile. Gu Wan'er immediately cautioned Yu Xiao. If you dare to misbehave with my sister, I won't let you off easily. Mr. Gu, what are you saying? You're introducing your sister to me. Yet you pretend to be upset. We'll soon be family, so let us not speak as though we belong to different households. You must send her back at once. She claims her film crew is here, which is why she came. Besides, you are her sister. Why should I be the villain? Yu Xiao was reluctant to scold Wan'er, finding it difficult to be stern. Ge Wan'er förnet, Wan'er is here for filming. Why didn't she mention this when I came before? She must have been planning to surprise me. Oh dear sister, this is hardly a surprise. I am in enough trouble as it is. Why do you come to add to the chaos? By the way, Mr. Bai just called and invited me for a walk. I'm on my way now. Yu Xiao stated seriously, for now, let us put aside matters concerning Wan'er. Mr. Bai is of utmost importance. Upon hearing this news, Gu Wan'er felt a surge of joy and silently thanked her stars that she hadn't switched bodies today. She doubted her ability to handle Mr. Bai. Be careful and handle Mr. Bai well. I will take care of my sister's situation. Gu Wan'er's tone relaxed significantly. Rest assured. Thank you. Why are we being so polite? Yu Xiao grinned. You are willing to introduce me to such a lovely sister. Gu Wan'er rolled her eyes, sensing Yu Xiao trying to ingratiate himself again. By the way, your sister didn't insist on sleeping with you last night, did she? How could that be the case? I steadfastly refused. Yu Xiao quickly denied, for this was a little secret between him and Wan'er. Hearing his response, Gu Wan'er breathed a sigh of relief. All right, I understand. I'll hang up now. Call me if you have any issues. After ending the call, Gu Wan'er contemplated phoning her sister, but stopped herself, reminding herself that she was now Yu Xiao. Instead, she opted to send a message on WeChat. Wan'er, did you sleep well last night? Gu Wan'er wished to gauge if Yu Xiao had spoken untruthfully. In the car, Gu Wan'er viewed her sister's message and felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Sister? Don't worry. I'm full of energy. Seeing her sister's reply, Gu Wan'er felt reassured that everything seemed normal. Make sure to sleep well tonight, all right? What does my sister mean by that? Is she afraid I might seek revenge? She was quite forceful when spanking me. Tonight, I shall devise a plan for retaliation and confuse her a bit. All right, I understand. I promise to sleep well. Gu Wan'er relaxed slightly, knowing that as long as her sister behaved, Yu Xiao wouldn't dare to act improperly. Besides, what could he truly do? Meanwhile, Yu Xiao parked the car and sent a message to Mr. Bai. Soon, the scarred man emerged from the parking lot corridor and approached Yu Xiao, saying, Miss Gu, this way please. Observing his demeanor today, it was evident that he had greatly improved. It was Yu Xiao's first time traversing this corridor, which indeed seemed to be a path reserved for the affluent. Upon arriving outside a room, the scarred man respectfully stood to the side, announcing, Master Bai has been waiting for some time. As she entered the room, Yu Xiao was once again captivated by Master Bai. However, today he had adopted a more casual athletic style, yet it did little to conceal his remarkable figure. Master Bai, Yu Xiao greeted softly, sensing a distance between them today. This Gu Wan'er truly had a knack for complicating matters. Bai Ji glanced at Yu Xiao and replied with a nonchalant, Come with me. Yu Xiao sighed internally. The atmosphere during her previous conversation with Master Bai had been so pleasant. Now, it felt unbearably tense. At such a moment, it was crucial to remain composed, employing a blend of softness and firmness with Master Bai while maintaining Gu Wan'er's grace. Soon enough, Yu Xiao was astounded by Master Bai's wealth. She had expected to travel by commercial airline, but was instead aboard Master Bai's private jet, a Gulfstream 500. Whoever wed Master Bai would spare themselves a millennium of struggle. Once on board, Yu Xiao noticed Bai Ji seated comfortably, and she deliberately chose not to sit beside her, opting for a seat farther away. Bai Ji frowned slightly. Surprised by the distance, was she upset? As the plane ascended, aside from the faint hum of the engines, the cabin was quite comfortable. After half an hour, Bai Ji set her magazine aside and finally couldn't contain herself, asking, Miss Gu, why must you sit so far away? Hearing Master Bai's words filled Yu Xiao with joy. It seemed her standing in his eyes had not yet diminished. She preferred to keep her distance, fearing she might offend Master Bai's sensibilities. Bai Ji found this puzzling. Could it be attributed to her cold demeanor the other day? Such naivete was characteristic of a young girl. All right, come over here, Bai Ji said with a hint of a smile, finding that the irked Gu Wan'er was far more appealing than the one who discussed ideals at length. Do not presume that just because you're Master Bai, I must comply. Yu Xiao cast a forlorn glance out at the clouds, embodying a poignant vulnerability that was quite stirring, her femininity rendered beautifully by his portrayal. Chapter 32. The Journey to the Mountains. Yu Xiao's resistance did not incite anger in Bai Ji, Rather, she admired Gu Wan'er as a girl of character. If it were anyone else, they would hardly dare to assert themselves in her presence. Bai Ji sighed softly and unexpectedly moved to sit opposite Gu Wan'er. Yu Xiao felt a surge of delight. Sometimes, the movies did not deceive. When dealing with strong women, a contrary approach was often more effective. I have taken a seat opposite you, yet you remain unhappy? Bai Ji chuckled lightly, as if coaxing a younger sister. Yu Xiao immediately thought of sorrowful matters, such as being wronged by Gu Wan'er, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Master Bai, what did I go wrong that day? I simply refused to accept my fate, and you stormed off. Deny me even a chance to explain. Yu Xiao boldly confronted Master Bai, a daring attempt indeed, employing a woman's wiles to outmaneuver another woman, placing the blame squarely on him. Bai Ji was momentarily taken aback upon reflection. She realized that on that day, she had approached to engage in conversation, yet the dialogue had veered away from her intentions. Instead of discussing her own thoughts, she had overlooked the essence of their exchange, which revolved around resisting fate. You are not at fault. It is I who neglected your feelings, Bai Ji remarked gently. Yu Xiao had no intention of prolonging the matter. Since Bai Ji had graciously offered a way out, it was prudent to cease the discussion, as overindulgence could lead to discomfort. Bai Ji, I was genuinely delighted by your visit that day. I merely wished to share my thoughts with you, devoid of any ulterior motives. Yu Xiao spoke with a hint of regret. After all, Bai Ji was still Bai Ji. She had provided a graceful exit, and one ought to recognize it. Upon hearing this, Bai Ji's smile widened. Today, we have ample time to converse, and we could discuss anything. Really? Bai Ji nodded earnestly. Of course it is true. Do you have a boyfriend, Bai Ji? Bai Ji was momentarily taken aback, then playfully retorted, You are incorrigible. Haha, Bai Ji, you are blushing. I'm not blushing. It is you who is just crying. Yu Xiao's light-hearted banter gradually lifted the atmosphere, replacing the earlier gloom with laughter, punctuated by Bai Ji's charming giggles. Setting aside the trivialities, Yu Xiao mused on the myriad ways he could amuse a girl, yet he pondered what had kept him single for so many years. Perhaps it was the liberation that came with a new body, allowing him to shed constraints he previously felt. Half an hour later, the airplane landed in Fengyang City, where two Land Rovers awaited. Yu Xiao and Bai Ji occupied the back seat, and curiosity compelled Yu Xiao to inquire, Bai Ji, where are we headed today? To deliver warmth, Bai Ji replied. Yu Xiao was momentarily puzzled, but soon the vehicle navigated the county roads, which became increasingly uneven, with two additional trucks trailing behind. It dawned on Yu Xiao that Bai Ji was embarking on a mission to deliver aid to the mountainous regions. Previously, General Gu had mentioned Bai Ji's ruthless demeanor, yet she appeared remarkably compassionate, personally undertaking the delivery of supplies. The rugged mountain paths caused the vehicle to sway, yet Bai Ji exhibited no signs of discontent, suggesting this was not her first endeavor in such a capacity. At noon, the group paused for a simple meal of bread before continuing their journey. By 2 in the afternoon, they finally reached their destination. As Yu Xiao gazed at the village before him, he was astonished to discover such places still existed. The houses were constructed from earthen bricks, and numerous figures toiled in the fields. Upon noticing the convoy, they set down their tools, wiping their brows with towels draped around their necks, their sunburned faces radiating genuine smiles. Upon entering the village, older children led younger ones in a spirited chase after the vehicles. Despite their poverty, the children's eyes sparkled with innocence. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Bai Ji alighted, carrying prepared plastic bags filled with candies. As she stepped out, the children shouted joyfully, Hello, Sister Bai. The little ones lined up eagerly, and Bai Ji announced, Sister will distribute candies to you. In that moment, Bai Ji seemed to relinquish her distinct aura, becoming approachable as she regarded the children. Yu Xiao, moved by the scene, stepped forward to assist. The scar-faced man called upon his subordinates to begin unloading, revealing a container brimming with daily necessities stacked to the brim. Not long after, a venerable old man with white hair approached, leaning on his cane, accompanied by several villagers, all of whom were of considerable age. As most of the younger generation had ventured out to seek work. Miss Bai, I cannot express my gratitude enough for making the journey to our humble village. The village chief said, his voice trembling with emotion and his eyes glistening with tears. It was merely a small effort, old chief. Please, take a rest while the others assist with the unloading, Bai Ji gently replied. The village chief continued to express his thanks, while the nearby villagers joined in to help with the unloading. Bai Ji, holding the cargo list, instructed, Miss Gu, please record what each household is lacking, so we can distribute it accordingly. Certainly, Yu Xiao responded eagerly. The two worked in harmony, and within a few hours, all the goods from the container had been distributed. As the daylight gradually faded, are you feeling fatigued? Bai Ji asked with concern, approaching Yu Xiao with a bottle of mineral water. Yu Xiao accepted the water, eagerly twisting the cap open, quenching her thirst in the heat of the day, relieved that her attire was light. Do you come here often? Yu Xiao inquired. Please, call me Bai Jia, she replied. Yu Xiao felt a surge of joy, realizing her efforts had not gone unnoticed. lives.The. Bai Ji chuckled softly and continued. Whenever I have the time, I come here to see them and to unwind. Is there something troubling you, Bai Jia? Yu Xiao asked. Bai Yi smiled enigmatically, pondering whether to divulge her predicament of being coerced in a marriage by her grandfather, which would surely amuse Gu Wan'er and compromise her dignity. Yu Xiao, sensing the delicate nature of the topic, refrained from pressing further. Just then, a bashful villager approached with a smile, saying, Miss Bai, Miss Gu, the meal is ready. Let us eat. Bai Ji nodded and whispered to Yu Xiao, in truth, there's a third reason I come here. The food is exquisite, all homegrown. Yu Xiao had not anticipated that her journey was, in part, to indulge in a delightful meal. Under the guidance of the villagers, the group arrived at the venue where community events were typically held. The ground was laid with uneven stones, polished to prevent tripping, and beside it stood an ancient locust tree, its lush branches radiating vitality. A long wooden table was neatly arranged, leaving a space in the center. Bai Ji and Yu Xiao were invited to sit at the head of the table, joined by key members of the village. With the village chief's proclamation to commence the feast, four robust men carried in a roasted pig, emanating an irresistible aroma. Bai Ji remarked quietly, You cannot find pork like this in Heir. Bai Jia, so you enjoy the pork here? Yu Xiao teased, feeling more at ease in their conversation. The roasted pig was a traditional gesture of hospitality from the village, accompanied by several young girls in traditional attire who sang and danced, creating a vibrant atmosphere. As the roasted pork was served, Yu Xiao could hardly contain her anticipation, savoring a bite that was rich yet not greasy, melting in her mouth, perfectly cooked, and enhanced by the villagers' unique seasoning, a transcendent experience that would surely draw crowds if introduced in Heir. Bai Ji, in contrast to Yu Xiao's eager consumption, savored her food with grace, enjoying each bite as a form of art. The subsequent dishes that arrived further whetted Yu Xiao's appetite, leading her to wonder who the chef was, as they could surely thrive by opening a casual dining establishment. The homemade fruit wine is simply exquisite, reminiscent of a refreshing beverage. If one were to add a few ice cubes, the experience would undoubtedly be even more delightful. However, as Yu Xiao indulged, she began to feel a slight buzz, realizing that the wine possessed a surprising potency. This fruit wine is meant to be savored, for consuming it too quickly can easily lead to inebriation. Bai Ji chuckled softly, taking a delicate sip from her cup. Bai Jia, you should have mentioned that sooner. Yu Xiao remarked. You didn't inquire earlier, Bai Ji replied, a hint of playfulness in her tone. Yu Xiao felt a touch of helplessness after spending the day together. Bai Yi had learned to retort. At that moment, the villagers gathered in the center, stacking firewood, which, once ignited, sent flames soaring into the sky, a customary practice. After feasting and drinking, the villagers encircled the bonfire, singing and dancing merrily. Yu Xiao, feeling the effects of the wine, reveled in the vibrant atmosphere. Grasping Bai Ji's delicate hand, Bai Jia, let us join them. No, you go ahead, Bai Ji replied, though Yu Xiao sensed that she wished to join, but felt a touch of shyness. After all, it would be unbecoming for someone of Bai Ye's stature to frolic with the masses. Bai Jia, there's no one else here. Let us fully embrace the moment. With a firm tug, Yu Xiao pulled Bai Ji towards the center, and upon seeing Bai Ji join, the crowd erupted with even greater joy. I cannot dance, Bai Ji said, exasperated. Just follow the rhythm. It's quite simple, Yu Xiao encouraged. Under her guidance, Bai Ji quickly grasped the essentials. Her stunning visage adorned with a broader smile, perhaps because it had been a long time since she felt such unadulterated joy, free from other concerns. After their dance, the two returned to their seats, Yu Xiao panting heavily, while Bai Ji appeared composed. Wan'er, you should focus on your fitness, Bai Ji said, offering a tissue to Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao accepted it, wiping her sweat. How can I not be fit? It's just that Gu Wan'er's physical condition is rather poor. At that moment, a young boy came sprinting from afar. The scar-faced man, vigilant, intended to intervene, but was halted by a mere glance from Bai Ji. The boy, with dark skin and an apparent age of around 14 or 15, lowered his head, blushing with his hands behind his back. Nearby, several boys shouted encouragement. In an instant, Yu Xiao duo understood the situation. Have you matured enough to confess? Your courage surpasses mine. I am impressed. Iron Boy, what are you doing? Return. A middle-aged man, around 40, emerged from the crowd, his voice booming. The boy named Iron Boy steeled himself and knelt before Bai Ji, revealing the wildflowers he had hidden behind his back. Yu Xiao duo nearly spat out her fruit wine, bemused. Are you worshipping or confessing? Preposterous. Someone take your Iron Boy away. The old village chief exclaimed, half awake from the wine, clearly offended by the lack of respect for their guest. Iron Boy, seeing his father approach with an intimidating demeanor, quickly called out, Sister Bai, I like you. Yu Xiao duo exclaimed, now that's bold. I lack such audacity. The old village chief's brows furrowed in anger, exclaiming, this is utter nonsense. Yet, surprisingly, Bai Ji said nothing. She stood up to accept the bouquet of wildflowers, saying gently, study hard and gain admission to a good university. Iron Boy gazed at the enchanting Bai Ji, feeling as if a celestial being had descended from the heavens. Sister Bai, I will surely study diligently. My dear child, should you continue to be mischievous, I shall discipline you. With a bamboo stick in hand, the father approached with fierce intent, prompting Tai Wa to hastily flee, yet laughter echoed joyfully all around. My apologies, Miss Bai. My son has been rather unruly and has offended you. Bai Jie replied gently, it is quite all right. Do not be too harsh on him. Sitting nearby, Yu Xiao duo felt that Bai Jie resembled a tender older sister, capable of showering one with affection around the clock, a feeling that proved to be irresistibly enchanting. After a hearty meal, Yu Xiao duo lamented his fullness, grateful that Mr. Gu was absent, for his incessant chatter would have surely ensued. Let's take a stroll, suggested Bai Jie. Yu Xiao duo agreed, feeling the need to aid his digestion as his belly had become quite round. The air in the countryside was crisp. Instead of the blaring horns and urban clamor, the gentle sounds of chirping insects filled the air, while frogs croaked merrily in the fields. Above them, the starry sky shone with an extraordinary brilliance, resembling a flowing galaxy. Yu Xiao duo sighed inwardly, pondering why, in such a romantic moment, he found himself in a woman's guise. What transpired between you and Pan Wei yesterday? It was that incident with Fu Yangxue, Yu Xiao duo replied. I had not anticipated it would escalate that way. Although you triumphed over Pan Wei and garnered much praise, you have also offended him. Ultimately, the gains are not substantial, especially since Pan Wei has the formidable Yi Shishir above him. As for the skirmishes among you younger ones, I find myself unable to intervene. Listening to Bai Jie's words, Yu Xiao duo felt a sense of comfort. Mr. Gu had not failed in his mission today, as his titles had shifted, and he was now being considered. Yu Xiao duo teased, Sister Bai, the way you speak makes it seem as though we are mere children squabbling. Isn't it so? Your competitive spirit is rather audacious and quite perilous, Bai Jie admonished, albeit with good intentions. Thus, Yu Xiao duo refrained from arguing, humbly accepting his faults. However, your disposition bears a striking resemblance to Yi Shishir. It truly causes me concern. Yu Xiao duo believed that women who could charm effortlessly held the upper hand, while those who could not would lose their inherent advantages. Seizing the moment, Yu Xiao duo entwined his arm around Bai Jie's, playfully exclaiming, Sister Bai. The tone he adopted nearly rendered him speechless. Mr. Gu's inflection was simply unbearable. Wan'er, sometimes I ponder which one of you truly exists. A single statement from Bai Jie caused Yu Xiao duo's heart to sink. Had his performance been so convincing that it was noticed? Yet, it was precisely due to his striking resemblance to Gu Wan'er that a stark contrast emerged in Bai Jie's perception. That day at the company, Gu Wan'er indeed reflected the rumors. But could she truly outmatch Gu? The more pressing the situation, the more extraordinary his performance became. With earnestness, Yu Xiao duo declared, Sister Bai, in truth, I am a man utterly captivated by you. Would you be my girlfriend? Bai Jie paused, then playfully tapped his forehead, teasing, You're the first girl in all these years to dare to flirt with me. Do you seek a reprimand? Very well. If you do not believe my honesty, then I am a loss. Chapter 34. Riding a wooden horse with Sister Bai. Yu Xiao duo chuckled, realizing Bai Jie was not upset, and continued to embrace her delicate arm, asking, Sister Bai, are there any men brave enough to flirt with you? A few individuals, oblivious to their surroundings, are currently enjoying the underwater world. Yu Xiao's lips twitched. She realized she had also flirted earlier, and it dawned on her that one day, she might find herself ensnared in her own games. The countryside evenings are chilly, and after their stroll, the two returned to rest. Although the conditions were modest, there was at least a bed, a square relic of the past that creaked at the corners when one lay upon it. Upon checking her phone, she was dismayed to find no signal. Sister Yin'er, I have matters to attend to tonight. I'll massage you tomorrow. She pondered whether Sister Bai might require a massage as well, but dismissed the thought, fearing that if discovered, Sister Bai would be swift to sever her own renowned hands. Meanwhile, that evening, Gu Wan'er returned home with an array of delectable treats, zhou black duck, cold noodles, grilled chicken wings, and more. However, upon arriving home, she found no sign of her sister and initially assumed they were playing hide and seek. After turning the place upside down, she realized her sister was indeed absent. Worried, Gu Wan'er hurriedly attempted to call her sister, only to find the line busy. Panic set in. This was the first time she couldn't reach her. She opened WeChat and initiated a video call. At that moment, Gu Wan'er was lounging on the sofa, engrossed in a drama, her feet propped up on a coffee table, which was laden with a McDonald's family bucket, potato chips in her arms, and an assortment of beverages. In her own words, she hadn't indulged in such restful leisure for ages, relinquishing all worries to Yu Xiao. This was the life a boss ought to enjoy. Suddenly, her phone on the coffee table rang. Gu Wan'er initially assumed it was good news from Yu Xiao and quickly reached for her phone. To her surprise, it was a video call from her sister, and just as she was about to answer, she hesitated. After hanging up on her sister's call, she sent a message. Yin'er, what's the matter? Seeing her sister's response, Gu Wan'er felt a wave of relief. Sister, where have you gone? Why haven't you returned home? How would I know where I went? I'm dealing with important matters. You should rest early. Are you at the company? Let me keep you company. I brought back plenty of snacks. Gu Wan'er sighed, not at the company. I have other matters to attend to. Let us chat later. Stay at home and don't wander off, or I'll spank you when I return. Gu Wan'er pouted, knowing her sister was likely wary of her retaliation, and stealthily slipped out. Fine, with so many delicious treats, I will have to indulge alone. But will I gain weight? However, Gu Wan'er need not worry about gaining weight, as the extra pounds wouldn't affect her true self. Perhaps Yu Xiao was also indulging, and if they were to gain weight, they would do so together. The next morning, Yu Xiao was awakened by the sweet melody of birdsong, a pleasant sensation far superior to being jolted awake by the blaring horns of cars in the neighborhood. She first checked her physical condition and was relieved to find no change. Had Gu Wan'er been tasked with facing Sister Bai, it would have surely disrupted her rhythm. Meanwhile, Gu Wan'er, like Yu Xiao, made her first order of business upon waking to assess her condition. Thankfully, she too remained unchanged, though she found her thoughts somewhat unsettling. Yet, as long as she managed to handle the formidable Bai, allowing Yu Xiao to gain a slight advantage was inconsequential. No, she mused. That fellow would undoubtedly try to take advantage of her. She could not allow that to happen unchallenged. Uncertain of the fate of Bai Yi and her own circumstances, Yu Xiao found herself increasingly anxious as her calls went unanswered. Stepping out of her home in the village, she was greeted by the sight of Bai Ji practicing in the yard. It didn't quite resemble Tai Chi. Was it yoga? She couldn't tell. Come join me. Bai Ji seemed to sense Yu Xiao's presence. What style are you practicing, Bai Ji? It looks rather peculiar, Yu Xiao inquired, standing nearby and attempting to mimic the movements. 5 animal play, Bai Ji replied, catching Yu Xiao off guard. It was surprising that Bai Ji engaged in such a health-preserving practice. No wonder she maintained her youthful appearance. Before long, Yu Xiao found herself as Bai Ji's pupil, who occasionally corrected her postures. Yu Xiao mused that Bai Ji smelled delightful. Her previous embrace had left her wanting more, yet it also felt like holding a ticking time bomb. After breakfast, Yu Xiao and Bai Ji bid farewell to the quaint village, where a bruised boy named Tai Hua came to see them off, likely having received a thorough scolding from his father. Arriving in the outskirts of Fengyang City just past 10 o'clock, Yu Xiao glimpsed a distant amusement park through the car window, the roller coaster towering ominously. An idea sparked in her mind. Bai Ji, she began. Yes? Would you like to ride the roller coaster? Bai Ji, now noticing the outline of the amusement park, reflected on her childhood, which was unlike that of other girls. While they reveled in their parents' affection, she had to adhere to a stringent regimen of study. When she expressed a desire to visit the amusement park, her grandfather had sternly remarked, "Only the weak indulge in frivolity. The strong tirelessly enrich themselves." From that moment, the topic of amusement parks had never resurfaced. As she understood her future responsibilities required her to forego such pleasures, a lesson her grandfather reiterated from time to time. "Never mind, let us not go." Bai Ji sighed inwardly. Yu Xiao sensed the underlying desire in Bai Ji's response, reminiscent of the dinner the previous night. She chose not to press further. But as they neared the park, she suddenly exclaimed, "Bai Ji, I need to use the restroom." "There are no restrooms here," Bai Ji replied. "There should be some inside." Yu Xiao pointed toward the amusement park. In an instant, Bai Ji understood Yu Xiao's clever ruse, amused and exasperated by her cunning. Upon exiting the car in the parking lot, Bai Ji addressed the scarred man, instructing, "You all can wait here." "Understood," he replied respectfully. Hand in hand, Yu Xiao led Bai Ji into the amusement park. Bai Ji increasingly surrendered to her whims, which was a positive change. "Let us ride the roller coaster," Yu Xiao exclaimed. "Weren't you just saying you needed to use the restroom?" Bai Ji teased, her tone playful. "Now that we are here, let us have some fun," Yu Xiao urged. Bai Ji, though reluctant, harbored a desire to fulfill her childhood wish. Without Yu Xiao's insistence, she would likely never have ventured out on her own. Quickly, Yu Xiao whisked Bai Ji to the carousel. Although she found it dull, she knew girls enjoyed it. "Bai Ji, smile for the camera," Yu Xiao encouraged. Activating her phone's camera, Bai Ji rarely took photographs, let alone selfies, but under Yu Xiao's gentle persuasion, she complied. As they ventured forth, Yu Xiao captured every moment with photographs or indulged in playful selfies with Bai Ji. With no acquaintances around, Bai Ji fully embraced the freedom. As Yu Xiao remarked, "We can play boldly here." In Chapter 35, Just Serve Me Well. Inside the bumper cars, Yu Xiao playfully collided with Bai Ji, both women reveling in their merriment. Or rather, it was a delightful mix of a man and a woman. During their ride on the roller coaster, Yu Xiao noticed something peculiar about Bai Ji's screams. They were not born of fear, but rather a release of pent-up emotions. Over the years, Bai Ji had endured solitude and hardship without a single complaint. Yet how could one suppress negative feelings entirely? She had merely mastered the art of repression. And on the roller coaster, amidst the collective shouts of exhilaration, Bai Ji too released the discontent that lingered within her. Once they disembarked, Yu Xiao observed a noticeable transformation in Bai Ji's demeanor. She appeared more relaxed, as if the tension had dissipated. "Wan'er, thank you," Bai Ji suddenly expressed as they walked along the path. Yu Xiao smiled in return. "No, Bai Ji, it is I who should express my gratitude for your company. Let us exchange WeChat. Please send me the photos from earlier." A wave of unease washed over Yu Xiao at the mention of WeChat. The account belonged to Gu Wan'er, and she was logged into her own profile on her phone. This could lead to a slip-up. Noticing Yu Xiao's strange expression, Bai Ji inquired, "What is wrong?" "Nothing. Is your WeChat linked to your phone number?" "Yes." Yu Xiao swiftly retrieved her phone, hurriedly closing her moments, searching for where to change her gender, but failing to locate it. "Forget it, closing moments will suffice." Before long, Bai Ji added Yu Xiao on WeChat and curiously asked, "Why does your gender say male?" Changing it to male prevents random ads from nearby users. Bai Ji found this reasoning somewhat valid and did not suspect anything amiss. Yu Xiao promptly sent over all the photos, fervently hoping there would be no doubts raised. She certainly did not want to be flung from the roller coaster. As Bai Ji perused the pictures Yu Xiao had taken, her smile widened and her trust in Gu Wan'er deepened. "You look truly beautiful in these photos, Bai Ji," Yu Xiao remarked with a cheeky grin, showering her with compliments. "I'm getting old," Bai Ji modestly replied. "Oh, come now. Your skin is as well-maintained as Gu Wan'er's. Having touched it myself, I can assure you it deserves the fairest appraisal." After their day of amusement, the two departed joyfully, arriving at Longhai International Airport by 4 in the afternoon. "Wan'er, aren't we going to eat?" Bai Ji gently smiled from the car. Yu Xiao shook her head. "Not today, Bai Ji. I'll take you out for a meal another time. My sister is coming back today." "All right then, let us reschedule. Call me if anything comes up." "Sure." As she watched Bai Ji's car pull away, Yu Xiao exhaled a long sigh of relief and promptly dialed Gu Wan'er. Gu Wan'er, embodying a carefree spirit, oscillated between eating and sleeping, relishing what she deemed a heavenly existence. Upon seeing Yu Xiao's call, she perked up immediately. "Hello?" "Everything is sorted," Yu Xiao replied succinctly. Gu Wan'er leaped up from the couch in excitement. "Yu Xiao, you're incredible. I'm heading back right now." Let us discuss the details. Are you returning home? What if not? Your sister is at your home. What if she happens to catch us? Gu Wan'er pondered this, but still expressed her concern. When will your parents return? Rest assured, they'll be home by midnight. Hurry and prepare dinner. I'm famished. Yu Xiao, resembling a petty tyrant, commanded his benefactor to cook. Had this been in the past, Gu Wan'er would have retorted, insisting that he could dream on about her cooking for him. However, with Yu Xiao now regarded as a hero, she readily acquiesced. After hanging up, Gu Wan'er glanced at the clutter on the coffee table and hurriedly tidied the room, akin to a devoted wife anticipating her husband as returned from a business trip. She opened the refrigerator to find everything prepared. Yu Xiao's mother was indeed diligent, unlike her own. As Gu Wan'er was frying eggs, the doorbell rang. Wiping her hands, she rushed to answer the door, and soon after, Yu Xiao entered. President Gu, where are my slippers? Hand them over. Upon entering, Yu Xiao barked commands like a lord. Gu Wan'er emerged, wielding a kitchen knife with a smile. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Oh, it's nothing. Just go about your business. All right. Yu Xiao replied, rolling his eyes at the triviality of the matter, unaware of his own status as a hero. At the dining table, he picked up a piece of tofu to taste. Oh, not bad at all. Go wash your hands, she instructed. You're just like my mother, he shrugged, washing his hands and taking a quick bathroom break. When he returned, the table was set. Wow, today Gu Wan'er is quite the diligent one. I almost expected a spoiled heiress. What an honor it is to dine on President Gu's cooking. I nearly swooned with happiness. Gu Wan'er, in high spirits, allowed Yu Xiao to bask in his glory. Hero, let me serve you the largest rib. Thank you for the generous rib, boss. Tell me, what have you two been up to these past few days? Gu Wan'er inquired curiously, pouring him a bowl of soup. Yu Xiao cleared his throat, slightly furrowing his brow. President Gu, you have no idea how poor the atmosphere was during the meeting. Bai Jie hardly acknowledged you. Was it really that bad? Gu Wan'er asked in disbelief, suddenly realizing a flaw in his words. Who is Bai Jie? Don't interrupt. Let me finish my story, all right? Fine, go ahead. I promise not to interrupt. As Yu Xiao savored the rib, he spoke solemnly. Though you have strained relations, I, Yu Xiao, can mend any rift, so I took a different approach. Gu Wan'er listened intently as he recounted his tale. Yu Xiao swore that every word was the truth, with no embellishment, if there was any. It was merely to enhance the narrative. I can't believe Bai Yi would venture into the mountains, Gu Wan'er murmured, though he did engage in charity. He had never personally visited before. Mind your terms. Refer to him as Bai Yi on special occasions and Bai Jie under normal circumstances. Don't get confused, Yu Xiao advised. Or else, when you call him Bai Yi, others might think you're trying to establish a connection. Gu Wan'er nodded, understood. Let me show you a photo of me and Bai Jie. With that, Yu Xiao took out his phone. Gu Wan'er gazed at the selfie of the two, hardly believing her eyes. Just look at how joyfully Sister Bai is smiling. She seemed like a different person compared to their earlier meeting. Yu Xiao, could you possibly teach me? Gu Wan'er had to admit that in certain areas, she was indeed inferior to Yu Xiao. Teach you what? He asked. How to make Sister Bai happy, of course. Yu Xiao clicked his tongue. Are you being foolish? How am I foolish? Gu Wan'er retorted. If you can make me happy, wouldn't Sister Bai be pleased as well? Yu Xiao chuckled. There's nothing wrong with that logic, is there? Chapter 36. Quarreling is one thing, but don't joke about salaries. Gu Wan'er was taken aback, then exclaimed, Yu Xiao, I see your mischievous side is acting up again. You've become addicted to taking advantage. Yu Xiao, unfazed, rubbed his shoulder and replied, Actually, my shoulder aches a bit. Come over and give it a rub. Dream on. Do you want to learn or not? Gu Wan'er hoofed. Do you really think I'm your servant? I, Gu Wan'er, have my dignity as well. After a moment, she stood behind Yu Xiao, smilingly asking, Yu Xiao, is it comfortable? Very comfortable. Your technique is quite commendable, Gu. Yu Xiao was thoroughly enraptured, imagining the thrill of being massaged by his future sister-in-law. However, Gu Wan'er pressed down hard. So you think I'm here to pamper you, huh? Ouch. Gu Wan'er, this is my own body. Be gentle. Yu Xiao's eyebrows shot up. Do you not know your own strength? Then I shall need myself. Why are you complaining? Your comprehension is truly remarkable. After a while, Yu Xiao sat on the sofa, legs propped up on the coffee table, watching television, while Gu Wan'er washed dishes in the kitchen, resembling a young couple. Gu, cut some fruit. My palate needs a refresh. He called. Don't you know how to move? Gu Wan'er replied irritably, turning back. With such laziness, you'll never find a girlfriend in this lifetime. My energy is all devoted to Sister Bai, and here you are, lounging at home, unwilling to even cut some fruit. Gu Wan'er huffed, retrieving some fruit from the fridge, washing and slicing it as she muttered, "Choke on this. What are you mumbling about? Don't try to set me up," Yu Xiao warned. Gu Wan'er, brandishing a fruit knife, laughed. "Yu Xiao, how could I ever harm you?" Yu Xiao felt a shiver run down his spine. Her dark humor was a bit unsettling. Nonetheless, as she presented him with the freshly peeled fruit, he couldn't help but compliment her. "Gu, whoever marries you will surely be fortunate." "Well, it's certainly one TBU," she retorted. "Huh, I wouldn't even consider you." Yu Xiao scoffed, popping a piece of orange into his mouth. Gu Wan'er is lips twitched. He took advantage of her kindness, yet claimed to be uninterested. "Yu Xiao, I've noticed you're particularly arrogant today. Are you willing to forfeit your salary?" Gu Wan'er, although we may bicker, let us not make jest of salaries. Gu Wan'er sulked beside him, frustrated at her inability to rein him in. She pondered at which point she had faltered. Observing her sulking demeanor, Yu Xiao chuckled inwardly. This girl with her furrowed brows seemed no match for him. He had even managed to win over someone like Sister Bai. "I should be heading back," he noted. Glancing at the time, it was nearly 8 o'clock, and it would be wise to leave early. By the way, have you resolved matters concerning your sister?" Gu Wan'er said helplessly. "Just make sure you don't act recklessly. If I find out you took advantage of her, it will be the end for you." The advantage has already been taken, or rather, to be precise, it is your sister who has taken advantage of me. Standing at the doorway, changing his shoes, Yu Xiao suddenly thought to ask, "If you plan to introduce your sister Yun'er to me, then it wouldn't be a problem for me to take a little advantage, would it?" However, before he could voice this thought, he heard footsteps at the door, the familiar sound of his father's approach. Why were they returning home several hours earlier today? "Oh no, my parents are back," Yu Xiao exclaimed softly. Then you should hide," Gu Wan'er responded, equally flustered. Having to hide in his own home was rather absurd. But there was no time to waste. He hurried back to his bedroom. Standing at the door were indeed his parents, Yu Taiduo and Tang Ling, who had returned early. "Old Yu, do you think we might catch a pleasant surprise by coming back early?" Tang Ling said with a beaming smile. They usually took the last flight home, but this time they had finished their activities earlier and wanted to see if their son had any little secrets. Yu Taiduo scoffed, "That brat is all talk. If he dares to bring a girl home for the night, I'll see to it." Tang Ling, unable to contain her excitement, pressed the code on the door lock and opened it. "Dad, Mom, you're back." Gu Wan'er quickly adapted to the situation and even handed them their slippers. The elderly couple felt as if they were seeing a phony son. What had this boy done to warrant such eagerness to prepare slippers? Tang Ling suddenly sensed something amiss. She caught a whiff of perfume lingering in the air. This is the scent of a girl's perfume. "You little rascal, it seems you have finally wised up. Trying to fool your mother. This is a good thing." However, Yu Taiduo was less perceptive and questioned, "What smells so good?" Gu Wan'er felt a sense of dread. She had not applied any perfume herself, so it must be coming from Yu Xiao. "I didn't spray any perfume. I was just infected by Sister Bai's scent." Yu Xiao protested. "I noticed a strange smell in the house, so I used some perfume." Gu Wan'er quickly offered an explanation that could somewhat hold water. Yet Tang Ling saw through her son's fib immediately. She did not possess such a fragrance, and this particular scent was unique, not something readily available on the market. It must have been crafted by a high-end perfumer. With the little money her son had, buying such a thing was entirely out of reach. Gu Wan'er remained oblivious to the fact that her lie had been uncovered by Yu Xiao's mother. Meanwhile, Yu Xiao, eavesdropping at the door, felt a headache coming on. "Gu Wan'er, my mom is a die-hard fan of spy dramas. She is now undoubtedly a top-notch detective. My father's little antics never escape her notice, let alone your half-baked lies." Tang Ling chose not to expose her son's deception, smiling as she slipped on her slippers and stepped into the living room. A platter of fruit sat on the coffee table. "Do you really need to wash so much for just one person?" Gu Wan'er felt a surge of anxiety. Sensing that Yu Xiao's mother was like a teacher checking homework, scrutinizing every detail. Observing the situation, Gu Wan'er quickly poured 2 glasses of water. "Mom and Dad, please have a drink first." Yu Taiduo and Tang Ling gazed at their son in disbelief. This mischievous lad has poured himself a glass of water? It was as if the sun had risen in the west. Yu Taiduo, astonished, inquired, "Xiao Duo, have you committed some heinous act?" Gu Wan'er momentarily taken aback. Quickly denied it while laughing. "I was just eating fruit." It was then that Tang Ling noticed the fruits were all peeled. Even the lychees were prepared in such a manner. Was this something a boy could accomplish? This was clearly a task suited for a girl. Indeed, just by this platter of fruit, one could deduce certain qualities. how admirable the girl must be. Duo, tanlan galet jefelin. Mother, what is the matter? Let us see her. Let your father and me take a look, Tang Ling encouraged, patting her son's shoulder. You're old enough now. There is no need to hide her. We'd feel more at ease if you brought her home. Chapter 37. Come, let us hurt each other. Gu Wan'er felt a sinking feeling in her heart. What was happening? Had they discovered her so swiftly? Yu Duo paused for a moment, puzzled. What do you mean, come out? Has a thief entered the house? Old Yu, if you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Tang Ling rolled her eyes. Even if a thief came, he would be a flower thief. No, a child-snatching fairy. Mother, what are you talking about? There is no one else here, Gu Wan'er replied, forcing confidence into her voice. You said your mother would be home late, and now we can't wash away the suspicion even if we jumped into the Yellow River. Duo, this isn't a disgrace. It's a good matter. Mother, I assure you, there is no one here. Tang Ling rose decisively. Then let me search. Gu Wan'er felt utterly exasperated. Yu Xiao Duo, you little troublemaker, my reputation is being trampled underfoot because of you. Just then, the bedroom door swung open, and Yu Xiao Duo emerged with a smile. Hello, uncle and aunt. Unbeknownst to him, his mother was about to reveal everything, and he thought it better to surrender gracefully. Seeing Yu Xiao Duo, Gu Wan'er felt tears welling up in her eyes. Indeed, it's you, Tang Ling exclaimed joyfully, having harbored a suspicion that the girl from the car that day might be the same, and lo and behold, it was indeed her. This rascal had truly made progress by inviting a girl to play at home. Yu Duo was equally astounded. This girl was undeniably beautiful. Yet, he pondered what it was about his son that had captured her interest. I must apologize for the spectacle, Yu Xiao Duo said. It was all my doing to keep her hidden. Gu Wan'er, exasperated, exclaimed, Yu Xiao Duo, are you trying to ruin me again? Let us perish together. Mom and Dad, allow me to introduce my girlfriend, Gu Wan'er. Yu Xiao Duo was left dumbfounded, as if struck by a thunderbolt. Gu Wan'er, are you out of your mind? Who is your girlfriend? Please don't speak nonsense. How am I supposed to find a girlfriend after this? Observing Yu Xiao Duo's dazed expression, Gu Wan'er felt a surge of satisfaction. Finally, she had discovered a way to deal with him. Yu Xiao Duo thought to himself, you truly are remarkable. It's like inflicting 8,000 injuries upon the enemy, while suffering a loss of 10,000. Gu Wan'er, moon with you doi. Tang Ling was different. She hurried over and took the girl's hand. Wan'er, that day you deceived me. I'd already seen through both of you. Yu Xiao Duo felt utterly bewildered. Mom, I am your son, not your daughter-in-law. Gu Wan'er, how dare you betray me? Just wait and see. Auntie, it's not as you think, Yu Xiao Duo quickly denied. However, Gu Wan'er was resolute, saying, Wan'er, forget it. Since Mom has discovered everything, you might as well confess. Yu Xiao Duo felt as though his heart were bleeding. The esteemed son of a domineering family was being mistaken for a daughter-in-law. Gu Wan'er, how treacherous you are. If you wish to harm one another, then so be it. Auntie, please don't blame Xiao Duo. It was I who insisted on coming and causing you trouble. Yu Xiao Duo displayed a bashful demeanor, as if to say he willingly accompanied your son, utterly enchanted by him. Indeed, the elders could hardly believe their ears. How could their son possess such a lure that a girl would be so proactive? They looked at their foolish son, who seemed utterly dazed. Gu Wan'er was equally astonished. She never expected Yu Xiao Duo to utter such words, feeling like a fool for being so forward. Tang Ling, however, was unconcerned. Having such a beautiful daughter-in-law made her immensely happy, joking, what trouble? We are the ones interrupting you. Otherwise, I would have a grandchild in 10 months. Yu Duo could only shake his head in resignation, as his wife was too eager for a grandchild. At that moment, Gu Wan'er said with utmost seriousness, Mom, tonight I can also make it possible for you to hold your grandchild in 10 months. Yu Xiao Duo. Gu Wan'er, I consider you my superior, and yet you wish to seduce me? How can you be more twisted than I am? I am truly astounded by your antics. Gu Wan'er provocatively gazed at Yu Xiao Duo. Do you dare, little one? Tang Ling was taken aback by her son's words, feeling he was too hasty. I'll go cut some fruit. Wan'er, why don't you play a bit longer? Yu Xiao Duo responded, Gu, you are impressive, but I shall no longer engage. I will return to bully your sister instead. Auntie, it's getting late. I must take my leave. Yu Xiao Duo feigned a cold expression, as if he were upset. Tang Ling sensed trouble. Her son spoke without a filter. Duo, go see her off. Come on, Wan'er. Gu Wan'er wrapped her arms around Yu Xiao's waist, which made him feel a mix of annoyance and excitement. Gu Wan'er had finally discovered the right way to deal with Yu Xiao Duo. She had been so arrogant before, but now she was the one in control. After the two young ones left, Tang Ling chuckled. Finally, he's made a girlfriend. However, Yu Duo sighed. Give me a smile. Yu Duo immediately grinned, fully under his wife's thumb. At the entrance, Yu Duo brushed Gu Wan'er's hand away. What are you touching? I'm touching myself. What concern is it of yours? Gu Wan'er shrugged, looking quite pleased, finally venting her frustrations after being oppressed by Yu Duo. You're something else. Yu Duo could never have imagined that he would be outsmarted by his own advances. Gu Wan'er huffed. Don't think that just because you occupy my body, you can do as you please. I too wish to experience the joys of being a man. Yu Duo was momentarily taken aback. How could Gu Wan'er suddenly exhibit such intelligence? Is there an unseen mentor guiding her? Gu Wan'er, do you believe I might also indulge in the pleasures of womanhood? He jested, with a disdainful scoff. Gu Wan'er retorted confidently. Yu Duo, surely you don't believe that yourself. You are, after all, a man. To his surprise, Gu Wan'er appeared utterly confident in her stance, which infuriated him. Yu Duo, toil for you, and yet you treat me this way. Do you possess no conscience? Who told you to consistently cause me trouble? Don't think I am easily bullied, she huffed, retreating indoors and slamming the door shut. Yu Duo muttered under his breath. This is my home. You act as though it were yours. However, a smile suddenly crossed his face. Gu Wan'er, you are still too young. Do you believe this will go unpunished? Just wait for my parents to lecture you. As expected, once inside, Gu Wan'er found herself in the living room, facing a reprimand. How could you mistreat a young lady like that? We were merely teasing, and you took it to heart. If this gets out, they'll say the Yu family lacks manners. Gu Wan'er felt quite vexed, lamenting her pretense that had led to her being scolded. Meanwhile, Yu Duo thought to himself, if I were to weep, you would surely not be the one being reprimanded, but rather the target of a combined lecture from my parents. It was best to return to converse with Sister Yener. Her sister was indeed quite deranged, wishing to experience the joys of being a man. Chapter 38. Gu Wan'er, you are experiencing heavy bleeding. Upon returning to the villa, Yu Duo discovered that Sister Yener had not yet returned. He had intended to engage in a deeper conversation with her. He decided to give her a call, hoping she had not encountered any unsavory characters. The call connected swiftly, and he heard Gu Yener's sweet voice. Sister, where are you? I'm at the film set. We're shooting night scenes these days, so I won't be back. Didn't I mention this earlier? Gu Wan'er, you truly are wary of me. All right, focus on your filming and rest early. I understand. Sister, do rest early as well. There's still some snacks in the fridge I've saved for you. Sister Yener was indeed thoughtful, while her sister was akin to a bridge burner, leaving her to entertain herself once more. Just as another weekend passed, Monday loomed ahead. Enjoying the snacks left by Sister Yener, including chicken feet and wings, he retrieved a chilled soda from the fridge, pure bliss. However, not long after, Yu Duo felt a sudden cramp in his abdomen, accompanied by a wave of pain. Could be a case of food poisoning? He hurried to the restroom. Yet soon, he sensed something was amiss. A metallic scent filled the air. Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, "Oh no," and quickly dialed Gu Wan'er. "Hello, what is it?" Gu Wan'er answered grumpily from her bed. Gu Wan'er, you are experiencing heavy bleeding. What? Am I bleeding heavily? Indeed, it's quite a lot. Do you have some ailment? Gu Wan'er furrowed her brow and inquired, what date is it today? The 14th. Then it's not a problem. Your period has arrived, Gu Wan'er replied nonchalantly. Finally, I can escape the pain of menstruation. Sometimes being a man has its advantages, doesn't it? Look, Yu Duo is feeling the pain for me. What a fitting retribution. Yu Duo experienced the torment of her first menstrual cramps. Sigh. How do you usually relieve the pain when your period arrives? Drink more hot water. Came the reply. Is that really your advice? As if I didn't already know. You boys always say that, she retorted, while Gu Wan'er wore a smug smile. Clutching her abdomen, Yu Duo gingerly approached the bed, curling up in discomfort. My dear Gu, could you perhaps show me some mercy? Is this pain truly bearable? It's just a stomachache. I endure it once a month. Oh, I'm not a woman. I've never felt this pain. It might be good for you to experience a woman's suffering. Placing a hot water bottle on your belly can alleviate the discomfort. After hanging up the phone, Yu Duo prepared accordingly, and indeed, it proved effective. The pain lessened. Being a woman is so unfortunate. I still prefer to be a man. Oh heavens! Allow me to return to my own body after this period passes, so I can resume my life. As the pain persisted, Yu Duo gradually drifted into slumber, only to be awakened by a bizarre dream, wherein Gu Wan'er held her down, flashing a sinister smile. Upon seeing her familiar bedroom, Yu Xiao clasped her hands in gratitude, thanking the heavens for allowing her to return to her own body and escape the clutches of her menstrual cycle. However, she couldn't help but remark how absurd it was to be wearing pajamas on such a hot day. In the villa, Gu Wan'er awoke feeling a twinge of pain in her abdomen, and upon opening her eyes, she nearly cursed aloud. What happened? How did I revert? Yu Xiao, you must have employed some kind of sorcery, thinking you could escape your period. Yet here I am, not spared. Frustrated, she lamented, that rascal Yu Xiao, having taken so much advantage of me. What's a few days of pain to him? Why is it so agonizing this time? Glancing at the chicken feet, chicken wings, and drinks Yu Xiao had consumed, realization struck her. Yu Xiao, you've done this to me again. I must have owed you in my past life. She hurriedly dialed his number to berate him. Meanwhile, Yu Xiao, yawning and listening to the irate voice on the line, was reminded of her own complaints from the previous day. Well, how was I to know your period was coming? You didn't mention it. It hurts so much. Yu Xiao pouted, pretending to be in agony, even though the pain had subsided. President Gu, drink more hot water. Gu Wan'er responded, you heartless soul. May you remain forever single. With that, she hung up, curling up on her bed in discomfort. Listening to the busy signal, Yu Xiao sighed. See, she's really upset. Upon exiting her bedroom, she nearly called out Auntie, but quickly corrected herself. Mom, what is for breakfast? Tang Ling, observing her son's casual demeanor, felt something was amiss. Egg pancakes. Oh, then, Yu Xiao's father inquired seriously. Xiao, is Gu Wan'er truly your girlfriend? Dad, you all take this too seriously. We're just fooling around. Yu Xiao clarified. Upon hearing this, Tang Ling was displeased. Xiao, what do you mean? The girl hasn't said she's just playing. Are you toying with her feelings? Yu Xiao's lips twitched, realizing she might have overdone her act yesterday. Alas, you failed to comprehend Gu Wan'er. Her demeanor yesterday was merely an act. Furthermore, she is the general manager and a woman of considerable means. How could she possibly have any interest in me? Yu Duo nodded silently, affirming, I have my suspicions. Such good fortune in romance seems implausible. Yu Duo rolled her eyes, exclaiming, am I not your biological child? Then how could she have visited our home? Tang Ling remained skeptical and pressed further. In truth, President Gu requested my assistance. That day in the car, we were merely discussing business, mother. You are letting your imagination run wild. Tang Ling sighed and took a seat. You simply do not understand the art of pursuit. When a girl asks for your help, it signifies her trusting you. She's not my type. I doubt I could win her over. Mother, your tactics are outdated. After finishing her milk, Yu Duo prepared to head to work. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Yu Duo waited in her car for Zhao Yang, contemplating for a moment before deciding to call Gu Wan'er. To her surprise, she did not answer. Ah, women, she mused. Soon enough, Zhao Yang arrived as usual. As he approached the passenger seat, Yu Duo noticed that the portly fellow had opened the door of the adjacent vehicle, only now realizing that it bore a red ribbon. Stepping out, Yu Duo gasped, Fatty, impressive. You've already made a move. Brother Yu, we agreed to remain single together. Yet you have broken that pact. So, I too shall seek companionship. Zhao Yang declared with a righteous expression. Yu Duo chuckled, locking her car before sliding into the passenger seat of Zhao Yang's vehicle. Let us go to work. Brother, this is my future girlfriend's car. You've been borrowing my girlfriend's vehicle for nearly 2 years. Let us hurry, we're going to be late. Zhao Yang pouted, lamenting, Brother Yu, you've changed. With someone like President Gu, we've grown distant. Yesterday, I invited you to the internet CF, yet you declined. Have you forgotten your brothers now that you have a woman? Yu Duo laughed heartily, swiftly lighting a cigarette to ease Zhao Liang's irritation, promising to assist him with scoring points. Upon arriving at the company, everything seemed routine, save for Supervisor He's warm inquiries about her well-being. At noon, the two of them made their way to lunch, but Yu Duo overheard some peculiar discussions. Have you heard? President Gu didn't attend the company meeting today. Indeed, I heard. They say she's been sidelined at the company. So, she's chosen to skip the weekly meeting altogether? Listening to the idle gossip, Yu Duo furrowed her brow, while Zhao Yang suddenly gave a thumbs up, saying, Brother Yu, you're remarkable. You've managed to keep President Gu away from the office. Yu Duo remarked if I were serious, she wouldn't be getting out of bed for a week. Taking out her phone, she attempted to call Gu Wan'er once more, but she still did not answer, which unsettled Yu Duo, given her dedication to the company. How could she be absent? Fatty, pass me the car keys, Yu Duo said earnestly. Zhao Yang responded, Brother Yu, would you like me to help you request a leave? Yes. As Yu Gu strode away, Zhao Yang let out a long sigh, realizing that Gu Zong would once again endure Yu Ji's relentless admonitions. One could not help but envy Yu Ji's daily life. Yu Xiao, driving Zhao Yang's new car, couldn't help but marvel at its peculiar power. Wasn't it supposed to be a 7? The suit-clad ruffian felt it was akin to his own 530. Could the car be malfunctioning? He hastily pulled over and opened the hood, only to be utterly dumbfounded. He had been deceived by the chubby one. This was no ordinary 7, but merely a 20 with a body kit. Even the interior had been altered. What a talent. Returning to the car, Yu Xiao made several calls, but none were answered. Could it be that his previous outburst had driven the other to despair? He would be the sinner then. Fortunately, having visited before, the guard did not impede his entry. Familiar with the villa's passcode, he stepped inside and found the living room unchanged from the previous night. He quickly ascended the stairs to the bedroom. Upon opening the door, he discovered Gu Wan'er lying on the bed, which brought him immense relief. Gu Zong, why are you sulking like a child and ignoring my calls? Yu Xiao chuckled. Yet Gu Wan'er remained unresponsive. Approaching her side, he noticed her pale complexion, beads of sweat forming on her brow, and her lips trembling uncontrollably, indicating her discomfort. What on earth is wrong with you? He exclaimed, sitting on the bed and placing his hand on her forehead. It felt warm to the touch. At that moment, Gu Wan'er opened her eyes and, upon seeing him beside her, weakly uttered, "What are you doing here? Leave." She turned her back to him, but this movement seemed to intensify her pain, causing her further distress. Gu Wan'er, you needn't resort to such extremes to express your anger, he gently chided. I don't need your concern. You only bring me harm. Observing her demeanor, it was clear that her condition transcended mere menstrual discomfort. I shall take you to the hospital. No. Are you going or not? Not going. I will go, and I refuse to believe I cannot help you. With that, he lifted Gu Wan'er from the bed. Though the scene was somewhat provocative, primarily due to his habit of sleeping without attire. Yu Xiao, the frail Gu Wan'er scolded weakly. How shameless. It's not as if you've never seen it. I'll fetch you some clothes. In her weakened state, Gu Wan'er could hardly resist, and amidst her curses, she found herself placed into the car. Upon arriving at the hospital, Yu Xiao immediately registered for an emergency consultation, as Gu Wan'er struggled to walk due to her discomfort. When the doctor inquired about her diet the previous evening, Gu Wan'er irritably pointed at Yu Xiao. Ask him. Just some chicken feet and wings, along with cake. Is that all? There was also a braised pig's trotter, frozen cola, and some snacks. As he spoke, Yu Xiao felt a twinge of embarrassment, noticing Gu Wan'er's predatory glare. The preliminary diagnosis suggested acute gastroenteritis. How could you feed your girlfriend such a haphazard assortment of food, alternating between hot and cold? The doctor's words drew the attention of those nearby, many expressing sympathy for the beautiful Gu Wan'er, who had fallen victim to such an irresponsible boyfriend. Yu Xiao, visibly chagrined, replied, I will be more careful in the future. First, let us administer some intravenous fluids and anti-inflammatory medication. Then we can assess the situation further. Thank you, doctor. Yu Xiao hurriedly assisted Gu Wan'er, who immediately pinched his waist with great force, blaming him for her predicament. Feeling guilty, Yu Xiao could only allow her to vent her frustration. He escorted Gu Wan'er to the foreroom and rushed off to procure medicine. Feeling responsible for her suffering after their tumultuous night. Gu, please take your medicine, he gently urged while sitting beside her. However, Gu Wan'er turned her face away, clearly still upset. At that moment, the nurse approached with her equipment, causing Gu Wan'er to furrow her brows in apprehension at the sight of the needle. She recalled a childhood experience where a shot had resulted in a dramatic blood spurt, leaving her with an aversion to hospitals. She would endure even minor ailments rather than seek help. It's time for your injection. Please extend your hand, the nurse instructed as she hung the fore. Yet, Gu Wan'er's hands remained tucked in her pockets. It's time for your shot, Yu Xiao reminded her. But Gu Wan'er firmly shut her eyes and declared, I want to do it. This left Yu Xiao in a dilemma. Was it necessary to inflict such self-torment merely to express her displeasure? Oh, come now, let's not be angry. A quick shot and some medicine, and you won't feel a thing, he coaxed with a smile. However, Gu Wan'er resolutely refused, insisting she would not budge. The nurse calmly remarked, bring her back once she has calmed down. Yu Xiao sensed the eyes of others upon him, as if they were waiting for him to become the subject of ridicule. He was merely trying to appease his boss. Gu, I sincerely apologize for my indulgent behavior last night, he stated earnestly, laying on the sincerity thick. Yet, Gu Wan'er remained unmoved. her expression suggesting she would rather endure pain than accept his pity. Gu, you must take care of your health. What if Bai Jie calls you? How can you respond in this state? When his previous entreaties proved futile, Yu Xiao shifted his approach. Xiaowan, let us not sulk. Be a good girl, and let us get this over with. Gu Wan'er nearly retched at his patronizing tone, her eyes snapping open in indignation. Am I 3 years old? She exclaimed, glaring at him. Yet, it seemed this tactic elicited a response. My mother praised you this morning, saying I'm like a toad compared to you, which is rather unfortunate. That is true, Yu Xiao chuckled, but you must take care of that swan-like beauty of yours. If it deteriorates, it will become unappetizing. Chapter 40. I truly want to strangle you. Yu Xiao, even in this state, you still provoke me. The men receiving IVs around them immediately raised their thumbs. Impressed by this man's audacity, despite his girlfriend's anger, he only added fuel to the fire. What a novel approach. I was merely making an analogy. Even pork has an expiration date, doesn't it? You are the pig. Indeed, I am the pig, and you're the cabbage. Gu Wan'er retorted. Her every word, laced with irritation directed at herself. Wan'er, as long as you listen, I could give you a shot all night long. Can you kick? I can. Then you're not human. All right. Seeing Gu Wan'er soften a little, Yu Xiao quickly called the nurse over. Now, you can give her the injection. Gu Wan'er responded with a silent acquiescence. Gu Wan'er tightly shut her eyes, refusing to look, while her other hand fiercely grasped Yu Xiao's thigh. Yu Xiao felt a wave of relief. Had her grip been any less precise, it could have resulted in a rather unfortunate incident. Was it merely a needle? To be so frightened was quite the spectacle. The nurse shook her head. Seeing his girlfriend in such distress, the boyfriend seemed oblivious to the need for comfort, merely sitting by as if watching a play unfold. It's all over now. You're fine. Yu Xiao gently patted the back of Gu Wan'er's hand, noting how her grip had left a mark on his thigh. Gradually, Gu Wan'er calmed down, though she still wore a displeased expression, yet she obediently took her medication. After a little over 10 minutes, she began to feel drowsy and slowly leaned against Yu Xiao's shoulder. He was momentarily taken aback. The sight of the sleeping Gu Wan'er was far more serene, resembling a delicate muse. Time passed slowly, and when Gu Wan'er awoke, she found herself draped in a thin blanket, but Yu Xiao was nowhere to be seen. Anger surged within her, and she cursed him silently, knowing he was insincere and had likely slipped away. Don't worry, your boyfriend went to get you something to eat, the kindly older woman beside her chimed in cheerfully. Oh, Gu Wan'er felt a wave of relief wash over her at the news. Just then, she spotted Yu Xiao entering with a plastic bag, and she promptly shut her eyes again, feigning sleep. The older woman watched, chuckling to herself, bemused by the antics of the younger generation. Following the doctor's advice, Yu Xiao had purchased a light porridge. Suddenly, he noticed the older woman giving him a knowing glance. Initially, he was puzzled, thinking perhaps she had something in her eye, until he realized she was trying to flirt with him. Being handsome truly was a burden, he sighed. After taking a seat, he pulled out his phone to send a message, occasionally chuckling to himself. This puzzled Gu Wan'er. He had brought back food, yet chose not to wake her. Unable to resist, she peeked over and discovered he was chatting on WeChat, engaging in a lively conversation with Sister Bai. Gu, I never imagined you had a penchant for eavesdropping, Yu Xiao remarked with a mischievous grin as he caught her in the act. Gu Wan'er rolled her eyes and retorted. Who has eavesdropping? Nonsense. Does it still hurt? She initially intended to say it didn't hurt anymore, but sensing she hadn't received enough attention from Yu Xiao, she quickly altered her response. It still aches a bit. I'll check with the doctor. They might need to operate, he said. The mention of surgery startled Gu Wan'er, and she quickly grabbed his arm. Just a little pain, some medicine will fix it. Are you sure? He inquired. Yes, she replied. Let us have some porridge. You haven't eaten all day, and it's affecting your looks. Yu Xiao retrieved the porridge from the plastic bag and ready to spoon. Gu Wan'er, displeased, said, What does my appearance have to do with you? It matters to me. If I wake up tomorrow and you look different, I might not get any attention, he teased. Gu Wan'er rolled her eyes again, deciding it was pointless to argue. She just wanted to satisfy her hunger. Meanwhile, Yu Xiao whispered, Did you see that older woman across from us? She was just flirting with me. Gu Wan'er nearly choked on her breath, tears brimming in her eyes. She suddenly realized that spending too much time with Yu Xiao might lead her to an untimely demise, unlike Zhao Yang, who seemed to have a charmed life. Be careful eating, she admonished. Yu Xiao gently stroked Gu Wan'er's back, observing how hungry the child appeared. Yu Xiao, could you refrain from speaking while I eat? Very well, he replied. Afterward, he retrieved several boxes from his bag, and as he opened them, a delightful aroma wafted through the air: garlic shrimp, grilled oysters, and roasted pig's trotters. Gu Wan'er looked at the plain congee before her, instantly losing her appetite. I want to eat shrimp. You can dream on. The doctor advised a light diet for the next few days. If it weren't for your reckless eating last night, I wouldn't be in this predicament. Then I wouldn't eat at all. Gu Wan'er huffed defiantly, indicating her intention to starve herself to make a point. Yu Xiao showed no signs of yielding, relishing his meal beside her, provoking Gu Wan'er's irritation as he deliberately indulged in delicious food. Look at this shrimp, Gu. The meat is plump, fragrant, tender, and succulent. Truly delightful, he remarked while peeling the shrimp. I'll strangle you, you insufferable man. I'm going to die, exclaimed a nearby lady, marveling at the playful rapport between the young couple, which was indeed enviable. By the time they finished Gu Wan'er's drip, it was already past 7 in the evening, and the pain had faded, leaving her feeling remarkably liberated. Xiao Wan'er, would you like a hug? Yu Xiao teased as he stood up. Gu Wan'er rolled her eyes. You just enjoy watching me make a fool of myself, don't you? Yes, I would. Yu Xiao's mouth twitched. He had merely been joking, not expecting her to actually agree. Just kidding. I'll take you home. I'm too weak. Are you trying to fool me? When you pinched me just now, it felt like you were trying to peel the flesh off. Gu Wan'er chuckled inwardly, realizing that Yu Xiao was all talk but lacked the courage to act. Seeing the peculiar look in her eyes, Yu Xiao quickly understood he had been outsmarted. Gu Wan'er, as you wish, you want a hug, right? To her surprise, he scooped her up in a princess carry, causing her to cling to his neck in alarm. Put me down. Why would I? I am your boyfriend, as you confessed last night. ISNT that right, everyone? The audacity of Yu Xiao was as thick as the walls of a fortress, and the surrounding men readily chimed in, leaving Gu Wan'er feeling utterly embarrassed. Huh, you think you can play these games with me? You're all too inexperienced. Upon reaching the parking lot, he set her down, and she promptly stomped her foot in frustration. Go to hell. With that, she stormed off. Gu Wan'er, your shy demeanor was quite charming just now, he called after her. She retorted, and the car is over here. Where do you think you're going? With a huff, Gu Wan'er declared, I'll walk back myself. I don't need your help. Very well, he acquiesced. A moment later, she watched as Yu Xiao drove away, cursing him in her heart for actually leaving. Chapter 41. Gu Wan'er's father arrives upon exiting the hospital. Gu Wan'er spotted a car parked by the roadside and scoffed. Didn't you leave? Why are you back? Yu Xiao rolled down the window and called out, Gu Wan'er, Sister Bai just messaged. We need to discuss something. Gu Wan'er paused it, thinking that had it not been for Sister Bai's involvement, she would have walked home today. As they settled into the car, Gu Wan'er inquired nonchalantly, what did Sister Bai say? Yi sure has returned, Yu Xiao replied, a hint of frustration in his tone. What? Upon arriving at the villa, Gu Wan'er ascended the stairs to change into a fresh set of clothes. Yu Xiao reclined on the sofa, engrossed in a television show, casually holding an apple, seemingly unfazed. Do you have any strategies to deal with this? Gu Wan'er asked, perched on a nearby armchair. Director Gu, there's only one solution. We need to confront her. Yu Xiao responded. Gu Wan'er furrowed her brow deeply. But how can I confront her? I only possess a few self-defense techniques, and I'm better playing piano or calligraphy than dealing with such matters. I can't handle your usual tactics. Sister Bai had just mentioned that Yi Sure returned solely to confront Pan Wei. You lack influence at the company, and now Yi Sure has seized all the authority in the circle. It's the worst possible start, Gu Wan'er lamented, propping her chin on her hand. When will you take charge and help me deal with Yi Sure? Let us discuss it after your menstrual period passes, Yu Xiao replied. Ah, you finally let something slip. I knew you were casting spells. Can't you tell I'm merely joking? I don't care. You must take charge tomorrow. Yi Sure is your issue. You need to settle it, she insisted, tossing a cushion towards Yu Xiao. Unwilling to back down, he retaliated by throwing it back. Whether I take charge or not is not up to me. How would I know when I might take over your body? You actually hit me. We agreed not to retaliate today. You deceived me. This is merely self-defense, Gu Wan'er retorted, looking down at him from her elevated position. Fine. I'll allow your self-defense, but you're a deceitful one. I'll deal with you. Come on, Gu Wan'er, stop fooling around, or I might just turn on you. Go ahead, show me what you can do. In that instant, the two began playfully wrestling on the sofa. However, the door was abruptly pushed open, and both turned to see a middle-aged man standing at the entrance, his face a mixture of shock and a pallor indicating distress. The two on the sofa appeared overly intimate, with Gu Wan'er seated directly on Yu Xiao. "Dad!" Gu Wan'er exclaimed incredulously. Yu Xiao felt a wave of dread wash over him. Gu Wan'er's father had returned, and she was perched atop him. Oh no! Gu Shilin could never have anticipated that his daughter was on the sofa with a man. Even if she was upset with him, this was an undignified display. Yu Xiao quickly pushed the bewildered Gu Wan'er away, sensing the murderous intent in her father's gaze, reminiscent of something he had seen in movies. "We need to clarify the situation. Our relationship is merely professional, and what you saw was just playful banter." "Hello, Uncle. I'm the subordinate of Director Gu." He attempted to explain, but Gu Wan'er interrupted, declaring, "He is my boyfriend, Yu Xiao." At that moment, Yu Xiao's expression was one of sheer disbelief. "You, Gu Wan'er, had me be your girlfriend last night, and now want me to be your boyfriend? What do you take me for, a mere plaything?" This middle-aged man was Gu Wan'er's father, a pivotal figure within the Gu family conglomerate. To contend with Bai Yu was one thing, but now he also had to deal with her father. Did she expect him to perform miracles? Gu Shilin entered the room with a stern expression. Yu Xiao noticed numerous bodyguards stationed outside, one of whom promptly closed the door. What was their intention? To silence someone? "Gu Wan'er, you have put me in a terrible predicament." Gu Shilin sat on the sofa, clad in an ordinary shirt, yet exuding an aura of undeniable authority. His piercing gaze scrutinized Yu Xiao before he deliberately turned his attention to Gu Wan'er, stating, "You asked for an opportunity, and I have provided it. Now, instead of producing commendable results, you are here flirting with a man. I can balance both work and romance." Gu Wan'er replied in a measured tone. Gu Shilin calmly asserted, "Whether you can manage both is for me to determine." Yu Xiao perceived Gu Shilin's overwhelming dominance, understanding why Gu Wan'er felt compelled to engage with Bai Yi at any cost. "Every family has its own struggles. I will accomplish my tasks without your interference." Gu Wan'er retorted. Gu Shilin dusted off his trousers. "You have been here for a week and have yet to meet Gu Xiao and the others. This is not the headquarters. No one will accommodate you, for you are treading upon others' interests. I am aware that if I do not achieve significant results, you may dictate my actions." Observing his daughter's obstinacy, Gu Shilin remarked coolly, "Very well, I shall await your good news. As for you and him, regardless of whether it is an act or genuine, that man is unworthy of you." Initially, Yu Xiao wished to remain uninvolved, but those words ignited a sense of indignation within him. Who does he look down upon? Without hesitation, Yu Xiao wrapped his arms around Gu Wan'er's waist, drawing her close. "Uncle, I believe your daughter is deserving of me." Gu Wan'er offered no resistance. Rather, she cooperated, for in dealing with her father, they were allies. Indeed, Yu Xiao's bold gesture darkened Gu Shilin's countenance. "Young man, you may not fully grasp the gravity of your actions." A sense of foreboding gripped Gu Wan'er. Could her father truly resort to threats? Perhaps even having someone confront Yu Xiao? "You see, Uncle Gu, one of the defining traits of youth is its audacity." "Huh, Yu Xiao, I'm aware of your tenure at the branch office for over a year without any remarkable abilities. You will drift through life aimlessly. So, do you aspire to charm my daughter into becoming a phoenix?" Yu Xiao was tempted to retort, "I am not seeking to please. Yet I have taken full advantage of your two daughters. Would that not infuriate you? Wan'er, if this is indeed your standard for choosing a partner, I am profoundly disappointed." Feeling wounded, Yu Xiao challenged, "Do you believe I could lead your precious daughters to early motherhood and seize your fortune? I wonder how disappointed you would be then." In truth, Gu Shilin did not believe his daughter would frivolously choose a man, yet the scene on the sofa seemed too authentic to be merely a pretense. Yu Xiao, youthful audacity requires substance, not just empty words. Yu Xiao nodded earnestly. "Very well, you shall witness my capabilities in due course." "Huh, you may now take your leave." Yu Xiao had no intention of lingering, but before departing, he gazed at Gu Wan'er with affection. "I shall return home now. Do not overexert yourself, and be cautious of our love's potential outcome. Gu Wan'er, Gu Shilin." Chapter 42. Darling, Daddy is coming. Without waiting for Gu Shilin to explode, Yu Xiao directly resorted to his antics, determined to provoke a reaction. Gu Wan'er quietly cursed Yu Xiao for his reckless behavior, lamenting that he was once again putting her in a position to be scolded, having already faced reprimands from her parents the previous day. "You two already have a child." Gu Shilin's fury ignited instantly, his face contorting with rage. "No, he's just talking nonsense to irritate you. I've only been here a week. How could I possibly be pregnant?" Upon hearing this, Gu Shilin gradually regained his composure, almost bewildered by that boy's antics. flattery, and deceit. You ought to distance yourself from such men. Gu Wan'er felt her father's words held truth. Indeed, Yu Xiao was charming with his words, yet they had never been directed at her. Nonetheless, she stood firm in her stance. He is my boyfriend. Enough. Stop pretending. Do you think I'm unaware of your true nature? I have no desire to expose you. But if you can't even lie convincingly, how do you expect to manage a branch office? Gu Wan'er bit her lip defiantly, insisting, I am not lying. You are simply stubborn. Gu Shilin paced the living room, hands clasped behind his back. And why did you engage in such reckless behavior that night? If your mother discovers it, she will surely confine you at home. It wasn't me. It was clearly Yu Xiao. Why am I the one taking the blame? Well, he simply runs off. To make a name for oneself in this circle, one must resort to unconventional methods. This is absurd. What if something goes wrong? Your audacity knows no bounds. Gu Shilin could hardly contain his emotions, especially upon receiving the distressing news. He wished he could fly over immediately to bring her back. Gu Wan'er pressed her lips together, resolutely stating, if I lack courage, how can I support the company? I heard you've been associating with Bai Yi? Indeed. Gu Shilin inhaled deeply. Do you even comprehend what Bai Yi is involved in? You are recklessly mingling with him, and when the time comes, regret will come too late. As long as I can attain freedom, I am willing to try. Observing his daughter's obstinate demeanor, Gu Shilin sighed heavily. Being born into a wealthy family often meant a lack of choices, a sentiment he understood all too well. Your cousins are scheming against you, and the family turns a blind eye. Return and apologize to your grandfather. You still have a place at headquarters. Think this through carefully. With that, Gu Shilin turned and left. Once the door closed, Gu Wan'er sank wearily onto the sofa, exhausted, sometimes envying Yu Xiao's carefree life. Not long after, the sound of the door opening echoed again. Dad, can you please let me be alone for a while? My dear daughter, I am here. Yu Xiao chuckled. Gu Wan'er glanced towards the door, where Yu Xiao stood with a cheeky grin, her eyes twitching in irritation. She glanced around, dashed into the kitchen, and grabbed a knife. Yu Xiao, I swear I will chop you up today. Are you crazy? Don't run. Only a fool wouldn't run. The two began to circle the living room, chasing and hurling insults at each other. Suddenly, Gu Wan'er stumbled and fell to the ground, exclaiming, my stomach hurts, you jerk. Oh, come on. Now you're just pretending. I don't believe it, Yu Xiao said with a grin. Yet Gu Wan'er curled up in pain, her face contorted with distress, trembling as she did. Enough, stop pretending. Get up, you shouldn't be lying on the ground, Yu Xiao remarked, a smirk on her lips. You've had your fun. However, Gu Wan'er remained silent, appearing quite distressed. Yu Xiao hurried over to assist her. Are you truly in pain? Gu Wan'er opened her beautiful eyes wide and, in a swift motion, flipped over to straddle Yu Xiao. You scoundrel, I'll strangle you. Do you still wish to play the role of my father? Goodness, do you also aspire to be my mother? How shameless. I fell for your tricks. The two began to grapple with each other, their faces flushed with exertion. At that moment, Gu Wan'er's phone rang. Your phone is ringing. I'll deal with you later, she replied. What if it's Sister by calling? Gu Wan'er pondered for a moment. Fine, let us let go together. All right, I'll count to 3. MHM. 3, 2, 1. After finishing the count, they remained in their positions. Yu Xiao, I knew you would cheat. Huh. I saw right through your deception. The ringing of the phone urged them to reach a temporary truce and postpone their battle. Gu Wan'er picked up her phone to check the caller ID. Who is it? It's Lu Jingji. With a hint of curiosity, Gu Wan'er answered the call. Hello. Miss Gu, are you free? Come over for a cup of tea. I have good news. Gu Wan'er readily accepted the invitation, hanging up the phone and heading upstairs to change her clothes. When she came back down, Yu Xiao observed her closely, noting that she looked quite beautiful, as always, through his own perspective on beauty. Wait a moment. Yu Xiao suddenly exclaimed. What is it? I just returned to deliver medicine, and I left it in the car. You should take your medicine before heading out. Saying this, Yu Xiao went to prepare warm water and the medication, not wanting her to later complain of a stomach ache and require a trip to the hospital. Gu Wan'er did not refuse. The matter at hand was urgent, and they could settle the score later. I'll head back first, he stated after administering the medicine. No, we're going together. Do we really need to go together? Of course. You were the one who brought us together, so stop complaining. Yu Xiao sighed softly, resigning himself to accompany Gu Wan'er. Once in the car, he asked earnestly, does this count as overtime? You've already taken me to the hospital. Do you still expect overtime pay? What miserly boss. At least reimburse me for the fuel. Dream on. Yu Xiao, who considered himself frugal, was taken aback to discover someone even more stingy. the Deming Tea House, located on Shihan Street, operates on a membership basis. Patrons here are typically industry elites, rather than merely a tea house. It serves as a venue for mingling with the influential. Consequently, many aspire to gain entry or obtain a membership card. Unfortunately, the membership verification process is not straightforward. A dedicated team conducts assessments before one can join. However, the identity of the tea house's owner remains a mystery, some speculate it to be Bai Yi. Yet no evidence supports this claim. As Yu Xiao drove, he lamented, Shihan Street is so congested. There isn't even a parking space available. There's a car pulling out ahead. Hurry and merge in, Gu Wan'er pointed out, gesturing toward a vehicle 20 meters ahead. If we wait to get through this traffic, it'll be taken already. Just get out and occupy the spot physically. You want me to physically reserve a parking space for you? Gu Wan'er found it hard to believe. She never imagined she could fall to such depths. If that were the case, I would have to take the long way around. With gritted teeth, Gu Wan'er opened the car door and dashed to the parking space, feeling utterly humiliated, having never done anything so embarrassing in her life. Initially, a few irate drivers prepared to unleash their frustrations, but upon seeing the stunning young lady, they immediately fell silent. Had it been an ordinary woman, they would have surely rained down insults upon her. Chapter 43. The chance for a turnaround after parking the car. Yu Xiao gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Well done, President Gu. Are you satisfied, Director Yu? I'm just looking out for you, President Gu. If you make me do something like this again, I want to have a salary left. With that, he strolled toward a nearby tea house. Yu Xiao shrugged. With such thin skin, how could he achieve anything significant? The two soon arrived at the entrance of Deming Tea House, where Lu Zhengji had been waiting. Upon seeing Yu Xiao and Gu Wan'er approach together, he couldn't help but be curious about Yu Xiao's identity. If he were an ordinary person, Lu Zhengji could never believe it. Apologies for keeping you waiting, Director Lu, Gu Wan'er said with a gentle smile. We are all friends here. You may call me by my name, Lu Zhengji replied warmly. Yu Xiao, lacking the formality of Gu Wan'er, clasped his fists and greeted, Brother Lu, it's been a few days. You look well. Brother Yu, your romantic fortune is enviable. Lu Zhengji laughed, mimicking the gesture. Yu Xiao felt a bit bashful of being called Brother Yu, while Gu Wan'er felt a wave of helplessness. Yu Xiao seemed to revel in the attention, as if he truly were her boyfriend. Brother Lu, this is no romantic fortune. It's a disaster. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Wan'er playfully punched Yu Xiao, leaving him bewildered. I was just trying to clarify our relationship, and you. Are you really starting to like me? Well, I prefer your sister, but if you don't mind, I might consider it. Lu Zhengji could hardly bear this display of affection and quickly led the two upstairs. The tea house boasted a lovely ambience, with small bridges, flowing water, blooming flowers, and a quaint pond. What good news did you want to share, Lu Zhengji? Gu Wan'er inquired curiously. It's like this, a friend in the industry, whom you met last time, is in urgent need of funds and wishes to transfer shares of a major project. Naturally, I thought of you. Hearing Lu Zhengji's words, Gu Wan'er felt a surge of joy. Such an opportunity was indeed remarkable. Although Yu Xiao had a mischievous streak, he was undeniably capable. If he hadn't befriended Lu Zhengji, this fortunate opportunity would not have come her way. Yu Xiao then asked, Brother Lu, what is the scale of the project? It's a project with a total investment of 10 billion. Gu Wan'er was taken aback. She had assumed it would be in the millions, perhaps topping $1 billion, never expecting it to be such a colossal venture. Could she handle it? Just as Yu Xiao had thought, Gu Wan'er was startled as well. She had never been involved with investments of this magnitude. What kind of project is it? Is it convenient to disclose how much is being transferred? She asked softly. You're likely aware of the newly constructed large port project in Longhai City. While I am uncertain of the exact cost, it is estimated to be no less than 3 billion. This project is a collaboration among 3 companies, and my family is involved in transportation, ensuring a guaranteed profit. Last year, your company sought to participate, but unfortunately, it did not come to fruition. If you were to secure it, I can only imagine how furious Gu Xiao and his associates would be. With that, Lu Zhengji chuckled. In truth, Lu Zhengji had contemplated acquiring it himself. Yet, as Fu Quan remarked, such an endeavor would merely yield a modest profit. Presenting this grand gift to Gu Wan'er would undoubtedly reap far greater returns in the future. Moreover, Gu Wan'er is Yu Xiao's girlfriend. Treating her well would surely be remembered by him. Fu Quan believed that Yu Xiao's worth surpasses that of Gu Wan'er, and he was confident in his judgment. Yu Xiao, much like Yi Shi, possessed the qualities of a hidden powerhouse. Should Yu Xiao duo become privy to their thoughts, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "It seems my strength is merely a product of your imagination. I am the one who ignites the imperial engine." At that moment, upon hearing the minimum bid of 3 billion, Gu Wan'er felt a sudden jolt in her heart. 3 billion is no trifling sum. Yet, this also represents her opportunity for a turnaround, and she must seize it at all costs. Yu Xiao duo glanced at Gu Wan'er's fervent gaze and thought to himself, "If others are deceivers, it seems you are easily ensnared." In a refined chamber on the third floor, Lu Jingji pushed open the double wooden doors, revealing two gentlemen seated within. One was Fu Quan, and the other appeared somewhat familiar. Yu Xiao duo recalled that this man seemed to be surnamed Liang, who had expressed admiration for him that night. "Miss Gu, how delightful it is to see you again," Liang Xing exclaimed excitedly as he stood. Fu Quan replied with a faint smile, "Old Liang, mind your manners. Her boyfriend is standing right beside you." "Ha ha, dear brother Yu, please do not take offense. I am but a fan of your girlfriend." Liang Xing laughed heartily, leaving Gu Wan'er in exasperation, as it seemed everyone regarded her as his girlfriend. This was troublesome. Yu Xiao duo felt a mix of embarrassment and concern, fearing that Yun'er might misunderstand and think he had an affair with her sister. Alas, she is simply too exceptional. Yu Xiao duo sighed helplessly. Gu Wan'er responded, "As long as you understand." The three men, overhearing their exchange, found it amusing, as it sounded akin to a playful argument. As the five of them settled down, Fu Quan took it upon himself to brew tea with remarkable skill. "Today, I have brought some exquisite Westlake Longjing for your enjoyment," he announced. Yu Xiao duo lifted the delicate teacup, estimating its worth to be around 200 yuan. Gu Wan'er was eager to address the matter at hand, but felt it inappropriate to initiate the conversation, so she lightly nudged Yu Xiao duo with her foot. Sensing her gesture, Yu Xiao duo inquired, "What are you doing? Are you feeling frisky?" At that moment, Liang Xing glanced at Fu Quan, who, understanding the unspoken communication, smiled and said, "Brother Yu, Miss Gu, I trust Lu Jingji has briefed you on the situation. Old Liang's family is currently in need of funds, and thus he intends to sell 30% of his shares. May I inquire how much Mr. Liang intends to sell them for?" Gu Wan'er asked. Liang Xing chuckled softly. "Recently, my family has been in need of funds. Otherwise, I would not consider transferring this project. After all, it is a guaranteed profit. Since we are all friends, I shall be forthright. I initially invested 3 billion, and now I wish to sell it for 4 billion, with the stipulation of a lump sum payment." Fu Quan and Lu Jingji were not surprised by the offer. It fell within a normal range. However, the requirement for a single payment seemed somewhat excessive. 4 billion is no trifling sum. Typically, only large corporations manage such cash flow, and only conglomerates like the Gu family could readily produce it. Upon hearing the offer, Gu Wan'er instinctively furrowed her brows, which amused Yu Xiao duo. He thought to himself, if you were to negotiate outside, your inner turmoil would be written all over your face. It made him wonder how her family approached matters, not fearing that she might lead the branch office to ruin. Gu Wan'er did not wish to appear this way, but with her fate hanging in the balance, her mindset was understandably less than favorable. Currently, her position in the company was precarious, let alone 4 billion. Even 4 million was difficult to mobilize, unless she could persuade her father. Chapter 44. Shall we discuss the plot? Liang asked. Isn't 4 billion a bit steep? Gu Wan'er adjusted her demeanor and smiled lightly. Miss Gu, 4 billion is a firm price. I can allow you a week to contemplate. Liang Xing showed no signs of retreat. This price was his bottom line. Yu Xiaoduo smiled. Very well, we shall consider it. Thank you, brother Liang. Ha ha ha, Liang Xing. Enjoy making friends. Let's gather more often in the future. Certainly. At that moment, Liang Xing received a phone call and, looking a bit embarrassed, said, "Everyone, I must return due to some family matters. I can't continue drinking with you." As Liang Xing departed, Lu Jingji took out a pack of Chinese cigarettes and offered one to Yu Xiaoduo, while Fu Quan declined to smoke. Brother Yu, you're lighter. Oh, brother Lu, you are too kind. Yu Xiaoduo chuckled. You've even lit a cigarette for me. Gu Wan'er frowned and waved her small hand, unable to resist, saying, "You should smoke less. What is wrong with me having to smoke?" Yu Xiaoduo retorted, displeased. Gu Wan'er implied that perhaps the smoke might affect him later. Lu Jingji took a deep drag and extinguished the cigarette, saying, Brother Yu, you truly do not appreciate your blessings. Sister-in-law is concerned for your health. Yu Xiaoduo glanced at Gu Wan'er. Are you truly so kind-hearted? He decided not to pursue the matter further. Gu Wan'er felt helpless. She had been addressed as sister-in-law, but perhaps it was for the best, as no one would bother her anymore. Brother Fu, do you find this price reasonable? Gu Wan'er suddenly inquired of Fu Quan. Yu Xiao expressed his relief. At last, you've come to your senses and are asking for help. It doesn't hurt to call someone brother who is a few years older than you. Fu Quan felt pleased and responded, Gu Wan'er, this price is quite reasonable. This port will eventually become the largest in Longhai City. The current 4 billion will likely multiply many times over. lives.The, Gu Wan'er. This is a project with substantial governmental support. Profits can be made even while lying down. Lu Zhengji added an agreement. Gu Wan'er pursed her red lips, undeniably intrigued. Securing this project would elevate her status significantly, silencing those who looked down upon her. Fu Quan spoke solemnly, Gu Wan'er. Possessing this project is akin to wielding an unopened sword. While it may not inflict harm, it certainly instills fear. No matter how arrogant Gu Xiao may be, he will inevitably return to thwart your endeavors, if only to confront the situation. Yu Xiao concurred with Fu Quan, acknowledging that Gu Wan'er, being of direct lineage, should not be disregarded by two collateral branches. Such a slight would be quite embarrassing if made public. Nevertheless, given the magnitude of the contract, all necessary evaluations must be conducted. If the 40 billion were to go to waste, Gu Wan'er would have no choice but to return home and await matrimony. Gu Wan'er, here are some copies for your reference. Should you wish to inquire about specific details, feel free to call me. If you are available tomorrow, I shall take you to see it. Lu Zhengji expressed with considerable enthusiasm, albeit a portion of it was directed towards Yu Xiao. Gu Wan'er nodded. Very well. Let's first take a look tomorrow. In Fu Quan and Lu Zhengji's eyes, it appeared that Yu Xiao was entirely indifferent to the situation, as though 40 billion were merely $40. Truly, he was impressive. No wonder even a woman of Gu Wan'er's stature would dare to associate with him. Who would engage in such matters without the requisite capabilities? Yu Xiao remarked, I truly do not care. It does not concern me. At most, I shall offer a suggestion to the boss. Gu Wan'er felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Lu Zhengji and Fu Quan, though their acquaintance was brief. Their warmth made her feel a flicker of solace in this unfamiliar city. However, upon catching a glimpse of Yu Xiao's mischievous grin, that fleeting warmth was instantly enveloped by a chill, as she sensed he was undoubtedly conjuring unsavory thoughts, smirking with a certain cunningness. Suddenly, a thought struck Yu Xiao, and he curiously inquired, Lu, you mentioned 3 companies. Who is the third? Yi Corporation. The project is predominantly backed by them. Lu Zhengji replied with a smile. Gu Wan'er murmured, I heard Yi Shishir has returned? Your information is quite astute. Indeed, there is chatter within the circles. Though Yi Shishir has yet to make a public appearance. Who knows her whereabouts? Fu Quan sighed. Her return may not necessarily herald good fortune. I will disseminate the news. Gu Xiao will come to see you, regardless of where he is. Gu Wan'er expressed her concern. If Gu Xiao learns of this, he might attempt to seize it from me, leaving me to craft garments for another. Rest assured, Lao Yang is a principled businessman. He will only seek alternatives should you choose to withdraw. Fu Quan's words eased Gu Wan'er's anxiety. Yet, time was of the essence. It was already Monday, and a response was required by the following Monday. After deliberating on the specifics, Yu Xiao drove Gu Wan'er home. Why so silent? Gu Wan'er remarked lightly, noting his unusual quietness. Yu Xiao shrugged as he drove. You are discussing monumental business matters. I have no opportunity to interject. Sigh. Where am I to procure 40 billion? Gu Wan'er mom ulet, massaging here temples in distress. At that moment, Yu Xiao's phone chimed with a notification. He glanced at the message, stating, Sister Bai says, 40 can be secured. Let me see. Gu Wan'er swiftly snatched Yu Xiao's phone, confirming Sister Bai's response. Gu Wan'er, this is my phone. There is no need to be so forceful. I need to be informed about Sister Bai's situation as well. Should you be unavailable, I must be prepared. Yu Xiao rolled his eyes, suddenly recalling something. I see you are intent on using my phone for nefarious purposes. Who has committed misdeeds, yet still returns to you, you miser? Alas, does someone not know of a feature called playback history? I never expected that we share a common ground. Shall we engage in a discussion about the plot? Gu Wan'er nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face flushed crimson, utterly mortified. Yu Xiao, you are such a... The playback history indicates 2 hours of viewing. I have not endured as much as you. Gu Wan'er could hardly withstand Yu Xiao's teasing. Gasping for breath, she charged at him without a second thought. Goodness, do you bite as well? Are you a dog? Release me, My ancestor, I truly fear you now. On their way home, the two engaged in a frenzied exchange of banter inside the car, until they finally managed to drop Gu Wan'er off outside the villa. Gu Wan'er forcefully opened the car door and slammed it shut, yet did not hear Yu Xiao's roar. Was he not treating his car as his beloved? Yu Xiao lowered the passenger window and called out, "Wan'er, what is it? Have you received your rabies vaccination?" After saying this, Yu Xiao pressed the accelerator and sped away. Gu Wan'er stood there watching him flee, and after a moment shouted, "Yu Xiao." Chapter 45. The Daily Life of a Tycoon. Inside the car, Yu Xiao chuckled heartily at the sound of her furious outburst. It seemed Gu Wan'er had experienced a stress response. Just as he thought, his phone chimed with a notification, and Yu Xiao initially assumed it was a message from Sister Bai. Unexpectedly, it was from Gu Wan'er. "Come pick me up tomorrow morning, or else no salary." Yu Xiao immediately began to express his displeasure. "I am not your chauffeur, and I do not know that I am required to drive myself to work. I certainly will not indulge you, and to threaten me with your salary is quite audacious. With such limited skills, you still wish to navigate the workplace." Upon returning home, it was nearly 11 o'clock, and to Yu Xiao's surprise, his parents were still awake, seated on the sofa watching television. "Out on a date, were you?" Tang Ling asked with a smile. Yu Xiao, sitting beside his father, peeled an orange to quench his thirst. "Did I not inform you yesterday that we are innocent?" Suddenly, Yu Taiduo raised his son's arm. "You claim to be innocent? Look at this bite mark. As a man, you must learn to cherish the fairer sex." Yu Xiao, gazing at the red bite mark on his arm, though faint, it was still quite evident. "Let me see." Dan Lang, Gu Dio, came over to inspect, and then playfully slapped Yu Xiao's arm. "Ouch! Mom, what are you doing?" "Xiao, this time I stand with your father. Indeed, Wan'er is quite beautiful, but you must exercise restraint. Sigh. Next time I must have a word with Wan'er. She cannot indulge you so." Tang Ling genuinely empathized with her daughter-in-law, noting how much Wan'er cared for her son. Although Yu Xiao was typically strong-willed, he found himself at a loss. The evidence was irrefutable, leaving no room for argument. Yet, do you not think your perspective is somewhat misguided? "It is not as you imagine. Allow me to explain." Yu Taiduo solemnly remarked. "Last time, you brought another girl home. Since you have acted, you must take responsibility, yet you persist in denial. Are you not straddling multiple boats?" "Dad, how could I possibly be straddling multiple boats? My own boat is on the verge of sinking." Suddenly, Tang Ling, who had been rather serious moments ago, broke into a beaming smile, seated beside her while scrolling through her phone, murmuring, "It is now summer. By spring, the child should be born. We must prepare some clothing beforehand." Yu Xiao twitched at the corners of her mouth, thinking, "Mom, you might as well be cradling Heir. Your longing for a grandchild is driving you mad." Yu Taoduo sighed deeply. "If it truly happens, we should arrange a meeting between our families." Yu Xiaoduo retorted, "Let us not kid ourselves. Today, I nearly made my father-in-law furious. A meeting between our families would likely turn into a battlefield." He decided it was futile to explain further and said, "Forget it. I'm off to bed." Yu Taoduo chuckled softly. "Now you realize the fatigue, huh? I told you to exercise more. Don't become reckless just because you have a beautiful girlfriend. Learn to practice moderation. Tomorrow, I'll have your mother brew a pot of goji berry tea for you to take to work." Yu Xiaoduo, feeling somewhat exasperated, declared, "I, Yu Xiaoduo, can indeed feel tired. I'm not joking. I can go 7 rounds in one night. Who dares to challenge me?" After showering, he lay on his bed in a daze. Ever since he exchanged bodies with Gu Wan'er, life had become rather chaotic. He was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse, but one thing was for sure. It was quite exhilarating. As Yu Xiaoduo drifted into slumber, a luxurious yacht floated upon the waters of Yu Gangwan, resembling a dazzling palace on the dark sea. The yacht measured approximately 112 meters in length and 18 meters in width, equipped with a professional helipad and boasted an array of entertainment facilities. It is often said that the wealthy indulge in cars and watches, yet this yacht alone was valued at $1.2 billion, with its regular maintenance costs sufficient to purchase a supercar. Although it was nearing midnight, the yacht was alive with music and dance. Some men leaped into the sea, eliciting shrieks of joy from the girls frolicking in the water. Such a debauched lifestyle. Among this assembly of young revelers were several middle-aged men, all of whom were elite individuals in their own right. The gathering was orchestrated by a man seated at the bow, fishing, clad in a floral shirt, flip-flops, and sunglasses even at this late hour. His name was Gu Wan'er, the second in line of the younger generation of the Gu family conglomerate, now in his early 30s. At that moment, His fishing rod began to tremble violently, as if a large fish were on the line, but soon calmed down. Gu Wan'er remained unperturbed as he reeled in the line, and soon, a figure surfaced in the water. He calmly instructed, "Pull him up." Several bodyguards immediately dove in, retrieving the man and bringing him aboard, initiating rescue efforts. Before long, the man coughed up seawater, accompanied by violent hacking. Gu Wan'er wore a slightly cynical smile. "You almost earned a lifetime of complimentary excursions to the underwater world." "Gu Zong, I was wrong. I won't dare again," the man stammered. "You did nothing wrong. You merely exhibited more audacity than others, even daring to covet my wealth." The man knelt, his complexion pale and trembling with fear, a terror that resonated from his very soul. "Please grant me another chance, Gu Zong. You are magnanimous. Very well, I shall give you one more week. By then, I expect to see double the amount." "Double? Gu Zong, I don't have that much money." Gu Wan'er adjusted his sunglasses, a sneer curling his lips. "You may offer your daughter as collateral, of course. Your wife has her own allure. I shall find a way. Indeed, I shall find a way." The man pleaded desperately. Gu Wan'er beckoned with his finger, and a respectful bodyguard approached, carrying a pure gold pipe. Gu Wan'er struck a match and lit the tobacco. "Do not even think of escaping. Unless you can outrun the earth. Then, I truly would be a loss." The man sat despondently on the ground, lamenting the perils of greed. Gu Wan'er stood, stretched his neck, and, pipe in mouth, strolled towards the bustling area behind him, where the evening festivities were just beginning. At that moment, a middle-aged man in red shorts hurried over, his belly jiggling with each step, clutching a phone and wearing an anxious expression. This man was Vice President Yu Xiao. "Second young master," Yu Xiao called out obediently. Though he was over a decade older than Gu Wan'er, their statuses within the Gu family were worlds apart. Upon seeing Yu Xiao, Gu Wan'er smiled and even placed a hand on his shoulder. "Look at our esteemed president in such a fluster. How do these young models compare to the yellow-faced woman at home?" Gu Xiao was well aware of the appeal, but after receiving a call moments ago, his enthusiasm had abruptly waned. "Second young master, I just received news that the eldest young lady is acquiring the newly constructed dock project in Longhai City." Indeed, as soon as Gu Wan'er heard this information, half of his smile vanished, only to be quickly replaced by another. "That cousin of mine, she simply loves to stir trouble. Why can't she simply enjoy being the eldest young lady? She could adorn herself beautifully, sip afternoon tea, and indulge in beauty treatments with her friends. Yet she insists on meddling in matters of men." Gu Xiao stood silently beside him, choosing to refrain from commenting on the intricate dynamics among the direct descendants. "Which family is backing her?" Gu Wan'er inquired. "I heard it's the Liang family. You must return to Longhai City immediately and ascertain the situation. This project must not proceed. Otherwise, you shall find yourself dismissed." Chapter 46. Surprised or not? "Yes, I will return at once." Gu Xiao quickly changed his attire and boarded a helicopter bound for the airport, en route to Longhai City, all the while making several phone calls. On the ship, Gu Wan'er gazed up at the starry sky, astonished that Gu Wan'er had only arrived in Longhai City a few days prior, yet had encountered such immense fortune. This project, which he had failed to secure the previous year, had inexplicably fallen into her hands. Given her capabilities, it was improbable for her to finalize such a significant project in such a short span. Surely, someone was assisting her. But who could it be? Regardless of the identity of this ally, it was undoubtedly a challenge to him. After a while, Gu Wan'er made a phone call, and a calm voice answered. "Hello. Our dear sister is making significant moves. I thought I should inform you." Gu Wan'er jested. "I'm already aware." With a dismissive scoff, Gu Wan'er hung up. Once Gu Wan'er was dealt with, they would engage in a proper contest to see into whose hands the Gu family would ultimately fall. But it certainly would not be hers. A woman should simply marry off respectably and not aspire to become a modern-day Wu Zetian. Such is the folly of television dramas. How could such a vast estate be entrusted to a woman? The following morning, a torrential rain poured over Longhai City. As the sound of raindrops filled the air, Yu Xiao felt particularly at ease and wished to remain in bed rather than go to work. With eyes still closed, he inhaled deeply, recognizing the familiar scent of his doghouse, and pondered to himself, what pattern does this exchange follow? Could this be the end? I have yet to meet Sister Yun'er. After finishing breakfast, Yu Xiao stepped outside with the goji berry tea his mother had prepared, a look of resignation on his face. He certainly did not need a supplement. Any more would merely lead to congestion. "Good morning, brother Yu." Zhao Yang appeared to have moved on from his heartbreak. Yu Xiao tossed the car keys to Zhao Yang, saying, I filled up the tank for you. Brother you are too courteous. There's no need to refuel, Zhao Yang replied. Oh, good thing I didn't, Yu Xiao responded. This is the real brother Yu. As Yu Xiao settled into his car, a puzzled Zhao Yang inquired, Aren't you taking my new car? Sigh. I have to pick up General Gu, Yu Xiao said. It's only been a short while, and you two are already so close. Never mind, I'll go alone. Zhao Yang wore a dejected expression, which made Yu Xiao feel a bit uneasy. Initially reluctant to pick her up, he reconsidered, knowing the importance of his paycheck. After all, why quibble over trivial matters? Inside the villa, Gu Wan'er awoke, immediately venting her frustration. Why shouldn't Yu Xiao experience her pain? If he came crawling back after her period was over, she would not let him off easily. Glancing at the documents on her desk, she rubbed her dry eyes. She had worked late the previous night, completing a preliminary draft, and the prospects looked promising. Dressed in a fitted black blazer, Gu Wan'er exited her home. Upon seeing Yu Xiao leaning against his car, smoking, she felt a flicker of warmth. It seemed he still had a conscience after all, as she had expected him not to show up. Sister Wan'er, Yu Xiao greeted. Gu Wan'er was a loss for words. Just as she started to feel a hint of affection, he extinguished it without mercy. As she approached with a stern expression, Yu Xiao teased, What is wrong? Did you eat gunpowder for breakfast? I've seen your profile. You are 2 months younger than me, so you should call me sister, he added. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Gu Wan'er retorted, pulling out her ID. To Yu Xiao's surprise, she indeed was 2 months older than him. What was there to boast about? Oh dear, we're going to be late. Let us hurry to work, he said, suddenly cheerful as he climbed into the car. Gu Wan'er scoffed. Aren't you going to call me sister? General Gu, stop messing around. Behave, he replied with a chuckle. From now on, refrain from giving me orders. Just do as you're told. Gu Wan'er fastened her seatbelt in the passenger seat, switching to a more instructive tone, but unfortunately, Yu Xiao was not easily swayed. Nonetheless, he presented her with breakfast, saying, Here, I bet you haven't eaten yet. I brought you some congee. You little rascal, this isn't half bad, Gu Wan'er quipped, accepting the meal. However, Yu Xiao mischievously grinned. How would you know if I'm a rascal or not? Gu Wan'er thought furiously that she would love to splash the congee in his face. My advantages aren't something you can take lightly. They come at a cost, she mused. Recalling the delightful dream from the previous night, Yu Xiao felt a thrill. He had even thought of a title. The story of my transformation into a filling, or perhaps, the daily life of Sister Wan'er and younger Sister Yin. What are you laughing at? That's disgusting, Gu Wan'er remarked, her tone irritable. Nothing, I just found it amusing, he replied, and she rolled her eyes, at times considering Yu Xiao to be quite the man, while at others wishing to see him vanish. Sigh, have you sought assistance from your father? Yu Xiao inquired with curiosity. Sipping her heartwarming porridge, Gu Wan'er pursed her red lips and replied, Not yet. I prefer to manage, without his help, as much as possible. Well, you might consider testing the reactions of the upper management. When you return to the office, hold a meeting, note anyone who obstructs you, and later, you can eliminate them and replace them with your own people. Gu Wan'er furrowed her brows. It's not that simple. They're all long-time employees. Do you know what the new emperor's first decree is upon ascending the throne? It is to eliminate the confidants of the previous emperor. If you wish to secure your position at home, you must possess your own loyal entourage. Compassion will only lead to your downfall. Listening to Yu Xiao's words, Gu Wan'er smirked. That's a sound strategy. Indeed, after watching 300 films about imperial power, one gains profound insights. Suddenly, Gu Wan'er revealed a mischievous smile, but unfortunately, Yu Xiao did not catch a glimpse of it. Xiao, Yu Xiao frowned. Why are you calling me so affectionately? I'm not quite accustomed to it. I have prepared a surprise for you. Why do I get the feeling that you've prepared a fright instead? Gu Wan'er finished her last spoonful of porridge, took out a tissue to dab her lips, and said, You'll find out soon enough. Her sneaky demeanor hinted that something was amiss, and Yu Xiao felt a flicker of unease. Judging by her smug expression, she was undoubtedly plotting something. Before they even reached the company, Gu Wan'er requested to get out of the car, planning to ascend from the lobby, while Yu Xiao took the stairs from the garage. Upon reaching the Human Resources Department, Yu Xiao was approached by Zhao Liang, who appeared astonished. You're incredible. What do you mean by incredible? Yu Xiao asked, puzzled. Don't act coy. I wish I could enjoy the same privileges. At that moment, supervisor he approached with a broad smile. Congratulations. You have been assigned to work closely with General Manager Gu as her secretary. Colleagues gathered to offer their congratulations. recognizing that being in Gu's proximity would lead to great success. Yet this was all rather sudden. Qian Longhu glared at Yu Xiao with evident jealousy, questioning why he was chosen to be Gu's secretary. Chapter 47. I am half your woman. After a while, Yu Xiao, clutching his personal belongings, entered the elevator, still in a state of disbelief. Gu Wan'er, you are quite ruthless. Here I was, enjoying a relaxed job, and now you have taken that away from me. Look at how my colleagues regard me. It's as if I had become your male concubine. How could you betray me after I brought you breakfast this morning? Upon reaching the office of the general manager on the top floor, Yu Xiao encountered the alluring secretary, whom he suddenly found rather appealing. Hello, my name is Li. I look forward to working together. Hello, I'm Yu Xiao, he replied, shaking her hand, which felt pleasantly soft and smooth. I graciously accept this benefit from General Manager Gu, he thought. Just then, Gu Wan'er emerged from her office and immediately spotted Yu Xiao in an intimate moment with her secretary, infuriating her. Comment, Gu Wan'er commanded coldly. Yu Xiao responded with an "Oh, Li, we can continue our conversation later." Li chuckled softly, sensing that General Manager Gu seemed particularly protective of him. Especially just now. It appeared she was somewhat jealous. Upon entering the office, Yu Xiao wore a stern expression and remarked, "What is going on? Why have you transferred me here to serve as your secretary? Is this merely a source of amusement for the company? Is there work only for the male secretary and idleness for me? You should be grateful for this promotion," Yu Xiao came to response. "Yet, you ought to consult with me first," she retorted. "I am your superior. I can promote you as I see fit. You previously expressed a desire for me to assemble my own team, and thus, I am entrusting this task to you. From now on, you will be aligned with my objectives. Gu Wan'er, one moment you wish for me to be your girlfriend, the next a boyfriend, and now I am to be your subordinate. What exactly do you perceive me as?" Gu Wan'er, unyielding, replied, "Let me ask you, do I count as half a woman in your eyes?" Yu Xiao found herself momentarily speechless, in a certain sense. Having exchanged bodies indeed, granted her half of the rights. Gu Wan'er continued, "Should I fail, I shall marry another man. If you then find yourself in my body, being taken by a man, I wonder how you would react." Yu Xiao was left without words, contemplating the notion, feeling a chill run down her spine. "Therefore, assisting me ultimately serves your own interests. That's not correct. You're destined to marry someone else," Yu Xiao quickly countered, seizing upon the inconsistency. "Who can predict the future? But if you do not assist me, I am doomed, and that will come swiftly." With a deep sigh, Yu Xiao realized she was thoroughly cornered. Fine, I truly owe you. Do not be so despondent. I shall introduce you to beautiful women in due course. Do not make empty promises. I desire something tangible." "What about next month?" Gu Wan'er replied with an unusual smile. Yu Xiao felt as though she was ensnaring herself once more. "Agreed, but do not deceive me again. I genuinely look forward to meeting with Sister Yener. Well, have I ever deceived you? It is you who has been misleading me. Then, search your conscience and tell me. Have I not treated you well? Who has stood by you in times of hardship, selflessly giving? I have laid bare my heart for you, yet you continually scheme against me." Observing Yu Xiao's forlorn expression, Gu Wan'er would have believed her if this had been a previous time. "Stop pretending. The meeting begins in half an hour, and you must attend." Goodness, has my stellar acting been so easily discerned? Initially, Gu Wan'er had intended for Yu Xiao to infiltrate the Human Resources Department, but after several days of observation, she realized that Yu Xiao was more suited for strategic planning, making her a valuable presence by her side. Besides, having Yu Xiao nearby would allow her to monitor her own body, preventing any indiscretions. Half an hour later, the senior management of the branch gradually arrived at the conference room. The space was quite spacious, adorned with a painting of galloping horses on one wall. The floor covered with an exquisite carpet, and a mahogany conference table positioned at the center, beneath several golden crystal chandeliers, lending an air of opulence. The attendees comprised department heads, numbering over 20, including 3 women and the remainder being men around the age of 50. These individuals were divided into 2 factions, one led by the finance department in allegiance with Gu Xiao, and the other headed by the public relations department aligned with Gu Lin. The 2 factions had been in prolonged contention, but this occasion presented a rare opportunity for collaboration. Previously, they had been at odds, yet now they exchanged smiles. "Old Hong, the finance department, must exercise vigilance. We cannot allow the young general manager Gu to detect any signs." At this moment, a strikingly glamorous woman jested. Although in her early 40s, her adept makeup skills rendered her appearance akin to that of a woman in her 30s. She served as the head of the public relations department, Huang Lifi. Whenever the company faced a tarnished image, this woman could swiftly assess the situation and resolve negative news, showcasing her remarkable capabilities. Opposite her sat the finance minister, Hong Lifei, who was no ordinary individual. Under his management, the financial issues of the branch office were adeptly handled, never having encountered any complications. The rivalry between the two had persisted for several years. There's no need for your unwarranted concern. Simply manage your own affairs, Hong Lifei remarked nonchalantly. Once we have ousted the young general manager Gu, we shall remain adversaries. The human resources manager, Zhuang Shusho, tall and slender, with a rather refined demeanor, remarked, I've heard that general manager Gu secured last year's port project. If this materializes, it would be a significant accomplishment. We must not be negligent in this matter. The others nodded in agreement. It was hard to imagine that they were discussing strategies to undermine Gu Wan'er, despite her absence, seemingly oblivious to the fact that this branch belonged to her family. However, as the conference room doors swung open, silence descended upon the gathering. They lacked the audacity to speak in front of Gu Wan'er. The rhythmic clacking of her high heels resonated, her exquisite visage shadowed by a chill demeanor, radiating an imposing presence. Following closely was Yu Xiao, silently serving as a recording secretary. Yet, witnessing a group of older men bullying her half-woman counterpart stirred discomfort within her. Gu Wan'er stood at the head of the table, refraining from taking a seat, as her gaze swept across the assembly. Yu Xiao suddenly commanded, The meeting commences, please rise. The forceful announcement nearly startled Gu Wan'er. A more courteous introduction would have sufficed, rather than a sudden shout from behind that nearly diminished her commanding aura. The senior executives exchanged glances, bewildered by the audacity of this young individual accompanying General Manager Gu. With Yu Xiao's declaration, Hong Lifei took the lead in standing, followed by Huang Lifi, who had intended to assert dominance, but was thwarted by the unexpected intervention of a youth. Delighted, Gu Wan'er realized her intuition was correct. Having Yu Xiao by her side bolstered her strength. Meanwhile, Yu Xiao mused that if the situation warranted, she would not hesitate to chastise them, considering their arrogance. Yet, observing the current atmosphere, it was evident that none of them were benevolent, and the project was likely to falter. Chapter 48. Truly a talented ensemble. Yu Xiao did not take a seat at the conference table. Instead, she positioned herself on a solitary chair against the wall, ostentatiously extracting her notebook to take notes. Please, be seated, Gu Wan'er stated coolly. The attendees complied, but they were now acutely aware of Yu Xiao's presence. Yu Xiao mentally scolded herself for her impulsiveness. Should Gu Wan'er falter, her own position within the company would be jeopardized. Indeed, women can influence one's judgment, and her remark about being half a woman had inadvertently drawn her into the fray. Comrade Gu Wan'er, I hadn't anticipated you would uncover my vulnerability, leading to an unveiling of my weaknesses. Gu Wan'er surveyed the vacant spaces on either side, her gaze glimmering with a cold light. If they chose not to come now, they should never return. Secretary Yu, upon hearing Gu Wan'er call for him, promptly produced the prepared materials and distributed them to everyone present. The executives began to peruse the documents, which indeed pertained to the port project. Suddenly, Hong Lifei feigned surprise, exclaiming, General Manager Gu, this is a major project from last year in our city. Gu Wan'er calmly nodded. Indeed, there is now an opportunity to acquire a 30% stake. I wonder what opinions you all hold. The head of the sales department, He, a rather rotund man who appeared somewhat ineffectual, nonetheless possessed considerable capability, particularly at the dining table where he secured numerous advantageous projects. The project is promising, he remarked, but the timeline is excessively long, and the profits are slow to materialize. He furrowed his brow and spoke in a low voice. Everyone understood that while the project was indeed worthwhile, they had all received news the previous night that they must, by any means, thwart it. At times, one could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the young General Manager Gu. Initially, the executives believed Gu Wan'er had come merely to gild her resume, but they soon discovered that the situation was far more complex. On her first day at the company, both vice presidents were absent. They certainly lacked the audacity to act independently, suggesting a higher authority's orchestration. The head of the technical department, Guan Chongfeng, a bald man, interjected, General Manager, the group has always advocated for project autonomy. However, This initiative requires adherence to external guidance as it pertains to the group's image. I kindly urge you to consider this carefully. His words prompted silent nods of agreement from the other executives present. How could the Gu family conduct business as mere subordinates? At the very least, they deserve to stand on equal footing with shared authority. Hong Lifei sighed. General Manager, we currently lack sufficient funds. At most, we can allocate 20 billion. Gathering 40 billion poses a significant challenge. How long will it take? Gu Wan'er inquired directly. 1 month, came the response. Yu Xiao could not help but scoff internally. 1 month was far too long. By then, the opportunity would surely have passed. Observing the expressions of these individuals, it seemed as though they had conspired in advance. Although he had anticipated such an outcome, its actual manifestation was quite exasperating. Each department seemed unwilling to cooperate, making progress exceedingly difficult. Previously, Gu Wan'er's strategy was to stabilize internal affairs first, yet now, with such a grand opportunity arising, the internal situation remained unsettled, rife with opposition. Yu Xiao glanced at Gu Wan'er, who appeared remarkably composed, exuding the essence of a formidable woman. It was common knowledge that the port project received robust support. Despite its lengthy timeline, the potential returns were substantial, playing a pivotal role in the group's future development and fostering collaboration with local enterprises. Rumor had it that the Gu family's reputation was waning locally due to their arrogant demeanor. Otherwise, they would have secured this project last year. Now that she had arrived, Gu Wan'er was determined to dismantle the status quo and restore the group's image. Her words rendered the conference room utterly silent. Yu Xiao sensed that this version of Gu Wan'er was imbued with a newfound gravitas, drawing closer to the likes of Bai Jia. And it seemed evident that she had prepared diligently the night before. The seasoned executives were compelled to reassess this young leader, as her lineage as a direct descendant of the Gu family allowed her to command the room with authority. Hong Lifei spoke earnestly. Gu Zong, I too wish to see the project come to fruition, but the company is simply devoid of funds. It is not feasible to retrieve capital within a matter of days. The lack of money is indeed a critical issue. However, Gu Wan'er remained unconvinced. No matter how impoverished the branch company appeared, it was implausible that it lacked 40 billion in liquid assets. It was evident that they were obstructing her efforts to secure the project. Just as Gu Wan'er was about to speak, the conference room door swung open, revealing 2 middle-aged men entering with smiles. Gu Wan'er cast a cold glance their way. They had finally arrived, seemingly aware of their own apprehensions. Yu Xiao recognized that Fu Quan was indeed a person of considerable discernment, but it was worth noting that this was the second occasion he had encountered these 2 vice presidents. Gu Zong, we were engaged in project discussions in another city, and we sincerely apologize for not being able to welcome you in person, Gu Xiao remarked, his smile reminiscent of a proud uncle seeing his beloved niece. Beside him, Gu Lin maintained a much more composed demeanor, yet his attitude remained humble. In Gu Lin's mind, these direct descendants were not easily dealt with, and the disdain for collateral branches was deeply ingrained in their very essence. Suppressing her inner turmoil, Gu Wan'er spoke with an air of commendation. Gentlemen, your dedication and hard work for the group have not gone unnoticed. The organization will remember your contributions. Yu Xiao was taken aback. Gu Wan'er, your eloquence has certainly improved. One might think you intended to threaten them outright. Upon hearing her words, the 2 men exchanged subtle expressions, yet they maintained their smiles, responding, "This is merely our duty. Please take a seat." "Thank you, Gu Zong." Gu Xiao glanced at the proposal before him, his face lighting up as he exclaimed, "Gu Zong, this is indeed last year's major project. I wholeheartedly support your proposal." Gu Lin, seated to the left, set down the proposal and nodded. "Gu Zong is truly admirable. Half of last year was spent preparing for this project, and despite its failure, I never anticipated that it would be secured so swiftly upon your arrival. I hope the entire company will exert every effort to realize this project." At this juncture, Gu Wan'er felt a bit disoriented. She had expected them to oppose her, yet they were unexpectedly supportive. What could their true intentions be? Yu Xiao was equally astonished by their unexpected collaboration. Such a turn of events was inconceivable. "Gentlemen, while everyone present supports Gu Zong, the matter of funding is a different story," Hong Lifei lamented. Gu Lin replied nonchalantly, "I will find a way regarding the funds." "Old Lin, what more is there to consider? We must pause other projects and focus on retrieving the capital." Gu Lin's expression darkened. "That is out of the question. Delaying the project would harm the group's reputation and could even lead to penalties. So, Are we to watch as Gu Zhong's hard-won major project slips away? Gu Xiao suddenly slammed the table, exhibiting a readiness to spare no effort in support of Gu Zhong's project. Yu Xiao began to comprehend the situation. It appeared they were playing both sides, deftly avoiding displeasing anyone. It was truly a masterful maneuver. Should they find themselves dismissed in the future, they could easily take to the stage as actors and sustain their livelihoods. Chapter 49. I save you again, what can be said? At that moment, Gu Wan'er discerned their underlying message. While it might be possible to forcibly assemble the necessary funds, other projects would inevitably suffer, which was not the outcome she desired. Gu Lin spoke solemnly. There will always be a way. By the way, has the submitted funds been transferred? Han Lifeng replied. We are preparing to transfer them today. No need to rush. Mr. Gu, you could hold back the submitted funds and use this money to sign the project. You always know how to handle things, old Lin. Gu Xiao praised, giving a thumbs up. The submitted funds refer to the money transferred from the branch office to the headquarters, which occurs quarterly. The amounts vary, but for the branch office in Longhai City, it is a substantial sum. Gu Wan'er, having just joined the company and sitting in a high position for the first time, was unaware of the details regarding the submission as she had no prior exposure. How much? Gu Wan'er asked directly. Old Hong, what is the amount for this submission? Gu Xiao inquired in a low tone. On Lifeng respectfully responded, 60. Thank heavens, Mr. Gu, what do you think? Gu Xiao smiled slightly at Gu Wan'er, noting that the money was practically at hand. Yu Xiao observed Gu Wan'er's eager demeanor and silently thought it unwise. Just moments ago, he had praised her composure, yet she could hardly resist when the enemy dangled some benefits. Yu Xiao then stood and said with a smile, Esteemed executives, it's time for dinner. A person is like iron and food is like steel. One feels uneasy if a meal is missed. Shall we dine before continuing our discussion? Gu Xiao's expression darkened instantly as he rose and reprimanded Yu Xiao. Who are you? Do you not realize this is a high-level company meeting? What right do you have to speak here? Leave. At that moment, Gu Wan'er stood up and said, He is my secretary, responsible for taking notes. It is indeed time for dinner. Let us all eat together, vice presidents. The executives present cast unusual glances at Gu Wan'er for defending a young man, especially Gu Xiao and Gu Lin, who wondered where this man had come from and why Gu Wan'er was siding with him. Mr. Gu has spoken. Let us dine first and continue our discussion afterward. Gu Xiao agreed readily, yet his gaze toward Yu Xiao was far from friendly, as was Gu Lin's narrowed-eyed scrutiny. Suddenly, Yu Xiao felt that if Gu Wan'er were to falter, no company in Longhai City would take him in. I have truly boarded a pirate ship. And what are you staring at, old man? I'll have your eyes if you keep looking. Just wait. Quickly, Gu Wan'er left the conference room with Yu Xiao. Gu Xiao glanced at his Rolex. It was only 10:30 in the morning, and he was irritated about having to eat. Mr. Gu, are we now supporting her? Zhuang Shu asked in confusion. Aren't we supposed to stop her? Huang Lifeng stood up with a flirtatious smile, saying, Don't you, as the head of the HR department, understand this? I think we should find someone else for the job. With that, she swayed her hips and left the conference room. Zhuang Shu glared at her departing figure, thinking, this vile woman will pay for this. Gu Xiao and Gu Lin exchanged glances, surprised that their plans had been disrupted by a stranger. Meanwhile, back in the office, Gu Wan'er was fuming, furrowing her brows as she questioned, What do you mean? What do I mean? Has your intelligence been devoured by your looks? Those two clearly set a trap for you, and you foolishly walked right into it. Gu Wan'er was momentarily taken aback, then sat on the sofa, reflecting deeply. Suddenly, she realized she had been led astray and felt a chill run down her spine. Observing the irate Yu Xiao beside her, Gu Wan'er expressed her apologies, saying, You are aware that I have been experiencing my monthly cycle, which has rendered my emotions rather unstable. Yu Xiao's eyes twitched slightly, and with a resigned tone, he replied, If I hadn't pulled you away just now, would you have acquiesced? Gu Wan'er, biting her crimson lips, admitted that she indeed had been on the verge of compliance in that fleeting moment. Yu Xiao, exuding an air of exasperated disappointment, sat on the sofa and remarked, Those individuals are seasoned veterans. A mere provocation is enough to set you, a novice, into a frenzy. I truly require this sum of money, Gu Wan'er said, lowering her head slightly, revealing her despondency. I understand your need for funds, but consider this. That money is meant for the headquarters. If they are engaged in investments and discover that you have withheld payments, resulting in complications, do you think you would be spared? A chill ran through Gu Wan'er as the gravity of Yu Xiao's words sank in. It was indeed a perilous situation that could plunge her into an irretrievable abyss. With determination, Gu Wan'er retrieved her phone and dialed her father's number. Soon, a familiar voice resonated through the device, cool yet tinged with joy, as he remarked. My daughter has secured a significant project, but I lack funds. I'm not asking you for money, Gu Wan'er clarified. Her father, Gu Xiao, paused in confusion. If you're not asking for money, then what do you desire? Did you not land the major port project? Dad, is there a substantial investment at headquarters lately? Gu Xiao fell silent for a moment before responding softly. Indeed, but that information is confidential. Why do you inquire? Upon hearing her father's reply, Gu Wan'er felt her head spin. She had unwittingly confirmed Yu Xiao's suspicions. Gu Xiao, finally grasping the situation, admonished sternly. You cannot possibly be considering tapping into the remittance funds. If you do so, you will be utterly finished. That money must remain untouched. I have not, Gu Wan'er replied, her heart racing, though she was perilously close to crossing that line. Gu Xiao exhaled a sigh of relief. The funds are currently being consolidated at headquarters. It would be best for you to remain composed. I cannot allocate any funds to you at this time. I understand, Gu Wan'er replied, and Gu Xiao sighed heavily. Next month, I will be able to provide you with some financial support. There's no need, she stated firmly before ending the call. Yu Xiao, sitting nearby, gave her a thumbs up, impressed by her resolve. Gu Wan'er placed her phone down and, suddenly rising, faced Yu Xiao. What are you doing? He inquired, bewildered. Without warning, Gu Wan'er enveloped him in an embrace, leaving Yu Xiao stunned, his face turning a shade redder than a brick wall. Do not misconstrue this. It is merely an expression of gratitude, she declared earnestly. Yu Xiao, had it not been for you, I would have been finished. Noticing Yu Xiao's silence, Gu Wan'er released him and observed, Yu Xiao, why is your face so flushed? I must have overindulged in goji berry tea, he stammered. Even my father hasn't had any. Are you really trying to nourish your kidneys? Gu Wan'er erzählt, Herr dropping incredulous. Get lost. You are the one who needs to nourish your kidneys. I am indestructible, as you well know, he retorted. Gu Wan'er dramatically, Yu Xiao. One moment you are a towering figure in my esteem, and the next you render yourself ridiculous. Can you not allow me to express my gratitude properly? Do you truly wish to thank me? He inquired. Absolutely. Then, come, let me enjoy a bit of pampering. Yu Xiao, but take a long walk. As Gu Wan'er approached, her demeanor fierce and aggressive, Yu Xiao swiftly evaded her. You strike again, and you claim to be grateful to me? In ancient times, a life-saving grace would warrant a promise of devotion. Chapter 50. When all is well, it's Yu Xiao. When trouble arises, it's brother Yu. You think you can toy with my legs? Haven't you had enough of that when you transformed into me? Ah, Miss Gu, you seem to misunderstand. The true pleasure lies in indulging in oneself. Do you derive any satisfaction from touching yourself? It's merely a fleeting visual thrill. You, of all people, represent the bane of countless women. Yu Xiao retorted. Then you are the sinner, for you have deprived many women of their happiness. Gu Wan'er, utterly exasperated by Yu Xiao's words, ultimately surrendered her quest to eliminate this nuisance. She collapsed onto the sofa, gasping for breath, feeling helpless against both her attempts to strike and her futile condemnations. Ding! Lying on the sofa, Yu Xiao glanced at her phone and her brow furrowed. Gu Wan'er, did you not promise me a raise? Why has my salary not increased? Gu Wan'er's lips twitched. This matter is somewhat complicated. You haven't deceived me again. Have you? Yu Xiao, maintaining a stoic expression, slowly approached Gu Wan'er. She hastily clarified, I did not deceive you, but distributing such a significant sum requires justification. As the finances are not under my control, then you should dip into your personal funds. I don't have any money, Yu Xiao exclaimed. You are the daughter of a wealthy tycoon, surrounded by luxury brands. Your wardrobe must be worth millions. You can't possibly lack several $100,000 or even millions, can you? Do you take me for a fool? Gu Wan'er sighed in frustration. I do not think you a fool. My accounts have been frozen by my parents. I might be poorer than you at this moment. Goodness. So it turns out I must support you. Fine. You may deceive me again. Farewell. I shan't play with you any longer. As Yu Xiao appeared ready to leave, Gu Wan'er quickly pursued her. Yu Xiao, don't go. Don't pull away from me. Brother Yu, what will I do if you leave? At this moment, Gu Wan'er had decided to give it her all. If Yu Xiao truly departed, she would be no match for those cunning old foxes. Yu Xiao snorted derisively. Aren't you the so-called aloof female CEO? Show me just how aloof you can be. When all is well, it's Yu Xiao. When trouble arises, It's brother Yu. Suddenly, Gu Wan'er adopted a melancholic expression. Am I not half your woman? Can you truly bear to cast me into the arms of another man? Yu Xiao nearly burst out laughing, exasperated that this tactic was being employed once more. Was there truly nothing new under the sun? Seeing that her strategy was effective, Gu Wan'er felt a surge of hope. She had often rehearsed such scenes with her sister in times of boredom, and now it was proving useful. I assure you, once I hold the reins of the company, I shall promptly grant you your raise. Really? Yu Xiao, turning her back to Gu Wan'er, wore a heavy expression that belied a blossoming smile. Little Wan'er, you criticize your sister for her naivety, but you and she are cut from the same cloth. I promise. A raise indeed. Very well, I shall double it. Yu Xiao spun around to face Gu Wan'er, who took 2 steps back, arms crossed protectively over her chest. What are you staring at? Why cover up? I have seen it before. With a resigned eye roll, Gu Wan'er replied, Besides, did you not just claim to be half my woman? Previously, you were entwined with my being, and I with yours. Thus, you may consider yourself half a man of mine. Yu Xiao furrowed her brow deeply, feeling somewhat dazed by her words. Why half? 10 minutes later, Yu Xiao found herself spinning in Gu Wan'er's executive chair, adeptly opening her laptop to indulge in gaming. She realized she hadn't farmed the sacred relics recently and felt as though she had lost billions. Gu Wan'er paced back and forth nearby, contemplating the recent events. I sense they are all conspiring against me. Your ability to be oblivious until now is truly remarkable. Yu Xiao remarked with a smile while focusing on the screen. Initially, I might have mistakenly thought they were aligning with me. Yu Xiao cast a sidelong glance and teased. You're overthinking it. One can merely say their acting is commendable, and their strategies are indeed aimed at you. But do you know why you fell for it? Why? First, they declared their allegiance to you. Then Gu Xiao proposed to rob Peter to pay Paul, while Gu Lin pointed out the pitfalls, all with the intent of gaining your trust. In truth, they were laying the groundwork for extorting tribute from you. When you hear that an opportunity has vanished, it naturally creates disappointment. Yet suddenly, another opportunity arises, intensifying your desire to gain it and clouding your usual judgment. Moreover, I believe they have already prepared everything, merely awaiting your acquiescence. If you cannot discern such trivial tricks without me by your side, you might not even realize when you have been sold out. Once I am no longer near you, you must be more vigilant. Although Yu Xiao conveyed this, she understood the wisdom of an outsider's perspective. Gu Wan'er was far too eager to achieve her desires. Gu Wan'er pouted, saying, If you were always with me, that would be ideal. Upon realizing the oddity of her words, she hastily clarified, What I mean is, I could hire you as my advisor. Observing Gu Wan'er's demeanor, Yu Xiao chuckled. Sister Wan'er, you wouldn't have developed feelings for your stinky little brother, would you? Gu Wan'er retorted, Who likes you? Get up, you're occupying my seat while gaming. How petty. Wait until I finish this commission. You're not a child anymore, still engaging in such childish games, TSK. Mind your own business. Don't lay a hand on me, Gu Wan'er. Inevitably, another scuffle ensued over the computer. For a day without a bout, left one feeling unsettled. As noon approached, Yu Xiao casually remarked, Go have lunch with them, but remember to avoid greasy food. I've placed the medication on your desk for after the meal. Aren't you coming? I'm your secretary. I must accompany you even for lunch. Should I also assist you in bathing? As if. Gu Wan'er pouted her lips and departed first. Watching her leave, Yu Xiao sighed, pondering how to navigate the upcoming challenges. This was indeed a perilous endeavor. And it was already Tuesday. It seemed there was only one solution, to have Gu Wan'er secure a bank loan. However, that too appeared unfeasible, as procedural delays would require time, and results were needed by the following Monday. In Gu Zhao's office, Gu Lin was also present. On the wall-mounted screen appeared 2 faces. One was Gu Yuanli from the previous night, still donning sunglasses, while the other was the dashing Gu Mingqin, the heir of the Gu family, whose refined demeanor was accentuated by a mole beneath his eye, presenting an altogether alluring presence. The man known as Yu Xiao. I demand all information regarding him, Gu Yuanli stated in a somber tone, astonished that such a clever trap had been so easily dismantled. Gu Xiao promptly bowed his head in acknowledgement, saying, Second young master, I shall immediately dispatch someone to investigate. Gu Lin, you are to engage with the Liang family and ascertain whether we can acquire their shares. Money is no object, Gu Mingqin remarked, exhibiting not a trace of emotional fluctuation. Understood, I will reach out at once. Chapter 51. The Profound Affection of Long Hai. At this moment, Gu Xiao respectfully interjected, eldest young master. I possess a slight understanding of Liang Xing. If he truly agrees to transfer to Gu Wan'er, he will surely not consider anyone else, unless Gu Wan'er opts to forfeit. Gu Yuanli retrieved his golden pipe once more, coldly asserting, regardless of your methods, I do not wish to witness my sister's success. Should she succeed, you shall be dismissed. The reprimand directed at the two middle-aged men, nearing 50, was indeed poignant. As the screen faded to black, Gu Xiao and Gu Lin exhaled in relief, exchanging glances, realizing the situation was rather precarious. In the dining area, Zhao Yang stood by the elevator, awaiting the arrival of Yu Xiao. Upon seeing him exit, he greeted him with a smile. Secretary Yu, I hope you will look after me in the future. Get lost, Yu Xiao retorted. I truly envy you, brother Yu. There must be a small bedroom in the general manager's office. Yu Xiao was exasperated, replying, I am as clear as water compared to Gu Wan'er. Can you not think of anything more serious? Am I that kind of person? However, upon reflection, he realized there indeed was a resting chamber. After all, you are in a romantic relationship, causing me, the solitary elder, to feel envious. Are you feeling depressed? You should promptly see a doctor. While serving the meal, Yu Xiao noticed there were always one or two individuals pointing fingers. Being a male secretary was truly a challenging role, inciting considerable jealousy, especially after offending all the senior executives in one fell swoop. Life ahead would not be so pleasant. Brother Yu, how did you manage to win over the general manager? Teach me. I do not require someone of her celestial caliber. Just a woman will suffice. Zhao Yang, with a face full of disbelief, replied, Brother Yu, after all these years as brothers, can you bear to see me toil day and night with my own hands to realize my dreams? Does your conscience not ache? Oh, am I that kind of person? Then teach me. All right, who in the company catches your eye? Yu Xiao, knowing the rotund man would not relent, decided to play it cool for now. Zhao Yang glanced around and whispered, not from the company, but from our neighborhood. Could it be her? Yu Xiao gasped in astonishment. Indeed, it is her. But she has a child, my friend. Yu Xiao exclaimed, incredulous. This story dates back 6 months. It was a rather ordinary Wednesday morning. As usual, Yu Xiao awaited Zhao Liang to head to the office, but that day a woman accompanied them down the elevator, undeniably alluring, with an exquisite figure, particularly captivating in black stockings, exuding a mature charm. At that time, Yu Xiao was unaware of her maternal status, merely enjoying the daily visual feast, until one day she appeared with a 3- or 4-year-old boy, instantly dampening his interest. He had thought Zhao Yang was in the same boat as him, only to discover this fellow still harbored feelings. Brother Yu, your thoughts seem a lag behind the times. Can a child still be born? Others have husbands. Are you planning to undermine them? I've inquired, and it turns out her husband has passed away. Yu Xiao, I previously thought she was a mature woman, only to discover she is a widow. This hefty fellow has rather peculiar tastes. How old is she? 31, quite young really, just a few years my senior. Brother Yu, you see that I am no longer a child, and my family is pressing me. Please lend me a hand. Observing Zhao Yang's woeful expression, Yu Xiao felt a headache coming on. He himself was at a loss on how to pursue a woman, still mired in the theoretical stage. What does she do? Yu Xiao asked curiously. Zhao Liang chuckled. She is an executive at a company. Otherwise, how could she possess such an aura? Now the question arises, she must take a liking to you. Brother Yu, if President Gu can see something in you, I have certainly lowered my standards significantly. Yu Xiao's expression twitched. Why does that sound like an insult? Brother Yu, please allow me to experience a romance. I implore you. Yu Xiao sighed deeply, setting down his chopsticks. Just so, I lack experience, so if I fail to win her heart, it cannot be blamed on me. Brother Yu, you are being overly modest. You are the most romantic soul in Longhai City. After lunch, Zhao Liang departed in high spirits, as if already envisioning a beautiful new life, while Yu Xiao returned to his workspace. Upon seeing Yanli nibbling on grass, Yu Xiao curiously inquired, Is that all you are eating? Yes, I've been indulging lately and have gained a bit of weight, Yanli replied with a slight smile. In truth, Yu Xiao found this girl quite appealing. But the hefty fellow seems to prefer those with children, particularly widows. How stimulating. Yu Xiao responded. Has President Gu returned from her meal? Not yet. I wonder if this woman has been bewitched. If she falls under a spell, I might share her fate. I must devise a plan. Where can I find a solution for the 2 billion gap? 2 billion, not merely 20. Who can resolve this? Suddenly, a striking figure flashed through Yu Xiao's mind. My sister Bai is indeed a wealthy individual. He took out his phone and sent a WeChat message. Sister Bai. Sitting nearby, Yanli observed the peculiar smile on Yu Xiao's face and shivered. Such a smile typically graces the face of a player. In less than 5 seconds, Bai Ji replied, "In need of money? Truly, Sister Bai, I hadn't even spoken, and you deduced it. You are indeed my Sister Bai, possessing uncanny foresight." After typing, Yu Xiao added a playful emoji, yet he pondered whether Sister Bai would leap from the screen and strike him if she knew he was chatting with a man. "How much do you need?" 20. "When do you require it?" Yu Xiao sat up straight upon reading the reply. "Indeed, it is Sister Bai. The sooner, the better. I hear the vice president of your company has returned today. It seems you have encountered some setbacks. Sister Bai, had it not been for you, this time would truly be hopeless. I adore you, Sister Bai." Yu Xiao chuckled, wishing he could embrace Sister Bai warmly. Bai Ji languidly reclined on the sofa, her fair, delicate legs partially exposed. Yet regrettably, no one was there to appreciate such a sight. "Do treat me to dinner another day," she remarked. "Certainly," came the reply. Setting down her phone, she cradled her head with her hands. "Gu Wan'er, I have once again rendered you a significant favor. When will you introduce me to your sister? Then we shall be like family, and I shall surely assist you." Approximately half an hour later, Gu Wan'er finally returned, her face betraying signs of fatigue, as if she had not achieved the desired outcome. She had expected a warm greeting, but instead walked straight into her office, contemplating how to share good news with him. "For now, let him stew and worry. Gu Zong appears quite troubled," Yanli whispered. "Indeed, her spirits seem quite low." Yanli sighed softly, genuinely concerned for Gu Zong, who bore such burdens at a tender age. Chapter 52. All set. Yet, scarcely 30 minutes had passed when the phone on Yu Xiao's desk rang. "Hello, Gumin. See, you're already losing your composure. How would you manage without me? Watch as I soothe Gu Zong." Yu Xiao chuckled, leaving Yin Li perplexed about the nature of the relationship between Gu Zong and Yu Xiao. Was it a superior-subordinate dynamic, a friendship, or perhaps something more intimate? It felt as though they were perpetually shifting roles. Upon entering the office, Yu Xiao beheld Gu Wan'er seated in the boss's chair, her back turned to him. What is she up to? Is she melancholic? "They truly wish for me to leave this place," Gu Wan'er stated coolly, her demeanor unyielding, imbued with a sense of defiance. "Have they been difficult with you?" Gu Wan'er scoffed. "Gu Lin incited me to relinquish my dues," and Gu Xiao merely echoed, claiming it was nothing unusual. Even a former general manager had done so. "Your cousin certainly does not wish for your resurgence," Yu Xiao observed, noting the tension in her small fist as she pressed the remnants of her severed nails into her flesh, the skin around it paling. "I just called the bank and was told that the funds won't be released until next month. Those scoundrels only find joy in my downfall." Gu Wan'er slammed her hand upon the desk, for her success was not solely her own, but intricately tied to her sister's future. Witnessing Gu Wan'er on the brink of an explosion, Yu Xiao let out a soft sigh and approached her from behind, offering a complimentary massage. "Engaging in conflict with these individuals harms you. We shall devise another plan." Feeling the pressure on her shoulders, Gu Wan'er found her anger somewhat alleviated. This fellow had finally ceased to stoke the flames. "A plan? Where am I to procure 2 billion? All avenues are blocked. I see hope only to have it ruthlessly trampled. I know it is my cousin's doing, yet I am powerless." Under such immense pressure, Gu Wan'er had no choice but to stand tall. "Darkness will always be dispelled by light. There is no dead end in life. I have found a path for you," Yu Xiao said with a gentle smile, patting Gu Wan'er's fragrant shoulder. Turning to face him, a glimmer of hope illuminated Gu Wan'er's exquisite visage. "Is that true? Do not deceive me for amusement. Otherwise, I shall bite you." "Are you a dog? Always resorting to biting?" he teased. "I have made arrangements with Bai Jia. She is willing to lend you 2 billion, which, combined with the company's funds, will be just enough." Stunned by Yu Xiao's revelation that he had borrowed such a substantial sum from Bai Jia, Gu Wan'er stood speechless. "What do you think? With your brother you stepping in? It's worth twice as much." With hands on her hips, Yu Xiao chuckled with a sense of self-satisfaction. However, at that moment, Gu Wan'er, who had been seated, suddenly rose and embraced Yu Xiao, startling him. In this unfamiliar steel city, Yu Xiao had been her sole ally, though he often teased her. He always stood by her when it mattered most, unlike the calculating environment of her own home. Yu Xiao opened his arms, adopting an air of gentleman, convinced that he would not take advantage of her. Yet, he felt a pang of sympathy for Gu Wan'er, a delicate girl being bullied by a group of older men. He thought, Why not offer her some comfort? This marked the second time she had hugged him today. She had taken liberties with him. Be good, Xiao Wan'er, he murmured, gently wrapping his arms around her and tenderly stroking her silky hair as a means of consolation. Oh, Wan'er's waist is so soft. One must experience it firsthand to truly appreciate it. Gu Wan'er promptly stepped on his shoe, declaring, "You're taking advantage of me again." "Do I really need to take advantage of you? I'm merely comforting you. And you still step on me," he retorted. "Is this how you comfort someone? With your hands all over?" Noticing the redness around Gu Wan'er's eyes, he clicked his tongue in surprise. "Could it be that I've moved you to tears? Get lost. Who is crying?" Gu Wan'er had just lost control of her emotions. Women during their time of the month often swing from high to low. She hurriedly dashed to the restroom, mortified by her earlier display, realizing how embarrassing it was to be so easily swayed by this guy, capable of evoking her feelings and then infuriating her in an instant. After a while, Gu Wan'er emerged from the restroom, her demeanor restored, as if the earlier incident had never occurred. "Promise me you won't tell anyone what happened. Not even my sister, understood? Gu Wan'er stated earnestly. Gu Wan'er. Do not wish to rely on any man, nor will I ever act coyly in their embrace." Yu Xiao, reclining in a comfortable executive chair, chuckled. "You know, I rather like that vulnerable side of you." Gu Wan'er felt that Yu Xiao could hold on to this moment for a lifetime, but she quickly shifted the topic. "Is Bai Jie really willing to lend me money? Don't believe me? Just watch. No need. I trust you." Yu Xiao smiled, finding this woman occasionally quite endearing. However, he felt compelled to clarify, "But I still prefer your sister." Revitalized, Gu Wan'er appeared especially alluring. "Let us get to work and secure this project. Go for it. I'm rooting for you in spirit." In the finance department, Hong Lifei received Gu Wan'er's request for the allocation of 2 billion in funds. He promptly called Gu Xiao. "She wants 2 billion? Gu Xiao furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed by Gu Wan'er's intentions. "Should we provide it? I will give you an answer shortly." Gu Xiao was cautious not to act impulsively. A wrong decision could obliterate years of hard work. Upon receiving the call, Gu Yuanli grew curious about what his sister was up to and wondered who else might be assisting her, seeking to probe further. "Give it to her," he instructed. Gu Xiao was taken aback, unsure if he should inquire further. "All right, I understand." Gu Wan'er had prepared to employ a firm approach, but she had not anticipated that matters would progress so smoothly, which alerted her to an unsettling sensation in the air. However, the following day unfolded without any unfortunate incidents. Everything appeared exceedingly tranquil. The contract signing date had been discreetly set for Friday, and once the names were inscribed, it would signify a significant achievement, garnering the attention of the corporate headquarters. At 7 o'clock on Thursday evening, Yu Xiao pushed open the office door to find Gu Wan'er diligently immersed in her work. "Are you leaving or not? If not, I shall take my leave, as I have been accompanying you through late nights," he remarked. "Just a moment. It will be done shortly," Gu Wan'er replied. Yu Xiao had grown accustomed to her retorts. As he stepped aside, he noticed Gu Wan'er reviewing project documents. "Tomorrow is the signing. Is there anything you are still apprehensive about?" he inquired. "Being meticulous is not a bad thing. After all, this is a 40 billion investment. My largest to date," she murmured. Yu Xiao could only recline on the nearby sofa. "I shall take a nap. Wake me when you're finished." "All right," she replied. Time passed, and eventually, Yu Xiao was roused from his slumber. "Finally, it's ready. You even grind your teeth while sleeping," Gu Wan'er exclaimed. "Huh, you drool in your sleep." He countered. "Nonsense. Fine, I'll record it one day," Yu Xiao said, pulling out his phone. "Goodness, it's already 10 o'clock. Chapter 53, The Revelation of News. "I suppose raising your pay will suffice, you money grubber." Gu Wan'er rolled her eyes, as if only money could silence him. At the mention of a pay raise, Yu Xiao felt desensitized. "Gu, I truly admire your ability to exploit situations without investment, allowing me to work for you for free. You are not entirely free. My advantages can be monetized as well. Your reasoning is quite sound, yet does it imply that my benefits have no worth?" Having escorted Gu Wan'er to her doorstep, it was already 10:30. "Would you like to come in for a bite?" she inquired as she opened the car door. Yu Xiao squinted playfully. "Sister Wan'er, are you suggesting something?" "Forget it then," Gu Wan'er huffed, feeling her goodwill was taken for granted. Yu Xiao switched off the engine and exited the vehicle. Who would refuse free food? However, he soon regretted his decision. Was this an invitation to dine, or merely a request for him to serve as her chef? "Gu Wan'er, is this how you calculate your gains? Shall I order takeout then?" "By the time you do, I would have starved," she replied. Opening the refrigerator, Yu Xiao discovered a packet of hot pot base. He decided to prepare a simple hot pot before heading straight to bed. Gu Wan'er came downstairs in her pajamas, and, upon seeing Yu Xiao bustling in the kitchen, remarked, "Whoever marries you will not have to cook." "Indeed, but unfortunately, you lack such fortune." Gu Wan'er scoffed. "I wouldn't want that kind of luck anyway. What are you standing there for? Help out. Don't act like a lord," she urged. Yu Xiao, "This attitude will not help you find a girlfriend. Boys should be more attentive," she continued. "Go, cut the meat for me. Stop preaching and start working." With a resigned sigh, Gu Wan'er picked up a knife, contemplating whether she could silence Yu Xiao in another manner. With a harmonious collaboration between the sexes, the tasks were completed swiftly, and soon the bubbling sounds of the hot pot filled the air. The crimson oil hot pot was visually appetizing, though the ingredients were somewhat lacking. With a pop, Yu Xiao opened a bottle of red wine, pouring it generously. "Come, let us raise a glass to celebrate our victory," Yu Xiao proclaimed with a smile, lifting his wine glass as if to toast in advance for the forthcoming celebration. Gu Wan'er, returning the gesture with a grin, responded, "Indeed, cheers." Their glasses clinked lightly, and while Gu Wan'er took a modest sip, Yu Xiao downed his drink in one go. "This bottle of red wine is worth 300,000. One cannot drink it so casually," Gu Wan'er remarked with a wry smile. "It truly feels as if you were treating it like beer." Coughing slightly, Yu Xiao was momentarily choked by the realization of the extravagant price. He had merely grabbed a bottle from the nearby cabinet and had just consumed a few thousand in one gulp. Gu Wan'er shrugged her delicate shoulders. "Yes, but it's all right. You enjoy drinking freely. You are quite generous, Gu. I admire your spirit," Yu Xiao said, boldly taking the wine bottle and demonstrating his lavishness. The hot pot was delightful, and the wine was equally exquisite. Ultimately, the two reclined on the garden lawn, each with a bottle of the 300,000 red wine. Gazing at the stars, "Yu Xiao, will we ever exchange bodies again?" Gu Wan'er pondered aloud, her eyes fixed on the celestial bodies above. Yu Xiao burped softly. "It has been several days since we last exchanged. I suppose it may not happen again." "Why? Do you wish to inhabit my body once more?" "Not at all," she retorted. "Then why ask such a question?" Gu Wan'er playfully slapped his arm. "Could you not engage in a proper conversation with me?" "I wish I could, but it truly eludes me," Yu Xiao chuckled. Gu Wan'er sighed, and, after a moment, murmured, "In truth, I envy you. Your parents seem quite entertaining, and your life lacks deceit. You do as you please." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao let out a gentle laugh. "Envy me? I find myself envious of you as well. Yet I do admire your courage to stand against the norm. Alas, living within the confines of a conglomerate obscures the light. There are countless unspeakable matters that numb one's spirit," she replied. "Then you must strive to climb higher," Gu Wan'er declared, pushing herself up and taking several swigs from the wine bottle, wiping her lips with the back of her wrist. "I do not only wish to change my own fate and that of my sister, but I also aspire to eradicate those without principles." Yu Xiao couldn't help but laugh at her determination. "What's so amusing?" she inquired. "Ah, young lady, you possess a heart of compassion. Yet, the business world is akin to a battlefield, one that does not require the presence of a savior." Gu Wan'er scoffed. "That is merely the perspective of you man. I shall realize my ideals." Gazing into Gu Wan'er's steadfast eyes, illuminated by the moonlight, her face appeared to be enveloped in a radiant glow, captivating him instantaneously. "I just now realized how beautiful you are," Yu Xiao murmured. Gu Wan'er playfully pinched him. "Must you not speak properly? I am truly at a loss. Even complimenting your beauty seems futile. Regardless, I must take my leave. It is already 1 in the morning," he said as he rose, brushing off the grass from his trousers. Gu Wan'er, serious, interjected, "Do you not understand the dangers of drinking and driving? It is late. Stay here tonight, and we shall head to the company together tomorrow to finalize the contract." "Gu Wan'er, are you planning to sneak into my bed in the middle of the night to launch a cruel attack on me?" Yu Xiao stepped back, crossing his arms protectively. With a hint of a blush from the wine, Gu Wan'er teased, "Indeed, what of it? Are you afraid of a mere woman? Very well. I shall sleep in your bed," Yu Xiao declared, sprinting towards the second floor. Gu Wan'er immediately let out a shriek. "Yu Xiao, dare you sleep in my bed? I shall kill you." Ultimately, Yu Xiao found herself in the guest room, rubbing her sore waist. This woman was rather ruthless. Meanwhile, Gu Xiao could not find solace in slumber, plagued by an unsettling feeling that something was amiss, tossing and turning to the point of disturbing his wife. "What on earth is the matter with you, old Gu? Are you going to let anyone get any sleep?" the woman beside him whispered, irritation evident in her tone, which only served to deepen Gu Xiao's annoyance. It wasn't just a tired housewife next to him. She was a fierce tigress. A sudden chime interrupted the night as the phone on the bedside table rang. Gu Xiao picked it up and moved to the balcony, causing the woman beside him to awaken, her eyes now wide with vigilance, as if she suspected him of conversing with a lover. "Mr. Gu, I have gathered some information. The man named Yu Xiao is Gu Wan'er's boyfriend. His father runs an advertising company, his mother is unemployed, and they are both locals of Longhai City." Boyfriend? Gu Xiao found this utterly unbelievable. He would never accept that the young lady of the Gu family had chosen an ordinary man. This was no melodramatic soap opera. In the world of affluent families, social status was paramount, and such absurdities were rare. Indeed, word has spread in the circles. They even left work together today, and Yu Xiao did not leave Gu Wan'er's villa. What? Gu Xiao could hardly believe it. He had thought that Gu Wan'er had merely found shield, but now it appeared they were living together. "Mr. Gu, I have also heard troubling news. It seems the project is set to be signed tomorrow." Chapter 54. I have a brother-in-law. Are you angry? Gu Xiao inhaled sharply. Are you certain? No, not entirely sure. Then confirm it. Gu Xiao thundered. This was inconceivable. Where had Gu Wan'er acquired the funds? Who would dare lend her money? After ending the call, Gu Xiao contemplated reaching out to Gu Wan'er, but considering the late hour, he hesitated. Delivering bad news at this hour would likely bring him distress. How could this be happening? Gu Wan'er had truly procured the funds. Had he known this, he would never have allowed her access to the company's finances. Standing on the balcony, he waited for the night to give way to dawn before hastily dialing Gu Wan'er's number. "Hello." Gu Wan'er's voice was clear. His morning jogging routine remained unwavering, regardless of how late he slept. As he often said, only through morning runs could one attain tranquility and clarity of thought. "Second young master, I have just received uncertain news. The young lady may sign the contract today." There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by Gu Wan'er's laughter. "Have you prepared your resignation and apology yet?" Gu Xiao's hand trembled, almost dropping his phone. "Second young master, grant me another chance. Also, I have additional news. The man's name is Yu Xiao. He lacks a significant background. Yet he is the young lady's boyfriend and spent the night at the villa yesterday, indicating a remarkable relationship. Oh, my sister, choosing to fall for a commoner instead of a wealthy gentleman. How amusing. Ha ha. Gu Wan'er burst into laughter, finding this far more entertaining than signing contracts. Gu Xiao dared not join in the mirth. While they could spar among themselves, any side branch daring to speak ill of the main line would face swift repercussions. Not long after, Gu Xiao's laughter transformed into labored gasps, as if he were struggling to keep pace. Since he now had a girlfriend, he could take on the role of an older brother and bestow upon her a grand gift. "Second young master, aren't you going to intervene?" However, Gu Wan'er had already ended the call and gradually came to a halt. Panting, he was still clad in protective gear, and a rope was tethered to a person trailing behind him. This was no ordinary weight he was carrying during his run. It was a man. The middle-aged man had his mouth and limbs bound tightly with tape, and as he was dragged along, his head bumped against the ground, leaving him bloodied and appearing quite pitiful. "Old Mo, you've gained quite a bit of weight this year," Gu Wan'er remarked, removing the protective gear from his waist. He gestured to a nearby bodyguard, who promptly grasped a large golf club. "MMM." The man's eyes widened in panic as he thrashed about like a floundering fish. Gu Wan'er pulled out a white handkerchief to wipe the club clean, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "It seems that Xiao Yu has been overly generous. Look how you've fattened up." With a swift motion, the club whistled through the air, striking flesh without a sound. Yet the man contorted as if cooked, his trousers becoming instantly damp. In mere moments, the club was stained crimson, and the middle-aged man lay unconscious, seemingly having lost control of his bowels. Tossing the club aside, Gu Wan'er dialed a number, chuckling as he said, "Brother Xiao, he is still out cold." "Old brother Gu, you seem in high spirits. I'm getting on in years," came the jovial response from the man on the other end, his laughter echoing with a hint of mockery. Gu Wan'er's expression soured slightly. "I was quite irked, but my sister suddenly found a boyfriend, and now I feel a sense of clarity." Indeed, upon hearing this, the line fell silent. "Which sister are you referring to?" "Of course, it's my dear Wan'er, ha ha ha. I'm quite curious to meet my brother-in-law. What means did he employ to win her over? After all, even the eldest son of the Xiao family could not succeed." TSK, I'll hang up now." With that, Gu Wan'er ended the call, his smile vanishing in an instant. "Damn it. How could he toy with me like this? Meanwhile, the man sprawled on the luxurious bed was strikingly handsome, his muscular physique rivaling that of Yu Gu, with perfectly defined lines. He was Xiao Yu, a man of remarkable talent, charm, and immense wealth. Initially pleased, his mood soured upon hearing Gu Wan'er mention Wan'er's new boyfriend. Xiao Yu rose from the bed and approached the window, where a thin veil of mist outside created an ethereal ambience. He hastily made a call to inquire whether there was any truth to the matter. "Hello. Why are you calling so early?" Came a languid voice from the other end. "Wan'er, I need to ask you something. Do you know if one has a boyfriend?" The girl's voice grew increasingly impatient, clearly suffering from morning grumpiness. "How would I know? Aren't you two best friends? Don't you share such news? Which of my eyes saw that we were best friends?" Xiao Yu chuckled softly, adopting a tone of flattery. "Wan'er, do me a favor and discreetly inquire about it. Are you still not giving up? There are plenty of women. Must you insist on having her as my sister-in-law? I've been short-staffed at the company lately. That's why I'm asking." Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Wan interjected, "I will visit Longhai City for a performance at the beginning of next month. I will inquire for you then. Truly, she is a remarkable younger sister. I await your good news, haha." Meanwhile, Gu Wan'er had risen early, unable to contain her joy, and roused the still-sleeping Yu Xiao. In the garden, Gu Wan'er donned her yoga attire, her curves captivating enough to render one speechless. Yet, Yu Xiao grumbled, "Gu Wan'er, are you unwell? Do you see what time it is? I have never awoken this early in the past decade. Early morning exercise is essential. Otherwise, Annie will brew you goji berry tea." Gu Wan'er struck a challenging pose, imparting her wisdom as she did so. Left with no retort, Yu Xiao retreated to the living room, collapsing onto the sofa. Observing his laziness, Gu Wan'er sighed softly. He seemed beyond redemption. After an indeterminate amount of time, the enticing aroma of food stirred Yu Xiao from his slumber. This was not merely a woman's fragrance, but a scent that could tantalize the taste buds. He discovered Gu Wan'er in the kitchen, apron tied, and asked, "What are you cooking?" Startled, Gu Wan'er replied, "Do you not tread lightly? Taste this. What's a rush?" "This is for the noodles," she said, swatting his hand away. The sight of a large pot of meat slices ignited his appetite. Suddenly recalling an important matter, Yu Xiao cautioned, "After we finalize today's tasks, let us invite Sister Bai for dinner this weekend, but you must cook." "Me? Really? You think the 2 billion was lent to you for nothing? Rest assured, I have a fair understanding of Sister Bai's culinary preferences." Gu Wan'er expressed her trepidation. "What if I do not cook well?" Chapter 55, A Touch of Overconfidence. "I have already boasted in front of Sister Bai. You must handle it," Yu Xiao shrugged, indicating his inability to assist. "Gu Wan'er taught it, Yu Xiao duel. Will you truly just walk away? What can I do? Perhaps you could buy some ingredients after work today to practice, and I shall taste your creations?" Gu Wan'er pondered her options. Since Sister Bai had aided her, preparing a meal was indeed warranted. Thus, she resolved to practice. Frustrated at seeing Yu Xiao idly standing by, she snapped, "What are you waiting for? Boil water for the noodles." "I need to use the restroom," he replied, promptly executing a hasty retreat. Gu Wan'er felt an urge to wield a kitchen knife in frustration. Seated on the toilet, Yu Xiao leisurely smoked a cigarette, lingering for 10 minutes before emerging. The lingering scent of smoke prompted Gu Wan'er to scoff. "Why didn't you drown in the toilet?" "I would prefer to perish in your bed," he chuckled, before picking up chopsticks to sample Gu Wan'er's cooking. It must be said, she indeed possessed foundational skills. Before Gu Wan'er could respond, Yu Xiao praised, "Not bad. This is quite a flavor, albeit slightly salty. Then perhaps you should stop eating." Eat, eat, eat. I still have to savor every bite." Gu Wan'er was left speechless. In a cacophony of noise, two individuals prepared to embark on their daily journey to work. Today, Gu Wan'er donned an exceptionally formal attire. Her pink long skirt accentuated her alluring curves, while her cascading hair was elegantly styled at the back of her head, adorned with makeup that enhanced her ethereal beauty. Her visage left Yu Xiao utterly entranced. "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a beauty before?" With that, Gu Wan'er gracefully settled into the passenger seat. Yu Xiao, slightly taken aback, couldn't help but revel in the moment. Once inside the vehicle, he teased, "I must admit, you certainly exude charm today, a captivating allure indeed." Gu Wan'er rolled her eyes in response. "Oh please, a mere flicker of authenticity and you're already smitten. Men are all the same." "Then tell me, in comparison to Sister Bai, who is more exquisite?" "That question borders on arrogance." Gu Wan'er replied, "Is it really necessary to be so brutally honest? Can't you utter a little flattery? Curiosity piqued, she further inquired, what exactly is my shortcoming? Yu Xiao rolled down the window and sighed deeply. Sister Bai is akin to a bottle of vintage wine, unopened and mysterious. As you approach, it leaves you slightly dazed, and upon uncorking, one understands the allure of beauty over power. In contrast, you resemble the red wine we savored last night, delicious and expensive, yet lacking the intoxicating effect. Gu Wan'er felt an urge to kick Yu Xiao out for such an audacious remark, especially when she was fully aware of how captivating her legs could be. Embarrassment prevented her from exposing him. Noting the ferocity in Gu Wan'er's gaze, Yu Xiao attempted to console her. Gu, I speak only the truth. Do try not to be too disheartened. Go to hell. Goodness gracious. After their spirited exchange, Yu Xiao adjusted his hairstyle, aware that women often play with their hair, while Gu Wan'er tidied her skirt beside him. Upon arriving at the office, Gu Wan'er promptly summoned Li to her office. Once Li emerged, Yu Xiao, filled with curiosity, inquired, what did Gu call you for? She is preparing for a morning meeting, Li replied. Instantly, Yu Xiao comprehended the implications. When someone has been under pressure for too long, an eruption is inevitable. Observing Li's preparations, he ventured into the office. You haven't even signed yet. And you're already showing off? Why not? I simply want to witness their astonished expressions. The vindictive nature of women can be formidable, witnessing her unwavering determination. Yu Xiao shrugged, conceding that perhaps it was better to boast post-signing, yet it mattered little. As the clock struck 9, the conference room buzzed with the same group of individuals. Yet Gu Wan'er had yet to arrive, and the atmosphere thickened with murmurs. Has Gu truly secured the funds? Impossible. Who could possibly lend her 20 billion in one go? The first round has already faltered. This does not bode well for us. They murmured, their expressions turning grave. Standing in opposition to Gu Wan'er, should they fail, a lifetime of effort could be lost. Why the commotion? You're all-seasoned individuals. It's merely a 40 billion transfer project, and we lack the leverage. Gu Xiao, with a stern voice, silenced the discontent. Sitting across from him, Gu Lin remarked calmly, even if we lack leverage, we still strive for the group's benefit. That in itself is an achievement. You all underestimate the youth. Spare us the sarcasm. If she gains authority, none of us will escape unscathed. Gu Xiao cast a cold glance at the crowd, realizing that if they still harbored any reservations about her simply because she was a girl or due to her noble lineage, they would soon learn that she would show them no mercy. Everyone present was astute enough to temper their underestimation. After all, she was the illustrious daughter of the Gu family, and she had led the upper echelons into their first misstep. Soon, the familiar sound of high heels echoed, a sharp clatter that no longer bore the sweet resonance it once did, but instead rang ominously like a death knell over their heads. As Gu Wan'er entered the conference room, there was no need for Yu Xiao to remind anyone to rise in her honor. Gu Wan'er was pleased with such a reception, knowing that only through her relentless ascendance could she instill fear in others. Please, take your seats, she commanded, and as everyone settled, she continued, after negotiations, I will be signing the equity transfer agreement with the Liangsheng Group today. While this had been mere speculation before, her declaration sent waves of unease through the assembly. Congratulations, General Manager Gu, on achieving such a remarkable feat. I believe that under your leadership, our branch will undoubtedly reach unprecedented heights. Gu Xiao stood to applaud, prompting the others to join in, though their applause carried an air of resignation. A subtle smile graced Gu Wan'er's lips as she finally exhaled a sigh of relief. This sensation was truly exhilarating. Of course, the true architect of this success was none other than Yu Xiao. Without his assistance, she may never have even glimpsed this opportunity. Seated nearby, Yu Xiao also breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that the dust had finally settled, and he no longer needed to search for employment. Gu Lin remarked, General Manager Gu, when will the contract be signed? Today, Gu Wan'er replied with confidence, her eyes keenly observing the expressions of those around her, relishing the moment. Gu Lin offered his congratulations once more and fell silent, as the others felt powerless to counter her triumph. The project that had eluded them the previous year had been secured by the newly appointed general manager. One could only imagine the ripples this would create back at headquarters. After the meeting, Gu Wan'er returned to her office, unable to contain her excitement, bursting into delighted laughter. She was curious about how her parents would react upon hearing the news, and whether her two cousins would feel as if they had swallowed a fly. Outside, Yu Xiao was engrossed in playing Genshin Impact on his phone, completing the commissions for the day. They were not spendthrifts, merely frugal players, unlike that heavy spender, Fatty, who had likely squandered over 100,000. Chapter 56. Yi Sure has our general manager truly signed a major contract? Yanli inquired curiously, marveling at Yu Xiao's uncanny ability to lift Gu Wan'er's spirits when she had previously been so despondent. Such feats were beyond the reach of most men unless they were bounders. Indeed, the contract is set to be signed today, Yu Xiao replied with a light chuckle. She even chose to hold the signing ceremony at the company. Such a boastful woman is indeed formidable. Yanli felt a swell of joy, having gleaned bits of gossip around the office, leading her to conclude that if General Manager Gu thrived, so would they, but should she falter, they would follow suit. Before 10 o'clock, Gu Wan'er could hardly contain her eagerness to step out. Yu Xiao stood and smiled. Congratulations, General Manager Gu, on your auspicious start. Yanli, taken aback, quickly echoed Yu Xiao's sentiments. I'll treat everyone to dinner tonight, Gu Wan'er announced, her radiant smile a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. Yu Xiao quipped, so you'll host, and I'll do the cooking then? Thank you, General Manager Gu. Yanli exclaimed joyfully. Gu Wan'er walked ahead, and Yanli quietly inquired, You Gu, why are you not pleased about the dinner invitation from General Gu? She, being poorer than I, still extends an invitation, and it is certain that I will bear the expense. The company has a designated signing room that has been meticulously prepared. Upon Gu Wan'er's arrival, everything was refined further, for she regarded this signing ceremony with utmost importance. Gu Xiao and Gu Lin were also present, directing the proceedings. At this juncture, resistance seemed futile. I felt caught amidst the internal strife of the family, aware that no favorable outcome awaited me. If possible, neither side wished to offend the other. As time ticked away, the clock approached 10, yet no sign of the guests had emerged. Where are they? Gu Wan'er furrowed her brows and turned to Yu Xiao for answers. Yu Xiao shared her perplexity. I contacted them an hour ago, and they confirmed they had set out. One could have traversed Longhai City in that time. A vague sense of unease washed over Gu Wan'er, her anxiety escalating, particularly upon observing the smirks on Gu Xiao and Gu Lin's faces, which felt like mockery. I shall make a call, Yu Xiao said, maintaining a serious demeanor as she stepped aside to dial. Gu Xiao and Gu Lin observed the unfolding situation keenly. Old Lin, could it be a problem? Gu Xiao hoped the contract would not be finalized. If it truly cannot be signed, she will have made a tremendous blunder. Gu Lin replied coolly. Haha, may the Bodhisattva bless us. After the call, Yu Xiao returned with a noticeably grim expression, casting a glance at Gu Xiao and Gu Lin. Could it be them? The call had gone unanswered. What? Gu Wan'er exclaimed in a hushed tone. Noticing her unstable emotions, Yu Xiao softly advised, stay composed. I will reach out to Lu Zhengji and the others. All right, Gu Wan'er nodded. Once again in the safety corridor, Yu Xiao dialed Lu Zhengji. Hello, Brother Lu. Yu Gu. Congratulations. Yu Xiao frowned. It appeared Lu Zhengji was unaware of the particulars. Brother Lu, do you have any means to contact Liang Xing? What? Wasn't he supposed to sign with Gu Wan'er today? The time for the signing had arrived, yet the individual was nowhere to be found and was not answering calls. I will inquire and call you back. Thank you, Yu Xiao responded. After hanging up, she called Fu Quan, hoping he might possess more information, yet like Lu Zhengji, he was equally uninformed about the situation. This left Yu Xiao feeling increasingly uneasy. Everything had seemed normal an hour ago, yet now they could not reach anyone. Could he have been kidnapped? What news? Upon Yu Xiao's return, Gu Wan'er eagerly awaited positive information, but Yu Xiao shook her head, causing Gu Wan'er's spirits to plummet. Observing her demeanor, Yu Xiao attempted to reach Liang Xing, but ultimately found his phone switched off. Frustration bubbled within her. How could one conduct business in such a manner? Betraying trust? General Gu, his phone is off, Yu Xiao reluctantly conveyed. Waiting idly was not a solution. It would only invite ridicule. Gu Wan'er clenched her delicate fist, her beautiful eyes narrowing at Gu Xiao and Gu Lin, convinced they were behind this. At that moment, Gu Xiao approached and remarked, General Gu, it is already past 11. Where could they be? Gu Wan'er remained silent, her face darkened with displeasure. This is nothing short of blatant mockery, a manifestation of sheer schadenfreude. Gu Zong is still young and, inevitably, may encounter unworthy individuals. Henceforth, she must exercise greater caution. Gu Lin approached with a smile, attempting to offer comfort. Yet her words struck harshly. Gu Wan'er suppressed her simmering fury and turned to leave. Yu Xiao cast a glance at the two before following Gu Wan'er, laughter echoing behind them. Upon returning to the office, Gu Wan'er was consumed by rage, shattering several cups in her fury. Yu Xiao refrained from intervening, recognizing the necessity for her to vent her emotions at this moment. How could this happen? Wasn't it agreed upon? Gu Wan'er exclaimed coldly. Yu Xiao gently picked up a broom and advised, "You must calm down." "How can I calm down? Did you see the expressions on Gu Xiao and his companion? I've never endured such humiliation," she retorted, smashing another glass in frustration. As Yu Xiao swept up the shards, she softly remarked, "A tranquil sea does not forge formidable sailors. If you allow every minor setback to unleash your emotions, how will you ever master the corporation?" Gu Wan'er's chest heaved with anger, but gradually, her raised hand fell. Yu Xiao was right. She needed to maintain her composure. Seeing Gu Wan'er begin to settle, Yu Xiao felt a surge of relief, indicating that her words had resonated. "It must be those two," Gu Wan'er stated icily. Yu Xiao disagreed, expressing, from their demeanor today, they appeared unaware. If they were indeed behind this, their acting skills are nothing short of extraordinary. "Who else could it be? Who would wish to harm me?" Gu Wan'er inquired, looking at Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao pondered but could not deduce an answer. At that moment, Gu Wan'er's phone rang. "It's Liang Xing," Gu Wan'er exclaimed, quickly answering the call. With Yu Xiao standing by to listen. "Gu Zong, I sincerely apologize," Liang's voice came through. "Mr. Liang, what do you mean by this?" Gu Wan'er demanded. Suddenly, a woman's voice interrupted. "You must be Gu Wan'er." Startled by the melodious tone, both Gu Wan'er and Yu Xiao exchanged bewildered glances. "Who are you?" Gu Wan'er asked. "I am Heir." Upon hearing that name, both women instantly understood. "What do you want?" Gu Wan'er inquired, her tone low, taken aback by the unexpected identity. Yu Xiao was equally astonished, realizing that a problem had arisen at such a critical juncture. Although she had never met Heir, her reputation in the industry was formidable. It was plausible that only she could compel Liang Xing to act in such a manner. Chapter 57, A Duel Between Two Women. With a hint of a smile, Heir said, "I've heard about your situation. It takes considerable courage. I would like to meet you tonight." Gu Wan'er glanced at Yu Xiao, who nodded in approval. To secure the contract, one must venture into perilous territories, though it remained uncertain whether the danger was that of a green tiger or a white tiger. "Very well. Where shall we meet?" "At Uncle Kuei's Spicy Lobster." Yu Xiao paused momentarily. While the establishment was unassuming, it was a favorite among connoisseurs of fine cuisine, particularly renowned for its delectable spicy lobsters. Queuing for 1 to 2 hours was commonplace, especially during the summer season. "All right." After hanging up the phone, Gu Wan'er was no longer as furious as before. Yu Xiao calmly remarked, "Rest assured, the matters I have initiated will be resolved by me. If you refrain from causing trouble, this contract would not exist, and we shall resolve it together." Gu Wan'er frowned, never anticipating that Heir would emerge at this moment and immediately target her vital interests. At that moment, Yu Xiao's phone rang. It was a call from Fu Quan. "I have learned that Liang Xing was summoned by Heir," Fu Quan said helplessly. Heir has already called, requesting to meet tonight. Yu Xiao smiled wryly, caught off guard by Heir's maneuver. Fu Quan's expression darkened. "She is clearly aiming for you. This woman acts recklessly, if it comes to it. Being targeted by her is far from ideal." Before Yu Xiao could respond, Gu Wan'er interjected sternly, "I will not let this matter rest easily. Indeed, such a lawless woman deserves a lesson." Yu Xiao chuckled, encouraged by Gu Wan'er's words, feeling emboldened to take action. Fu Quan remarked, "I have yet to witness Heir in a state of defeat. If we could truly bring her down, it would signify a significant breakthrough in Longhai City, potentially beneficial for the future." Taking Fu Quan's suggestion into account, both began to contemplate the circumstances of the evening. "Shall we seek assistance from Sister Bai?" Gu Wan'er suddenly proposed. "Sister Bai has already done you a great favor. Asking for her help again now would seem rather cowardly. Furthermore, I mentioned Heir when I was with Sister Bai last time, and from her tone, it seems they are acquainted. If you wish to maintain Sister Bai support in the future, we must eliminate this Heir. Otherwise, you will truly face troubles both externally and internally." Gu Wan'er nodded silently, pondering the dilemma. That Heir is no pushover. What if she engages in areas where I lack expertise? Indeed, Yu Xiao felt a headache coming on. "Oh, how I wish we could switch bodies," Gu Wan'er sighed, occasionally yearning for a change. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Gu Wan'er's beautiful eyes narrowed. Are you thinking of something inappropriate again? Can you not be serious for once? You're the one who is not serious. Is it wrong for me to laugh? Such a twisted mindset, Yu Xiao retorted disdainfully. Am I that kind of man? Gu Wan'er scoffed, giving Yu Xiao a light punch. Today has been utterly humiliating. I must settle this score with Yi Shi. If we cannot switch bodies, I will confront her myself. Yu Xiao gave her a thumbs up. President Gu, you are impressive. I truly admire a woman like you. You are quite something. Meanwhile, Gu Xiao shared this good news with Gu Wan'er. Upon hearing it, Gu Wan'er chuckled helplessly. It is not that the elder brother is heartless. Even heaven seems to conspire against your success, dear sister. Second young master, I inquired and learned that it was Yi Shi who intercepted Liangxing. At the mention of Yi Shi, Gu Wan'er visibly paused. I have heard of Yi Shi. She is quite formidable in Longhai City. Wan'er has provoked her, and trouble is bound to follow. It seems so. I heard that President Gu offended Pan Wei, disrupting Yi Shi's operations. Ha ha ha. My sister is usually quite reserved, yet unexpectedly, she has offended Pan Wei. Now, the contract remains unsealed. And then there is Yi Shi, truly a calamity that never comes alone. Please continue to keep me updated. Isn't this more interesting than watching a movie? Gu Xiao appears rather speechless. This morning he promised my sister a grand gift, and now he seems to be merely spectating. To have such a brother is indeed a stroke of misfortune. At this moment, the circle is beginning to stir. After returning to the country, Yi Shi has finally taken action, and her moves are anything but ordinary. It can be said that she has gravely offended Gu Wan'er, showing no fear of the Gu family's financial backing. Instantly, the local scene becomes agitated. As a dramatic showdown is about to unfold, a local tyrant versus a fierce dragon crossing the river. Who will emerge victorious? Sometimes, the rivalry among women garners more attention, especially when they are as exceptional as these two. When they become fierce, they may surpass even men in ferocity. Some wealthy second-generation individuals have already started betting. Yi Shi at 1-0. 5 and Gu Wan'er at 1-5. The tenfold disparity causes laughter among the crowd. As it seems to belittle our sister Yi, at least 100-fold would be appropriate, for when sister Yi was out fighting, Gu Wan'er likely had no idea what was happening. In an office rich with the scent of books, Bai Ji holds a brush. The characters on the rice paper dancing like dragons and phoenixes, imbued with a subtle softness, yet mingled with a trace of bitterness. Bai Ji furrows her brow, seemingly dissatisfied. Just then, a scarred man knocks and enters, causing Bai Ji's expression to darken. After following me for so long, do you not understand the rules? Seeing Bai Yi practicing calligraphy, the scarred man is filled with trepidation. Bai Yi previously mentioned that any news regarding Miss Gu must be reported immediately. Bai Ji's exquisite face softens a bit. Speak. Yi Shi has intercepted Liangxing. Miss Gu's chances of signing are bleak, and it is said they have agreed to a contest. Bai Ji sighs. This Shi I thought a few years away would temper her disposition. Yet she remains that little tyrant. Bai Yi, should we intervene? Bai Ji remains silent, pondering whether to intervene. Yi Shi is not Pan Wei. Gu Wan'er may find herself at a disadvantage, and without support, Yi Shi will likely not relent. Let be. Yes. Bai Ji sets the brush aside, standing by the window, gazing at the bustling city below, contemplating that if Gu Wan'er were to call for help, she would assist her. Yet deep down, she hopes Gu Wan'er resolves the matter on her own. It seems tonight will require careful observation of the situation. Within the Gu group, Yu Xiao receives a call from Lu Jingji and promptly enters Gu Wan'er's office. Gu Zong, an opportunity for wealth has arisen. Gu Wan'er inquires with curiosity, what opportunity for wealth? Someone has begun betting on your outcome. You're at 1-5, while Yi Shi is at 1-0. 5. So you wish to bet on Yi Shi, do you? Gu Wan'er questions sternly, recalling how they previously spoke of brotherhood. Yet he has now stabbed her in the back before they even departed. How much would you bet against Yi Shi? Yu Xiao replies with a hint of disbelief. How could I possibly betray you? She doesn't even pay me. Gu Wan'er snorts. Then how much do you intend to wager on me? In recent years, I have accumulated a considerable sum of savings, no less than 20,000, and with a 5-fold return, one could amass a fortune. How much do you have? Might you lend me a little? Alas, I possess only over 20,000 myself. Perhaps you could spare me some? It seemed that Yu Xiao did not hear me at all, muttering something under her breath as she turned to leave. Yu Xiao, you miser. What did you say? I didn't catch that. Oh dear, I must use the restroom. With that, Yu Xiao made a hasty retreat, attempting to extract money from me. No chance of that. Watching her flee, Gu Wan'er delivered a punch into the air, remarking that with such a stingy demeanor, only I would entertain her. Any other woman would have long since departed. As night descended, the city of Longhai appeared to host a grand light show, dazzling and resplendent, especially since today was Friday, the commencement of the weekend. After a week of toil, young people began to unwind, leading to bustling business and entertainment venues, with some restaurants even experiencing lines. Uncle Koei's spicy crayfish was somewhat tucked away, located on the outskirts of the old town, and set up under a simple canopy. The expansive outdoor area was filled with luxury vehicles, resembling a grand auto exhibition, showcasing rare models not often seen. At that moment, a couple approached from afar, and the young man, gazing at the rows of supercars, remarked, "Why are there so many luxury cars today? Previously, there were at most just a few. Wow, that car is stunning. What is it called?" "That S an Enzo. Even a LaFerrari pales in comparison, let alone an ordinary Ferrari." The boy became utterly captivated by a Lamborghini Veneno, rumored to be in Longhai, but never spotted until today, quickly snapping a photo to share on social media. Having taken their picture, the young couple intended to enter for some crayfish, only to be halted. A sign declared that the establishment was closed for the day, despite the evident presence of patrons inside. How impressive to have reserved the place. "Darling, I shall do the same for you in the future," the boy boasted, entering a pompous mode, while the girl, enamored by those inside, paid no heed to her boyfriend's words. At that moment, a BMW 530 approached from a distance and was granted entry, leaving the boy perplexed. "What's going on? Even a mere BMW can get in? You don't even own a dilapidated BMW," the girl replied, rolling her eyes in disbelief. Inside the car were Yu Xiao and Gu Wan'er, who, upon observing the lineup in the parking lot, felt as though they were at a grand banquet. "Look at their extravagant display. Gu, when will you also possess such grandeur?" Yu Xiao sighed. "How unfortunate that a young lady, such as yourself, should be isolated." Gu Wan'er replied coolly, "It will come in due time." Seeing the parking area filled to capacity, Yu Xiao parked directly at the entrance of the courtyard, where the canopy was bustling with people. Some faces appeared familiar from that evening, while others were strangers. At the center, seated at a large wooden round table, was a woman. She did not possess the soft, flowing hair of Gu Wan'er, but rather sported a chic, short hairstyle. Set against her jade-like visage were a pair of captivating phoenix eyes, and her supple red lips glistened with a hint of crimson gloss, rendering them particularly translucent. Clad in a black sports tank top, the curvature of her chest accentuated the garment, creating a delightful silhouette. Judging solely by her legs, Yu Xiao would readily award her a score of 90, living up to her reputation as the leading lady of Longhai City. However, it was her legs beneath the table that truly impressed Yu Xiao, their length rivaling that of Gu's. Yet the dilemma lay in the fact that the latter wore form-fitting black leather pants. Yu Xiao could not help but wonder if those pants featured a zipper. It was Gu Wan'er's first encounter with Yi Shi, and she could not deny the latter's striking beauty. Had circumstances been different, she would have considered forging a friendship. Observing Yu Xiao's captivated gaze, Gu Wan'er inwardly chastised her. That expression was tantamount to treachery. Amidst the crowd, Yu Xiao also spotted Fu Yangxue. Along with the previously cowardly Pan Wei, this fellow was truly fearless. Besides them, there were also Fu Quan and Lu Jingji, who greeted her with friendly nods. Yet, Yu Xiao felt that the recognition she had received that night had vanished with Yi Shi's return. Gu Wan'er even noticed Liang Xing seated nearby, which incited her irritation. Yi Shi set down the lobster in her hand and directed her beautiful gaze toward the entrance. Was it the eldest daughter of the Gu family? Indeed, she was as stunning as the rumor suggested. Had Pan Wei truly succumbed to such a seemingly fragile woman? It seemed that during her absence, their audacity had diminished. That man was Gu Wan'er's boyfriend. While he was not unattractive, there was a cunning glint in his eyes. His girlfriend was brazenly appraising him, which was hardly impressive. Gu Wan'er's taste was disappointingly low. Suddenly, Pan Wei slammed his hand on the table. With that single action, those around him seemed to understand, and they began to rhythmically join in, creating a cacophony of thuds. "Hud, hud, hud." Gu Wan'er furrowed her brow deeply, and Yu Xiao whispered, "Put on a brave face. Do not be afraid." With Yu Xiao by her side, Gu Wan'er felt a measure of reassurance, though a tinge of anxiety lingered in her heart. As Yi Shi raised her arm, the crowd instantly fell silent clearly reflecting her esteemed position. It could be said that the majority present had been subdued by her in the past. Pan Wei seized the Mao Tai from the table, filling a plastic cup to the brim before stepping forward. Before meeting Sister Yi, I shall drink this cup. Yu Xiao fixed her gaze on Pan Wei, as if to say, have you forgotten your own pain? Pan Wei scoffed, his eyes darting toward Gu Wan'er. However, under the collective gaze of the crowd, Gu Wan'er decisively slapped the plastic cup, sending it crashing to the ground and spilling liquor everywhere, the rich aroma of alcohol permeating the air. If there had been no one around, Yu Xiao would have been inclined to praise her for her newfound boldness. Lu Jingji and Fu Quan recognized the significance of her actions and admired her resolve. Fu Yangshue's expression soured. At that moment, Gu Wan'er was undeniably enchanting, and she found herself lacking the courage to confront her. As the cup fell, many around them promptly rose to their feet. Although Gu Wan'er performed admirably last time, her identity as an outsider could not be concealed. Now, in front of the local queen, she showed no respect, which was akin to slapping the local people's faces. Gu Wan'er, do not presume that your status as the young lady of the Gu family grants you the right to look down upon us. With a mere word from Sister Yi, your company shall find it impossible to thrive in Longhai City, Pan Wei coldly declared, still haunted by the humiliation of that night, which felt as if it had cast his dignity into the Pacific Ocean. Chapter 59. I have always preferred to aim high. Gu Wan'er es arrogant was unexpected. She showed no regard for the situation at hand. Yu Xiao, I am curious to see how you will assist her. Yu Xiao did not doubt Pan Wei's assertion. Many of the young individuals present were around 30 years old and held significant positions within their family businesses. If Yi Shishir were to raise her banner against the Gu family, it would spell trouble for them in Longhai City. That being said, even if you do not show me respect, I shall still extend some towards you, you wretched fool. Gu Wan'er disregarded him entirely and addressed Yi Shishir. Are you sending a defeated opponent to negotiate with me? Pan Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. This woman had been well trained by Yu Xiao, showing no mercy. Yi Shishir raised her hand, and though Pan Wei was reluctant to yield, his gaze seemed intent on devouring Yu Xiao. As Yu Xiao passed by, he quietly remarked to Pan Wei, fool. Pan Wei was instantly engulfed in fury, a desire to retaliate burning within him, yet an unshakable shadow loomed over him. Gu Wan'er, overhearing Yu Xiao's insult, secretly applauded him. It was quite satisfying. The two sat opposite Yi Shishir. Yet the lobster dish was positioned not in the center of the table, but rather in front of Yi Shishir, leaving Yu Xiao and Gu Wan'er seemingly without food. Boss Kue, Yu Xiao called out. A burly, bald man approached with a smile. Handsome, I'll have a serving of your signature spicy crayfish, along with garlic crayfish, and some marinated dishes. She'll cover the bill. The crowd was taken aback. Gu Wan'er could hardly contain her laughter. This fellow was truly unpredictable. Upon hearing this, Boss Kue looked towards Yi Shishir. You want to fill up before you hit the road, right? That's fine. A smile broke upon Yi Shishir's calm face, revealing two charming dimples, making her appear somewhat endearing. However, the words she spoke were rather harsh. My brother Yu is not one to be taken advantage of. Yu Xiao remained unperturbed, chuckling. What do you mean by hit the road? I can certainly cooperate with a more intimate arrangement. At this remark, the men around the table instantly sprang to their feet, slamming their hands on the table, as if prepared to teach Yu Xiao a lesson for his audacity. Lu Jingji and Fu Quan were left dumbfounded. How could Yu Xiao dare to flirt with Yi Shishir? This truly was a man of courage. And Gu Wan'er was seated right beside him. How'd he manage it? Gu Wan'er supported Yu Xiao, thinking it would suffice to handle her. Later, they could switch roles, and she could take another turn at it. The thought of embarrassing herself at the company and having the news reach her family was daunting. If Yu Xiao were to learn of this, he would surely exclaim that she played the game even more bizarrely than he did. Yi Shishir, upon hearing this, burst into melodious laughter. Many men wish to share a bed with me, but they either end up with broken limbs or, in the worst case, one is still in such a state that someone has to clean up after him. And so what? Yu Xiao chuckled heartily, his gaze fixated on Yi Shishir, as if transformed into a multitude of tentacled creatures. His words plunged the surroundings into a profound silence, and soon, someone was provoked to rise in protest, feeling utterly blasphemed by his audacity towards the goddess of their hearts. Sitting nearby, Lu Jingji seemed to have stumbled upon a new realm of understanding. Was this how you managed to win Gu Wan'er's affections? Moreover, the manner in which he trained her was remarkable. Gu Wan'er appeared unperturbed, unlike any other woman who would have retaliated fiercely. Gu Wan'er exclaimed that Yu Xiao was a true bard, playfully confronting him. Yi Shishir raised her arm, and the restless men around ceased their movements. Gu Wan'er, such a boyfriend truly opens my eyes. Do you not wish to say anything? She inquired lightly, her desire to stuff an entire platter of lobsters into his mouth evident. Gu Wan'er, brushing back a stray hair, smiled and replied, "What man is devoid of charm? If Miss Yi is willing to play a subordinate role, I can certainly accept it." Yu Xiao nearly burst into laughter. "Gu, you are simply extraordinary. Together, we could be an unstoppable force," utterly shattering Yi Shishir's composure. The men around them stood in stunned silence, their envy palpable as they marveled at how Yu Xiao managed to have such a forthright girlfriend who openly supported him. Yi Shishir, aware of their mockery, recognized she had not encountered such a situation before. Yet, to think they could rattle her composure with mere words was a gross underestimation. She smiled serenely and countered, "Miss Gu, you truly possess a generous spirit. Alas, I have no interest in playing the subordinate. I have always preferred to take the lead." Upon hearing this, several men sputtered their drinks in shock, utterly taken aback by the turn of events. Yu Xiao had not anticipated Yi Shishir's unexpected retort. Realizing he had underestimated her, regardless of their respective standings, he could still manage to accept the situation. Yi Shishir's clever comeback caught Gu Wan'er off guard. After all, she and Yu Xiao were strategic partners, and yet, here was Gu Wan'er seemingly overstepping her bounds. For a moment, Gu Wan'er found herself at a loss for words, nudging Yu Xiao with her leg, urging him to intervene. Yu Xiao understood that it was challenging for Gu Wan'er to respond. To do so directly would undermine her status. What is there to contest? Whether one leads or follows is ultimately my decision. As this declaration resonated, the men around felt a surge of frustration towards Yu Xiao. In Longhai City, beauties were scarce, and now that one had graced their presence, he audaciously sought to claim both. Yi Shishir narrowed her eyes when women speak. Why do men have to interject? Yu Xiao was astounded. Even Bai Jia had never been so bold. "Miss Gu, if you wish to engage, I shall gladly oblige." After dealing with Yu Xiao, Yi Shishir turned her attention back to Gu Wan'er, who matched her spirit. "I am more than willing to engage." "Excellent, you have spirit." Yu Xiao wished to interject. "Neither of you possess the courage, do you?" Just then, Bald Boss Kuei approached with a platter of small lobsters. Yu Xiao wasted no time, donning gloves and diving into the feast, for only a satisfied stomach could muster the strength to devise a plan. Yi Shishir removed her gloves and spoke softly, "Miss Gu, you still have the opportunity to secure the port project, but whether you can achieve that depends on your capabilities. Miss Yi, I have already negotiated with General Yang beforehand. To interfere now is utterly against the rules," Gu Wan'er replied, a hint of disbelief in her voice. "Yishishi chaklet softly, rippling. You should be aware that this project is primarily under the Yi family's purview. For the other two parties to transfer their interests, they must obtain the Yi family's consent." Gu Wan'er was momentarily taken aback, questioning the validity of such a one-sided clause. "I have reviewed the contract, and there is no such stipulation. You must have added that yourself." Yu Xiao, peeling shrimp with an air of indifference, remarked, "Miss Yi is truly astute. This performance you orchestrated is quite remarkable." Gu Wan'er gazed at Yu Xiao in confusion. "Is there something more you wish to convey, Mr. Yu?" Yi Shishir asked dismissively. "I was initially curious as to why Miss Yi did not appear immediately upon returning to the country, but now it is clear. You must be aware of Wan'er's predicament, orchestrating Liang Xing to purposefully transfer the project, only to halt it at a critical juncture, compelling her to engage in this game with you." Yu Xiao had been perplexed earlier, but upon hearing Yi Shishir's words, realization dawned upon him. Chapter 60, A Suitable Match for Freshmen. Gu Wan'er found it hard to believe that she had fallen into someone else's trap from the very beginning, blissfully unaware. Yi Shishir was utterly despicable. Yi Shishir picked up her chopsticks and delicately grasped a lobster. "You guessed half of it correctly." "Oh, what is the other half?" "The transfer of the project by Liang Xing is not due to my influence. He indeed intends to transfer it. I merely suggested he transfer it to Miss Gu. Ultimately, I am still aiding you," Yi Shishir said with a smile that bore a hint of mockery. Yu Xiao remarked, "I consider myself somewhat thick-skinned, but in comparison to you, I find myself lacking. Who would have thought your exquisitely beautiful face could possess such audacity? You've truly broadened my horizons." Gu Wan'er was almost laughing in exasperation. She was being harmed while Yi Shishir pretended to assist her, displaying even more shamelessness than Yu Xiao. Yet, it was undeniable that this contract was essential. Since she was here today, she intended to leave with it. How do you wish to proceed? Since we are in Longhai City, we shall abide by my rules. There are 3 projects in total, and you must win all of them. Before Gu Wan'er could respond, Yu Xiao interjected, "Everyone says best of 3. Yet you require a clean sweep? Are you afraid? Then you may return from whence you came. I must regain the face I have lost," Yi Shishir said, her smile vanishing, a layer of frost settling on her charming face. "Very well. I shall play along," Yu Xiao replied directly. Yi Shishir cast a disdainful glance at Yu Xiao, stating, "You are not yet qualified to play with me. Is a contract mine if I win?" Gu Wan'er asked, her voice low. Yu Xiao internally panicked, cautioning her not to be rash. "Wan'er, don't get carried away. It's 3 wins out of 5. And she sets the terms. She's digging a pit for you, and I have wagered my entire fortune on this." Yi Shishir nodded, a teasing glint in her eyes. "That was the original plan, but I have suddenly thought of a more thrilling condition. Speak. If I win, you shall be my subordinate." At this proclamation, Yu Xiao gasped, and the others were equally incredulous. It was akin to a heartless betrayal. Previously, victories and defeats were trivial matters, merely subjects of jest. However, with the introduction of such stakes, the loss would tarnish the family's honor. For unmarried women, being treated as subordinates before even tying the knot is an unbearable humiliation, more distressing than wagering one's life. It was unexpected that Yi Shishir would return with such audacity, seemingly intent on casting Gu Wan'er into the abyss. The rivalry among women is indeed terrifying. Many men found themselves envious of Yu Xiao, for regardless of the outcome of this gamble, he would possess both a prominent and a lesser figure, albeit fictitious, providing him with ample material for boasting. Fu Yangshu had scrutinized Yu Xiao, lamenting why fortune had not favored her, even if only in pretense. Pan Wei's mouth twitched in disbelief, pondering how Yu Xiao could possess such extraordinary luck. Lu Jingji mused aloud. Although uncertain how Yu had achieved it, the inexplicable possession of Yi Shishir and Gu Wan'er could propel him to the pinnacle of life. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Yi Shishir regarded Yu merely as a pawn, her true aim being to drive Gu Wan'er out of Longhai City. Should they lose, the Gu family would suffer irreparable disgrace. Lu Jingji expressed his envy, noting that one was the heiress of the Gu conglomerate and the other of the Yi conglomerate. He too wished to play the role of a mere tool, as it would be a prestigious tale to recount. Fu Quan shook his head repeatedly, cautioning that such declarations could incite retaliation from rival conglomerates. Observing the men around him, most of whom had long admired Yi Shishir, he concluded that her words were detrimental to Yu Xiao. Having spent years abroad, Yu Xiao had returned with a newfound cunning. Previously, she would have confronted challenges head-on. At this moment, Yu Xiao was reluctant to be a sacrificial pawn and felt compelled to prevent Gu Wan'er from proceeding. "If you agree, you shall face reprimands at home tomorrow, and I shall be dismissed, rendered unemployed, and stripped of my savings," she warned, recognizing the woman's ruthless strategy. However, before she could intervene, Gu Wan'er coldly declared, "Fine, if I win, you will serve him. I will take the contract." Yu Xiao's mind buzzed in disbelief. "Have you lost your mind? She is merely provoking you." The surrounding crowd gasped at Gu Wan'er's acceptance, their disbelief mingled with the anticipation of a thrilling evening ahead. These 2 women had wagered their reputations and futures, while Yu Xiao felt despondent, a mere hindrance in this contest. "Gu Wan'er, I must admit, I have grown to admire you," Yi Shishir laughed, seemingly unaware of the confidence that fueled her audacity. In truth, Gu Wan'er was driven to the brink by frustration. Having endured humiliation at work, she refused to cower here, declaring that she could not retreat, and besides, she was not certain she would lose. At that moment, Yi Shishir snapped her fingers. "Pan Wei, prepare the props. The show is about to commence." With her command, the young crowd erupted in cheers, as if welcoming their queen back to her throne. "Very well," Pan Wei teased, casting a glance at Yu Xiao. "Dream on if you think you can turn the tables with Gu Wan'er." As Yi Shishir produced a tablet displaying a map of Longhai City, she meticulously outlined a convoluted route with a red line, commencing from their current location and culminating at the familiar Haoding, the territory of Baijia. The route, however, traversed the bustling city center, causing Yu Xiao to furrow his brow in concern. Gu Wan'er exhaled in relief. Her driving skills were commendable, and she was not necessarily destined for defeat. When Pan Wei and Fu Yangxue emerged, pushing 2 Ducati 4 motorcycles, Gu Wan'er was left speechless. She had no experience riding a motorcycle, and the contest seemed lost before it had even begun. Her gaze shifted to Yu Xiao, who understood the despair reflected in her eyes. It was over. The situation felt dire, and life seemed devoid of meaning. Had she not been bold moments ago? Now, she was relegated to a subordinate position, overshadowed even by her sister. The onlookers grasped the thrill of the motorcycles, yet they were acutely aware of the inherent peril, particularly as the route spanned the city's lively thoroughfare. Tonight's escapade could easily spiral into chaos, with drones poised to capture every moment. Straying from the designated path or being apprehended mid-ride would result in disqualification. A waiver awaited their signatures. Gu Wan'er stared blankly at the pen and paper before her, while across the table, Yi Shishir sported a victorious smile. What's the matter? Are you afraid? With determination, Gu Wan'er bit her lip, seized the pen, and boldly inscribed her name. I will win, regardless. I, Gu Wan'er, am not intimidated by you. Yu Xiao, witnessing the fervor of the women, remarked solemnly. Perhaps we should reconsider the route. Of course, if you wish, Yi Shishir shrugged, revealing her familiarity with the course. Yu Xiao, holding the tablet, tugged Gu Wan'er towards the room, though it felt more like he was dragging her. Upon entering a private room, Yu Xiao slammed the door shut. Gu Wan'er pulled away from him, rubbing her wrist and frowning. What was that for? You hurt me. Are you truly so foolish? Can you sign a waiver knowing it absolves her of responsibility if you crash? Yu Xiao exclaimed, incredulous. Who would leap into such a perilous pit? Gu Wan'er retorted coldly. Do you want me to return home in disgrace, facing the scorn of those old men at the company and the derision of my family? Am I to be relegated to the status of a mere vessel for a man's offspring? That is preferable to becoming a bloody heap on the ground. Can you even ride? Yu Xiao pressed, his brow furrowed. I would rather perish than endure that shame. Gu Wan'er's resolute expression mirrored her fierce determination, though he could empathize with her feelings. Enough of your prattling. Teach me how to ride. I learn quickly. Once I win, you'll have an additional little wife for your troubles. Yu Xiao, exasperated, chuckled, pulling out a chair to sit, lighting a cigarette, a gesture that Gu Wan'er surprisingly did not contest this time. As the smoke swirled upwards, Yu Xiao remarked nonchalantly, I've staked my entire fortune on you. Should you lose, I shall face ruin, and Yi Shishir would have me blacklisted. If I lose, I might as well head home tomorrow. Gu Wan'er said no bye, feeling elated in the morning, believing she would reap great rewards, but by evening, she had unexpectedly fallen into despair. The private room fell silent. Suddenly, Gu Wan'er burst into laughter, playfully patting Yu Xiao's shoulder. Let us not be disheartened. Let us think of joyful things. If we win, wouldn't you gain a little wife? How delightful! Yu Xiao, caught between laughter and tears, found it absurd to entertain such thoughts at such a moment. When we meet her outside, I could still call her second, and then mock her fiercely. Just thinking about it feels exhilarating. Gu Wan'er rested her chin on her hand, finding the notion rather amusing. Yu Xiao flicked the ash from his cigarette, retorting, what if you become second instead? He smirked. Given our familiarity, would you truly allow me to take on that role? Gu Wan'er playfully smacked Yu Xiao's shoulder, feigning indignation. Yu Xiao was touched by her optimistic spirit. There must be a way to win. What? Gu Wan'er exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she instinctively covered Yu Xiao's large hand. Yu Xiao took a deep puff of a cigarette. Gu Wan'er, feeling anxious, snatched the cigarette, and extinguished it. Stop acting mysterious and just tell me your idea. Do I really need to spell it out? Gu Wan'er paused, her frantic expression gradually calming. It's been so many days without a body swap. How can we do it now? Perhaps I can knock you out, then hit my own head. Who knows, it might just work. Why not the other way around? You knock yourself out, and I'll do the same. Gu Wan'er was speechless. I consider you a brother, yet you wish to hit me. Your little fist could hardly knock me out. No worries, I could use a bottle. Yu Xiao replied. It seems his plan to knock each other out poses some challenges. Then, Gu Wan'er suggested, how about we take a nap? Gu Wan'er, at this time, you're still thinking of such vulgar things. Yu Xiao, are you out of your mind? Can't you think straight? I meant sleeping. Be clear about it. It sounds like you're trying to take advantage of me. Gu Wan'er rolled her eyes. Yet in truth, sleep was far from their grasp. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. Yu Xiao opened the door to find Pan Wei holding a set of women's motorcycle gear. This is from Sister Yi. After delivering the message, he turned and left. Holding the clothes, Yu Xiao sighed deeply. Gu Wan'er, let us concede. At least if we return to the company, you may still have a chance to turn things around. If we lose, you won't even have the opportunity to recover. Are you giving up your money? Yu Xiao shrugged. What can I say? I'm a bit greedy. If I lose, I lose. It's better than attending your funeral. Gu Wan'er, listening to Yu Xiao's words, pressed her lips together. This fellow was truly obsessed with money, willingly conceding to avoid putting himself at risk. I suppose you have some conscience. Yu Xiao, she called. Shall we share a kiss? Huh? Yu Xiao wondered if he had misheard. A kiss? Gu Wan'er, determined, blushed slightly and said, don't get any strange ideas. It's for the body swap. If it doesn't work, we'll concede together and seek another opportunity to turn things around. That Yu Xiao hesitated. As a girl, I'm not concerned. Why should you as a man be afraid? Why are you hesitating, Yu Xiao? Gu Wan'er admonished sternly. I still have my first kiss. So do I. Do you wish to win some money? Do you desire a little wife? I do. Then kiss me. Yu Xiao felt utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why did his head feel so dizzy? Resolute in his determination, he thought. After all, she was also a novice in this regard, so he wouldn't be at a loss. He swiftly embraced Gu Wan'er, whose once rosy cheeks became even more flushed. If this test failed, it would be a significant loss for him. Nevertheless, having already ventured this far, a kiss seemed trivial. As Yu Xiao leaned in closer, Gu Wan'er suddenly interjected, wait a moment. What now? I finally mustered up the courage. And you nearly made me lose my nerve, Yu Xiao grumbled, feeling the weight of his anxiety, as it was his first kiss with a girl. Gu Wan'er replied, think whatever you like. Let's just focus on the kiss, envisioning our thoughts merging into one another. Yu Xiao comprehended her intent and resolved to cooperate. This was indeed the only way to emerge victorious. As he inched closer once more, Gu Wan'er halted him again. What are you up to now? You're so fussy. What did you eat earlier? She questioned, her brows furrowing. Garlic shrimp, Yu Xiao replied. Yu Xiao, I truly want to strangle you. Just as her words fell, Gu Wan'er stood on her toes, encircled Yu Xiao's neck, and pressed her soft, red lips against his, catching him completely off guard with a fervent kiss. Gazing at Gu Wan'er, whose eyes were closed, he marveled at her long, beautiful eyelashes. Is this what kissing feels like? Her lips were so soft, with a hint of sweetness. Perhaps it was her lipstick? He had heard that consuming lipstick could be toxic. Before he could ponder further, a sharp pain in his waist reminded him of the gravity of the situation, as if she were trying to extract his very essence. Chapter 62. Sister Yi. Yu Xiao is remarkable. The events unfolding here had caught the attention of many, including Bai Ji, who had received first-hand reports. Listening to the updates from the scarred man, Bai Ji furrowed her brow, appearing somewhat solemn. Miss Gu has lost, and it is likely someone will take her back tomorrow, the scarred man murmured. He understood the nature of Yi Shishir well. In her presence, Pan Wei was merely a junior. Over the years, with Yi Shishir absent, Pan Wei had gradually come into prominence, but defeating him was hardly an accomplishment. Bai Ji was no stranger to this. While Yi Shishir might lack in the arts, she excelled in underhanded tactics. Upon hearing of Yi Shishir's return, Bai Ji surmised it was with the intent to target Gu Wan'er. The wager they made was fraught with peril, particularly for Gu Wan'er, who had acted too impulsively, leaving no room for retreat. What kind of person is Gu Wan'er's boyfriend? Bai Ji inquired with curiosity. His name is Yu Xiao. He is an employee of the Gu family. It's unclear how he became Miss Gu's boyfriend. But tonight he was particularly confrontational with Yi Shishir, seemingly unafraid. My subordinates believe he is simply a naive fool. In her heart, Bai Ji harbored doubts. As the eldest daughter of the Gu family, Gu Wan'er would not casually acknowledge such matters. The fact that she brought this man to their meeting today indicated a certain familiarity between them. Moreover, regardless of her naivety, Gu Wan'er would undoubtedly remind him of what to be cautious about. To provoke Yi Shishir was either foolishness or genuine prowess. Prepare the vehicle. We are heading to the mansion. Yes, Master Bai. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gu Yuanli received the latest updates. Upon hearing the situation at the scene, he was utterly astonished. What? You say my sister is to become someone else's concubine? Indeed, that is how the news has been relayed, Gu Xiao replied respectfully. The youth today truly indulge in reckless behavior. This time, Gu Yuanli did not mock. Rather, his expression darkened. Should they lose, the Gu family would suffer irreparable humiliation, becoming a laughingstock in the eyes of others. He could already envision the scene. his adversary taunting his sister for being reduced to a concubine. I do not care what means you employ. Yu Xiao must not win. Gu Wan'er's voice was cold and commanding. Internal strife was one matter, but disgrace on an external stage was absolutely intolerable, especially of such magnitude. Gu Xiao felt a headache coming on. Second young master, I have no means to assist. If my sister loses, you might as well go offer your apologies. After speaking, Gu Wan'er hung up the phone with a fierce glare in his eyes. Ye Shishi, should you dare to win, regardless of your status, I will bring my men to crush you tomorrow. At this moment, Gu Mingxin also received the news. After listening, she appeared remarkably calm. Unlike Gu Wan'er, who was in a frenzy, born into a wealthy family, her sister had always navigated life with ease, viewing everything through a lens of optimism, oblivious to the darkness that had been cleared by those around her. To lead the Gu family, one Yu Xiao was insufficient. Perhaps it would be wiser to marry quietly. Meanwhile, at the scene, Yu Xiao remained as serene as a still lake. After peeling the last shrimp, she savored the succulent flesh, only to notice that there were still many left uneaten by Yu Xiao. Such waste. Once I deal with Gu Wan'er, you will learn the consequences of provoking me. I hope you do not flee tomorrow. At that moment, Pan Wei approached Yu Xiao, contemplating for some time before deciding to speak. Although he was breaking family rules, he could not abide Yu Xiao's arrogant demeanor. Sister Yi, be cautious of Yu Xiao, who is close to Gu Wan'er, Pan Wei murmured. Yu Xiao took a sip from her bottled water, feigning nonchalance as she inquired. Cautious of him? Do you know him? Regardless, it would be wise for you to stay alert. There are things I cannot fully disclose, Pan Wei stammered, hesitant to divulge too much. However, Yu Xiao despised those who left statements unfinished, teasing her curiosity. Do you believe I would hang you from the back of a car? She whispered coldly. After years apart, do you truly think I'm so easy to deal with? Pan Wei was well aware of the intensity behind Yu Xiao's gaze. Though Yu Xiao sometimes resorted to intimidation, she was capable of taking action. Sister Yi, you must not disclose this to anyone. Family rules are paramount. Yu Xiao responded with a simple acknowledging his caution. Pan Wei sighed in relief. While Yu Xiao was domineering and arrogant, she was at least a person of her word. Sister Yi, have you heard of the Tang family from northeast China? Indeed, upon hearing those words, Yu Xiao raised her brows in surprise. It was inconceivable that she had not heard of it before. Although the Tang family was not a top-tier conglomerate, its influence rivaled that of any other. They maintained a low profile and rarely attracted attention. What connection could a person named Yu possibly have with the Tang family? Could he be an illegitimate child? Yu Xiao pondered, for it was not uncommon for illegitimate offspring to emerge from wealthy families, particularly among men, who often felt embarrassed if they lacked multiple mistresses. Pan Wei shook his head and spoke softly. Yu Xiao's mother bears the surname Tang and was once a prominent young lady of the Tang family, though she has been removed from the family tree. After hearing this, Yu Xiao fixed her gaze upon Pan Wei, contemplating how some scandals within illustrious families seldom circulated, questioning how he, with the surname Pan, could know so much. How do you know all of this? Yi Jie, to be honest. My grandmother also belonged to the Tang family, though her status was not high. Ah, that explains the prosperity of your family business. It seems there is a deeper reason behind it. You certainly kept your lineage under wraps back then, Yu Xiao remarked with a hint of indifference. No wonder Yu Xiao acts so recklessly. He is a man of considerable background. I, Yu Xiao, have never feared men of influence, especially one who is a castaway. Pan Wei smiled awkwardly. The Tang family has strict rules. If one were to act irresponsibly under their banner, it could lead to a loss of resources. Tell me more about Yu Xiao. How did you come to know him, and why was his mother disowned? Yi Jie, if you do not finish your story, I shall disseminate everything you have just revealed, Pan Wei retorted, momentarily at a loss for words. From a certain perspective, Yu Xiao and Yu Xiao were quite similar. In truth, I do not know much about Yu Xiao. Our family rarely returns. It was only a few years ago when my grandmother took me back to the Tang family, and that was when I encountered him. At that time, I did not recognize him, and since he bore the surname Yu, I clashed with him. Little did I know, he was also an outsider of the Tang family. However, his mother was formidable. I could hardly contend with him. I was quite incensed then, which is why I sought information about Yu Xiao. The tales are quite similar to what you've heard, Yi Jie. People say he began fighting at the age of 10, learned to use burlap sacks at 11, dared to break limbs at 12, charged into a gang's lair with a watermelon knife at 13, broke his uncle's leg at 14, and made a fortune in stocks by the age of 15. earning the title of a young tyrant. However, when he turned 16, his mother was disowned, and the entire family vanished, with rumors suggesting they had gone abroad. Little did we expect they had settled here. Upon finishing, Pan Wei exhaled, feeling as though the rumors were somewhat exaggerated, considering he himself was still playing arcade games at the age of 10. Chapter 63. Have you prepared your warm bed? Yu Xiao was now fully engaged, speaking in a low tone. You have yet to finish. Yijia, I truly do not know any further details. I swear. This is a significant scandal that only those within the Tang family are privy to. We outsiders have no standing to know. And what of his father? It seems he is not of any remarkable lineage either. Yu Xiao muttered. One who could marry into the Tang family must surely be extraordinary. However, Pan Wei quietly added, I have heard he is merely an ordinary person. Perhaps that is the very reason his mother was disowned. Seated at a short distance, Lu Jingji observed the two conversing furtively, unable to suppress a soft scoff. Look at Pan Wei, that sycophant. He must be concocting a scheme to ensnare Brother Yu and his companions. This time, I was careless. I never anticipated that Yu Xiao would possess such cunning. Fu Quan seemed to sense the gravity of the situation, a wave of regret washing over him. What does this mean? You mentioned that old Liang intends to transfer. But why did he approach you first? As Fu Quan gestured, Lu Jingji's realization struck him like a thunderclap, and he smacked his thigh in dismay. We've been deceived. Indeed, Yu Xiao has returned transformed, and we've both become her pawns. Fu Quan glanced at Yu Xiao, feeling a pang of unwillingness. Lu Jingji furrowed his brow, fearing that the reckless might still possess cunning. Tonight, Gu Wan'er is likely to falter. With a deep sigh, Fu Quan acknowledged the dire circumstances. There was no recourse left. Do you think Brother Yu will intervene? Did you not say he, like Yu Xiao, plays the role of a pig to eat the tiger? Lu Jingji harbored a flicker of hope, having wagered all his pocket money, while Brother Yu had put forth his own capital. Fu Quan replied coolly, This is a struggle between women. He is powerless to aid. Then is it settled? Best of three, and Yu Xiao is indeed quite unreasonable. Fu Quan offered a bitter smile, resigned to fate. Just then, Yu Xiao and Gu Wan'er emerged from the building, drawing the collective gaze of the crowd. Gu Wan'er had changed into a motorcycle outfit, her long, dark hair tied back in a ponytail, exuding an air of confidence. Although Gu Wan'er had performed commendably that night, with Yu Xiao's return, her support was unlikely. Nevertheless, one could not help but admire Gu Wan'er's audacity in challenging Yu Xiao. Pan Wei dared not speak too freely and cautioned, Sister Yi, please do not disclose this to anyone. If Yu Xiao reports us, my family will be doomed. Rest assured, regardless of his past as a troublemaker, upon arriving in Longhai City, even a dragon must submit to me. With that, Yu Xiao rose, her beautiful eyes sweeping over Gu Wan'er and Yu Xiao, noticing a hint of color in their cheeks. It seems you are prepared. Yu Xiao grasped the helmet and hurled it towards Gu Wan'er with considerable force. Should it strike, it would surely draw blood. The men nearby cheered in exhilaration, aware that the contest between women was no mere hair-pulling affair. However, Gu Wan'er extended her delicate arm, deftly catching the helmet by its lower edge, her left hand casually tucked into her pocket. Previously, many had regarded Yu Xiao as striking and cool, yet now, in this moment, Gu Wan'er stood equally commendable. Few men could have executed such precision. Goodness, is she that impressive? Lu Jingji exclaimed in astonishment. Fu Quan furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something peculiar about Gu Wan'er, reminiscent of that fateful night. What was amiss? Others who had witnessed that night shared the same sentiment. Could it be that Gu Wan'er had indulged in something illicit just moments ago? Pan Wei, watching Gu Wan'er now, was suddenly reminded of that night. This was impossible. When she had arrived, he had felt nothing of the sort. Why did she now seem transformed? The curvature of Yu Xiao's lips widened, showcasing her remarkable prowess. Indeed, this was entertaining, quite worth my arduous journey back, despite enduring scolding. Be discreet. You might attract attention, Yu Xiao cautioned softly. Gu Wan'er chuckled. What is there to fear, Miss Gu? If it were to be revealed, who would believe it anyway? Indeed, the method they employed, kissing to exchange cerebral essences, proved effective. Upon transformation, both were incredulous at their success, attributing it to sheer fortune. Especially Gu Wan'er, upon opening her eyes to her new form, nearly shouted with joy. Conversely, Yu Xiao, upon seeing herself, almost retched. Miss Yi, are you so eager to assume the role of the second? She teased, striding forward with a seductive gait. now confident in her new identity, ready to engage in a war of words with her counterpart. Hearing Gu Wan'er's taunt, Yu Xiao remained unfazed. Miss Gu, it seems your confidence has exceeded its bounds. Allow me to inform you beforehand that my man is rather demanding. Serving him tea, warming his bed in winter, such duties require utmost respect. Yu Xiao, reveling in the provocation, thought to aspire to be my little wife, one must meet the standards. Gu Wan'er relished the banter, recognizing that only Yu Xiao could utter such words. Yu Xiao's expression shifted slightly, not out of anger, but due to the peculiarity of Gu Wan'er's demeanor. The tone and manner of speech felt oddly transformed, while Yu Xiao stood silently by. This is rather strange, she mused. I quite look forward to you preparing my foot bath, Yu Xiao remarked with a cold laugh. Striding towards the red Ducati, helmet in hand, Yu Xiao wasted no time, donning her helmet as well. Gu Wan'er approached with a warning, be careful. Don't get into any trouble. Rest assured, I shall protect your delicate self, Yu Xiao replied with a grin. Gu Wan'er shot her a sharp glance, admonishing her for such jesting. Lu Jingji and Fu Quan approached, and Gu Wan'er adopted Yu Xiao's characteristic smile, greeting them, Brother Lu, Brother Fu. You truly let Gu Wan'er take the lead? Lu Jingji asked incredulously. Yu Xiao, helmeted, replied, Brother Lu, I can't hear you. Do not underestimate me. Sister-in-law. That was not my intention, he said, slightly embarrassed. Fu Quan added softly, you may not be aware, but Yi Shi has another nickname, the Dragon Spring Racing Goddess. Lu Jingji nodded, that is precisely what I meant. Yi Shi often engages in such activities, whether in supercars or heavy motorcycles, she performs at a professional level, outpacing many ordinary competitors. Yu Xiao chuckled, when I was racing, she was likely still playing with Barbie dolls. Though it has been some time since I last raced, that feeling is gradually returning. Gu Wan'er, where is the finish line? Fu Quan inquired. Hao Ting, she replied. Indeed, will we have to traverse a mountain? Brother Fu, you can deduce that much, Yu Xiao remarked, surprised he hadn't even glanced at the route map. Chapter 64. The first event begins. Fu Quan sighed. As I mentioned earlier, she is known as the Dragon Spring Car Goddess, and that mountain is Dragon Spring Mountain. It features 23 90-degree turns and 12 sharp ends, all on a narrow two-lane road. Although there are guardrails, a moment's inattention could send one tumbling down the mountain. Many have suffered greatly on Dragon Spring Mountain, with 7 to 8 fatalities occurring annually. Living in Longhai City, how could one not have heard of Dragon Spring Mountain? News reports of deaths there surface every month. The mountain is infamously dubbed the graveyard for speed enthusiasts. Others might venture there in the dead of night, but the mountain remains unsealed. If a vehicle approaches from the opposite direction on one of those 90-degree turns, it could lead to utter disaster. It's incredibly exhilarating. However, these words frightened Gu Wan'er, realizing how perilous it truly was. I have something to discuss with her, she said gravely. Lu Jingji and Fu Quan understood. Yu Xiao also did not wish for his woman to take risks. Once the two had departed, Gu Wan'er softly remarked, let it go. Is it merely the mockery of those older men? Your assets are essentially mine. I shall return them to you later. We need not compete. Are you worried about me? Yu Xiao replied. I fear attending your funeral. Huh. After spending so many days with me, you've picked up a few phrases, she teased. Is there need to learn? I'm merely influenced by my surroundings. Yu Xiao flashed a confident smile and said, once you've watched 300 racing films, even a novice can transform into a car god. Keep dreaming. A car god, you say? You hesitate to even press the accelerator on your BMW. That's my little wife. If I accelerate too much, I will be heartbroken. Gu Wan'er ist geschockend. Enough of your nonsense. It's far too dangerous. Rest assured, I shall avenge you. After all, you are half mine, Yu Xiao responded, patting his shoulder, though feeling somewhat uneasy. Besides, you still owe me quite a bit in wages. Don't even think about shirking your debt, or I'll go to your sister. Hearing Yu Xiao's words, warmth surged within Gu Wan'er, yet she worried. You idiot. Drive slowly, do you understand? How can I win if I drive slowly? Watch how I triumph over her, and then I'll make sure you enjoy yourself afterward. Gu Wan'er pauset, exasperatet, Yurosh. Gu Wan'er, you seem to have a rather unhealthy mindset. I'm referring to our identities. Do you think it's merely that? Yu Xiao, you're truly perverse. He gasped, quickly adding, I must warn you. Don't use me as an excuse for your own indulgences, or you might find yourself seeking other women. Do you think I'm like you? Beside them, Yi Shi interjected calmly. Have you finished your farewells? Everything is set. The drone will capture our situation, and our helmets have first-person perspectives. Others can log in to watch the live stream. Yu Xiao cast Gu Wan'er a resolute glance. She took a deep breath, patted his shoulder, and stepped aside. Miss He, shall we commence? Without hesitation, Yu Xiao mounted his motorcycle and checked its condition. Rest assured, I won't tamper with the vehicle, Yi Shih replied coolly. One must always be cautious. Yu Xiao disregarded her concerns and ignited the beast beneath him. The crimson Ducati roared to life like a awakened beast, emitting a frenzied growl. Yu Xiao wasted no time and immediately engaged the tire-warming mode, the rear wheel spinning wildly and generating a plume of blue smoke. With this maneuver, onlookers recognized that Gu Wan'er was also a skilled rider. Her proficiency was evident. Beside her, Yi Shih chuckled, gracefully swinging her long legs over the motorcycle, capturing the attention of the nearby men, who were utterly captivated by her poise. Yu Xiao curled her lip in disdain, finding the display ostentatious. Clad in leather pants to draw attention, she perceived Yi Shih's racing attire as somewhat calculating. After all, just because one had long legs did not make them invincible. With a playful thought of outpacing her, she resolved to show her prowess. Like Yu Xiao, Yi Shih began to warm her tires, and soon the two heavy motorcycles roared in unison, igniting a spark of excitement among the crowd. Outside the courtyard, both women faced the finish line, with a narrow road barely accommodated 1.5 vehicles in width, littered with small stones that heightened the danger. After all, it was not a professional racetrack. Pan Wei stepped forward, raising his left hand high. Simultaneously, Yu Xiao and Yi Shih twisted the throttles, the revs climbing instantly. The men nearby grew restless, and even some girls seemed on the verge of ecstasy, fervently cheering for Yi Shih. With a swift motion, Pan Wei dropped his arm, and the two beasts surged forward, akin to leopards on the prowl, reaching over 100 in less than 4 seconds, prompting the men to erupt in cheers. Once again under the spell of Yi Shih. However, it became apparent that Gu Wan'er was not to be underestimated, at least from the start. The two remained neck and neck. Gu Wan'er gazed at Yu Xiao's retreating figure, feeling a pang of concern. She had previously remarked on Yu's impulsiveness. Now, she pondered the irony of her own words. At the road's end lay a tight curve. As the saying goes, anyone can press the gas on a straight path. But true speed is revealed in the bends. Yi Shih was not one to underestimate her opponent. To ensure her victory, she had already familiarized herself with every curve and quickly seized the optimal line into the turn. Yu Xiao furrowed her brow. It had been too long since she last rode, and she felt a bit rusty, allowing this woman to gain an advantage. Sure enough, as they approached the first turn, Yi Shih overtook her, prompting whistles from the crowd. Let's head straight to the finish line, Lu Zhengji urged, eager to drive ahead. However, Pan Wei scoffed. The finish line? That is, if you can even reach it. With that, he and Fu Yangshu had departed. Gu Wan'er mimicked Yu Xiao's tone, addressing Pan Wei, fool. Pan Wei retorted, Yu Xiao. Let me remind you, don't get too cocky. This is not your territory. With that, he ignored Yu Xiao and drove off. Gu Wan'er snotted softly. Knowing Pan Wei was merely posturing, he was no match for Yu Xiao. But what did Pan Wei mean by implying it wasn't Yu Xiao's domain? Fu Quan, overhearing the exchange, became more convinced of Yu Xiao's extraordinary identity, realizing that even Pan Wei dared not cross her. Gu Wan'er climbed into Lu Zhengji's Ferrari, and he activated a special app on his phone, revealing an aerial view that clearly displayed the two red beasts racing ahead, accompanied by commentary. Good evening, esteemed gentlemen and ladies. The first race marking Sister Ye's return has officially commenced. As you can clearly observe, Sister Yi, clad in black attire, currently occupies the leading position, while the young lady Gu, donned in a striking red racing suit from Jingzhou, trails behind by approximately 7 or 8 car lengths. In Chapter 65, one nearly soared away. It must be said that Miss Gu's skills are commendable. At least she can still catch a glimpse of Sister Ye's taillights. Those watching the live broadcast might have also experienced Sister Ye's prowess firsthand, and I need not extol her technical abilities. Moreover, judging by Sister Ye's current performance, her skills have evidently sharpened since the past, suggesting that she has trained extensively abroad. Conversely, while Miss Gu's technique is decent, there is an unmistakable sense of rustiness, likely due to a considerable hiatus from riding. Perhaps once she acclimatizes, she may deliver a breathtaking overtaking maneuver, albeit it seems somewhat improbable. A friendly reminder, for those desiring to view Sister Yi or Miss Gu's perspectives, please subscribe for a nominal fee. Not 998, but rather 999, 999. Li, who is driving, immediately expressed his disdain for their profit-seeking antics, exclaiming, "How ruthless of you, Yi Shi." Nevertheless, despite her ruthlessness, one must still keep abreast of Sister Ye's situation. "Brother Yu, your sister-in-law possesses such skills? Why was I not informed earlier? It has left me in a state of apprehension," Gu Wan'er murmured while fixated on her phone screen. Yu Xiao drives no faster than 60. I never anticipated his tenacity on a motorcycle. "Brother Yu, I sense we can triumph." Yi Shi likely aims to secure a triumphant return and solidify her status. "Let us unseat her." Gu Wan'er curiously inquired, "Brother Liu, you all belong to the same circle. Why wish for Yi Shi's defeat?" "To be frank, I too have suffered at Yi Shi's hands. It has festered within me, igniting a desire to witness her lose just once. When my sister-in-law takes the stage, she is unstoppable, ready to vanquish Yi Shi." As he spoke, Li Zhengzi gestured animatedly, eliciting laughter from Gu Wan'er, who mused that perhaps Yu Xiao could indeed prevail. Li Zhengzi could not resist glancing at the screen, shouting, "Sister-in-law, overtake her, take her down." Meanwhile, Yu Xiao focused intently, his gaze fixed on Yi Shi's taillight, feeling a sense of helplessness. After all, this body was not his own. The disparity in strength and weight rendered cornering precarious. In contrast, Yi Shi navigated the course with the finesse of a seasoned warrior, flawlessly planning her lines and consistently leading into each bend, an almost unfair advantage. Even if Gu Wan'er were adept at riding, the intricate and convoluted routes of Longhai City would prove challenging to memorize swiftly, and deviating from the designated path would incur penalties. Fortunately, having lived here, the routes were familiar to Yu Xiao. As they approached the urban area, Yu Xiao decided to give it his all, thinking, "Tonight, I cannot afford to lose. I need to adapt." Dear audience, the initial suburban segment has been completed, with Sister Yi maintaining her lead. Miss Gu remains undeterred, closely tailing her competitor. They are now entering the city, where the complexity of the roads increases and the risk factors escalate sharply. A crash could result in disqualification. Furthermore, from an aerial perspective, it appears the road ahead is congested, which will test the weaving skills of both racers. Gu Wan'er gripped her phone tightly, her palms clammy with sweat. On the left side of the screen, a bird's-eye view displayed the scene, while on the right, the first-person perspective of Yu Xiao unfolded. Watching Yu Xiao's speed plummet to 60 before instantly surging to 243, Gu Wan'er felt lightheaded. In the midst of such velocity, her only aim was to keep pace with the ahead Yu Shi. Lu Zheng occasionally glanced at his phone. Though he wasn't the one riding, the tension was palpable, almost overwhelming. He relished excitement, yet this was perilous. Observing the two girls, it was evident they had a reckless disregard for danger. In the back seat of a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Bai Ji held her phone, displaying a tri-split screen. Gu Wan'er as first-person view on the left, an aerial shot in the middle, and Yu Shi's first-person perspective on the right. Witnessing the near-manic speed of the two girls, Bai Ji couldn't help but furrow her brows, occasionally envying their audacity. Yet, she knew she couldn't afford to engage in such hazardous activities. Still, their antics were dangerously foolish. A slight misstep could cost them their lives. Meanwhile, Gu Mingqin and Gu Yuanli sat in a private room at a vineyard, their phones projected onto a large screen on the wall. Watching his sister's reckless speed, Gu Yuanli could hardly contain himself, raising his fist and shouting, "Wan'er, overtake her. If you do, I promise to stay out of your next endeavor." Gu Mingqin, seated on the sofa, gently swirled his wine glass. Though calm, a look of confusion crossed his features. When had Wan'er learned to ride? She couldn't even ride a bicycle. Had she secretly mastered it? Even if she had, her cornering technique was that of a professional. Such skill couldn't be acquired without years of practice. He found it utterly incomprehensible. Was this truly his sister? "Gu Mingqin, if you dare tell the family about this, I'll be furious," Gu Yuanli exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Wan'er was impressively audacious. As a member of the Gu family, one should embody such fearless spirit. "Rest assured, I won't be gossiping like you. And it seems our sister now possesses the capability to contend with us," Gu Mingqin replied with a faint smile. Suddenly, gasps erupted from the television. Approaching a congested area, Sister Yi had already reduced her speed, opting for the far right. However, Miss Gu chose to navigate through the center of the vehicles, her speed unwavering. Gu Mingqin, who had been seated, sprang to his feet, his wine glass shattering his grip, red wine splattering on his white trousers, but he paid no mind. Intently focused on the screen, his sister maneuvered through the narrow gap between vehicles. The sound of the wind whistling was audible, a heart-stopping sight. They were level. She had matched Sister Ye's speed. From the aerial view, everyone could see how reckless Miss Gu was, weaving through vehicles at 150. If anyone opened a door or changed lanes, she could easily be propelled over 100 meters. She had surpassed her. Miss Gu had taken the lead over Sister Yi. Good heavens, how was this possible? This was sheer madness. Suddenly, a car ahead changed lanes without signaling. The commentator shouted in alarm. Everyone's hearts raced. The screeching of tires against asphalt pierced the air, and from the bird's-eye view, a plume of smoke rose ominously. All at once, Yu Xiao, propelled by inertia, raised the rear of the vehicle, causing the front wheels to touch the ground briefly before coming to a halt beside the door of a Honda that was changing lanes. Through the window, the astonished expression of the driver was clearly visible. Yu Xiao couldn't help but curse under her breath, questioning the reckless lane change despite the solid line. Was this perhaps a ploy orchestrated by Yi Shishir? Meanwhile, Yi Shishir sped past on the far right, disappearing within mere seconds, her taillights vanishing from sight. Yu Xiao, muttering complaints, maneuvered around and accelerated once more. Remarkably, that sudden break had rekindled the thrill of her earlier driving days. Gu Wan'er, seeing that his sister was unharmed, sank into the sofa, taking deep breaths. When had his sister become so audacious? Chapter 66. Unexpected Circumstances. Gu Mingqin brushed the red wine from his trousers, pondering that if he were to inform their third uncle, she would likely be brought back by morning. Had this been in the past, he might have acted on that thought, but witnessing his sister's fearless attitude, Gu Mingqin found himself eagerly anticipating her future endeavors. At that moment, Bai Ji also let out a sigh of relief. The previous situation had been perilously close to disaster, nearly resulting in catastrophic consequences. Thankfully, the distance had allowed for breaking space. This Wan'er always managed to evoke a sense of novelty. The real Gu Wan'er was almost startled into a scream, questioning Yu Xiao's reckless approach. Preserving the green hills means there's no need to worry about firewood. My admiration for my sister-in-law flows like an endless river. Such boldness, truly remarkable. Lu Jingji shouted, slapping the steering wheel. Gu Wan'er gazed at the speeding Yu Xiao, a wave of admiration swelling within her. This person never failed to astonish. Brother Yu, take a look at Yi Shishir from the first-person perspective. All right. However, when Gu Wan'er attempted to open it, she was met with a prompt requiring a subscription. This provoked Lu Jingji into an outburst. Do you really need to squeeze every penny? Yi Shishir, this is not the way to earn money. Forget it. Let us focus on my sister-in-law. From the drone's vantage point, it was evident that in that brief moment, Yi Shishir had already gained several hundred meters of lead. Yet, Yu Xiao appeared to have found her rhythm, gradually narrowing the distance between them. Yu Xiao demonstrated how to weave between vehicles like a fish gliding effortlessly through water. Moreover, seizing opportunities allowed her speed to surge to an astonishing 178 kilometers per hour. Such feats required not only exceptional skill, but also courage and a touch of luck. As they continued along the route, Yi Shishir began to appreciate Gu Wan'er's prowess. Initially believing victory would come easily, it now seemed far from simple. Should she lose, all her previous glory would be overshadowed by Gu Wan'er. Thus, Yi Shishir resolved not to be defeated by an outsider. Suddenly, she pressed the accelerator further, the engine's roar intensifying. Just behind her, Yu Xiao relentlessly pursued, even reaching a terrifying speed of 200 kilometers per hour between the two cars. Was this truly a woman? Even men would hesitate to attempt such maneuvers. As Yu Xiao grew increasingly adept, to onlookers, Gu Wan'er appeared almost possessed by the spirit of a driving deity. Gentlemen, it seems that Miss Gu has been hiding her talents. Previously, our sister Yi was the seasoned expert playing the role of an underdog, but now, it's clear that Miss Gu embodies the mastery of a true master of disguise. Oh dear, calamity has struck. Sister Yi has been forced to halt as the vehicle in front of her recklessly changed lanes, allowing Gu Wan'er to surge ahead. Goodness! Yet, beyond the Quan Mountain Bridge lies the renowned Dragon Spring Mountain, a place of victory, replete with over 30 winding turns. It is here that the true contest will unfold. Overall, Miss Gu's performance is astonishing, as one rarely encounters a girl who can rival Sister Yi. On the Quan Mountain Bridge, Yi Shishir gazes at the taillights 100 meters ahead, her brows furrowed beneath her helmet. How can a newcomer like her be so familiar with Longhai City? Having memorized the route after merely studying the map for over 10 minutes? In the heat of such fierce competition, managing unforeseen circumstances while discerning directions is indeed perplexing. This scenario is utterly unlike what she had envisioned. Although Yu Xiao does not frequent Dragon Spring Mountain, she has visited a few times, and the view from the summit is splendid, yet this time, ascending to the peak is unnecessary. As she approaches the first bend into the mountains, Yu Xiao executes her customary braking. Suddenly, she realizes there is no resistance in the front brake. The brake has failed. How could this be? Such a high-end vehicle should not suffer brake failure. With the bend rapidly approaching, she locks the rear wheels, narrowly avoiding a collision with the mountainside. Behind her, Yu Xiao is momentarily taken aback. What has happened to Gu Wan'er to make such a blunder? The commentator, equally agitated, exclaims, "Something is amiss. Gu Wan'er hasn't decelerated while entering the bend. Wait, she has locked the rear wheels. This is incomprehensible." Outside the houding, the crowd has gathered, standing at the finish line, each person fixated on their live stream. For reasons unknown, some among them secretly hope for Gu Wan'er's victory. Yet when they witness her grave error, gasps of astonishment escape their lips. What on earth is happening? This shouldn't be the case, murmurs Lu Jingji. Beside him, Fu Quan states gravely, "From what we've observed, such a blunder should not have occurred. There must be some other issue at play." Just as everyone assumes, Gu Wan'er cannot brake in time. Her rear wheels begin to skid, the entire vehicle leaning precariously as if it might overturn at any moment. Goodness, she's drifting. Miss Gu is executing a drift at this speed. It appears she is showcasing her skills. Yu Xiao, following behind, is equally astonished. While she is capable of drifting herself, attempting such a maneuver at this velocity, especially on such a complex surface, has never crossed her mind. Is she merely showing off her prowess, mocking herself? Gu Wan'er, I have underestimated you. Unlike Yu Xiao, who resorts to flashy maneuvers, Yu Xiao enters the bend with a standard, grounded technique. Meanwhile, Yu Xiao is on the verge of exclaiming in frustration. She had hoped to survive and soar alongside her sister Yun'er, yet any reduction in speed leads to being overtaken. While maintaining speed jeopardizes her braking distance. She is forced to navigate the bends in this perilous manner. Yu Xiao, you are truly ruthless. In the subsequent turns, Yu Xiao continues to employ this bizarre and terrifying tail slide technique, leaving the somewhat bewildered commentator at a loss. Showboating once is sufficient. To do so repeatedly suggests either a disregard for life or a malfunctioning vehicle. At this moment, the drone was closely following Yu Xiao, capturing several instances where the rear wheel teetered perilously on the edge of the slope, sending a cascade of small stones flying, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. The commentator, in disbelief, remarked, "Why do I sense that Miss Gu has ceased using her front brakes? Ever since entering Longquan Mountain, it appears she has not engaged them at all." Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. To drive at such speed without front brakes was reckless. Should an unexpected situation arise, stopping would be impossible. At that very moment, Yu Xiao, who was fervently pursuing from behind, experienced a terrifying death wobble, prompting a chorus of gasps from the spectators. Though she had faced such a predicament before, she gripped the handlebars tightly. Yet the vehicle felt as if it were a small boat in a tempest, buffeted by ferocious waves, causing everyone to hold their breath. Fortunately, the path ahead was straight. Had there been a bend, she would likely have veered off the road. The 5 seconds of turmoil felt interminable for Yu Xiao, and once stability returned, she found herself covered in cold sweat. However, noticing the taillights of Yu Xiao gradually receding, she disregarded her trepidation and pressed the accelerator to the floor once more. Relying on her familiarity with Longquan Mountain, Yu Xiao drew closer to Yu Xiao, while the latter's rear tires were nearly worn down, the skidding becoming increasingly severe, to the point where it felt as if the rear wheels had lost traction entirely. Chapter 67. Having watched 300 martial arts films. Damn it. Gazing at the opulent estate in the distance, its lights twinkling like a grand banquet, Yu Xiao thought, "Gu Wan'er, if you don't introduce your sister to me, you shall regret it." He could hardly concern himself with anything else as he maneuvered the exceedingly unstable motorcycle. Fortunately, no vehicles were approaching from the opposite direction. Had even one appeared on a bend, he might not see the dawn of the next day. However, Yu Xiao was puzzled. Since entering the mountain, no vehicles had passed by. Was someone aiding him? Miss Gu's driving skills were indeed impressive, with several sharp turns executed with near-perfect drifting. To think a motorcycle could be handled in such a manner left even this seasoned man in awe. Regardless of the outcome tonight, the memory of Miss Gu's performance would be etched in my mind, an indelible impression, if only she weren't already taken. After navigating the treacherous curves of Long Quan Mountain, a direct road to the estate lay ahead. Yu Xiao had twisted the throttle deep into the engine, with Yi Shi now merely 50 meters behind. Yet, the rear wheel felt increasingly off, allowing Yi Shi to close the gap. The finish line was the entrance to the Grand Estate, with just a short braking distance remaining. As the lights drew nearer, the crowd erupted in cheers, and Gu Wan'er, standing nearby, finally exhaled in relief, thanking the heavens and the Bodhisattva for their protection. Pan Wei struggled to believe his eyes, especially as he witnessed Gu Wan'er cross the finish line by a narrow margin, leaving him somewhat dazed. How could this be possible? Why had she triumphed over Sister Yi? He glanced at Yu Xiao, who stood helplessly by. What could possibly explain this? At this moment, silence enveloped the surroundings. Yi Shi, who had devised the race, found herself defeated, a rarity in recent years. The once boisterous supporters of Yi Shi now fell silent. Gu Wan'er truly was a formidable force. As the crowd expressed their astonishment, a sudden realization struck. Gu Wan'er was still on the rear brakes, causing the car's rear to sway uncontrollably. At this moment, Yi Shi, who had come to a halt, observed Gu Wan'er's condition, her delicate brows furrowing deeply, and her icy gaze directed at Pan Wei, as if questioning his involvement. Pan Wei protested vehemently, claiming innocence, asserting that he would never dare engage in such actions, while Fu Yangshu, standing nearby, remained unexpectedly calm. Yu Xiao found himself devoid of options. The only recourse was to abandon the vehicle, as a flower bed lay ahead. Without hesitation, Yu Xiao tilted the car, released his grip, and slid across the concrete ground, ultimately tumbling to a stop. The striking red Ducati scraped against the pavement, crashing into the steps and soaring into the air, landing with a thunderous boom in the flower bed. An immense explosion erupted, illuminating the night sky, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. Gu Wan'er quickly regained her composure and sprinted towards Yu Xiao, followed closely by Lu Zhengji and Fu Quan. Meanwhile, in a room within the luxurious estate, Bai Ji abruptly stood, her countenance dark and frightening. Gu Yuanli, witnessing his sister's fall, was enraged and smashed a bottle of red wine worth 50,000. Yi Shi, if my sister suffers even a scratch, I shall bury you alive as retribution. Although Gu Mingqin remained silent, his fists were clenched tightly, seething at the thought of anyone wishing harm upon his sister. However, Gu Mingqin suspected that Yi Shi was not the culprit. She was too sensible for such reckless behavior, and surely someone else was to blame. Upon seeing his sister rise on the television, both Gu Mingqin and Gu Yuanli exhaled in relief. Thankfully, she was unharmed. Though today's events had been nerve-wracking, as Yu Xiao stood, the crowd erupted in cheers, while Yi Shi, standing not far away, appeared to have lost her prominence. In the past, she would have been the center of admiration. Yu Xiao felt pain in his arms and back, yet he was grateful for his racing suit and helmet. This underscored the importance of wearing a helmet while riding. Gu Wan'er removed Yu Xiao's helmet and gazed at his familiar smile, her eyes brimming with tears. I'm fine. Yu Xiao quickly signaled, I'm not dead yet, so why cry? It would be embarrassing if this got out. Gu Wan'er struggled to maintain her composure. After all, she was a woman and naturally more emotional. Yu Xiao's gaze shifted towards Yi Shi, who was seething with indignation, and he approached her directly. Miss Yi, I have heard countless tales of your prowess, yet your cunning appears to involve sabotaging the brakes. Yu Xiao's bold declaration shocked everyone, affirming that the brakes had indeed malfunctioned. That's impossible. Sister Yi would never resort to such unscrupulous tactics, someone murmured. Miss Gu, I, Yi Shi, have conducted myself with integrity throughout my career. I shall provide you with an explanation regarding your accusation. If you confess now, you may suffer only a broken hand, but if I uncover the truth, your family should brace for bankruptcy. Yi Shi's beautiful eyes glinted with frost. To tamper with the race was disgraceful enough, but to win through such means, especially after losing, was utterly shameful. Yet, no one stepped forward to defend her. Very well, do not blame me for being merciless when the time comes, she declared. Miss Gu, I sincerely apologize for this. You may choose to rest and continue tomorrow. Missy is not unreasonable. This manner of handling things is beneath Yu Xiao Duo's contempt, akin to a ghost calling for another ghost. Yu Xiao Duo remarked calmly, Missy, let us proceed to the next segment. I wish to retire early. Worthy of the Gu family's eldest daughter. The next challenge is free fighting. Yu Xiao Duo rolled her shoulders. This is of your own making. Do not assume I shall go easy on you simply because you are a woman, especially one as arrogant as you. Lu Jingji spoke in a low voice. Sister Yi, Gu Wan'er has clearly sustained an injury. Is it appropriate to engage in free fighting? I can allow her to rest, but she does not require it. Yishishi, replied coolly. Yu Xiao Duo pressed her hand on Lu Jingji's shoulder, and he fell silent. Monsieur, I hope you will not disappoint me in the next round. The same to you. With that remark, Yi Shishir strode into the club, and the others hesitated momentarily before following her inside. Once they departed, Gu Wan'er immediately inquired with concern, Are you feeling unwell? My shoulder hurts. Please give a rub. Yu Xiao Duo feigned injury, and Gu Wan'er, without a hint of doubt, hurried to massage her shoulder. How does it feel now? Yu Xiao Duo expressed contentment. Much better, please continue. Lu Jingji and Fu Quan exchanged glances, sensing a sudden softness in Yu Xiao Duo. Free fighting is also Miss Ye's forte. She previously won the National Youth Women's Championship. Fu Quan quickly reminded. Biking was merely an appetizer. This is the main course. Yu Xiao Duo relished Gu Wan'er's massage, her lips curling into a smile. After watching 300 martial arts films, one feels transformed into a martial arts master. You're boasting, Gu Wan'er muttered. Chapter 68, Peanuts. Beetle nuts, mineral water. Am I truly boasting? Did I not just easily win a round? All right, you're impressive. Your elbows are practically chafed. Oh, let me see. I'll clean it for you, Gu Wan'er quipped. Standing nearby, Lu Jingji and Fu Quan could no longer bear to watch, considering the plight of single individuals. Feeling utterly ignored. At this moment, 4 or 5 individuals clad in luxury security uniforms arrived to tow away the exploded motorcycle. Yu Xiao Duo initially intended to intervene, recognizing it as evidence, but upon seeing it was by Jie's people, she thought better of it. She wondered if Bai Jie had witnessed her recent brush with death. Likely, she was blaming herself, a sister who appeared cold but was warm-hearted within. It had been long since she felt such a thrill. Bai Jie had a strong aversion to deceitful individuals. If Miss Yi were truly behind it, she would not let it slide easily. Nevertheless, their safe arrival was a relief. Both were young ladies, and should either encounter trouble, it would lead to considerable chaos. Had it not been for her intervention, Long Quan Mountain would have become their final resting place. Bai Yi, Miss Yi wishes to clear the beast cage, yet there is an important match arranged for tonight. The scar-faced man reported respectfully. Bai Ji spoke softly, If you wish to fight in my domain, then you must wait. Yes, I will convey your message at once, replied the scarred man, who had just turned to take a few steps when a subordinate approached and whispered something in his ear, prompting him to return. Bai Yi, I have just received news that Yi family's 4th son, Yi Xiang, has arrived. Upon hearing this, Bai Ji remained silent, fully aware of Yi Xiang's intentions. As a devoted brother, he was undoubtedly there to support Yi Shishir. However, should he publicly show his backing, Yi Shishir's true identity would be irrevocably revealed. While many had their suspicions, none had definitive proof. Bai Ji calmly instructed, Keep an eye on the situation and ensure it does not escalate. Understood. The so-called beast cage resembled an octagonal enclosure, but unlike typical arenas, it was constructed from steel bars, appearing from a distance like a giant birdcage. Periodic matches occurred within, characterized by their brutality, yet they received praise from the patrons. Some owners even trained their own fighters to participate, gradually establishing a pattern. Though there were no rewards for first place, the prestige gained was considerable, serving as a form of entertainment for the wealthy. After Bai Ji took over, she began to allocate 10% of the earnings from each match to the victors. Some owners recognized this as a lucrative opportunity, with betting on each match starting in the millions, particularly when high-stakes contests arose. Tonight, a significant bout was scheduled, pitting a local club against a team assembled by an affluent outsider, akin to Yu Xiao's entourage. The locals were eager to triumph over the visiting competitors. However, this outsider was formidable, having won 15 consecutive matches and amassed a significant fortune, exuding an air of invincibility. Conversely, the local club's fighters had suffered grievous defeats, leaving the local patrons somewhat disheartened. Yet, this evening, the local club's owner was different, possessing professional fighters, and the stakes for this match were escalating, with small owners risking hundreds of thousands, middle owners over $1 million, and large owners wagering tens of millions. The aging owners reflected on their past, recalling a time 30 years prior when they too were young and spirited, eager to step into the ring. As younger competitors emerged, they noticed many elderly spectators in attendance, leading to a sense of awkwardness as they were called over by their elders for conversation. It was Yu Xiao's first visit to the beast cage. Previously, Bai Jia had not brought him along to observe. The venue resembled an underground basketball court, dominated by a massive iron birdcage at its center with 4 enormous screens overhead, resembling a professional sporting event. "Is this truly Bai Jia's territory?" whispered Gu Wan'er beside him. "Indeed, it appears business is thriving," Yu Xiao murmured, reminiscent of past experiences. Tonight offered a renewed glimpse into a former life, a stark reminder of the reckless pursuits of his youth. Gu Wan'er had never before encountered such a scene, having only witnessed it in films. The atmosphere felt stifling, the air thick with the scent of smoke, and the dim lighting barely illuminated the faces of the crowd. Yu Xiao playfully clung to Gu Wan'er's shoulder, teasing, "Are you afraid, President Gu?" "I'm not afraid at all." Despite the clear denial, the intonation from her lips transformed the statement. "But if you wish to act coy, do not use my body as a prop. Must you not exhibit a touch more masculinity, President Gu?" "I just saw Lu Zhengji laughing at me. In what way am I not masculine? Look at your delicate gaze and that body language. I find it utterly nauseating." Gu Wan'er shot Yu Xiao an exasperated glance, inhaled deeply, and flashed a smile reminiscent of Yu Xiao's own. "How about that? Is it satisfactory now?" "That's much better. You exhibit some semblance of manliness." Gu Wan'er was left speechless, bemused by the phrase, "true manly essence." Suddenly, a server strolled past, calling out, "Beetle nut, peanuts, mineral water. Hey, can I get a pack of beetle nut?" Yu Xiao reminisced about last year's trip to Changsha, where he indulged in the local delicacies for 5 days, to the extent that his jawline was distorted due to the 100 yuan variety of heaven and earth. Just as the server reached for it, Gu Wan'er interjected, "No need." Yu Xiao pondered that he should never bring women out again. Even chewing beetle nut required her supervision. Gu Wan'er stated sternly, "Oral cancer is a result of such habits. And besides, you're using my mouth. Then shall I assist you in getting some manicures?" Yu Xiao responded with a thumbs up, impressive. A true gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. Goodness, no chewing beetle nut, no smoking, and now I can't even eat too much. Please, just act like a human. "Brother Lu, what is going on?" Yu Xiao approached out of curiosity. He heard the mention that an imminent match was approaching, with a prize pool exceeding 10 million. Upon hearing of a betting opportunity, Yu Xiao became excited. What does the prize pool entail? When a contestant achieves a streak of victories, the house contributes profits to form a prize pool, and those who defeat him will claim a portion of it, albeit with a 20 commission to the house. Yu Xiao envisioned a fortuitous opportunity. What's the situation? At that moment, Fu Quan approached from a distance. Replying to Yu Xiao's inquiry, I inquired and found out that a wealthy outsider has come to disrupt the event and has secured numerous victories. Soon, a local expert will challenge him to reclaim honor. Chapter 69. You provide the body, I provide the effort. Gu Wan'er sighed beside them, bewildered by men's penchant for violence and conflict. Meanwhile, Yu Xiao contemplated that if it were his own body, he would relish the chance to confront this undefeated expert. A prize pool of millions could afford him numerous wives, all lavishly provided for. At that moment, a man beside Yi Shishir caught Fu Quan's attention. Yi Xiang has actually arrived. Who is Yi Xiang? Gu Wan'er inquired, puzzled. He is Yi Shishir's fourth brother, reputed for handling the family's unsavory matters. I didn't expect him to emerge to support Yi Shishir. It seems she has no intention of hiding her identity. Fu Quan expressed confusion, noting that this was rather uncharacteristic for Yi Shishir. Previously, it was merely speculation. But now Yi Xiang's presence solidified Yi Shishir's status as a princess of the Yi family. From now on, who would dare to provoke her? Yu Xiao jestingly remarked that others indeed have good brothers. In the ears of Lu Zhengji and Fu Quan, this was a hint of envy from Gu Wan'er. After all, while her brother was there to lend support, her own brother's presence was but a shadow. Comparison breeds no harm. Gu Wan'er felt a twinge of frustration. Though she disliked Yi Shishir, she couldn't help but envy her at this moment. At least Yi had familial support, while she only had Yu Xiao's backing, along with Lu Zhengji and Fu Quan. Meanwhile, Yi Xiang stood beside Yi Shi, sporting a buzz cut, his fierce eyes radiating intensity, yet undeniably handsome. As one might expect, given Yi Shi's striking appearance. Yi Xiang's physique was imposing. His burgundy shirt appeared on the verge of bursting, with veins on his arms resembling a centipede's intricate pattern. Towering at 2 meters, he loomed over Yi Shi like a small mountain. "What brings you here?" Yi Shi's tone was tinged with annoyance, feeling as though she appeared weak and in need of support. Yi Xiang toyed with a coin, adroitly maneuvering it between his fingers. "Dad says you're not a child anymore. You can't act recklessly like before. Besides, my sister is being bullied. How can I not stand up for you? Do you really think I would lose to her?" Gradually, Yi Shi's sense of defiance rekindled, a feeling she hadn't experienced in years. "Of course not. I'm well aware of your abilities, but you've acted rather recklessly this time. Just wait until you face Dad's scolding," he said, affectionately patting Yi Shi on the head, leaving the surrounding youths in astonishment. In this day and age, who would dare to pat the head of the formidable Yi Jia? Only this mountainous man could. Girls need to maintain a good reputation. Otherwise, who would marry you?" he teased. I never intended to marry," Yi Shi replied. Yi Xiang shrugged in resignation, curiously asking, "I heard that Gu Wan'er's brakes were tampered with? Are you accusing me?" Yi Shi bristled, her ire palpable. While others might be suspected, he certainly could not. "What kind of person do you think I am? Fourth brother knows my character well, but our family cannot be so easily tarnished. Leave it to me." Yi Shi nodded, her gaze drifting toward Gu Wan'er in the distance, who was chatting effortlessly with Yu Xiao. Her brows knitted together. Where did Gu Wan'er draw such confidence? "You need to be cautious. Your information seems to be incorrect," Yi Xiang warned earnestly. Yi Shi remained silent. In truth, she had been investigating Gu Wan'er from the outset, aware of her strengths and weaknesses. The records indicated that Gu Wan'er couldn't even ride a bicycle, yet her performance contradicted that notion. Initially, it had seemed intriguing, but at the moment of defeat, she realized that this was a formidable opponent. At that moment, Yi Xiang's phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, his brow furrowed. "Who is it?" Yi Shi inquired, noticing her brother had not answered the call. With a sigh, Yi Xiang glanced at Gu Wan'er and remarked, "It's her brother." He then stepped aside to answer the call. Laughter echoed from the other end, belonging to Gu Wan'er. "Yi Xiang, I never imagined that Yi Shi is truly your sister. You've hidden it quite well. Are you boasting?" Yi Xiang replied, his voice low, as he clenched the coin tightly in his palm. "I do not boast. Rather, I worry for you. What if your sister loses? My brother-in-law might acquire a young mistress, and alas, I find myself envious of such fortune." The tone of Gu Yuan is enough to provoke anyone who hears it. "Gu Yuan, given the chance, I would gladly pour cement into your stomach." With a voice stripped of jest, Gu Yuan coldly remarked, "Yi Xiang, if you have the courage, come and try. Recently, sea fishing has run out of bait. With your size, you could provide quite a bit." Yi Xiang chose not to respond further and simply hung up the phone. "Fourth brother, what is the matter?" Yi Shi inquired with concern. Yi Xiang resumed, twirling the silver coin in his hand, offering a faint smile. "It's nothing, merely some bluster and bravado. I'll have you call him later to taunt him," she replied. "All right, go for it, little sister." Yi Xiang laughed, ruffling his sister's hair, to which she responded with disdain, as if she were not yet 3 years old. Suddenly, all the lights extinguished, and a beam illuminated the exit. Ladies and gentlemen, the final match of the evening is about to commence, featuring Gao Jian from the Dragon Fist Club of our city. A man stepped into the spotlight, his muscles not overly inflated but undeniably solid, bowing to the onlookers, who were all patrons of fortune. Gao Jian, a professional fighter, boasted a record of 13 consecutive victories and was nicknamed One Punch Man. Under the force of his blows, no one could remain standing. Yu Xiao scrutinized his contender and turned to Gu Wan'er. "Wan'er, do you wish to make some money?" She replied, "How about we split the substantial prize pool if we win? You provide the body, I provide the effort." Gu Wan'er frowned, responding bluntly, not interested. "Consider this, Gu. You are currently in a tighter financial situation than I am. To attract talent to your company, you must spend money. Without funds, who would associate with you? The opportunity lies before us. Even after deductions, we could each walk away with 4 million. Yu Xiao quickly initiated his persuasion. Yet, it is often true that even a penny can thwart a hero, let alone Gu Wan'er, who is struggling. Do you truly believe he will lose? What if he wins? Noticing Gu Wan'er wavering, Yu Xiao chuckled softly. If he wins, the prize pool will elude us. However, Should he lose, we ought to make an effort. Not only can we profit, but by helping a local defeat an outsider, you will earn goodwill for future business. It's a twofold advantage. After Yu Xiao's analysis, Gu Wan'er felt tempted. Can he truly win? Chapter 70. The fourth of the Yi family. Though your physique may be somewhat frail, I am a man who has watched 300 martial arts films. I rely on skill rather than strength. Gu Wan'er found it difficult to refute this argument. Recognizing her physical prowess could not compare to Yu Xiao's. Let us observe first, she conceded. Agreed. As the two conversed, Gao Jian had already entered the cage, and a white beam shone once more, revealing a man with slightly darker skin, reminiscent of Southeast Asia, adorned with Muay Thai headgear and armbands. He certainly appears formidable. Gu Wan'er mom ulet. Indeed impressive. Muay Thai is divided into 10 ranks, discernible by the headbands and armbands they wear. This individual dons a red band, signifying the pinnacle of the 10th rank, which explains his consecutive victories. Gu Wan'er, curious, gazes at Yu Xiao and inquires, "How do you know so much? You don't even watch television, yet you're a heiress." Yu Xiao quickly retorts, leaving Gu Wan'er speechless. She vows to retaliate one day, but chooses not to engage today, wishing to avoid disturbing his mood and jeopardizing his performance in the upcoming match. Yes, I am trash. Is that satisfactory? Yu Xiao pauses, then smiles and replies, "Miss Gu, please do not say such things. I hold a certain disdain for rubbish." Gu Wan'er's composure falters. Every concession she makes seems to embolden him. And if he were to have a girlfriend, he would likely write her name backward. Just kidding, don't take it to heart. Observing the change in Gu Wan'er's expression, Yu Xiao comforts her by embracing his own arms. Nearby, Lu Jingji is envious to the core. Such an accomplished lady like Gu, reduced to a mere damsel before his friend Yu, juxtaposed with Yu's dismissive demeanor and Gu Wan'er's petite form, makes him lament, "Why must I witness such a scene?" Fu Quan adjusts his glasses and chuckles. "Do not be envious. Some things cannot be purchased with wealth. Alas, if I had a girlfriend like that, I would willingly forsake my current status." Fu Quan's eyes narrow, a look of disbelief etched upon his face. Ladies and gentlemen, the next contestant is well known to us all. The fighter renowned for his rocket legs, Mao Cha, who has achieved 15 consecutive victories. If he secures today's match, he will set a new record of 16 consecutive wins. As Mao Cha enters, arms raised, the crowd remains silent, though many have placed bets on his victory. While they may scorn him, their financial interests prevail. One does not dismiss the 10th rank lightly. The two combatants now stand within the cage. The iron gate secured by heavy chains, and the floor bears faint traces of blood. Let the final match commence. At the command of an unknown referee, the fighters stir with anticipation. Gao Jian appears remarkably steady, cautiously testing with his punches, while Mao Cha remains calm, yet his right leg is poised for action. The spectators, typically composed, abandon their decorum, shouting for violence. Kill him. Beat him to death. Having watched numerous martial arts films, Gu Wan'er curiously asks, "Who do you think will win?" Yu Xiao shrugs. "Do you think I possess foresight?" The duel between masters is ever-changing. A single move can turn the tide. What about you? If you were in the ring, could you win? I wouldn't boast, but 3 moves, and he would be calling me daddy. Gu Wan'er narrows her eyes, entering her ruthless mode. Yu Xiao, you're quite amusing when you're showing off. Hey, weren't you the one who called me daddy that day? Gu Wan'er is left speechless. She feels that if this continues, she may suffer internal injuries from Yu Xiao's teasing. Suddenly, the crowd gasps. The bickering duo turns their attention to the cage, where Mao Cha appears to have taken a punch, his cheek askew. However, he did not fall. Instead, he twisted his neck and jumped twice on the spot, giving Gao Jian a thumbs up, albeit with the gesture pointing downwards. The audience was not impressed. Is this really One Punch Man? I can't believe I bet $1 million on you. What a joke. Is this just a tickling contest? This is utterly humiliating. In an instant, a cacophony of insults erupted, and Gao Jian, trapped in the cage, could certainly hear them. His mindset was undoubtedly affected. How could he withstand such a heavy blow without a scratch? As the taunts echoed around him, Gao Jian felt an urgent need to redeem himself. With this thought in mind, his demeanor shifted to one of reckless aggression, or rather, impulsiveness in the eyes of Yu Xiao. Suddenly, Gao Jian seized a perfect opportunity, launching a powerful right punch as if to obliterate his opponent with a single blow. Marcia's gaze turned icy. He leaned back, channeling force through his left leg, delivering a kick to Gao Jian's cheek like a cannonball. The sound was sharp and resounding. Gao Jian was momentarily frozen, then collapsed straight down, convulsing as blood streamed from his nostrils. Marcia raised both arms in triumph. Only a handful cheered, while the majority hurled abuse at Gao Jian. Medical staff rushed into the cage, and Gao Jian was swiftly carried away on a stretcher, with numerous pieces of fruit thrown at him. This scene distressed Gu Wan'er. Those who fought for them ended up suffering their scorn. Everyone present sought thrills. Their concerns lay solely with face and fortune. Who cared if one was injured? Hadn't they heard that the victor reigned supreme? If one lost, who would pity them? Gu Wan'er understood this reality, yet she still felt discomfort. It was far too cruel. There's something even more brutal, Yu Xiao chuckled. Gu Wan'er rolled her eyes. Oh, you've watched another 300 bloody films, haven't you? Ah, as expected of my General Gu, now able to draw parallels. He retorted playfully. At that moment, Marcia strutted within the cage, shouting in his broken Mandarin. Nom ha 11 GMO, Jining Tadima? Yu Xiao scoffed. General Gu, our opportunity to profit has arrived. Be cautious. If you can't win, just surrender. Yu Xiao forced a smile. General Gu, can't you wish for me to do well? I'm worried about you. Let's not. In the midst of this brief exchange, a massive figure entered the cage. It was Yu Xiao. In comparison to his formidable physique, Marcia appeared diminutive. The scarred man immediately reported the situation to Bai Ji, who had been observing closely and had no intention of stopping Yu Xiao. After all, who could refuse a challenger? The staff promptly secured the cage door with chains, and an unusual silence fell over the arena. Standing in the cage was the fourth of the Yi family. Although rarely seen in public, his face was well remembered. Look at you. Aren't you delaying our profits? Yu Xiao lamented, feeling helpless at being outmaneuvered. Can this be blamed on me? It's your fault anyway. Haha, being a woman. I shall defeat you in a womanly manner. Chapter 71, The Human Tank. Faced with Yu Xiao's magical prowess, Gu Wan'er had no retort. You are indeed formidable. Despite this, Yu Xiao remained quite curious about Yi Xiang's strength. That robust physique couldn't possibly be mere decoration. At that moment, the scar man stood beside the beast cage and remarked, Mr. Yi, this round is purely for entertainment. Please convey my thanks to Master Bai. No need for formality. Yid Viank, Ripiet. As the scar man walked away, Yi Xiang tucked the coin from his palm into his trousers, casually relaxed his shoulders, and beckoned Marco with a flick of his finger. Confronted by the towering figure of 2 meters, Marco dared not underestimate him and sought to gauge his opponent's strength first. However, Yi Xiang stood resolutely in place, signaling Marco to expedite the proceedings and not waste anyone's time. Amused by Yi Xiang's audacious demeanor, Marco unleashed a strike with his right leg aimed at Yi Xiang's thigh. Yet Yi Xiang remained unyielding, as if merely brushed by a child's kick. Continue, put some effort into it. Haven't you eaten? Yi Xiang commanded in a low voice. Though the words were unintelligible, they felt like an affront to Marco's pride. As a 10-time Muay Thai champion, he had never endured such indignity and retaliated with a high kick. A dull thud echoed as his foot connected with Yi Xiang's jaw. However, due to Yi Xiang's considerable height, Marco, at a mere 174 meters, found his efforts futile. Yu Xiao was astonished. Yi Xiang was akin to a human tank, exhibiting astonishing resilience. Marco instinctively took a step back, bewildered that his high kick had failed to inflict any damage. How could this be? This man was nothing short of a monster. Yi Xiang stroked his chin, a sinister smile creeping across his face. As he advanced, Marco felt as though a formidable demon was preparing to devour him, igniting a surge of fear within. He dashed towards the iron gate, only to find the thick chains securely locked. Marco's desperate move ignited excitement among the onlookers. Indeed, the Yi family men were terrifying, capable of instilling fear so profound it could paralyze others. Yet, Marco's boss, pale-faced, could only curse him silently, seething with frustration. With no escape in sight, Marco decided to go all out, launching another sweeping kick. Unfortunately, this time Yi Xiang seized his ankle, and a massive right fist crashed into his kneecap. With a sickening crack, Marco's anguished scream reverberated throughout the venue, prompting the distinguished spectators to leap to their feet in exhilaration. Yi Xiang scoffed, raising his right foot to strike Marco's standing knee once more. Another resounding crack echoed as both of Marco's legs collapsed beneath him, rendering him incapable of continuing the fight even after recovery. Yi Xiang lifted Marco as one might a chick, delivering a terrifying blow to his abdomen. Marco's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he coughed violently, blood spilling forth. The surrounding audience erupted into fervent cheers, the cacophony nearly lifting the ceiling off the venue. Even the scarred man, witnessing Yu Xiao's formidable prowess, could only express his "ah" repeatedly. Sure, let me show you how it's done," Yu Xiao said with a smile directed at his sister. Grasping Marco by the ankle, he flung him effortlessly, the motion reminiscent of tossing a chick, sending him crashing against the iron cage before collapsing to the ground, motionless. Yu Xiao's gaze shifted to a young man by the beast cage, who was filming the spectacle with his phone. With a gesture of his thumb across his throat, Yu Xiao signaled his intent. At that moment, Gu Wan'er observed Yu Xiao's provocative action, realizing what he meant. This bastard had grown up on something formidable, as robust as an ox. Gu Mingqin remarked softly, "The fourth heir of the Yi family is no ordinary opponent. Do not let him cripple you." "What era are we in? Resorting to fistfights?" Gu Wan'er scoffed disdainfully. At the scene, Yu Xiao's gaze was fixated on Yu Xiao, causing Gu Wan'er to flinch at the bloodthirsty intensity of his stare. "What are you looking at?" Yu Xiao asked, standing beside her. Yu Xiao scoffed derisively, feeling a sense of triumph at having intimidated him with just a glance. Yet he still dared to covet my sister. One wonders if he can withstand the force of my fist. As the staff opened the iron cage, a hint of trepidation flickered in their eyes when they looked at Yu Xiao. Having been responsible for this role for several years, they had grown accustomed to the acrid scent of blood. However, victories like Yu Xiao's were exceedingly rare and utterly terrifying. The audacity of Marza was indeed a consequence of his own making. Yu Xiao strolled out, casually toying with a coin, entirely unperturbed. The local tycoons erupted into applause, a gesture that, to some extent, bore the taint of flattery. "Have your overseers come forth." A thunderous shout rang out as the wealthy owner of Marza descended, flanked by 2 bodyguards. Encountering such situations was commonplace, and the onlookers simply awaited the unfolding drama. The scarred man sauntered forward, coolly asserting, "I am the overseer." The tycoon pointed at Marza, who was being carried on a stretcher, exclaiming, "Had this occurred in a contest, I would have nothing to say." However, that recent bout was not a competition. "You must take responsibility. It was I who struck him. How do you wish to address this?" "I am prepared to see it through," Yu Xiao replied calmly, his condescending demeanor imposing an unspoken pressure on the tycoon, causing him to grow visibly anxious. The scarred man chuckled lightly. "Mr. Yi may rest easy. I will handle this matter." "Huh? How can we trouble the likes of Lord Bai with such trifles? It's akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut." Yu Xiao laughed boisterously, his contempt deepening the tycoon's pallor. The tycoon's face flushed crimson, his temper flaring. "You Dragon Sea folks are bullies, resorting to underhanded tactics when you can't win in a fair match. I am indeed from Dragon Sea. If you're dissatisfied, come seek me out, Yu Xiao. I am game for anything." The tycoon trembled with rage as he pointed at the 2. "Fine, just you wait. You shall pay for this." As the tycoon left in disgrace, the local magnates bid him farewell with derisive jeers. He cannot bear to lose, yet still dares to preach righteousness. He'd best watch his step. "Mr. Yi, Lord Bai suggests that it would be best to sit down and discuss this calmly," the scarred man advised softly once the tycoon had departed. Yu Xiao shrugged, responding with resignation. "You know my sister's temperament. I cannot persuade her." "Sigh," the scarred man mused, realizing that if negotiation failed, the girls must fight to determine a victor. At that moment, the referee's voice echoed through the venue. "Distinguished guests, we have just received word of an upcoming exhibition match, featuring the young lady from the Gu family of Jingzhou, challenging the esteemed Yi Shi." The influential figures who had been preparing to depart halted in their tracks. The heiress of the Gu conglomerate? She dares to challenge Yi Shi to a duel? Are today's young women so audacious? The vitality of youth is truly enviable. "Sister-in-law," she's inside changing. "Everything is ready," Lu Zhengji hurriedly approached to inform. Yu Xiao nodded slightly, casting a confident glance at Gu Wan'er. After all, the projects chosen by Yi Shi were all within her realm of expertise. Had she opted for the arts, such as music, chess, calligraphy, or painting, she would surely falter. Yet, one must consider that those very arts were Gu Wan'er's forte. It appeared that regardless of the selection, defeat was inevitable for her. Quite disheartening indeed. Chapter 72. This is simply a welfare bureau. One might wonder why you chose to stand up for that foolish Pan Wei. Risking everything and ending up with nothing. Truly an unwise decision. As Yu Xiao approached, Yi Xiang greeted her with a warm smile. Miss Gu, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I am but a simple man, lacking the eloquence to describe others, so I shall simply say you are beautiful. The sight of such a robust figure complimenting her beauty sent shivers down Yu Xiao's spine. It seemed that wherever a beautiful woman went, she wielded an undeniable advantage. Mr. Yi, you are too kind. I will thoroughly investigate the previous incidents. Regardless of who is involved, I shall ensure a satisfactory resolution for you. Miss Gu, Yi Xiang assured, his tone significantly more amiable than that of Yi Shi, revealing the spoiled nature of a cherished girl. Very well, I await your update. I shall not disturb your preparations further, as my sister tends to be rather forceful. I hope you won't take offense, Yi Xiang remarked with a smile. Aware of his sister's combat prowess, having trained her himself, Yu Xiao found Yi Xiang somewhat incongruous. With such a muscular physique, one would expect a more intimidating visage, akin to a scar man. It seemed a pity that he was so handsome. Mr. Yi, since this is a combat event, minor injuries are inevitable, so please do not be upset, she said. Yi Xiang chuckled heartily at Gu Wan'er's remark. This young lady from the Gu family was unexpectedly intriguing, far removed from the rumors surrounding her. Rest assured, I shall not interfere in your friendly rivalry. Yu Xiao smiled and made her way towards the changing room. As she departed, Yi Xiang's smile gradually faded, and his brow furrowed slightly. Fourth brother, what did you discuss with her? Yi Shi inquired as she approached. Nothing of consequence. Just be cautious. She seems quite confident. Yi Shi was no longer as composed as before, mainly due to the unsettling impression Gu Wan'er had left on her. I will handle her seriously. Go change, she added. All right. In the changing room, Yu Xiao was changing into her attire, pondering who had prepared such modest sportswear. It left little to the imagination. This outfit was indeed prepared by Bai Ji, who understood that while fighting was to be expected, one should not dress too revealingly to avoid giving men an unfair advantage. At that moment, Yi Shi entered with a garment in hand, momentarily taken aback, having assumed the room was empty. However, upon seeing Gu Wan'er's impressive figure, she decided to remain, changing beside her, seemingly intent on comparing physiques. Yu Xiao contemplated asking, "Are you sure you want to change in front of me?" but refrained, not wishing to disrupt Yi Shi's mood. Miss Yi, your figure is exceptionally well maintained, Yu Xiao remarked. Unable to suppress a gulp, the scene was simply too alluring to describe. One could only say it was strikingly magnificent. Although Yi Shi's skin may not be as fair as Gu Wan'er's, it exudes a healthy glow. Just look at how pronounced her abdominal muscles are. Gu Wan'er possesses them too, but not to the same extent. Furthermore, her consistent workouts have sculpted her posterior into a striking form, truly embodying the essence of a warrior. Yi Shi sensed Gu Wan'er's gaze lingering on her. And as women, why should our bodies be compared? It felt like a peculiar provocation. Miss Gu ought to engage in more exercise. Otherwise, age will inevitably take its toll. Yi Shi remarked nonchalantly, deliberately showcasing her own physical prowess. This left Yu Xiao astounded. Initially, he held a certain disdain for her, but he was taken aback by her magnanimity. I, Yu Xiao, am not a petty individual. I shall allow you a few advantages, lest your defeat be too humiliating. After all, this pre-competition bribery is indeed a challenge to my vulnerabilities. Unbeknownst to Yi Shi, Gu Wan'er had transformed beside her, and even as she remained silent, Yi Shi continued to provoke her, unwittingly causing Yu Xiao to nearly lose his composure. After changing into their sports attire, the two emerged. Gu Wan'er, noticing Yu Xiao's odd demeanor, inquired, "What is the matter? Did she bully you?" "Indeed, she has deeply suppressed me on a spiritual level. It is utterly despicable. Thankfully, I persevered with my indomitable will," Yu Xiao replied, taking a deep breath. Gu Wan'er looked perplexed. "Speak plainly. She mentioned that you might sag." "What?" "However, I conducted a little test and found no such thing." Gu Wan'er was infuriated, wishing to confront both of them, but primarily targeting Yi Shi. "Make sure to punch her. I want to see her face bruised and battered." "Isn't that a bit cruel?" "She said something akin to that. You know what it feels like? It's like Yi Xiang saying you'll become Yang Wei in the future." Yu Xiao paused. That analogy struck a chord. "Why do I feel that you emerged from changing clothes in a peculiar manner? Did she plead for you?" "Not at all," Yu Xiao reflected, thinking a song aptly described the moment. A secret that cannot be spoken. After all, she had provided a considerable amount of benefits. And then to leave her battered seemed morally questionable. Gu Wan'er narrowed her beautiful eyes. Yu Xiao, you two didn't change clothes together, did you? Goodness, how did you guess that? How could that be? Then why did she say that about you? Gu Wan'er wore a knowing expression, as if she could see through him despite their brief acquaintance. Yu Xiao felt utterly defeated. At that moment, he swiftly changed the subject. It's almost time to perform. I'm feeling a bit nervous. Absolutely stunning, Gu Wan'er remarked. Stunning? It's simply exhilarating, Yu Xiao replied. Gu Wan'er gazed at Yi Shi in the distance, feeling a sense of relief that Yu Xiao had gained an advantage over her without her awareness. The ground was now spotless, and the two young ladies were ready to enter the arena. As the referee announced their entrance, Yu Xiao donned specialized half-finger gloves, though they were merely thin gloves with no other protective gear, prompting the onlookers to marvel at the fierce spirit of these young women. Bai Ji gazed at the scene before her, letting out a sigh. It was inevitable that two strong-willed girls would not relent until a victor was determined. However, Wan'er's performance was truly unexpected, and she found herself eager to witness how she would fare next, hoping she could impart a valuable lesson to Yi Shi. At that moment, Gu Mingqin and Gu Yuanli were also intently focused on the unfolding drama, having previously been critical of her, yet now fully supportive. Go, Wan'er! If you win, your brother will reward you, they cheered. As the chains locked, the two women within the beast cage drew the attention of the crowd. Though they had seen women engage in combat before, witnessing such stunningly beautiful women in a fight was a first. One couldn't help but feel a pang of concern for any potential injuries. Sister Yi, go for it. Take her down, shouted a young man fervently. With his roar, the affluent young men supporting Yi Shi joined in, leaving Yu Xiao duo looking rather isolated, as if standing alone against the tide. Chapter 73. A near instantaneous defeat. At this moment, Gu Wan'er shouted, "Come on, Wan'er!" Yu Xiao duo interjected, "Perhaps you should refrain from shouting. It's rather peculiar." With a resounding clang, the unique contest officially commenced. Although others had provided a wave of support, the opponent remained an opponent, indifferent to her gender. Yi Shi clenched her fists, a fierce glint igniting her beautiful eyes. In that instant, she transformed into the formidable Yu Xiao, acutely aware that she could not afford to lose tonight. Observing Yu Xiao duo standing defenseless, Yi Shi scoffed, unleashing a powerful kick with her long, elegant leg. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as onlookers marveled at her exquisite leg techniques, a seamless blend of offense and defense, each strike ferocious. While amateurs were merely spectators, seasoned observers discerned the underlying intricacies. The scarred man, watching Yi Shi's relentless assault, murmured, "Miss Yi has mastered the Mo family's leg techniques to perfection. She's far more composed than in her earlier days." With a hint of modesty, Yi Xiang replied, "My sister merely practices for self-defense." Yet, his gaze grew serious. Despite Wan'er's seemingly fierce offense, her clumsy defense managed to evade each attack. How could that be? Meanwhile, Gu Wan'er began to feel the weight of anxiety. As Yu Xiao duo found herself increasingly on the defensive against Yi Shi's ferocity. What kind of fighting style is this? It doesn't resemble boxing at all. Lu Zhengji whispered in confusion. There are no rules here, Fu Quan remarked gravely. I've studied Yi Shi's fighting style. It is Mo family boxing, one of the southern styles, renowned for its leg techniques, claiming that one leg can surpass 3 punches. No wonder I had my jaw dislocated by her kickback then. Lu Zhengji mused, recalling the embarrassment. Compared to that time, she seemed even more formidable now, and Fu Quan sighed as he observed Gu Wan'er retreating repeatedly. At that moment, Bai Ji remained transfixed by the screen, her fingers unconsciously tightening into a fist, uncertain of where her allegiances lay. Meanwhile, Gu Yuanli was already shouting in the private room, "Come on, Wan'er! Strike her!" In the arena, Yu Xiao duo was soon cornered against the iron bars, with no escape in sight. However, Yu Xiao duo pondered inwardly, it is truly unexpected that Yi Shi has mastered the Mo family boxing, and with such finesse. If it were Gu Wan'er facing her, she would have been swiftly defeated. Alas, encountering one specialty, I have discerned your approach. It is now time for a counterattack. Suddenly, from outside the beast cage, Yi Xiang bellowed, "Be careful." Yi Shi's heart jolted, and without a trace of doubt, she abandoned her offensive stance to raise her arms in defense. At that moment, Yu Xiao's expression darkened, his entire being leaning forward, as his right foot forcefully stepped out. His right elbow struck with tremendous force between Yi Shi's arms. Feeling the sheer power of the blow, Yu Xiao was taken aback. If she did not retreat, her body would surely collapse. She staggered back from the impact of the elbow strike, only coming to a halt when her back collided with the iron mesh. Yet her arms trembled uncontrollably. An astonished silence enveloped the arena, unable to believe that their sister Yi had been countered, instantly finding herself at a disadvantage. Gu Mingqin and Gu Yuanli stared in disbelief at their sister. Although she had successfully retaliated, they were astonished to realize just how formidable she truly was. Recalling their previous encounters, a chill ran down their spines. Had she landed such a blow on them, they would likely be incapacitated. Yu Xiao looked across at Gu Wan'er in disbelief, having thought her inept, only to realize she was biding her time. Had it not been for the timely warning from her fourth brother, she might have been left lying on the ground, or worse, hospitalized. What a terrifying woman. She had ultimately underestimated her. Yu Xiang's gaze deepened, the coin in his hand now still, as he solemnly stated, Bajiquan, such a fierce form of Bajiquan. Miss Gu has concealed her prowess too well. The scarred man could not help but express his astonishment, realizing that both women possessed some martial arts skills. And it appeared that Miss Gu was even more formidable. Yu Xiang remained silent. Indeed, Gu Wan'er had concealed her abilities better than his sister. Such a woman is truly terrifying. His sister was no match for her, and upon returning, they had genuinely stepped on his solid ground. It should be halted now, the scar man suggested. Bajiquan is known for its forceful and aggressive strikes, regarded as one of the most ferocious martial arts. A moment's negligence could result in severe injury. Yu Xiang was well aware of the man's intent. Gu Wan'er's previous strike, though seemingly simple, required more than a decade of training to execute seamlessly. What kind of monster is this woman, practicing such lethal techniques without just cause? Meanwhile, Gu Wan'er was utterly astonished. With a mere push, Yu Xiao seemed to soar away. This individual is truly extraordinary. Could it be that watching 300 martial arts films truly transforms one into a master? Lu Zhengji suddenly chimed in with a hint of mischief. Brother Yu, you ought to be cautious. Should you be distracted while walking, your sister-in-law might deliver an elbow strike that would leave you bedridden for a week or two. Gu Wan'er twitched at the corner of her mouth, resolving to provoke him less. After all, he even struck women. I genuinely did not expect my sister-in-law to possess such strength. I am utterly in awe. At that moment, Fu Quan referred to her as sister-in-law, a clear testament to his admiration. Old Fu, can you discern what style of boxing she is employing? That elbow strike was incredibly impressive. Could it be a form of inch punch? As Lu Zhengji posed his question, Gu Wan'er perked up her ears in attentiveness. My understanding of martial arts is rather limited. My previous curiosity about Yu Xiao prompted me to delve into related materials. During my research, I also familiarized myself with various other styles. The Southern approach emphasizes a technique of leveraging 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, while the Northern style advocates for bold and expansive movements. Given that my sister-in-law hails from the North, it stands to reason that she has likely mastered some form of Northern martial arts. This is merely my personal opinion, offered for reference. With a light chuckle, Fu Quan acknowledged his own status as a novice in this realm. Upon hearing this, Gu Wan'er felt puzzled. After all, Yu Xiao was clearly from the South. Could it be that he truly learned from films? Previously, she had thought he was merely boasting. To her surprise, he was indeed remarkable. Lu Zhengji, with utmost seriousness, proclaimed, Brother Yu, here's the deal. I will take you as my master to learn the art of wooing women, and I will seek sister-in-law's guidance to learn how to protect myself while doing so. Gu Wan'er could only respond with a silent expression of disbelief. Observing Yu Xiao in the beast cage, Gu Wan'er felt a twinge of apprehension about ever attempting to confront him. What if he retaliated? She was certainly no match for him. Yet, when he teased her, should she simply allow him to bully her? Such frustrations weighed heavily on her mind. At that moment, outside the cage, Yu Xiang called out sharply, Xiao. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao understood well. However, she was unwilling to concede, insisting, I can still fight. Surrender? You're no match for me. Yu Xiao, with a subtle smile, flicked his palm nonchalantly, exuding an air of ease. Chapter 74. The Destruction of Beauty. Yu Xiao merely intended to intimidate her, urging her to retreat gracefully. After all, if a serious injury were to occur, it would be detrimental to both parties, considering their affluent backgrounds. Thus, achieving victory without engaging in battle was the most prudent choice. Upon hearing Yi Xiang's admonition, Yu Xiao perceived that her brother was a reasonable man. Surrendering would allow her to retain a semblance of dignity. However, should she insist on fighting, she would likely lose that sense of grace. When Yi Shi charged forward, Yu Xiao inwardly sighed, recognizing her relentless spirit. She was, after all, a woman. In light of the benefits she had bestowed upon him, he resolved to allow her to exit the competition with dignity. Such trivial brawling seemed unbefitting for a young lady. Better pursuits would be the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. As Yi Shi closed in, Yu Xiao swiftly leaned down, wrapping his arms around her waist and pinning her to the ground. What had begun as a martial arts contest abruptly transformed into a ground grappling match. This unexpected shift left Yi Shi momentarily stunned, instinctively freeing herself from Gu Wan'er's grasp. Yu Xiao noted that while Gu Wan'er possessed little strength, her flexibility was remarkable, akin to that of a beautiful serpent. Flustered, Yi Shi began to struggle fiercely, while Yu Xiao clung to her like a stubborn adhesive, clearly exhausting her energy in a manner she was unaccustomed to. Yi Shi inwardly cursed Gu Wan'er for her unconventional tactics, wishing she would engage in a proper contest. Just as Yi Shi relaxed for a fleeting moment, Yu Xiao tightened his legs around her slender waist, his right arm encircling her neck while his left hand secured her wrist. In an instant, a flawless chokehold materialized, prompting all onlookers to rise in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Yi Xiang sighed softly. It was evident that escaping this hold would be a formidable challenge. I concede, Yu Xiao stated softly. However, this statement undoubtedly provoked Yi Shi. Impossible. You brought this upon yourself. As Yu Xiao exerted force with her arms, they began to constrict around Yi Shi's neck, causing her complexion to redden and her breathing to quicken. Yet, drawing upon her considerable strength, Yi Shi attempted to shake off the clutches of Yu Xiao behind her. But as Yu Xiao gradually intensified her hold, Yi Shi seemed increasingly powerless. Though she continued to struggle. If you slam the floor, I shall release you, Yu Xiao stated in a low voice. Do you value your pride or your life? Yi Shi retaliated through her struggle against this remark. If that is the case, do not blame me for being ruthless, she declared. Gu Wan'er, my sister concedes. Yi Xiang shouted from the side, seemingly seeking a favor from Gu Wan'er. Yu Xiao momentarily relaxed her grip, but Yi Shi seized the opportunity to push back. I have already given you face. Do not blame me if you refuse to accept it. President Yi, it appears your sister is unwilling to concede. My apologies. Yu Xiao showed no mercy, tightening her grip around the delicate neck in front of everyone. As Yi Xiang observed his sister's distress, he bellowed in anger, Gu Wan'er. At that moment, Yi Shi was clearly suffering from insufficient blood flow, her mind becoming a blank slate, and her resistance gradually fading. Very well. I declare you the victor on behalf of Bai Yi, the scar-faced man said solemnly. If this continues, someone may truly be harmed. Yi Shi is indeed a troublesome opponent. Refusing to concede. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao immediately loosened her hold, allowing Yi Shi to gasp for air, her throat emitting a hissing sound. Bai Ji sighed in relief. Glad to have intervened. Gu Yuanli and Gu Mingqin, however, remained silent, their expressions peculiar as they sat on the sofa. Do you think Wan'er has been possessed? I hardly recognize her, Gu Yuanli murmured. Gu Mingqin held a different perspective. Our dear sister is simply too modest, were it not for this occasion. Her talents would likely have remained concealed. That is rather exaggerated, don't you think? Look at her prowess. Where could she have learned such skills? I wish to seek her as a mentor. Gu Yuanli remained skeptical, convinced that his sister must have sought the guidance of a master. The atmosphere was as silent as a library. In truth, from the beginning of the fight until now, no more than 4 minutes had elapsed. In this brief span, the imperious Yi Shi had been defeated by Gu Wan'er, and the overwhelming nature of her defeat was difficult for everyone to accept, particularly the young admirers of Yi Shi. Esteemed guests, the competition has been won by the young lady from Jingzhou Gu. As the hour grows late, I urge everyone to take care and rest. The peculiar announcer seemed eager to prevent any further disturbances, boasting about Miss Gu, which could offend the local dignitaries, while praising Miss Yi, a defeated opponent. At this moment, Gu Wan'er herself could scarcely believe it. Had she truly won? It was all too swift. No wonder Yu Xiao had been so confident in challenging such a formidable opponent. Lu Jingji patted Gu Wan'er's shoulder. Brother Yu, I suddenly no longer envy you. The tables have turned. Brother Liu, do not be deceived by her current prowess before me. She is as docile as a kitten, Gu Wan'er began to boast, completely disregarding the fact that she was elevating Yu Xiao in the process. Lu Jingji jested with a smile. Brother Yu, it seems you've inflated your boast a tad too much. I must inform sister-in-law of this later. Below the stage, Pan Weiji was taken aback, witnessing Yi Jie's crushing defeat, reminiscent of his own past failures. This Gu Wan'er increasingly resembled that insufferable Yu Xiao, particularly with her familiar method of choking. Standing nearby, Fu Yangxue felt a surge of trepidation. Gu Wan'er possessed such formidable strength. As the iron door swung open, Yi Xiang entered with a composed demeanor, swiftly assisting his fallen sister. I knew the day would come, he exclaimed. Fourth brother, I am fine, Yi Xiao replied, seemingly a bit weak, still recovering. Do you wish to continue competing? Fourth brother, observing his sister's stubbornness, Yi Xiang felt a pang of sympathy. Had Gu Wan'er been a man, he would have dismantled her without a second thought, sparing any pleasantries. Leaning against Yi Xiang, Yi Xiao, unwilling to concede, declared, You have won. I know, Yu Xiao replied nonchalantly, indicating there was no need for further emphasis. In an hour, we shall engage in the final match, Do Di Zhu. Yi Xiang's lips twitched at this revelation. That crafty sprite was truly beyond comprehension. Yu Xiao was equally astonished, yearning to inquire of Yi Xiao if she was resolutely intent on becoming his little wife, as her chosen game was undeniably in her favor. Such fortuitous luck. Very well. But Do Di Zhu requires 3 players. You wouldn't resort to seeking a ringer, would you? Yu Xiao chuckled, crossing his arms before promptly altering his posture, discomforted by Gu Wan'er's substantial presence. Yi Xiao replied gravely, If you have reservations, I can allow you to select. All right, then let it be him. Yu Xiao gestured towards Yi Xiang, leaving both siblings somewhat bewildered. What was Gu Wan'er's intent? Did she not fear possible cheating? Or was she entirely uncertain and thus acted deliberately? If they triumphed, others might suspect foul play on the siblings' part. Chapter 75, Sister Yuna returns. Are you certain? Yi Xiao inquired. Certain, she affirmed. Yi Xiao, not one to dawdle, responded, Good, and prepared to rest. Before departing, Yi Xiang remarked with a smile, Miss Gu, we must find an opportunity to spar, though his smile bore a hint of malice. Goodness, do you possess any modesty? It's evident you lack a girlfriend, Yu Xiao retorted, believing he had acted as a decent person by sidestepping Gu Wan'er's troubles. Yi Xiang cast a scornful glance at Gu Wan'er from a distance, stating, Your boyfriend is inadequate. Before guiding his sister away, Yu Xiao felt a sense of helplessness. Gu Wan'er, your performance was truly lacking. I could play your role without raising suspicion, yet you, in mine, were immediately discerned. Their contest, though brief, revealed the exceptional prowess of both young women. They were indeed not to be underestimated, emerging from prominent families. Despite Yi Xiao's loss, the dignitaries offered Gu Wan'er applause, and upon hearing of another impending match between the two, the audience's interest peaked, eager to witness the outcome. Sister-in-law, I never anticipated you would play the role of a cunning fox. You've truly broadened my horizons. How admirable! Lu Zhengji exclaimed, brimming with excitement, nearly overcome with the urge to embrace her, for she had avenged him, though such an act would be inappropriate. Yu Xiao removed her gloves and, with a modest smile, remarked that it was somewhat fortuitous and fortunate that she had let her guard down. Hey, sister-in-law, just now you mentioned that you resemble a cat in front of him. Is that true? Lu Zhengji chuckled, eager to witness how the sister-in-law would reprimand Yu Gu. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao was taken aback and turned her gaze towards Gu Wan'er. Did you really appear as a cat before me? More like a white tiger, if you ask me. However, since you, CEO Gu, have stated it, I shall play along to ensure you keep your word. Of course it's true, replied Yu Xiao, as she suddenly wrapped her arms around Gu Wan'er's, employing a playful squeeze that almost caused Gu Wan'er distress. The two onlookers were taken aback by Gu Wan'er's antics. What charm did you Gu possess that could make such an outstanding sister-in-law so compliant? Truly, a model for our generation. Gu Wan'er, however, did not deter Yu Xiao's playful behavior. After all, Yu Xiao had aided her in winning twice, and, as long as he didn't run off completely bare, she could tolerate his antics for the evening. Noticing Gu Wan'er's silence, Yu Xiao found it rather dull. Aren't you going to say anything, husband? Gu Wan'er smiled sweetly and responded, Wife, you are quite impressive. Yu Xiao burst into laughter, At last, you've learned how to deal with me. The two single men beside them turned away, unable to bear the excessive sweetness any longer. By the way, the third activity has been confirmed. Yu Xiao wants to play Do-di Zhu. Yu Xiao abruptly changed the subject. The three of them were taken aback after such bold initial rounds. The final event had turned into a card game of chance. Lu Jingji furrowed his brow in deep contemplation and finally remarked, I've never seen Yu Xiao play cards. Old Fu, have you heard anything? Fu Quan shook his head, but added, though I haven't seen Yu Xiao play. Her family owns a casino in Gangmin, which seems to be managed by her third brother now. Could it be that Yu Xiao has been hiding her skills all along? Lu Jingji gasped slightly, but upon seeing Gu Wan'er's confident demeanor, he wondered if he was overthinking it. Fu Quan stated seriously, we should investigate this further. You all continue your conversation. Old Fu, why are you dragging me into this? Fu Quan replied, you still want to enjoy some dog food, don't you? Watching the two depart, Yu Xiao grinned. CEO Gu, what do you think? Am I handsome? Indeed, exceedingly handsome. But why do I feel something is off? You don't seem like yourself. Gu Wan'er offered a kind smile. I'm not upset tonight. You are my elder brother. Oh, quite the philosophical awakening, aren't we? How about a shoulder massage for my big brother? All right. Yu Xiao expected Gu Wan'er to be mischievous, but to her surprise, she was quite earnest in her massage, truly worthy of the elder brother's efforts. Yu Xiao's choice to play Do-di Zhu undoubtedly indicated her confidence. She was not the type to leave significant matters to chance. Gu Wan'er softly reminded, having won 2 rounds, she must be aiming for a complete victory. That's a sound analysis, leading me to believe she might resort to cheating to win against me. Indeed, aside from the two of you, who else could it be? Her brother. What? You must oppose this. It was my suggestion. Gu Wan'er pinched Yu Xiao, causing him to roll his eyes in pain. Indeed, she still possessed considerable strength. The siblings joined forces, leaving you little chance. Observing Gu Wan'er growing anxious, Yu Xiao consoled her, Gu, and you. Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Wan'er interjected, are you suggesting that after watching 300 gambling films, one could become a gambling deity? Truly, Gu was perceptive. In the past, Gu Wan'er would have dismissed Yu Xiao's claims as mere boasting, but after the first 2 rounds, she began to think that perhaps he was not exaggerating. He might indeed be a gambling god. Is he truly a gambling god? Gu Wan'er inquired with curiosity. Absolutely. Do not underestimate films. They are often derived from reality. Yu Xiao replied earnestly. Innocently, Gu Wan'er believed him. Suddenly, a melodious ringtone echoed, and Gu Wan'er pulled out her phone from her pocket. Her sister was calling. Just as she was about to answer, she hesitated and handed her phone to Yu Xiao, saying, my sister is calling. You take it. Wow, my precious sister Yun'er. It has been ages. I miss those days of giving her massages, Yu Xiao exclaimed as he answered the call. A familiar, sweet voice greeted him. Sister, are you still at work? Where are you? Gu Wan'er noted how well Yu Xiao mimicked her, as Yun'er seemed completely oblivious. Though her sister suspected her sister's mind might not catch on. It's Friday. I thought I'd come back to keep you company, Yun'er said. Yu Xiao expressed. Right now, I wish for nothing but to return and spend time with my sister Yun'er. The feeling is as enchanting as first love. I see. Just finish your work. And if it's late, make sure to rest early, Gu Wan'er said, knowing that if she were not present, her sister would indeed wait for her return. Yun'er responded with a hint of disappointment. All right then. Hearing that tone, it was clear that some comforting was needed for the aggrieved Yun'er. Her sister was rather demanding. After hanging up, Yu Xiao did not return the phone to Gu Wan'er, and she remained silent, for he had just displayed remarkable integrity. Meanwhile, Yu Xiao was lost in dreams of a wonderful weekend. Just then his phone rang. It's your mother, Gu Wan'er remarked upon seeing the caller ID. You answer. Do you want me to? He replied, my mom might fantasize about us getting married. Gu Wan'er smirked. Who wants to marry you? Mom? Xiao, have you found a girlfriend that you no longer come home? Tang Ling teased, her tone playful, yet hinting at her hope that Yu Xiao would make an effort. Gu Wan'er felt a headache coming on. Yu Xiao had stayed over at her place last night and hadn't even called home to explain, which was quite frustrating. Mom, I was working late yesterday. Gu has a significant contract to sign. Oh, I see. With a big contract, just don't disturb others. Don't be too persistent. Be gentle. Trust your mother. Girls appreciate that approach, Tang Ling advised. Gu Wan'er looked at Yu Xiao in astonishment. Your mom even instructs you on how to woo girls? Yu Xiao swore he had never been like this before. It was truly embarrassing. Mom, please stop, he pleaded. I understand, Mom. Gu Wan'er couldn't help but chuckle. However, Tang Ling continued, Xiao, are you coming home tonight? Gu Wan'er pondered for a moment, realizing that with her sister at home, she could not possibly go there. Thus, she must return to Yu Xiao's residence. Indeed, it would also suffice not to return. They could both work overtime over the weekend and conceive a child. Yu Xiao, Gu Wan'er. After a brief pause, Gu Wan'er hung up the phone, exclaiming in resignation, "Now it's clear, your mother has already regarded me as your girlfriend. You must hasten to introduce me to someone. That way, she will cease her fanciful speculations." "What's the rush? Next month will suffice," Yu Xiao retorted. And observing his eager expression, Gu Wan'er clicked her tongue in amusement. Yu Xiao, intrigued, asked, "Are you not planning to introduce your sister Yun'er to me? Then we would be one family. How delightful. Or are you deliberately orchestrating this to surprise yourself later? You certainly have quite the cunning plan." As they chatted, Fu Quan approached from a distance, announcing it's time to change venues. Noticing the audience gradually departing, Yu Xiao felt the atmosphere of the luxurious venue, which was replete with opulence. Stepping out of the enclosure, Gu Wan'er inhaled deeply. The air inside had been exceedingly turbid and stifling. A procession of Maybachs and Rolls-Royces lined up to collect their owners, prompting Yu Xiao to quip, "It's not far. You must take a car? We are not merely riding in vehicles. We are riding in status." Who would not be embarrassed if they did not? Gu Wan'er replied with calm indifference, "We shall walk," Yu Xiao declared, striding ahead, while Gu Wan'er smiled and followed suit. Fu Quan had no intention of taking a car either, opting to accompany the two on foot. By now, it was 9:43 p.m., and the temperature in the air had dropped slightly. Yu Xiao felt exceptionally elated, nearly whistling in delight. At that moment, a figure in the distance came rushing toward them. It was Lu Zhengji, panting heavily. "Why are you still here? Why didn't you take a car? You've made me run like mad." Lu Zhengji gasped, hands on his knees, drenched in sweat. Gu Wan'er curiously inquired, "Brother Lu, what has transpired?" "I just overheard some discussions among the big shots. Do you know what is going on?" The three stared at Lu Zhengji in bewilderment, who cleared his throat and continued, "I knew you wouldn't be aware." As the three walked past him, the atmosphere turned awkward. "Do you truly not wish to know?" Lu Zhengji hurriedly caught up, grinning as he asked, "I can enlighten you. I know you are eager to learn." Seeing their silence, he added, "Judging by your expressions, it is evident that you are indeed curious. Very well, I shall share it with you. Yi Shishir's elder brother manages the port affairs, correct? He is also known by another moniker, the thousand-handed Yuan, who has never lost a game at the card table, exhibiting unparalleled skill. If Yi Shishir dares to play Do Di Zhu, she must be absolutely confident." Having delivered this bombshell, Lu Zhengji awaited their astonished reactions. To his surprise, the three continued walking forward with blank expressions, leaving Lu Zhengji feeling disheartened. "Could you at least react? Isn't such explosive news worthy of gasp?" Noticing Lu Zhengji's dismay, Gu Wan'er was the first to burst into laughter. "Haha, Brother Lu, you are quite anxious." Fu Quan could not help but join in the laughter, feeling a newfound joy ever since mingling with Yu Xiao and the others. Yu Xiao patted Lu Zhengji on the shoulder, saying, "Old Lu, you must learn to remain composed from now on. Can you believe it? You all have deceived me to such an extent. This simply won't do. Brother Yu, you must teach me the art of wooing women and sister-in-law. You shall instruct me in the art of boxing." Gu Wan'er sighed inwardly, observing these men as if they could not survive without women. "No problem. I shall first teach you how to charm the ladies," Yu Xiao jested, adding, "If you let Gu Wan'er teach you, you'll end up a lifelong bachelor." Gu Wan'er merely smiled in response. After the jest, they returned to the matter at hand. "Brother Lu, is what you mentioned earlier true?" Gu Wan'er suddenly felt anxious again. The title of thousand-handed Yi King sounded quite formidable. Fu Quan appeared equally uncertain, awaiting Lu Zhengji's reply. "Of course it's true. Those big shots. Who wouldn't want to play in hongmen? Yi Shishir is exceedingly cunning." Saving her best for last, Lu Zhengji expressed with indignation. At this moment, a thought crossed Yu Xiao's mind, envisioning a paid scene. Though somewhat overbearing, it remained quite generous, strikingly impressive. "Sister-in-law, aren't you worried?" Lu Zhengji asked, intrigued by Gu Wan'er's apparent indifference. "Gu Wan'er scoffed. Your sister-in-law has watched 300 gambling films. I have long since transformed into a gambling queen. A mere Yi Shishir is nothing to me." "Oh my. This Gu Wan'er is overly flattering. Her intentions are dubious," Yu Xiao remarked teasingly. "Darling, you overestimate me," she replied, as Yu Xiao playfully dropped a pun that left Gu Wan'er momentarily stunned, never having realized she could feel this queasy. Meanwhile, Lu Jingji and Fu Quan shivered in response. Not far ahead stood a resplendent building. Though only a single story, it was surrounded by ivory-colored Roman columns and adorned with numerous, uniquely designed fountains. Ascending the steps led them to the day's final theme, Do Di Ju. Inside the hall, the tables had been cleared, leaving only a small square table in the center. Surrounded by the previously suited big shots, along with the young followers of Yu Xiao. Yet, their confidence seemed somewhat shaken, lacking vigor. Above the small table hung 4 screens for the audience's viewing. It was nearing capacity, and some bosses had already begun to place their bets. Ultimately, who would emerge as the victor in this final round? If Yu Xiao were to lose, it would indeed be a disgrace, especially after presenting her strongest 3 cards. Only to be utterly defeated, the title of sister might soon be reassigned. Chapter 77. With this hand I could win too. After a brief intermission, Yu Xiao donned a form-fitting black outfit, her commanding presence seemingly restored. Beside her, Yu Xiao stood protectively, a smile on his face. He felt that his sister was nearly certain to win this final round. Even if her victory was not entirely comprehensive, at least she would maintain her dignity. Don't expect much from me, 4th brother. My card skills are quite poor, Yu Xiao quickly stated to avoid any blame later. Just play normally, 4th brother. There's no need to worry about anything else, Yu Xiao reassured him. Yu Xiao curiously inquired, but what if you become a landlord? Should I let you win? As if you could win against me without letting me, Yu Xiao responded. All right, since you've said that, I'll just play casually, Yu Xiao conceded. Yu Xiao playfully patted his sister's delicate shoulder and teased her as he took a seat at the small square table. Yu Xiao followed suit and sat down. At that moment, Yu Xiao emerged from a nearby room, clad in the pink dress previously worn by Gu Wan'er at work. Her hair remained tied in a ponytail, exuding a gentle yet charismatic charm that drew even more attention than Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao could not help but remark, Sure, look at her and then at yourself. You're dressed like a boy. I would rather perish than don such attire. With a resigned smile, he reflected on how his sister had never worn a dress, likely due to her childhood spent with her brothers, which had shaped her current demeanor. Now, a young lady, she had never even dated. Gu Wan'er softly encouraged. Keep it up. When have I ever let you down? Yu Xiao flashed a confident smile and approached the small table. Brother, you sit here. I've saved you a spot, called out Lu Jingji, waving his hand. Gu Wan'er admired her own reflection, suddenly realizing she looked quite dashing, but lamented her inability to master such poise. Yu Xiao wanted to say that Gu Wan'er had softened her bold persona. Gentlemen, thank you for your patience, Yu Xiao said with a light smile as she took her seat. Yu Xiao wasted no time, stating, Miss Gu is our guest. You may set the rules. I rarely play Do Di Ju, so why not let you decide? Yu Xiao replied with a serene smile, even crossing her elegant legs, though they were hidden beneath the table. Yu Xiao did not shy away, calmly stating, We'll flip a card. Whoever holds it becomes the landlord. The landlord can't discard cards, and the first to lose all their chips is the loser. After hearing the rules, Yu Xiao chuckled lightly, agreed. At that moment, a scar-faced man approached and inquired, Do you need to be surrounded? Yu Xiao glanced at Gu Wan'er, indicating her indifference. Yu Xiao replied nonchalantly, No need. Despite the presence of Pan Wei and his entourage behind her, she felt no apprehension. Although Yu Xiao said nothing, he sensed that Gu Wan'er exuded a remarkable aura, seemingly more formidable than Gu Yuanli. The internal strife within the Gu family appeared rather intriguing. The scar-faced man arranged some chips and then stepped aside to observe. Meanwhile, Bai Ji was quite curious about how Wan'er would win this round. Yu Xiao had lost 2 rounds, and this last one was surely her forte, yet she had concealed it quite well. Having known Yu Xiao for many years, Bai Ji had never witnessed her play cards. As for Wan'er, Bai Ji felt an enigmatic aura enveloping her. Her gaze inadvertently drifted to Yu Xiao, who seemed even more anxious than Wan'er. On the other side, Gu Yuanli whispered, Does our sister know how to play cards? If I recall correctly, she despises them. During family gatherings, she doesn't even glance at the game. Gu Mingqin scrutinized the screen, contemplating where her confidence stemmed from and whether she was merely bluffing. No, I believe she's a skilled player. She has just been pretending. Our sister is quite cunning, Gu Yuanli mused, feeling an inexplicable trepidation. The outcome would reveal itself soon enough. In a lively atmosphere, Yu Xiao unveiled a new deck of playing cards, her shuffling technique somewhat flamboyant, at least in Yu Xiao's perception. However, Yu Xiao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Her shuffling skills were commendable. No wonder she excelled at Do-Di-Ju. If he didn't intervene, the cards in her hands could easily obliterate him. What a formidable woman. Seemingly intent on defeating him in a single round. Had he known her ruthlessness, he wouldn't have gone easy on her earlier. He would have unleashed an invincible massage technique to ensure her dimensions expanded further. As Yu Xiao completed her shuffling, Yu Xiao remarked, "Can you cut the deck?" "Of course." "Feel free," she replied, passing the cards to him, her gaze fixed intently on his hands. Yu Xiao, resembling a novice, fumbled with the cards, even dropping some to the floor, eliciting laughter from those around them. Yet, Yu Xiao was unable to keep track of the card order, thoroughly disrupted by Yu Xiao's clumsiness. Sitting nearby, Yi Xiang chuckled softly, observing Gu Wan'er's attempts at cutting the cards, which were even worse than his own. "My apologies," Yu Xiao smiled, flipping over a card and inserting it into the sequence. "Whoever draws, it will be the landlord." He placed the cards in the center and suggested, "Let us draw ourselves." "No need to deal." Yi Xiao nodded, acknowledging that those who deal often have a high chance of cheating. "Miss Gu, as our guest, please go ahead." "Then I shall not be polite," Yu Xiao declared, commencing to draw cards, which surprised Gu Wan'er, as she did not decline. His card insertion seemed as if he could construct a mountain, signaling to those around him just how favorable his hand was. Even Gu Wan'er, who had never played before, felt embarrassed. His card insertion skills were indeed subpar. Suddenly, Pan Wei, sitting behind Yu Xiao, coughed loudly, the sound jarring in the otherwise quiet hall. The scar-faced man shot him a glare, startling Pan Wei. "Pan Wei, is your throat uncomfortable today? Hurry to the hospital. Don't infect me," Yu Xiao teased. "You little snitch, your stealth skills leave much to be desired." Pan Wei's cough drew considerable disdain, particularly from the older gentlemen present, who were engaged in the game with decorum. His interruption was unwelcome. The cards fell into Yi Xiao's hands, including the 3 of spades. "Looks like you have a decent hand. You might snatch the landlord," Yu Xiao remarked seriously, causing Yi Xiao to narrow her eyes slightly. The audience, observing Gu Wan'er's hand through the large screen, were left agape. Even a fool could play with those cards. Gu Wan'er herself was dumbfounded, contemplating that she could also succeed. Yu Xiao's luck was simply extraordinary. Pan Wei felt despair. Yu Xiao's luck mirrored the terror he had faced last year, making the prospect of playing seem futile. Yi Xiao scrutinized her hand, which contained a king bomb and 3 twos. However, it lacked some crucial cards. Observing Gu Wan'er's confident expression and the peculiar reactions of those around her, she decided, "Forget it. I'll let her be. I won tea contest." Seeing his sister abstain from competing, Yi Xiang scoffed and tapped the table. Yu Xiao picked up the last 3 cards and inserted them into his hand, saying, "Miss Yi, it's your turn to play." A pair of 4s, a bomb, 4 threes. Yi Xiao was taken aback. Was it already a bomb? Yi Viang chocolate. Miss Gu's hand is so formidable. It's a bomb the moment she plays. "Ha! Is there truly no lesser option?" The siblings exchanged glances. "No," Yi Xiao replied calmly. Yi Xiang shook his head, examining the cards in his hand. Was his luck truly this poor today? Scattered cards that barely formed a set. A bomb. 4 5s. Should he play it? For 7s, for 10s. A full hand of bombs left Yi Xiao dizzy, while Yi Xiang beside her was left speechless. Was this a game of Do-Di-Ju? Clearly it was about bombs. After playing the last bomb, Yu Xiao chuckled. Fortunately, Miss Yi did not seize the landlord. The last 3 cards brought 3 bombs. This statement pierced Yi Xiao's heart like a dagger. Had there been 3 fewer bombs, victory would have been hers. Just like that, Yi Xiao and Yi Xiang lost 2/3 of their chips. At that moment, Bai Ji could hardly conceal her astonishment. How could there be a full hand of bombs? Surely, Wan'er had manipulated the cards during the shuffle, yet the scarred man had failed to notice. Bai Ji couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed the outcome of the evening was already determined, and Yi Xiao would likely suffer. "Boss, what did I just say? I knew my sister was hiding a trick up her sleeve, yet you didn't believe me," Gu Yuanli suddenly shouted, even addressing him as boss, revealing his shock. Gu Mingqin's expression turned grave as he solemnly remarked, "We have encountered a formidable opponent. It appears our alliance must endure." "I concur," Gu Yuanli nodded without hesitation, truly grateful to Yi Xiao for helping to gauge the waters and avoid a significant loss due to his sister's prowess. As the first round concluded, the venue erupted in a cacophony. Everyone was aware of how rare it was to have a full hand of bombs, and to think Gu Wan'er had encountered such luck was truly as if the heavens were smiling upon her. Brother Yu, is sister-in-law truly a gambling goddess? Lu Zhengji asked curiously, his impulse to seek apprenticeship evident. Gu Wan'er shook her head in bewilderment. I don't know. She's just too skilled. Not merely skilled. It was as if a gambling deity had possessed her. Gu Wan'er envisioned herself in the distance, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, a cigar in her mouth, and a piece of chocolate being chewed, with her teeth stained dark from the cocoa, a rather distasteful image. Miss Gu is indeed remarkable. I have fallen for your tricks once more. Yi Shishir finally comprehended, realizing she had consistently fallen into her trap, feeling an unyielding resentment. Why must there exist a woman even more formidable than herself? Yu Xiao pondered, where was his chocolate? At that moment, he needed a piece to bolster the atmosphere. What skill? It's merely luck. Are you jesting? Luck can't yield a full hand of bombs. Even a cheat wouldn't dare to play like that. The issue was, he detected her cheating. Could she have manipulated the cards? Yet her shuffling bore no pattern, as he had observed clearly. The next turn fell to Yu Xiao to shuffle the cards, devoid of the flamboyance that characterized Yi Shishir's style. Only the simple sound of cards being shuffled. Miss Yi, please cut the cards. Yi Shishir accepted the cards, her cutting technique equally proficient. As the cards were dealt, those around them once again found themselves dumbfounded, but this time their astonishment was directed not at Gu Wan'er, but at Yu Xiao. Yu Xiang's hand was simply invincible, boasting 4 bombs and a spade 3, leaving him utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Yi Shishir remained the landlord, her strongest card being a modest one. Though she was fortunate enough to possess 2 small bombs and a big joker, along with a sequence, making her hand not entirely disappointing. Yet, she pondered in confusion why her chosen cards had not yielded a full hand of bombs as she had anticipated. Upon examining Yu Xiao's hand, it was reminiscent of Yi Xiang's previous hand, utterly dismal. Yi Xiang swore that he had never experienced such extraordinary luck in all his years of playing cards. The sheer terror of his bomb collection was overwhelming. However, the timing was unfortunate. Should he release these bombs, his sister would surely lose, and if he dismantled his hand, it would only serve to make a spectacle of himself. Who is the spade 3? Hurry up and play. I've been waiting forever, Yu Xiao chuckled, resting his chin on his hand. Yu Xiang let out a long sigh. A3. Yi Shishir stifled a chuckle, thinking her brother was being rather obvious. Others might accuse them of collusion against outsiders, but if she could pass, she would. 8. Yu Xiao played, and Yi Xiang immediately called it. Yet, Yi Shishir was frustrated. She had to take the big joker herself and allowed him to pass a turn. No. After playing 66, 77, 88, and 99, Yu Xiao declared his intention to throw in the towel, unable to bear the sight of the other hands, still hoping to play a small joker. Naturally, Yi Xiang declined, but Yi Shishir observed that Yu Xiao had few cards left. If she let him pass again, he might escape. 4 fours, Yu Xiao shrugged. Not going to take it. Yi Xiang resolutely opted out. However, upon uttering those words, Lu Zhengji led a chorus of boos, and Gu Wan'er joined in, creating an unpleasant atmosphere. As everyone was aware of the strength of Yi Xiang's hand, such play was indeed lackluster and unbecoming. Yu Xiao inquired curiously, what were they booing about? Yi Shishir looked at her brother and replied solemnly, if you can take it, then take it. I don't need any favors. Sure, don't be like that. 4th brother doesn't mind. Let them scold if they wish. I know you mean well, but the card table is no place for familial bonds. There's no need for special treatment. Yi Shishir firmly responded, disapproving of her brother's treating her like a child in need of unwarranted protection. Seeing his sister's temper flare, Yi Xiang sighed, acknowledging the validity of her words. 4. With her brother taking the game seriously, Yi Shishir felt relieved. This was the brother she knew. No. Yu Xiao shrugged. 4. 2 fours. Yi Shishir stared blankly at Yi Xiang, her eyes seemingly asking, are you truly my brother? How did all my cards end up in 4th brother's hand? Yi Xiang gazed intently at his sister, reminding her, didn't you just say you've grown up? You need to shoulder some pressure without relying on your brother's assistance. Yu Xiao admired. Yi, you truly are a man of principle, sacrificing familial ties for the sake of justice. Gu Wan'er, too, was astonished that it was not Yu Xiao who ultimately defeated Yi Shishir, but rather her own brother. If she were Yi Shishir, she would be on the verge of bloodshed by now. Lu Zhengji reveled in the moment, having just pretended not to need any help. Once her brother exerted himself, she was left utterly flabbergasted. Bai Ji found herself in a rather bemusing situation, yet it was better to conclude matters swiftly. In Chapter 79, want to learn? I shall teach you. Gu Wan'er, observing his sister's victory, felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had feared she might capture the coveted sky card, only for it to end up in Yu Xiao's possession. Ha! You underestimate our sister. This is a case of using another's blade to strike, he remarked, noting how much more ruthless this was than if she had acted directly. With Gu Mingqin's prompt, Gu Wan'er pondered deeply and was suddenly struck with astonishment. It seemed she had previously shown restraint towards them. He decided it was best to take his leave. Gu Mingqin rose and exited the private room, leaving Gu Wan'er staring blankly at the screen, where his sister wore an unusual smile, one he had never witnessed before, likely possessed by some spirit, for such behavior was uncharacteristic. As Yu Xiao unleashed a series of explosive moves, he obliterated Yi Shishir's chips entirely. The youth around could hardly accept Yi Shishir's defeat, especially given how thoroughly she lost. With no glimmer of hope in each round, it could only be described as a dismal spectacle. The esteemed figures surrounding them departed with satisfied smiles. Having witnessed the girl's formidable prowess, the daughters of the Yi and Gu families were not to be underestimated, though Yi Shishir had certainly suffered humiliation that evening. Yi Shishir exhaled deeply and called out, "Old Liang." Liang Xing emerged holding a document folder, and Gu Wan'er, standing nearby, beamed, knowing it contained the contract. "Miss Gu, I keep my word. As the primary investor, I consent to your transfer," Yi Shishir stated with calm assurance, placing the contract and a pen before Yu Xiao, while Liang Xing swiftly signed his name on the document. Yu Xiao was not one to linger on trivial matters. His objective had been accomplished, and he readily inscribed his name, almost signing away his own identity. Once completed, he tucked the papers away and jested, "Miss Yi, we still have a wager to settle." Yi Shishir's lips twitched, her teeth clenched as she fiercely replied, "Rest assured, I, Yi Shishir, am a woman of my word." "Shishir, what foolishness is this?" Yu Xiao admonished sharply. Others might joke, but she should not take it to heart. The women of the Yi family would not play second fiddle to anyone. Gu Wan'er, however, did not deter Yu Xiao from his antics, eager to deliver a sharp rebuke. "I, Yi Shishir, can bear defeat and uphold my word," she declared, her fist clenched in determination. It was a matter of personal dignity. Yu Xiao remarked, "You truly wish to be my concubine? Yet, considering your qualifications, perhaps a trial period of 3 months is in order. If it proves enjoyable, then we may consider formalizing it." At that moment, the scarred man approached, addressing them both. "Miss Gu, Miss Yi, master by request your presence." Yu Xiao anticipated that Bai would summon him, likely to impart another lesson. But he found her guidance to be a form of enjoyment. "Mr. Yi, I must ask you to halt." The scarred man smiled politely. Yu Xiao, feeling exasperated, had yet to see Master Bai's true face and inquired of his sister, who remained tight-lipped. Yu Xiao handed the contract to Gu Wan'er, teasingly adding, "Darling, how do you intend to reward me?" Gu Wan'er beamed, a signature smile lighting her face. "Wife, tonight I shall ensure you experience profound happiness." "Get lost," Yu Xiao retorted, flustered, as he turned to follow the scar man. Gu Wan'er erupted into laughter. "Ah, so this is what you fear, my comrade." Lu Jingji and Fu Quan raised their thumbs in admiration, proclaiming, "Indeed, you are impressive, brother Yu." Under the guidance of the scar-faced man, the two proceeded to Baiji's office, remaining silent throughout the journey. Yu Xiao refrained from provoking his companion, wary that she might genuinely desire to become his little wife, a notion that could only lead to trouble, especially with Yu Xiao, who might not spare Gu Wan'er. At last, Yi Shishir could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "How did you manage that?" What do you mean?" Yu Xiao responded, perplexed. "Those 2 hands you played earlier, how did you do it?" Yi Shishir asked solemnly, feeling even more unsettled after losing without understanding. "Do you want to learn?" "I can teach you," Yu Xiao replied. What a heart-wrenching experience, Yi Shishir thought, realizing she had never before encountered such a sensation. As the scar-faced man opened the door, Yu Xiao stepped into the office first and felt a pang of nostalgia upon seeing Bai Jie. "Bai Jie, whenever you need a massage, I can provide an oil rub." Each time she saw Bai Jie, she was astounded by her elegance, a quality far beyond that of the younger girls. "Bai Jie," Yu Xiao called with a smile. Yi Shishir, who had just entered, was taken aback to hear Gu Wan'er address Bai Jie so familiarly. Bai Jie's beautiful eyes bore a hint of reproach, as if to say, what if something goes awry? Sensing Bai Jie's concerned gaze, Yu Xiao felt she had anticipated this moment. Bai Jie, Yi Shishir called as she entered. Her tone lacking the bravado she had displayed outside, resembling a tamed white tiger instead. Bai Jie sighed gently, "Please have a seat." She then personally poured 2 cups of water. "Thank you, Bai Jie." "Thank you, Bai Jie." Bai Jie sat across from them, offering a wry smile. "I truly do not know how to address your antics. Nonsense hardly captures it." "Bai Jie, I am wronged. It's all her fault," Yu Xiao retorted. "When it comes to shifting blame, you am second to none." Yi Shishir had no words to counter, simply conceding, "I accept." Sure, you're no longer a child. "Sometimes, you must not act impulsively," Bai Jie chided gently. "I understand, Bai Jie." "And Yu Wan'er," Yu Xiao, taken aback, replied helplessly, "Bai Jie, I was compelled. I had warned you earlier. Now that Shishir is back, you should be aware of the Yi family's significance and take precautions. If you encounter someone untrustworthy, it will only lead to loss." Truly, Bai Jie is wise, Yu Xiao thought, appreciating her impartial critique of both parties. Yet, she acknowledged her own rashness, realizing she had not considered the consequences. "You're right, Bai Jie. I will be more cautious in the future." Bai Jie nodded approvingly. Moreover, why gamble at all? Why not choose something else instead of allowing men to take advantage? "I must reprimand you both." With that, she lightly tapped their foreheads. Yu Xiao looked aggrieved, feeling increasingly drawn into her role as a woman. "Bai Jie, it was her suggestion. She insisted that I play the subordinate." Beside her, Yi Shishir rubbed her forehead and bit her lip. "If that is the case, so be it. Yi Shishir, always keep my word." So you're unwilling to accept a bit of scolding, are you?" Bai Jie's sharp gaze silenced Yi Shishir, who immediately lowered her head. Bai Jie spoke firmly. "Girls must prioritize their reputations. You are not ordinary girls. You must pay attention to your image. This wager should never be mentioned again. Do you both understand?" Yu Xiao nodded. "Bai Jie, I understand." Sure. Yi Shishir paused for a moment and said, "Gu Wan'er, I will not take advantage of you. Our Yi family has a project that we can invite you to join." Yu Xiao found this exchange rather agreeable and immediately extended her hand. Yi Shishir did not refuse, and the 2 girls reconciled in front of Bai Jie. However, it was evident that Yi Shishir felt somewhat resentful, seemingly eager to find an opportunity to vindicate herself. Chapter 80. Gu, are you disappointed? Very well. Henceforth in Longhai City, we shall see each other often. You may consider this a fortuitous acquaintance, and let us cooperate harmoniously moving forward. Bai Jie assumed the role of a matriarch, guiding a few unruly children. The 2 nodded in agreement, recognizing that they ought to honor Bai Jie's wishes. Suddenly, Bai Jie inquired, "Wan'er, is that boy truly your boyfriend?" How should she respond? Would it be better to deny it or to admit it? Yu Xiao found herself at a loss. In Bai Jie's eyes, Gu Wan'er's hesitation was a sign of shyness. "Wan'er, I observe that boy, and he does not seem worthy. If you can, part ways sooner rather than later." Yu Xiao retorted, "Bai Jie, that is rather disheartening. Am I truly so inadequate as to fail to impress you?" At this moment, Yi Shishir let out a sudden laugh. "Which irked Yu Xiao? What are you laughing at? You are almost his little wife." This remark left Yi Shishir speechless. Yet, she realized that even Bai Jie was unaware of Yu Xiao's true identity, and it seemed that Gu Wan'er was equally oblivious. Those people had boasted about Gu Wan'er being a master of disguise, but in her view, it was Yu Xiao who was the true master of deception. "Very well. It's getting late. Let us return home. Please refrain from discussing matters of little wives in the future." As the 2 departed, Bai Jie smiled, sometimes envious of their carefree antics. Walking along the cobblestone path, Yi Shishir suddenly asked, "Is Yu Xiao truly your boyfriend? Is the esteemed Miss Yi also so curious?" Yu Xiao pouted. "Haha, until we meet again," Yi Shishir replied, choosing not to divulge any further details about her commitments. Observing Yi Shishir's retreating figure, Yu Xiao's lips curled into a playful smile. The notion of a little wife was rather amusing. Gu Wan'er and her companions were already waiting in the parking lot. As Yu Xiao approached, Gu Wan'er stepped forward with concern, asking, "Bai Jie, didn't he say anything, did she?" "Nothing much. Just helped Yi Shishir avoid the role of a little wife. She truly cannot grasp the joys of womanhood." Laughter erupted between them as they shared the moment. Yu Xiao remarked, "Gu, you ought to smile more often. Do not always wear such a stern expression." Yes, esteemed one, I shall treat you to supper." "Let us skip supper. I'm utterly fatigued and wish to retire early." Yu Xiao wore an expression of exhaustion. longing only to return and converse with her sister Yun'er while enjoying a massage. Gu Wan'er, understanding Yu Xiao's fatigue, suggested, now that we have nearly concluded matters, shall we exchange again? Exchange? Indeed, let us kiss once more. What? You would dismantle the bridge after crossing it? Absolutely not. Yu Xiao firmly rejected the proposal. Why not? I cannot bring myself to do that. It is simply too distasteful. Yu Xiao found it utterly unacceptable. What a disappointment. You finally understand my thoughts at that time, right? Yu Xiao remarked, clearly, you initiated the confrontation. I said, Gu, is this how you treat your loyal contributors? It is disheartening. Observing Yu Xiao's performance, Gu Wan'er did not insist. You may continue. Weren't you going to treat Sister Bai to a meal? It's perfect that you can cook for it. I truly am your servant, Yu Xiao replied. Do not say that. It somewhat belittles the notion of servitude. Yu Xiao curiously scrutinized Gu Wan'er. You've begun to resemble me more and more. Is that so? It indicates that my acting skills have become quite refined. Yu Xiao chuckled, draping an arm over Gu Wan'er's shoulder. By the way, I've secured a significant project for you. Really? Absolutely. Sister Bai spoke on behalf of Yi Shi, who is quite principled. The gambling agreement has been transformed into a collaboration project. Quite favorable, wouldn't you agree? Gu Wan'er gave a thumbs up. Yu Xiao, you're truly remarkable. Indeed, just a little effort. Witnessing Yu Xiao's triumphant grin, Gu Wan'er laughed along. Did you truly learn this from films? Of course, though I had some guidance. How impressive. Gu Wan'er exclaimed softly. Certainly, my uncle is quite the gambler. My mother said that when I was merely a month old, he began teaching me to recognize cards. And upon discovering my talent, he devoted himself to my education. Gu Wan'er sighed. Your uncle is rather unscrupulous. Your statement is questionable. Without my uncle, would you have one today? That's true. But seriously, never gamble. It's a game of deception. Just now, I wanted someone to win, and they did. Gu Wan'er found this reasoning compelling. I have watched videos on anti-gambling. It's like magic, just as you described. Indeed, my uncle is quite skilled. But even the most skilled can face dire consequences. He was once pursued after winning at the casino when he took me there at the age of 14. Gu Wan'er expressed astonishment. Is your mother really that formidable? Would she strike you? That remains uncertain. At home, my mother is the sovereign. It's best to comply. Observe my father, who does not dare utter a word. If you misbehave, be wary of their coordinated retaliation. Gu Wan'er felt a chill run down her spine and quickly changed the subject, while Yu Xiao secretly chuckled, thinking, look at you, trying to intimidate me. Alas, do you not feel a pang of loss over a minor partner? Yu Xiao replied, this minor partner cannot compare to your sister. Yun'er is the true treasure. Is it not your heart that aches for lacking someone to serve you tea? How could that be? Certainly, you spirit to give on that. Are you disappointed that you cannot indulge yourself now? With that, he began to play with a yo-yo. Gu Wan'er stood there, cursing Yu Xiao. How could I ever be like you? In a Mercedes-Benz 63 on their way back to the city, Yi Xiang was driving while Yi Shi sat in the passenger seat, enjoying the breeze. Following today's dismal defeat, the siblings fell into a silence once they got into the car. Sure, you aren't upset with fourth brother, are you? It was your suggestion that I played. Yi Xiang quickly reassured, for he knew that if his sister complained, he would be the one to suffer. It was better not to mention it. Just the thought of losing to her brother filled Yi Shi with gloom. At that moment, Yi Xiang's phone rang. It's the third brother calling. Yi Shi abruptly turned her gaze towards the window, seemingly too embarrassed to face anyone. Yi Xiang remained unaware of his sister's sensitivity to her pride. Tonight's events had undoubtedly dealt her a significant blow. Upon answering the video call, Yi Xiang chuckled, what's up? Third brother? The man on the screen was equally handsome, resembling Yi Xiang, though not as imposing in stature and sporting a different hairstyle, exuding a much more serious demeanor. Unlike Yi Xiang's playful grin. Where is Shi? Why isn't she answering my calls? Yadol inweited. The little girl is sitting next to me. She lost considerable face tonight and is too embarrassed to see you. Yi Shi playfully punched Yi Xiang, who chuckled in response, finding her antics no more than a tickle. Chapter 81. You did not lose unjustly. Encountering skilled opponents is inevitable. As I have always said, there are mountains beyond mountains, and one does not learn without experiencing loss. Yidao Sikit. Upon hearing this, Yi Shi snatched the phone. Third brother, how did I lose? How did she manage to change the cards? I was watching intently. Third brother has taught you before. Eyes can deceive. Yi Shi pouted, feeling indignant. In the first round, She intentionally discarded her cards while feigning ignorance, setting the stage for the second round. This is a clever ruse requiring not only dexterity, but also a comprehensive grasp of the game. You two naive ones lost justly. How could that be? I investigated her. She doesn't even know how to play cards. Yu Xiao felt as though she had been duped. The realization of being tricked caused her to slap her thigh in frustration. Oh no, Xiao, don't be too hard on yourself for losing, Yu Xiao murmured. She lamented. I suddenly realized that it wasn't I who was outsmarting her. It was she who was outsmarting me all along. What do you mean? Yu Xiao was eager to understand his sister's perspective. If she already knew I would intervene in the contract signing, yet deliberately refrain from doing so, it means she wanted to compete with me. By defeating me, she gains notoriety while still securing a contract, killing two birds with one stone. Yu Xiao buried her hands in her hair, astonished at having fallen for such a ploy. Yu Xiao looked at her in confusion. Xiao, are you overthinking this? Yi Dao remarked calmly. Xiao's speculation is not without merit. This Gu Wan'er is quite cunning. Do you know why she chose you as the third person? She aims to use you to defeat her own sister. At her level, mere victory is no longer sufficient. Yu Xiao, upon hearing this, could no longer remain composed. He slammed the steering wheel, startling Yu Xiao, who feared he might damage it. Damn, so this Gu Wan'er had such intentions, and I fell for it. If she were a man, I would have chopped off her hands to feed the huskies. Yu Xiao was infuriated, realizing he had been played by a woman. Hearing Yi Dao's analysis, Yu Xiao felt increasingly humiliated, never having suffered such a defeat throughout her life. Yi Dao felt sympathy for his sister, yet recognized the necessity for her to understand that there are always greater talents. The skills she had learned were trivial in the presence of true experts. However, the lost game must be reclaimed. Sure, I will help you regain your honor in this matter. No, I will do it myself. You all focus on your own affairs and leave me be. Yu Xiao's eyes sparkled with determination. Her strongest attributes had been ruthlessly overshadowed by her opponent, a blend of admiration and dissatisfaction stirring within her. Upon hearing the words, the two brothers exchanged a knowing smile, with Yu Xiao jesting, perhaps it is for the best. Let her learn a lesson. The elder brother, upon hearing this, remarked that it was time for Yi to be taught a lesson as well. Subsequently ending the video call. Yu Xiao scoffed lightly, offering comfort. Sure, do not worry. One day, I shall gather a few brothers to teach her a lesson. The fourth brother, however, retorted, if I am to win, it must be fair and square. Do not meddle in my affairs. Yu Xiao replied earnestly. Gu Wan'er finds herself in a precarious situation. She lacks resources and connections. Even with the two brothers against her, aside from her title as Miss Gu, she holds no advantages. Since underhanded tactics cannot prevail, I shall employ legitimate means. I refuse to believe that I, Yu Xiao, cannot best you at least once. She continued, fair play indeed. You are merely using contracts to deceive, only to be outmaneuvered in the end. Yu Xiao's beautiful eyes narrowed. Fourth brother, have you betrayed me? Is this how you speak of me? I'm hungry, she said with a hint of annoyance. Understood. I recently opened a spicy noodle shop that is absolutely delightful. I shall take you to try it. Yu Xiao reclined her seat and murmured, fourth brother, hurry and find yourself a girlfriend. Stop dragging me along to eat. Cough. Upon hearing the cough, Yu Xiao sat up abruptly. Do you have a girlfriend now? What are you talking about? Yu Xiao, with his considerable stature, appeared endearingly bashful. One day, let me meet her. I will vet her for you. She is still studying, he replied. Wow, you're pursuing a younger girl? Yu Xiao teased. You're in your third year and still chasing after schoolgirls. Oh, so you have a preference for students, do you? Enough of that. Focus on reflecting upon your failures. Gather your experiences. When you return home tonight, father will surely reprimand you. Yu Xiao gazed out at the full moon and said softly, I shall sleep over at your place. Not a chance. Are you hiding a secret lover? Hide. You're practically a grown woman now, constantly running to your brother's homes. What kind of decorum is that? Once we finish eating, I shall take you back. With a long sigh, Yu Xiao lamented, Amen. Once they have a wife, they forget they're sisters. Yu Xiao responded with a middle finger, and Yu Xiao reciprocated in kind. Meanwhile, Gu Wan'er resolved to host a gathering the following day to express her gratitude to Lu Zhengji and Fu Quan, who had been of considerable assistance. What is she thinking? Throughout the journey, Yu Xiao had grown silent, making Gu Wan'er feel somewhat uneasy. Yu Xiao contemplated, I was thinking of your sister. I'm exhausted, my energy depleted. I need to rejuvenate. Gu Wan'er had become accustomed to Yu Xiao's manner of speaking. Make sure to rest well when we return. Yes, my eyes can scarcely stay open. Yu Xiao replied. You've worked hard. You shall reap the rewards. Gu Wan'er gently patted Yu Xiao's shoulder in consolation. Yu Xiao nodded. I am on the verge of receiving my rewards. Gu Wan'er drove into the community but did not enter the house, as her sister was home, and she preferred to avoid explanations. Are you really not switching back? Gu Wan'er inquired. Yu Xiao feigned weakness. Miss Gu, I wish I could, but I truly cannot bring myself to do it. Yet you can speak freely to me. Isn't that obvious? You are beautiful. Now, I shall take my leave. Drive slowly, Yu Xiao said, opening the iron gate and stepping into the courtyard. Upon entering the house, Yu Xiao exuded an invigorated spirit, a stark contrast to the earlier lethargy. Spotting his sister, Heir, nestled on the sofa with a pillow, his mood lifted, especially as she donned a semi-transparent nightgown, utterly enchanting. Sister, you have finally returned, exclaimed Gu Wan'er, her face lighting up at the sound of the door opening. She neatly arranged her slippers, and Yu Xiao couldn't help but admire her thoughtfulness. As she bent slightly to greet him, he caught a glimpse of her fair, delicate form. It's already 11:30, and you're still awake? He remarked gently, his desire to reveal his inner wolf momentarily suppressed. I waited for your return and ordered a plethora of delicious treats. With that, Gu Wan'er dashed to the kitchen, emerging with a large plastic bag brimming with takeout boxes, presumably filled with barbecued delights. Chapter 82. Wan'er, you are truly mischievous. Indeed, Yu Xiao felt a pang of hunger. He had only indulged in a few crayfish earlier, leaving him unsatisfied and yearning for more. Gu Wan'er meticulously arranged the boxes on the coffee table and retrieved some chilled beverages from the refrigerator. Upon seeing this, Yu Xiao paused, this scene feeling oddly familiar. Oh dear, I nearly forgot that your time of the month has arrived. Allow me to fetch you some warm water, Gu Wan'er exclaimed, promptly attending to the task without needing Yu Xiao's assistance, a fact he found enviable about Gu Wan'er. Gazing at the spread of late-night snacks, Yu Xiao's appetite surged. The marinated crayfish, his all-time favorite, alongside the succulent pig's trotter and roasted lamb chops, seemed even more delectable than his sister herself. Sister, let me peel the shrimp for you. He watched as Gu Wan'er knelt on the blanket beside the coffee table, donned disposable gloves, and began her task. Yu Xiao mused that if he had such a sister, he would willingly remain single for a decade. However, had Gu Wan'er been present, she would have immediately understood that Gu Wan'er's eagerness to serve was not without ulterior motives, and certainly not trivial ones. At that moment, Yu Xiao felt rather indulgent, as Gu Wan'er peeled a shrimp, and he savored each one, reveling in the company of fine food and delightful company, a lifestyle decadent enough to be termed sinful. Sister, Gu Wan'er suddenly chimed, her voice bright with mischief. Who was that boy you were with earlier? Yu Xiao paused, taken aback by her keen observation, but quickly composed himself. You know, sister has just transferred to this branch and needs trusted allies. Is he your confidant? Gu Wan'er inquired, placing the shrimp meat into a bowl, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Of course, sometimes he even plays the role of a shield, he replied. Oh, I see. Observing the glimmer in Gu Wan'er's eyes, Yu Xiao sensed a hint of something unusual. Wan'er, is there something you wish to discuss? You're not seeing someone, are you? If so, I vehemently disapprove. Gu Wan'er lowered her gaze, speaking softly. Sister, didn't you say you would introduce me to a boyfriend? Have you forgotten? Yu Xiao felt a jolt of surprise. She had indeed remembered. Sister has been so preoccupied this week. I must have overlooked your matters, he admitted with a sigh. Wan'er, I truly apologize for being so forgetful. Yu Xiao quickly indulged in a moment of self-reproach, realizing that her sister Wan'er yearned for a love that could move mountains. Gu Wan'er appeared somewhat bashful. However, in Yu Xiao's eyes, this was a charm that Gu Wan'er lacked, imbued with a subtle sweetness reminiscent of first love, intoxicating in its simplicity. No matter, as long as sister remembers. Just look at that little expression. One could hardly resist the urge to tell her that our dear Wan'er has grown up, yet has not yet savored the joys of girlhood. Sister, the boy you introduced, was he the one who just escorted you home? Gu Wan'er inquired with curiosity. Yu Xiao felt an overwhelming desire to praise her sister for her perceptive nature, truly possessing the keen eyes to discern her excellence, unlike Bai Jie, which left her feeling rather disheartened. Yu Xiao feigned a dramatic sigh. I didn't expect you to uncover my secret. Why didn't you invite him in for a chat? Wow, Wan'er, you are a bit too eager, Making me feel somewhat embarrassed, she replied. It's rather late now. It wouldn't be appropriate. Perhaps next time you can all dine together, or go on an outing. Gu Wan'er responded with a drawn-out "oh," and queried, Sister, if he becomes my boyfriend, would you be upset that he was once your shield? Yu Xiao was momentarily perplexed, struggling to grasp the implications of her sister's words. Could it be that, despite not having met, she had already been captivated by her own formidable aura? No. Could it be that Wan'er was feeling a touch of jealousy, implying that if he were to become her boyfriend, he could no longer serve as her sister's protector? It seems Wan'er wishes to claim him for herself. How could that be? Absolutely not. It is said that those who play the role of shields often end up in genuine relationships, she mused. Goodness, I had no idea Wan'er was so astute. If she truly became my girlfriend, I would not be able to admire other girls. That requires careful consideration. Wan'er, what do you mean by that? Yu Xiao asked curiously, lifting her cup. Gu Wan'er tucked a stray hair behind her ear and chuckled. Well, I think that my sister's boyfriend could also be my boyfriend. Puffed. Yu Xiao nearly choked on her drink, utterly astonished. Wan'er, I did not expect you to have such thoughts. Your elder brother finds it quite difficult to accept this, considering your sister has many flaws. Yet, if you were to plead with me, perhaps I would relent. Just kidding. Gu Wan'er suddenly burst into laughter, her joy so vibrant that she even began to clap her thighs. Yu Xiao felt compelled to join in. However, you little rascal, you've sent your elder brother into a state of panic. Seeing her sister's serious demeanor, Gu Wan'er sat upright. Sister, what's the WeChat number of that boy? I want to add him in chat. 150-896-2648. Yu Xiao was well acquainted with her own number, but felt it necessary to remind her, Wan'er, he doesn't like phone calls, so it's best to chat on WeChat. Doesn't he like phone calls? That's fine, I don't either. Gu Wan'er swiftly added him on her phone. By the way, sister, have you mentioned me to him? I brought you up. He seems quite fond of your type. That's wonderful. But does he know who I am? Have you shown him my picture? Yu Xiao responded earnestly. Do you think I am that foolish? I certainly did not disclose your appearance or identity. I merely stated that you are a friend. Yu Xiao asserted that he had not lied, while Gu Wan'er kept her secrets well, revealing nothing to him. He accepted this surprise with gratitude, remarking on how reliable his sister was and questioning why she had yet to add him. Glancing at his phone, Gu Wan'er pouted slightly. Yu Xiao nonchalantly suggested she was probably asleep, recalling that she had just left. Perhaps she fell asleep in the car, he mused. Gu Wan'er replied, I wish I could add you, but you must allow me some personal space. After a moment, Yu Xiao, feeling satisfied after his meal, remarked, Sister has gone to take a shower. Please don't act like you did last time. Gu Wan'er, in the midst of tidying up, acknowledged him with a soft "oh." Gu, I have been exceedingly patient. If your sister comes over again today, I shall not resist too strongly. After his shower, Yu Xiao emerged, his neck twisting as he noticed the bed was empty, feeling a tinge of disappointment that Wan'er had behaved herself today. Oh well, Wan'er is a good girl. We must not lead her astray. Turning off the light, he lay in bed, reflecting on the events of the evening with a sense of helplessness. Pondering whether he had perhaps gone too far. Lost in thought, he was suddenly startled when something gripped his calf, causing him to yelp in surprise. Big sister, it's me. Gu Wan'er had not anticipated such a strong reaction from him. Typically, it was she who was startled. Why today was her sister so timid? Yu Xiao, maintaining a serious demeanor, declared, I fear nothing in this world, save for these trifles. Noticing her sister's discomfort, Gu Wan'er nestled into Yu Xiao's embrace and sweetly murmured, Sister, I'm no longer angry. Goodness, with you clinging to me like this, how could I possibly remain upset? He replied, People can frighten each other to death. Such antics are forbidden henceforth. Gu Wan'er recalled how her sister had spanked her previously, feeling quite pleased with her small act of revenge. Yu Xiao gasped. This little girl has a stronger sense of revenge than her sister, embracing Wan'er and savoring her fragrant hair. He mused if this was what it felt like for a fan to embrace their idol. It was utterly exhilarating. Wan'er, how has filming been lately? Quite well, except the male lead is rather pretentious, which is unbearable. This inquiry revealed that Wan'er favored assertive men. Yu Xiao thought to himself, besides being assertive, he possessed little else, save for the scent of a man. Let us ignore him, she replied. Feeling the warmth of her delicate form in his embrace, Yu Xiao asked, Wan'er, are you tired? Allow me to massage your shoulders. He distinctly felt her body tremble, realizing she had come over seeking a massage, perhaps becoming addicted to it. Gu Wan'er emitted a soft and turned to face away from him. Gu, since she is your sister, she is also my sister. Relieving her fatigue and promoting her well-being is surely permissible. Meanwhile, Gu Wan'er entered Yu Xiao's home, expecting her parents to be asleep, only to find them sitting in the living room with the television off, both wearing serious expressions, which made her uneasy. Yu Xiao, what trouble have you caused this time that I must take the blame for? No wonder you refused to come home. However, upon reflecting on Yu Xiao's contributions this evening, Gu Wan'er acquiesced. She would endure another reprimand. Slipping into her shoes, Gu Wan'er forced a smile. Mom and Dad, you're still awake. I see you've returned. Tang Ling scoffed in response. Gu Wan'er felt a jolt of surprise. The tone of the aunt's earlier phone call had been markedly different. What exactly was amiss? Could it be that Yu Xiao had indeed spoken the truth about their collaboration? Surely, such misfortune could not befall her. Mom, I was working overtime with President Gu. She explained. Yu Xiao slammed his hand on the table. Still lying? Working overtime, are you? Just wandering around, it seems. Gu Wan'er was bewildered, utterly unaware of the reason behind this outburst. Dad, I was just wandering. You weren't? We all know what you're doing with Wan'er. Why didn't you stop her from engaging in such activities? Instead, you're fanning the flames. You've been quiet for so long. Can you not sit still any longer? Tang Ling's demeanor had shifted dramatically, becoming exceedingly stern, startling Gu Wan'er. She was even more fearsome than her own mother. However, Gu Wan'er found herself lost amidst her mother's accusations. Mom, I truly did not. President Gu's project was sabotaged by others. Do you think I could just stand by and watch? After all, she is my girlfriend. As a man, I stand up for her. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao stroked his chin. There seems to be some merit in your words. You two are performing for me again. Dan Lang Yin does it. Her piercing gaze seemingly capable of seeing through all deceit. Gu Wan'er continued earnestly, Mom, think about it. If you were wronged and Dad stood by silently, would he truly be happy? Would he even have had me? Don't think that mere words can distract me. Stay put and don't create any trouble, or I will break your legs. Gu Wan'er inwardly marveled at her mother's ferocity. Indeed, she was Yu Xiao's mother, threatening to break legs at a whim. Mom, I understand now. I was wrong. Seeing their son voluntarily admit his fault, the two elders were somewhat incredulous. Yu Xiao admitting fault? Even when wrong, he would typically shift the blame onto others. Enough, enough. Hurry and go to bed. Your presence irritates me. Tang Ling waved her hand dismissively, turning her gaze away from Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao frantically gestured to his son, urging him to leave quickly, lest he remain and face the consequences. For reasons unknown, Gu Wan'er comprehended Yu Xiao's intent and hurried back to her room, locking the door securely. Once their son had fled, Yu Xiao exhaled a sigh of relief. All right. Wanting Gu Wan'er as a daughter-in-law, while also wishing for Xiao to lead a stable life. How could that be possible? Sigh. All I desire now is to embrace a grandchild peacefully. I wish to avoid any entanglements. Anyone who obstructs my path to grandparenthood shall face severe consequences. He punctuated his statement with a thump on the table, startling Gu Wan'er, who had been eavesdropping from behind the door. Her mother's fervent desire for a grandchild was almost frantic. Yu Xiao, you must marry soon, or I shall face the repercussions. After shedding her clothes and donning a fresh pair of undergarments, Gu Wan'er entered the bathroom for a shower, emerging half an hour later. If Yu Xiao were to learn that a grown man took such a long shower, would he suspect her of indulging in frivolities? By the time Gu Wan'er finished her bath, it was already past midnight. She picked up her phone to call Yu Xiao, contemplating the anger of his parents. However, considering his exhaustion, she decided against disturbing him, resolving to speak with him the following day. Reclining on her bed, Gu Wan'er pondered the events of the evening, feeling an exhilarating thrill. Yu Xiao was truly formidable, excelling in every endeavor, yet he was merely a junior employee at the company. How perplexing. Could it be that this fellow was a concealed powerhouse? He hardly appeared to be one. How could her uncle and aunt be privy to the happenings of the night? Was there a traitor among them? Nevertheless, securing a significant project, along with a new venture, would grant her a measure of influence. Yu Xiao had performed admirably. Perhaps she would surprise him later. Lost in thought, Gu Wan'er chuckled softly, her excitement rendering her restless. As before, she retrieved her phone to find a soothing drama to lull her to sleep. Upon encountering a familiar sight, she momentarily froze, her throat visibly tightening. After a brief pause, she clutched her phone, tucked herself under the covers, and grandly mused. Let us see if Yu Xiao has been sneaking a peek these past few days. To which Yu Xiao might retort, If you wish to watch, then do so. Do not use me as an excuse. The Yi family resided in a vast estate on the outskirts of Longhai City. In the past, the lively home was filled with the sounds of the 5 siblings' playful bickering. However, as they matured, they were assigned to manage various sectors of the family business and only return home during festive occasions. The Yi family's headquarters had relocated to Jingzhou several years prior, leaving behind only a branch office in Longhai. "I want to be joining you," Yu Xiao stated, halting the vehicle at the entrance. "Forget it. Hurry back to your student sister for some fun. Just don't crush her," Yi Shishir remarked as she exited the car, leaving Yi Xiang muttering under his breath. Chapter 84. Hurry and Topple Dad. Observing her elder brother speed away, Yi Shishir scoffed. Having a girlfriend certainly changed him. Upon entering the house, she spotted a middle-aged woman in an apron, exuding a warm and respectful demeanor. "Miss, the master is waiting for you in the study," she announced with a gracious smile. "Understood, Auntie Kai," Yi Shishir replied before ascending the staircase. Despite having returned home for several days, this was her first visit back. She had been gathering information about Gu Wan'er. Suddenly, Yi Shishir turned back with a smile. "Auntie Kai, it's been years since I left. And you still haven't managed to secure my father." With that, she bounded up the stairs, leaving Auntie Kai with a bittersweet smile. The 5 siblings had lost their mother at a tender age, and with their father preoccupied with work, Auntie Kai had raised them. At that time, she was merely in her 20s and had remained with the Yi family, now in her 40s, unmarried. The siblings had privately discussed this matter. They could accept Auntie Kai as a stepmother, but their father, a man of stubborn resolve, proclaimed he would never marry another woman, forever holding their mother in his heart. Outside the study on the 3rd floor, Yi Shishir took a deep breath and knocked on the door. "Come in," a muffled voice called from within. Entering the room, she beheld the man at the desk, his hair flecked with gray, illuminated by the lamp casting shadows across his face, revealing a multitude of wrinkles. Wrapped in a light blanket, evidently draped by Auntie Kai, the ashtray beside him still held a half-burnt cigarette. "Father has aged," she thought. "Father, you're still working so late." Yi Jiangwo nodded slightly, not lifting his head as the steel pen in his hand danced rhythmically across the paper. Yi Shishir adjusted the central air conditioning to a slightly warmer temperature, cautioning, "It's quite chilly. Be careful not to catch a cold." Yi Diangu chuckled softly, raising his gaze to his daughter, and after a brief pause, murmured, "Please take a seat." "All right," Yi Shishir complied, sitting obediently across from him, bearing a semblance of a dutiful daughter. Once Yi Jiangwo completed his final notes, he capped the pen and set it aside, lighting up an unfinished cigarette. "Where's your 4th brother?" "Busy working on providing you with grandchildren," Yi Shishir replied with a smirk. "He is not exactly a serious girl. You might want to remind him." "What? Is he unaware?" "First love often clouds a man's judgment, and it's perhaps best if you address this matter," Yi Shishir mused, feeling that her father might be overstating the situation. She resolved to investigate further herself. If her father's concerns proved valid, she would certainly oppose the idea. Flings were acceptable, but bringing someone home was out of the question. "Indeed, I shall find an appropriate moment to discuss it," he acknowledged. "It's getting late. You should rest. Your Aunt Kai is quite pleased to see you back and has tidied your room." Yi Shishir had anticipated some reprimand, yet her father's unexpected leniency left her feeling uneasy. It seemed she needed to be scolded to feel at ease. "Dad, aren't you going to reprimand me?" Yi Jiangwo paused, a light chuckle escaping him. "Are you unable to sleep without a good scolding?" "Yes. I've only just become aware of today's events. Losses happen. Life is seldom perfect. However, be mindful of your public image moving forward. You are the eldest daughter of the Yi family, not a mere competitor." As she listened to her father's stern admonition, Yi Shishir felt a wave of relief wash over her. "I understand, Dad. Let us summarize why you lost," Yi Jiangwo proposed, reigniting a cigarette as Yi Shishir moved to the window, opening it for ventilation. The intelligence was flawed. Yi Jiangwo approached the window, exhaling a cloud of smoke. "I need not elaborate on the significance of accurate information. If this were a business battle, you would have been led by the nose by your adversary, with consequences ranging from bankruptcy to complete ruin." Yi Shishir remained silent, absorbing his words. "Regardless of who your opponent is, do not underestimate them. Channel your full strength to defeat them. They must not be allowed to resist." "I tried, but I still can't match her," Yi Shishir confessed softly, reluctant to admit the truth. Yi Jiangwo observed his daughter's despondency, having never seen her in such a state before. It seemed the setback had struck a deep chord. "The Gu family has indeed nurtured a remarkable young woman, but my daughter is no less exceptional. I trust you have formulated some thoughts? Dad, I wish to manage the branch office here. Coughing abruptly, Yi Jiangwo was taken aback. Previously, she had adamantly refused to join the family business, insisting that her spirit could not be confined. Now, she was eager to engage in the company. Unaware of her father's thoughts, Yi Xiao remained defiant. Very well, pursue it. If you have questions, consult your second brother. Understood. It's getting late. Rest now. Since you intend to join the company, I will introduce you to some of my friends tomorrow. Yi Xiao felt compelled to comply, though the humiliating defeat she had suffered today made her hesitant to face her father's acquaintances. Dad, you should also turn in early. Indeed. As she was about to leave, Yi Xiao suddenly turned around and asked, Dad, when will you marry Aunt Kai? Yi Jiangwo's face twitched slightly. Children shouldn't concern themselves with such matters. Hurry and go to bed. But Dad, I interjected, Aunt Kai has been managing your meals and daily needs, even acting as your secretary for over 20 years. If you don't have feelings for her, why keep her around and waste your time? Yi Jiangwo's brow furrowed. You, my dear child, haven't even resolved your own issues, and yet you're meddling in mine. So, if I resolve my personal matters, will you then approach Aunt Kai? Yi Xiao gave a thumbs up playfully. Yi Jiangwo shot her a stern look. Only after you've sorted yourself out. Oh, so you're too proud to bring it up yourself? I'll go tell Aunt Kai. With that, Yi Xiao dashed out the door, leaving Yi Jiangwo helpless. This girl, if your mother finds out, she won't hesitate to spank you and push you towards your father. Contemplating this, a smile crept onto Yi Jiangwo's face as he resumed his work with a fountain pen. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao encountered Aunt Kai, who was bringing up a nourishing soup. Aunt Kai, I've heard that my dad wants to marry you, but he is too shy to admit it. What? Aunt Kai gasped, her face instantly flushed. Observing Aunt Kai's bashful expression, Yi Xiao clenched her fist in encouragement. Aunt Kai, go for it and persuade my old man. That night, Yi Xiao faced a crushing defeat. The circle was in an uproar, with rumors circulating that Gu Wan'er had usurped Yi Xiao's title, becoming the leading lady of Longhai City. The events even reached the circles in Jingzhou, where Gu Wan'er was praised as a formidable figure, bringing honor to the Jingzhou community. At that moment, Xiao was still asleep. As his phone buzzed beside him, he picked it up to see it was a call from his sister. Hello, brother. Are you still sleeping? Your dream girl is in big trouble. Chapter 85. Retribution has come. Xiao jolted awake, sitting up with a serious expression. What happened to Wan'er? She defeated that crazy woman, Yi Xiao, last night. Check the group chat. It's in chaos. Xiao quickly opened WeChat. The group, which had only a few dozen messages daily, now had 999 overnight. As he scanned through, he was astonished to see all the discussions about Gu Wan'er. Brother, remember when Wan'er needed me to hold her bike during her school days? She was scared of falling. And now look at her. She can practically soar. And in fights, she is as fierce as a man. Xiao barely registered his sister's words, captivated by the video of Gu Wan'er, who seemed even more alluring than before. Brother, are you even listening to me? Oh, I am. You're not paying attention. Are you? You've been bewitched again. Xiao suddenly broke into a smile, realizing Wan'er was thriving in Longhai City. His previous worries about her not being able to handle herself seemed unfounded. I considered you a friend, and yet you want to make her my sister-in-law. Brother, she has found a boyfriend in Longhai City. You're out of luck. Xiao Wan nearly forgot about that, her mood instantly brightening. Xiao, having some understanding of Gu Wan'er, chuckled. She wants to just settle for any boyfriend. Ask her for me. Still not giving up, huh? All right, I'll ask next month. After hanging up the phone, Xiao gazed at the video featuring Yu Xiao, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall where they might have crossed paths. At that moment, Longhai City basked in the bright sunshine, a perfect weekend for outdoor excursions. Last night, Yu Xiao had treated her sister Yun'er to a comprehensive massage technique, leaving Yun'er trembling with delight. However, upon waking in the morning, the consequences became apparent. Her muscles were strained to the point where she could hardly stand. It was evident that she had exerted herself too vigorously the previous night, failing to consider her sister Gu Wan'er's delicate constitution, which was ill-equipped to endure her forceful approach. Had she known it would result in such discomfort, she would have refrained from the endeavor. Sister, we ought to visit the hospital, Gu Wan'er fretted, alarmed by her sister's pallid appearance upon waking. Yu Xiao, lying weakly in bed, replied, no need. A few days of rest will suffice. It must be the result of the massage from last night. The mere mention of massage caused Gu Wan'er to exhibit a peculiar reaction, recalling the unique sensation of her sister's technique, which was akin to a transcendent experience. "I'll take a leave of absence to stay home with you," she insisted. "There's no need for that. Go and film." Yu Xiao waved her hand dismissively, lamenting her own misfortunes. Nevertheless, Gu Wan'er promptly dialed the director, requesting to take leave to care for her ailing sister. Upon hearing the term ailing, Yu Xiao felt a pang of anxiety, wondering if she was indeed on the brink of death. At that moment, Gu Wan'er's phone rang, and Yu Xiao reluctantly reached for it to answer. Before she could utter a word, a furious voice erupted from the other end. "Are you seeking death?" "Already irked," Yu Xiao retorted. "You're the one wishing for death." The man on the other end fell silent, taken aback. Before responding after a brief pause, "You actually cursed your father to death." Yu Xiao froze for a moment, quickly glancing at the caller ID, which displayed nothing but a string of numbers. "Dad, I thought it was someone else." "My apologies," she quickly offered, while Gu Wan'er looked on wide-eyed, astonished that her sister had dared to scold their father. Gu Shilin, her father, was so amused that he chuckled. "I warned you last time not to engage in dangerous activities. Just look at what you did last night." "I handled 2 major projects," Yu Xiao replied earnestly. "Though you may eventually be my father-in-law, I kindly ask you to be courteous in your speech. Are you willing to risk your life for a project?" He retorted. "Now that you're here, I expect you to achieve remarkable results." Gu Wan'er gazed at her sister with increasing admiration, wishing she possessed even half of her sister's audacity, yet lamenting her own timid nature that prevented her from speaking so boldly. "Can't you ease our worries a bit? If your mother finds out, she'll be driven to the hospital. Isn't it your fault for pressuring me?" Yu Xiao snapped, fully empathizing with Gu Wan'er's predicament. Gu Wan'er was left speechless, astonished by her sister's fierce spirit. Gu Shilin, after a moment of astonishment, softened his tone considerably. "I will advocate for funding on your behalf, but if you engage in dangerous activities again, you won't see a dime. Mark my words." With that, he ended the call. Yu Xiao pouted, thinking that if there were no funds, perhaps her father could repay the debt through his daughter. "Sister, you're amazing," Gu Wan'er declared, lying beside Yu Xiao and expressing her admiration playfully. Yu Xiao felt as if she were floating, completely adored by her sister Wan'er. "Wan'er, if we wish to seize our fate, we must resist," she declared. "All right, I shall heed my sister's words. Whatever you say, I shall do." "Such a good sister. Please, give my legs a gentle massage." "Of course." Relishing the attention, Yu Xiao wore a blissful expression. "Sister, why hasn't that boy added me on WeChat yet?" The inquisitive Wan'er inquired while massaging her sister's legs. Yu Xiao paused, realizing she had forgotten. "Oh, him? Yes, probably still recovering from exhaustion. It's 10 o'clock already. How could he still be asleep? Does he not find me appealing? How could that be? My sister is incredibly beautiful, understanding, and capable. Who wouldn't he be drawn to you? Then why hasn't he added me yet?" After speaking, Wan'er pouted her rosy lips, evidently displeased. Yu Xiao thought to herself, "Oh dear, we haven't even begun conversing, and I've already offended my sister. Sister will make sure to teach him a lesson. It's unacceptable to work through the night and forget about you. He should be fired. That's unnecessary. Yes, working for you," Wan'er replied earnestly. Yu Xiao felt a surge of joy and continued. "While his ambition is commendable, he must also carve out time for you. He cannot be consumed by work alone. I will contemplate this. Sister, a man must prioritize his career. Otherwise, how will he provide for his family? Look at my sister Wan'er, how perceptive she is. How can I bear to see my sister wronged? Sister, I'm not wronged at all." In that moment, Yu Xiao thought, "She dares to challenge me. I truly am a genius." Meanwhile, Gu Wan'er rubbed her aching eyes, slowly regaining consciousness, only to realize it was already 10 o'clock. She was going to be late. As she got up, it dawned on her that it was the weekend, and she didn't have to work. Gu Wan'er fell back on her bed, surprised that she had slept until 10. "It's all Yu Xiao's fault. She is to blame. No wonder men are drawn to this." She finally began to understand, as she felt her own confusion as a woman. "Xiao, are you awake? Still sleeping?" came the voice of Yu Tai from outside. "I'm up," Gu Wan'er replied, heading to the bathroom to freshen up, sitting on the toilet as she usually did. Chapter 86. The Son's Mental Breakdown. Today, Gu Wan'er hesitated for a moment before standing up, lifting the toilet seat, and using one hand to assist herself. She couldn't help but compare and had to admit that Yu Xiao was indeed a towering figure, almost monstrous in stature. As she attempted to urinate while standing for the first time, Gu Wan'er felt somewhat clumsy, struggling to aim properly. She quickly steadied herself, feeling a rush of warmth that made her scalp tingle. Before long, Yu Taiduo glanced at his son, emerging, noticing a slight blush on his face. Feeling curious about why he was flushed, such occurrences happened every few days. Could it be that those in relationships still resolve such matters themselves? Good morning, Dad. Gu Wan'er greeted with a smile. Yu Taiduo squinted slightly, suspecting that the son before him might not be genuine, surprised to hear him say good morning. Something was amiss. He certainly must have a request. I have no money. Go ask your mother. Where's Mom? Gu Wan'er inquired. She went grocery shopping and is chatting with Aunt Wang next door. As Gu Wan'er gazed at the ingredients on the dining table, she boldly declared, Father, I shall prepare the meal. Yu Taiduo looked at her as if she were a creature from another realm, exclaiming, Are you intending to poison us? Gu Wan'er couldn't help but laugh. Yu Xiao was so exceedingly lazy at home that he wouldn't even cook. Oh dear, Mom and Dad, you've worked so hard. It's merely a small task to prepare a meal, she said, and promptly made her way to the kitchen, tying on an apron and beginning to wash the vegetables. Her deft movements caused Yu Taiduo's heart to ache. His son had learned to cook for a woman. Was this not a tragedy? You lack even a fraction of your father's poise. Just look at your mother, a truly formidable woman who still dutifully cooks. Before long, Tang Ling returned home and was taken aback to find her son bustling about in the kitchen. She turned her gaze towards Yu Taiduo, who shrugged, indicating he was just as perplexed by the situation. Tang Ling entered the kitchen for a closer inspection and was astonished by the meticulous arrangement. Was this really her son? Had he been struck by lightning, or perhaps chastised awake by her the previous night? Xiaoduo, she called. Mother, you startled me. He replied. Do not move, she commanded, as she reached out to touch his face, checking for any signs of a human skin mask. What are you doing, Mother? Gu Wan'er felt a pang of guilt. Our family isn't wealthy. We are merely saving to help you find a wife, she explained. Gu Wan'er was utterly bemused. She simply wanted to cook a meal, yet her parents reacted so dramatically. Mother, I am not in need of money. I just want to prepare dinner. Impossible. Are you trying to slip us laxatives? Gu Wan'er replied. Xiaoduo, it seems I must be a bit more cautious with you in the future. No, I truly understand my mistake, and I wish to cook as an expression of my apology. Upon uttering those words, Gu Wan'er could hardly believe she had said them. Likely due to her connection with Yu Xiao, Tang Ling suddenly felt a sense of pride. Her son was showing maturity by acknowledging his faults and even taking the initiative to cook. This was indeed a positive development. Would you like me to assist you? Tang Ling asked, smiling. No need. You and Dad can watch some television. The food will be ready shortly. Very well, Tang Ling responded, settling on the sofa with a glass of water, admiring her son in the kitchen with a satisfied smile. Dear, don't you find Xiaoduo rather peculiar? Yu Taiduo mused. Well, perhaps a bit, Tang Ling pondered, questioning whether she had celebrated too soon. Yu Taiduo lowered his voice. Do you think he has been repressing himself for so long that it has affected his mental state? Surely not, she replied. Let us observe for now. After all, he has muddled through these years, and suddenly being confronted with something has overwhelmed him. Tang Ling couldn't help but furrow her brow. Could there truly be something amiss? Soon enough, 4 dishes and a soup were served on the table, and Gu Wan'er's culinary skills, though barely passable, sufficed. In light of Yu Xiaoduo's behavior yesterday, Gu Wan'er felt especially grateful to her parents, serving them with enthusiasm, which only deepened their suspicion that their son might indeed be unwell. After the meal, Gu Wan'er even washed the dishes, leaving her parents astounded. Had their son ever washed dishes before? I know a psychologist. I shall inquire, Yu Taiduo remarked seriously. Indeed, this is quite alarming, Tang Ling concurred. Unbeknownst to Gu Wan'er, while she washed the dishes, her parents were already seeking out a psychologist for her. Once everything was settled, Gu Wan'er returned to her room and dialed Yu Xiaoduo's number. Lying in bed, Yu Xiaoduo awaited his sister Yun'er to prepare a meal for him. When he saw Gu Wan'er calling, he answered, Bossy, what are you up to? Alas, after yesterday's brawl, my muscles are sore, and even getting out of bed is a challenge. When shall we switch back? Gu Wan'er replied with a roll of her eyes. You only think of switching back when you're in pain. How ridiculous. Fortunately, I have your sister to help me, he lamented. Is it truly that painful? Why don't you come over and experience it for yourself? It feels as if I'm on the brink of death. You should take YSHSH's advice and exercise more. Gu Wan'er said, then rest well. I'm quite miserable too. When I returned home yesterday, your parents interrogated me, asking strange questions, wondering if you were restless. What could that mean? Yu Xiaoduo sighed. In my youth, I was once dashing and carefree, only to eventually retire from that life. Wow, you've really inflated your own ego, She teased. And then what? Did your parents team up against you? Of course not. I simply admitted my fault, and your mother sent me off to bed. What? You admitted fault? Yu Xiao exclaimed, covering his forehead. Gu Wan'er curiously inquired, have you never admitted fault before? What did you do? Yu Xiao did not answer and instead asked, I just prepared a meal, and your parents seemed quite surprised. Well, of course. You've never cooked for them before. Yu Xiao, you truly are something else. With such culinary skills, how can you refuse to cook? Gu Wan'er mused. No wonder your parents reacted that way. Yu Xiao quickly cautioned her. Be careful. My mother might see through you. Did you not say that no one would believe such things if they were spoken of? True enough. Let us cease this conversation. I need to rest, as I am in agony. Last time, your discomfort was negligible. Now it seems you are truly suffering. Gu Wan'er said with a hint of schadenfreude as she lay in bed. Who do you think I am suffering for? A little concern would suffice. No need for your mockery, Yu Xiao lamented, massaging his thigh with a wry smile, knowing well how Gu Wan'er would react. Haha, President Yu, I stand corrected. I shan't disturb your rest further. Farewell. With that, she ended the call. Listening to the busy tone on his phone, Yu Xiao murmured, with a character like yours. It's no wonder you have admirers. You should learn to be considerate like your sister. He decided to add Wan'er on WeChat to avoid her sulking. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Gu Wan'er noticed the friend request and pouted slightly, deciding to check his moments. To her surprise, there was nothing there. It seemed, as her sister had said, he was an honest man, unpretentious in his display. Chapter 87. Girls must take initiative. Gu Wan'er was quite curious about how he would communicate, wondering if he would differ from other men. The message arrived promptly. Who are you? Seeing the message, Gu Wan'er donned a satisfied smile. I am a friend of General Gu. Lying in bed, Yu Xiao chuckled. His sister Wan'er was so innocent, he almost felt guilty. I thought General Gu was joking. I didn't expect it to be true. Hello. Yu Xiao feigned ignorance, playing the part of a novice. With a soft chuckle, Gu Wan'er noticed the startled expressions of those around her, particularly since she was introduced by the boss, likely leaving them somewhat apprehensive. Suddenly, a burnt smell wafted through the air, prompting a gasp from Gu Wan'er as she realized the dish on the stove had been scorched. Without hesitation, she set aside her phone to salvage the meal, only to discover the meat had turned black. Talking to you has caused my dish to burn. I must start anew. Let us converse later. Setting her phone aside, Yu Xiao shifted her shoulders, instantly feeling a wave of soreness that would linger for at least a week. She had narrowly escaped her menstrual cycle, yet it seemed inevitable that it would arrive eventually. Being a woman truly was a hassle. 20 minutes later, Gu Wan'er entered the bedroom with a tray of food. Sister, are you feeling any better? She inquired. A tad came to reply. That's good to hear. I made stir-fried pork with green peppers, your favorite. So, Gu Wan'er relished stir-fried pork with green peppers. Unfortunately, the only dish I could manage was fried ham with meat, which had an exquisite flavor. As the aroma filled the air, Yu Xiao mused that Gu Wan'er's culinary skills seemed to surpass those of her sister. Yet raising her arm caused her discomfort. Allow me to feed you, Gu Wan'er offered, already equipped with a spoon, and she sat beside her, attentively serving. Ah, sister, open your mouth, she urged. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Yu Xiao replied with a resigned smile. Oh, it's such a rare occasion to see you vulnerable. I must seize this opportunity. Quick, open wide. Yu Xiao could only sigh internally, acknowledging that even as a grown man, he needed her assistance. Yet, having a woman to care for him felt rather delightful, especially since Wan'er was so attentive. Indeed, she would undoubtedly make a devoted wife and mother in the future. I noticed many discussions about you in the group chat, Gu Wan'er said softly, seemingly perplexed. Group? What group? The one belonging to Xiao Yujin. It's filled with those young gentlemen from Jingzhou. Xiao Yu? That name sounded somewhat familiar, yet she could not recall where she had heard it. Jujing Bai Wan'er Eshton. He must be quite well connected in Jingzhou. Oh, that. Sister, when did you learn to ride a motorcycle? I was unaware, Gu Wan'er remarked, gently blowing on her rice to cool it. Yu Xiao replied nonchalantly, Wan'er, these skills were self-taught, initially intended to deal with my cousins. I never anticipated that Yi Sure would compel me to unleash my full potential. Is that so? Why did you not share this with me? Do you not trust Yino? She pouted. Silly girl. How could I not trust you? I merely wish to shield you from this murky world, to keep your mind untainted. With that, she playfully poked Gu Wan'er's soft forehead. Gu Wan'er pouted defiantly. Sister, I am not as fragile as you believe. I can share your burdens too. Stop shouldering everything alone. All right. Wan'er has grown. Yu Yu Xiao remarked, stroking Gu Wan'er's lustrous black hair, reflecting on Gu Wan'er's unfortunate fate, yet acknowledging her as a good sister. Sister, will you teach me how to fight? The moves I saw in the videos are so impressive. Impressive indeed, but do you see the aftermath? Do you still wish to learn? If I had foreseen this outcome, I would have chosen a different approach. After all, there are countless methods to triumph over Yi Shi. Yet this one was undeniably stylish. Gu Wan'er gasped slightly. No way. Why would I deceive you? Once I recover, I will teach you some self-defense techniques. Very well. I also wish to learn gambling skills. Learn? You ought to focus on more productive endeavors. With a light tap on Gu Wan'er's forehead, she left the girl's mouth agape. Gu Wan'er pouted and remarked, Sister, I see everyone is saying you found a boyfriend. I doubt Xiao you would agree, right? Do you really need his approval to date? That's quite impressive. Yu Xiao was tempted to inquire further, but decided against it. Thinking it wiser to ask Gu Wan'er directly later, it was likely another tale of an engagement. However, it seemed they hadn't reached that stage yet. Regardless, she mused, Sister, now that everyone knows he is your boyfriend and you've introduced him to me, does that mean we share a boyfriend? Yu Xiao found herself momentarily speechless. For her sister's logic was irrefutable. My relationship with him is merely superficial. He is indeed exceptionally handsome, capable in both intellect and physical prowess, protective and financially stable. Such a remarkable man should not be wasted on others. But he doesn't pay me any mind. What can I do about it? Gu Wan'er replied, pulling out her phone to show Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao sighed. Didn't you say you weren't going to chat with him? Now you blame me for not replying? Women are truly incomprehensible. Didn't you say you weren't going to chat? She reiterated. If I say I want tea, then I want tea. Boys should be more proactive, don't you think? Wan'er, Yu Xiao began. Let me analyze this for you. He's my subordinate, correct? Yes, Gu Wan'er nodded earnestly. Adorably. As a superior, if I were to introduce him to a girlfriend, wouldn't he expect her status to be at least comparable to mine? Being an ordinary young man, he might feel some psychological pressure around us. Sometimes, it wouldn't hurt for him to take the initiative. After saying this, Yu Xiao couldn't help but chuckle at her own mischief, realizing she was being rather cunning. Gu Wan'er reflected, Sister, you might have a point. Perhaps I was overthinking it. No worries. I'll send him a message. Before Yu Xiao could intervene, her phone chimed. She had forgotten to silence it for Wan'er. Sister, your WeChat just pinged. Oh, right. It's probably something work-related. Yu Xiao sighed in relief, glad Wan'er hadn't noticed. As she observed Wan'er crafting a message, she lay beside her, responding quietly. The earnestness in Gu Wan'er's demeanor went unnoticed. Sister, I won't disturb your work any longer. I'll wash the dishes and then get some sleep. All right, off you go. As she watched Wan'er leave, Yu Xiao chuckled softly, amused by the girl's bashfulness. Just as they were engrossed in conversation, Yu Xiao suddenly inquired, Do you have a habit of taking afternoon naps? Propped up on the bed, Gu Wan'er replied, Not really. Are you planning to take a nap? Yu Xiao burst into laughter, and it seemed Gu Wan'er could almost hear her sister's joy. Yet, chatting with Wan'er felt refreshing. She was far more approachable than her sister, who often donned an air of aloofness. Chapter 88. Gu, you're acting for me now. At that moment, Gu Wan'er was in high spirits, watching a romantic historical drama on Yu Xiao's computer, complete with a scattering of sunflower seeds on the desk. When her phone rang, she glanced at the screen and saw it was Fatty calling. Hello, brother Yu, what are you up to? You promised to help me rank up today. It's been a week and I haven't received a single day's worth of assistance. Zhao Yang's voice, filled with grievance, resembled that of a wronged wife. Gu Wan'er was left speechless. Zhao Yang, this heavy-set fellow, was truly pitiable. Your good friend is masquerading as a woman to tease you, and Yu Xiao is utterly incorrigible. Hurry up and log in. You take the jungle while I handle mid lane. Let us get this underway swiftly. With that, Zhao Liang hung up the phone. Gu Wan'er sighed softly. She had played League of Legends back in high school. Though she could not claim to be a master, she was competent enough to reach gold rank, and she surmised that their skills were quite similar. She clicked to log into Yu Xiao's account automatically, sparing herself the trouble of requesting the password. Upon logging in, she noticed someone had sent her an invite. It was undoubtedly Zhao Yang. Brother Yu, how is the matter we discussed a few days ago? Have you completed the proposal? Zhao Yang's anticipation was palpable. Gu Wan'er felt a wave of confusion wash over her. What proposal? You seem to be solely focused on your own happiness, neglecting your brother's plight. How could you forget the numerous wonderful things I've shared with you? What wonderful things? Stop pretending. 50 seeds that could fill your hard drive to the brim. Gu Wan'er found it hard to believe that these two had become such a pair. And 50 seeds? She thought. Let me see which folder Yu Xiao Duo has hidden them in. I'll delete them all, those harmful items. Cough, cough. Don't worry, I won't forget your happiness. That's good to hear. On weekend evenings, people usually have the habit of taking walks. Do you have any strategies? Gu Wan'er could only infer the implications of his words. It seemed Zhao Yang wished for Yu Xiaoduo's assistance in pursuing a girl. However, the last time she had helped Yu Xiaoduo with a blind date, it had ended in disaster. I lacked experience last time, but this time I won't falter. All right, let me think. I'll go ahead and start. As the game commenced, Gu Wan'er was taken aback. Why are there so many heroes? Where do the mastery pages go? I can't make sense of any of this. Brother Yu, you need to select your champion. Gu Wan'er felt a headache coming on and hastily chose a familiar champion, Master E, for the jungle role. Observing Brother Yu select Master E for the jungle, Zhao Yang said nothing. Any champion in Brother Yu's hands was formidable. Brother Yu, what is the deal with this Comet Master E build? Gu Wan'er replied that she had merely clicked randomly and did not have time to check. Nothing much. Zhao Yang opted not to press further. Brother Yu had his own ideas. However, their teammates began questioning the strategy, wondering if they were about to witness a performance. As the game unfolded, Gu Wan'er was once again bewildered. What are these items? I can't understand any of this, she lamented, purchasing items according to the prompts. Oh, there's even a crab. This shield is incredibly thick. Just after defeating the dragon, a giant bug emerged from the pit. Have the jungle monsters been buffed? Let us give it a shot. Zhao Yang observed Brother Yu at level 3, attempting to steal the Rift Herald, impressed. However, the issue arose when Brother Yu did not attack the Herald's rear. He was defeated, with the screen going black. A multitude of question marks appeared over Master E's lifeless body, leaving Gu Wan'er feeling quite embarrassed. The opposing team was typing in laughter. Brother Yu, is this a new strategy? Confusing the enemy? Gu Wan'er, feeling guilty, coughed out a tactical excuse. It's to make the enemy underestimate us. Zhao Yang decided to temporarily trust Brother Yu. After reviving, Gu Wan'er found there were no opportunities for ganks and resolved to invade the enemy's jungle. As Yu Gu hastened down the mid lane, Gu Wan'er arrived at the dragon's location, only to be astonished as the opposing support, Thresh, leaped from the wall. What was this newfound skill? The first blood was swiftly gifted to the enemy mid lane Fox, prompting Zhao Yang to exclaim, Yuga, are you performing for me? Feeling somewhat rusty, Yuga reassured him, it's nothing at all. However, Gu Wan'er soon sensed something amiss. The enemy's response time was far too swift, unlike anything one would encounter in a gold tier match. Yuga, what items are you building? I'm beginning to believe you've been drained of vitality by Gu Zong, leaving your mind somewhat dulled. Mortified by her own performance, Gu Wan'er felt humiliated, particularly as the portly player mocked her. Do not worry, remain calm. Let us share a meal together. Gu Wan'er remained silent. Before long, her teammates could no longer endure the situation and opted to disconnect. Gu Wan'er's record had deteriorated to 0-1-12. One teammate unleashed a torrent of criticism. If this isn't acting, then what is? You were godlike in previous matches, and now you play like garbage. I'm reporting you. Overcome with shame, Gu Wan'er felt the weight of Zhao Yang's doubt. Yugo, are you even playing yourself? You're not letting Gu Zong take the reins, are you? Chuckling helplessly, Gu Wan'er conceded, You've accurately guessed, my friend. I promise to play earnestly in the next match. After concluding the current game, Gu Wan'er quickly checked Yu Xiao Duo's rank, only to discover he was a master player. Even a hefty player was a master, which explained why the opponents resembled professional players. It seemed Gu Wan'er had to summon her true strength. She could not tarnish Yu Xiao Duo's reputation. In the second match, Gu Wan'er chose her signature champion, Nocturne, immediately enhancing her confidence with optimal runes. 20 minutes later, she achieved an impressive record of 11-4-3. Zhao Yang, without uttering a word, initiated a video call, which Gu Wan'er reluctantly answered. Are you at home? Zhao Yang inquired, puzzled. Indeed, Gu Wan'er replied. Gu Zong, come out. I know you're there. Gu Wan'er retorted. I'm at home. There's no Gu Zong here. Impossible, unless you're merely acting for me. Yuga, I've noticed that ever since you began dating a celestial beauty like Gu Zong, you've become quite arrogant and neglected your friends. Gu Wan'er chuckled in disbelief. I truly am not. Determined to prove herself, Gu Wan'er selected her famed champion, Lee Sin. Upon witnessing her execute a precise sonic wave and resonating strike, Zhao Yang thought that Yu Gu was finally showcasing his true skill. However, when he saw Yu Gu inadvertently kick the enemy's tankiest champion, the monkey, to his face, his expression darkened instantly. The monkey unleashed his ultimate ability, and Yasuo followed suit. Exclaiming, "Face the wind!" Countless question marks flooded the blind monk's corpse, leaving Gu Wan'er bewildered. How could she have miscalculated so profoundly? In Zhao Yang's mind, this felt deliberate. Yu Gu must be intentionally sabotaging him. "Yu Gu, what have I done to deserve such retribution?" "My hands trembled," replied the portly player. "Ah, it seems that with a goddess-like girlfriend, not only do your legs weaken, but your hands also shake. Very well then, I shall play on my own. Single dogs like me are unworthy of playing with you." With that, Zhao Yang ended the voice call. Gu Wan'er pressed her forehead, genuinely not intending to perform poorly. Her opponent was simply too formidable. As a mere gold-tier player, she found herself ill-equipped to handle such high-level competition. What is this infinite firepower mode? She wondered, eager to give it a try. However, after just one match, Gu Wan'er felt a surge of confidence, dominating the game until she was abruptly kicked out by the system, only to discover she had been banned for an entire year. Chapter 89. The Malicious Intent of Sister Bai. Gu Wan'er realized she was in deep trouble. If Yu Xiao found out, she would surely face dire consequences. Perhaps she should call him and confess. After some contemplation, she took out her phone and dialed Yu Xiao, reasoning that it was better to admit her fault than to be discovered unexpectedly. Yu Xiao, lounging in bed while chatting with Gu Wan'er on WeChat, felt a twinge of anxiety upon seeing Gu Wan'er's call. "Hello, what is up?" He answered. "What are you doing?" Gu Wan'er replied with a light laugh. "What else could I be doing?" "Just resting." "And you know?" "She is probably taking a nap," Yu Xiao responded, switching to speaker mode, unbothered by the interruption in his conversation with Sister Yun'er. Suddenly, recalling a previous topic, he curiously inquired, "Yun'er mentioned you have a boyfriend. Well, shall you be upset? Your fiancé?" "Fiancé? Hardly. My family merely has intentions of an arranged marriage. If that fails, I suppose I might end up marrying him." Gu Wan'er sighed heavily after speaking. Yu Xiao teased her, "For what I gather from your sister, others seem to be thriving while you remain unsatisfied. It's best not to pry into matters concerning women. Such curiosity is rather gossipy." "Well, if I encounter him, I ought to display the attitude you should possess," Gu Wan'er retorted. "Just ignore him." Yu Xiao sighed. Realizing Gu Wan'er had high standards, it was no wonder her father was so irate. She was indeed a girl pursuing freedom, someone not to be trifled with. It was now Gu Wan'er's turn to inquire. "Did the chubby guy call you earlier? Is he seeking your assistance in pursuing a girl?" "To be precise, she is no longer a girl. She is a woman." "What on earth?" "A woman," Gu Wan'er exclaimed, hastily grabbing some sunflower seeds to calm her nerves. "The chubby guy has rather unique tastes. While we prefer youthful beauty, he has different inclinations, favoring the mature with children." Gu Wan'er expressed his surprise. "I believe the chubby guy possesses discerning taste. Haven't you heard the saying, a woman 3 years older is like a treasure? Or perhaps, a woman 3 years older is worth her weight in gold." Not wanting to engage in a war of words with Yu Xiao, knowing she could not prevail, she declared, "So how should I assist? Your last matchmaking attempt was a disaster. Women understand women better, don't they? Just give the chubby guy some hints." He'll figure it out. "Fine, I'll do my best. But there's something else I need to tell you." Gu Wan'er's tone shifted, sounding almost guilty. Yu Xiao instantly detected the change, narrowing his eyes and asking, "What have you done?" "Oh, nothing much. The chubby guy wanted you to help him rank up. And I thought it was in a gold match, but I ended up using your account instead." Yu Xiao paused, then burst into laughter, slapping the bed in amusement. "Is the chubby guy suffering at your hands?" "Indeed. After 3 matches, he was ready to kill me." "Oh dear, you're simply too inexperienced. Who knew you played in such high tiers? You must have been reported and consequently banned for a year." Yu Xiao's smile abruptly faltered. His expression shifted dramatically, akin to a transition from elation to despair, unable to process the situation. "Could you repeat that?" "Alas, your mother summoned me. I must assist her. I shall terminate this call. Farewell." Gu Wan'er hastily ended the call, sensing an ominous aura emanating from her phone. It was merely a matter of playing with your account. Yet the ferocity was unwarranted. Such a miser. Yu Xiao initially laughed at Zhao Liang's misfortune, only to realize that she herself was the true victim of fate. This must be what they call misfortune begetting misfortune. Retribution indeed. However, Gu Wan'er likely remained unaware that it was merely her secondary account, which had frightened her so. Suddenly, the phone rang again. Yu Xiao assumed it was Gu Wan'er once more, but upon closer inspection, it was actually Sister Bai. Clearly, she had something of importance to discuss, as they typically communicated through WeChat for casual matters. Sister Bai. Yes, what are you doing? I'm resting in bed. I strained my muscles yesterday. Is it serious? I warned you not to act impulsively, but you never listen. Sister Bai's tone carried a hint of affection, which made Yu Xiao feel quite at ease. If Sister Bai spoke to her in such a manner, how delightful it would be. Had I known, I would have heeded your advice, Sister Bai. Sister Bai chuckled lightly. Rest well. Tomorrow evening, I will introduce you to some elders. Yi Shi will also be present. Do refrain from bickering. Of course, I shall obey, Sister Bai. By the way, bring your boyfriend along. Yu Xiao was taken aback. What did Sister Bai mean by that? Was she planning to teach her a lesson? Sister Bai, why bring him? He is not well-versed in the ways of the world. Yu Xiao was reluctant for Gu Wan'er to attend. Sister Bai would undoubtedly set a trap, and she would surely embarrass herself. It is precisely because he lacks experience that he must gain some. It is settled then. I shall send you the address tomorrow. See you then. After hanging up, Yu Xiao sighed deeply, lamenting her unfortunate fate, and promptly dialed Gu Wan'er. To her astonishment, Gu Wan'er refused to answer. Was she truly so afraid of being scolded? Gu Wan'er, upon seeing Yu Xiao's incoming call, shrugged and thought, I won't pick up. I know you will scold me. When Gu Wan'er noticed the WeChat message from Yu Xiao, she paused and quickly replied, I'll behave. Yu Xiao immediately hung up, refusing to answer. It's just a game. I'm driving you to madness. Gu Wan'er understood the concept of shooting oneself in the foot. What else could she do but appease her? You Gu, be magnanimous. Do not hold grudges against a mere woman. Upon reading Gu Wan'er's message, Yu Xiao chuckled, just a few months older than me. And you wish to take on the role of an elder? You must possess quite the audacity. However, if you keep calling me Yu Gu, I may consider pardoning your transgressions. Yet, Gu Wan'er only sent that one message before falling silent. Then, another notification from Yu Xiao appeared, accompanied by a ding. Yu Xiao, your computer is cluttered with unnecessary files. May I assist you in deleting them? There was also a photo attached. Yu Xiao, upon seeing it, exclaimed, What the? And quickly called Gu Wan'er. Gu Wan'er chuckled. Aha, I have seized your lifeline, Haven Ti. Hello. Though we jest, do not toy with serious matters. Very well, I forgive you. Yu Xiao, amused despite her irritation, asked, What shall we do tomorrow? Perhaps you could say I fell ill and cannot attend? Gu Wan'er contemplated going, but feared she might not portray Yu Xiao well, thus risking her reputation. That would only make me appear more contemptible. Then you decide. I shall follow your lead. Gu Wan'er expressed her reluctance to engage in any activity that might lead to error, lest she be reprimanded as foolish by you. Yu Xiao pondered for a moment, realizing that she could not afford to tarnish her reputation. Thus, she resolved to attend, ensuring her words would remain measured. Why am I so apprehensive about you? I always feel as though you might betray me. How could I betray you? You are overthinking it, comrade Yu Xiao. I, Gu Wan'er, am a person of loyalty. Your assistance will not go unrewarded. All right. Sister Bai intends to introduce you to some influential figures, while also providing me with some lessons. Gu Wan'er was momentarily taken aback. Sister Bai does not even know you. Why would she target you? In Chapter 90, Yu Xiao mused, perhaps it is because my excellence is overwhelming, or maybe it is my striking handsomeness. It must be that Sister Bai finds you unreliable and has advised me to sever ties. Gu Wan'er accurately deduced the situation. Who is unreliable? It must be your lackluster performance last night that led Sister Bai to form such an opinion. I assure you, I did not misbehave last night, Yu Xiao protested. Feeling unjustly accused, Gu Wan'er believed her demeanor had been perfectly acceptable and refused to accept blame. Let bygones be bygones. Tomorrow, you shall come to pick me up, and we will go together. Yi Shi will also be attending. Oh, and Heir is coming too? That sounds quite entertaining, Gu Wan'er giggled. Having already assigned a nickname to Yi Shi, Yu Xiao could only chuckle in exasperation at Gu Wan'er's penchant for holding grudges. Sister Bai has instructed us not to call out names indiscriminately, but we may do so privately. He. You are quite bizarre, Yu Xiao. And you are equally peculiar, Gu Wan'er. After ending the call, Gu Wan'er let out a sigh of relief, her mind swirling with confusion. Why did Yu Xiao receive such kindness from Sister Bai, with loans and networking opportunities? How could he charm the hearts of women so effortlessly? It seemed impossible, especially considering his behavior towards her, which could only be described as infuriating. She decided that at tomorrow's gathering, she would remain quietly seated, avoiding any potential for trouble. Glancing at the folder on her computer, Gu Wan'er curiously opened it. wondering if this was indeed the seed everyone spoke of. It required downloading, but she decided against deleting it, even going so far as to assist in the download. No need to thank me, Yu Xiao duo. Stop pretending. Enjoy it yourself once you have downloaded it. Meanwhile, over 2,000 kilometers away, at a tennis court in the north, two young men were perspiring profusely, the sound of their rackets resonating through the air. One appeared relaxed, while the other seemed somewhat passive, as though being led by the nose. With a powerful stroke, one of them secured victory in that game. The man on the right, with an elongated face and a mole above his right lip, bore a resemblance to a cunning fox when he smiled. His name was Tang Qing, Yu Xiao's cousin, who had grown up in Yu Xiao's shadow. The man opposite him was older. While not as handsome as Yu Xiao duo, he shared certain facial features, though his overall demeanor was starkly different, exuding an air of intimidation. He was Tang Hong, a distinguished member of the younger generation of the Tang family, though overshadowed by two even more remarkable individuals, excluding Yu Xiao duo, of course, as he bore the surname Yu. In the days when Yu Xiao duo was present, Tang Hong had no opportunity to shine, overshadowed by Yu's brilliance. However, with Yu Xiao's departure, Tang Hong began to emerge. Brother Hong, your skills have truly improved. I am no match for you, Tang Qing remarked, shrugging his shoulders as he walked to a nearby chair and casually picked up a bottle of mineral water. Tang Hong remained silent, acknowledging that his skills were still somewhat lacking compared to those of Yu Xiao duo. I heard from Uncle C that you recently acquired a piece of land to develop a tech park? Tang Hong inquired, picking up a bottle of Nongfu Spring and sitting beside Tang Qing. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a white towel, Tang Qing replied with a smile. Just a small venture. I cannot compare it to your endeavors, Brother Hong. Tang Hong smirked. If Yu Xiao duo were to witness this, he would undoubtedly comment on how Tang Qing's mouth had become increasingly crooked, earning him the title of King of Crooked Mouths. By the way, Brother Hong, did you see the video that surfaced yesterday from Longhai? Tang Qing asked nonchalantly, knowing that their outing for basketball was merely a pretext to discuss this very matter, though voicing it directly felt awkward. Indeed, upon hearing Tang Qing's words, Tang Hong's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. I did see it. Why has Yu Xiao duo, after so many years of silence, resurfaced to stir trouble? Tang Qing mentally berated himself for still referring to Yu as brother, despite being cast out. Tang Hong scoffed. He knows better than to intervene directly. He has a woman do his bidding for him. Isn't that right? The eldest daughter of the Gu family is merely a pawn for Yu Xiao duo. Just look at her cycling skills, her combat techniques, and her sleight of hand. None of it could have been taught without Yu Xiao's influence. It's infuriating. Tang Qing's agitation grew, embodying a determination to confront Yu Xiao duo. Yi Sure never anticipated that Gu Wan'er, with Yu Xiao's assistance, would lose so unjustly. After all, I would struggle to defeat him as well. With that, he forcefully smashed the mineral water bottle onto the ground, still troubled by past grievances. Tang Qing, witnessing Tang Hong's fury, understood his sentiments. Brother Hong, do not let it trouble you. Ant has already been driven away. It would be exceedingly difficult for him to regain his foothold. Now he can only cling to the eldest daughter of the Gu family, barely surviving in Longhai. He poses little threat, though spoken lightly. The peculiar methods of Yu Xiao duo had always been erratic. Having successfully ousted them, he could not be allowed to regain his strength. What do you mean, Brother Hong? Tang Qing seemed to grasp something significant. Tang Hong nodded. I will consult with those two. We cannot allow Yu Xiao duo to flourish. If he picks up the axe, he will surely turn it against us. Brother Hong, does our Tang family truly fear this outsider? He is insignificant. I could dispatch him with a mere snap of my fingers. You know nothing. Observe how Uncle treats Yu Xiao duo. There are many voices in the family advocating for him. If he establishes himself as a leader in Longhai and gathers support, it will spell trouble for us. Impossible. Yu Xiao duo declared long ago that he would never return to the fray. Tang Qing scoffed. Tang Hong chuckled. You actually believe Yu Xiao's words? He has deceived you before. You still count his coins. I was young and naive then, Tang Qing responded, convinced that he could now hold his own against Yu Xiao duo. Tang Hong shook his head, choosing not to delve deeper into the conversation. Brother Hong, you remarked on how fortunate Yu Xiao duo is, managing to capture the attention of Gu Wan'er, a renowned beauty of Jingzhou. Tang Qing felt a surge of jealousy. In their youth, girls would flock to him. Yet now he had been cast aside, while a beauty follows Yu Xiao duo. Tang Hong could not help but reflect on this reality. Yet he forced himself to voice a semblance of comfort. While the eldest daughter of the Gu family is indeed stunning, she is but a clay statue crossing the river, struggling for her own survival. Yu Xiao's aspiration to turn his fortunes around with her is indeed a Herculean task. Indeed, I gathered some information. If Gu Wan'er fails to achieve success in Longhai, she will have no choice but to return and marry Xiaoyu. In that case, Yu Xiao may find himself wearing a green hat, which would be utterly delightful for me. Upon hearing this, Tang Hong exhibited a peculiar smirk. The thought of Gu Wan'er marrying Xiaoyu was amusing, especially since, in their childhood, Xiaoyu's father brought him over to play, only for 5-year-old Yu Xiao to best him in a playful scuffle. While they may not recall, Tang Hong, at 8, had a vivid memory of the incident, having been the one to report it. Chapter 91. A fat man with good insight. ISNT Panway in Longhai. If we engage with him, we might procure first-hand information. Yes, I will reach out to him. He should be more than willing to deal with Yu Xiao. Tang Qing chuckled, confident that a mere call to action against Yu Xiao would rally many to his cause, for that fellow had made quite a few enemies in the past. Tang Hong rose, stretching his neck dismissively, stating, without his aunt's support, Yu Xiao cannot stir a tempest, yet even small waves can be quelled. Indeed, an outsider wishes to ride over us. Let's put an end to that. With that, he seized his phone and waved it about in frustration. They ought to invite the other two for dinner that evening to gauge their sentiments. Tang Qing tossed the tennis ball, striking it forcefully into the distance. What else could it mean? They have all been bullied by Yu Xiao. They certainly owe him a taste of his own medicine. After all, he broke his promises first, and we shall not face reprimand from our elders. Tang Hong silently nodded. After all, it was Yu Xiao who first breached the trust, and it seemed everyone had been waiting far too long for him to falter, finally unable to resist stepping into the light. Were Yu Xiao to learn of this, he would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of curses, for he sat idly by, merely seeking an excuse for retribution. Yet, in the eyes of Tang Hong and the others, Gu Wan'er's abilities were solely attributed to Yu Xiao's teachings, completely unaware that Yu Xiao himself was orchestrating events, for who would entertain such absurdity? As twilight descended, Gu Wan'er, having just finished her meal, reclined on the sofa, indulging in fruit. One cannot help but commend Yu Xiao's mother for her culinary prowess. It is no wonder Yu Xiao excels in the kitchen. With a sudden ring from her phone, Gu Wan'er realized she had forgotten her commitment to assist the chubby fellow tonight. Brother Yu, see you at the basketball court downstairs. All right. After hanging up, Gu Wan'er smiled. I'll take a stroll downstairs. I shall join you, replied Yu Duo with a grin. In the kitchen, Tang Ling turned her head in puzzlement at the pair, as if questioning their intentions. The two took the elevator down, and Yu Duo cautioned, I'll be playing chess outside. Do not inform your mother. Observing the concerned expression on Yu Xiao's father, Gu Wan'er found it rather amusing. She wished her own father could exhibit such endearing worry. Father, rest assured, I shall keep my lips sealed, the mischievous boy remarked, before producing a cigarette and handing it to Gu Wan'er. With a smile, she accepted it, unaware that Yu Xiao's father was already flaring up. What did Gu Wan'er do? She steeled herself and took a puff, only to be caught off guard and start coughing violently, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yu Duo, witnessing his son's struggle, could only shake his head in bemusement and say, let us go. After a fit of coughing, Gu Wan'er leaned against the wall and waved her hand, watching Yu Duo depart before quickly extinguishing the cigarette. Moments later, she arrived at the basketball court in the community, instantly spotting the stout figure of Zhao Yang. Approaching her with a serious demeanor, he said, Brother Yu, this is a matter of our brother's happiness. You cannot treat it like a game. Do not worry. Your happiness is intertwined with mine, he replied. Huh, what I mean is, your happiness rests upon my shoulders. Gu Wan'er chuckled, mimicking Yu Xiao's signature laugh, feeling a bit cheeky. Just then, a tall and graceful silhouette approached, holding the hand of a young boy of about 4 or 5 years old, who was leading a fluffy, white Bichon frise. Here she comes, it's her, Zhao Liang exclaimed, pulling Yu Xiao aside to hide. Not bad, Gu Wan'er murmured, taking in the sight of the woman in a light yellow dress, her long hair elegantly styled up, exuding a gentle and refined aura. Though not exceptionally beautiful, she was indeed attractive, with a splendid figure, and the boy beside her seemed quite obedient. Brother Yu, you've seen her before, you even mentioned pursuing her. But the moment you heard she had a child, your demeanor changed, Zhao Liang remarked, shaking his head. Gu Wan'er couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Such a remarkable woman was deemed unworthy, and Zhao Liang had the audacity to consider her a mere acquisition, all while the boy had a discerning eye. Many men, particularly middle-aged ones, were drawn to her, their gazes fixed in admiration. "Brother Yu, stop daydreaming. How should I approach her?" Zhao Liang asked anxiously. Gu Wan'er narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. Today, she had heard from Yu Xiao that this woman was raising her child alone and was a corporate executive, which suggested she would be quite guarded, unlike a young girl who might be more approachable. Rushing in would be unwise. Thus, Gu Wan'er shifted her focus to the child beside her. "Zhao Yang, to be frank, I do not recommend making a move tonight." "Why not?" "Whatever method you choose may come off as reckless. I suggest you start with the child to win the mother's heart." Zhao Yang immediately patted Gu Wan'er's arm, exclaiming, "Ah, brother Yu, you are brilliant. No wonder you managed to win over Manager Gu in such a short time." Gu Wan'er scoffed internally. He was hardly the romantic he fancied himself to be. "So how should I approach the child? Should I buy him a toy? Isn't that blatantly obvious? Do you think the mother is foolish? Then what should I do? Tomorrow, let's go to the pet market and buy a dog." Zhao Yang's eyes lit up with understanding. "Brother Yu, that is a great idea. I'll get a fierce dog. How about a Doberman? I like those." Gu Wan'er slapped Zhao Liang on the back. "Are you out of your mind? Do you want to scare the mother and child to death? Look at that boy. He is very kind to dogs. You should get one similar to his and come for a walk at this time tomorrow, then chat with the child." "Chat with the child?" Zhao Yang questioned, perplexed. "I'm trying to pursue his mother." Alas, a woman without a man cares only for her children. To win her heart, one must first gain the approval of her son. If the son takes a liking to you, your chances of success are significantly enhanced. Zhao Yang looked at Gu Wan'er in astonishment. "You Gu, have you not fantasized countless times that, were it not for the appearance of President Gu, you would have made your move?" After watching 300 romantic films, one realizes it is not an insurmountable task. Gu Wan'er sighed deeply, adopting an air of a romantic sage. Zhao Yang, in reverence, clasped his hands in worship. "You Gu, I bow to you." If Zhao Yang had previously doubted Yu Xiao's transformation, such doubts have now evaporated. "By the way, did you notice how that Bichon Frise urinates? It's clearly a male. You'd best buy a female tomorrow. A female in heat is far more enticing." Zhao Yang looked at Gu Wan'er in disbelief, giving her a thumbs up. "If I truly succeed, I shall present you with a generous red envelope." Gu Wan'er chuckled, adding a reminder. "You should shed some of that weight for even better odds." "All right, Yu Gu, do you have any sound advice?" Gu Wan'er, experienced in weight loss, replied earnestly. "In the morning, have milk and an egg. At noon, an apple. In the afternoon, a cucumber." "Oh, should I eat them before or after meals?" Gu Wan'er responded. Chapter 92. "Uncle, do you consider yourself a traitor?" At that moment, a group of 17 and 18-year-olds came running over with basketballs, calling out, "Yu Gu, Zhao Gu, let's play basketball. Yu Gu, let us show these youngsters a thing or two." Zhao Liang raised his arm. Gu Wan'er had no intention of embarrassing herself, as she couldn't play basketball at all. "I just ate too much. You go ahead and play. It's perfect for burning some calories." "All right, by the way, Yu Gu, is your number all right?" Zhao Yang asked curiously. Alas, it has been suspended for a year. Zhao Yang instantly reveled in schadenfreude. "Who told you to impersonate me? Next time, take your main account with me." "Main account?" Gu Wan'er was taken aback. "Of course, you're using a secondary account today. It seems President Gu has truly drained you, and your memory seems to be faltering." Zhao Yang, filled with envy, turned and walked into the basketball court. Gu Wan'er felt quite disheartened, as she had been apologizing and trying to please him, yet he showed no mercy. She hadn't realized this was merely a secondary account. He had not mentioned a main account, deliberately coaxing her into apologizing. How mischievous. A true trickster. Gu Wan'er did not return home. The aunt's cooking was simply too delectable, and she couldn't resist having a few extra bowls of rice, deciding to take a stroll for digestion. She couldn't recall the last time she had taken such a leisurely walk. The feeling of relaxation was exquisite, devoid of worries and competition. She envied their way of life. As she strolled, Gu Wan'er exited the community, and not far away, there was a park where square dancing took place every evening, alongside children skating. Gu Wan'er wandered into the park, looking around, when she suddenly spotted her uncle beneath a pavilion, engaged in a game of chess. Driven by curiosity, Gu Wan'er stood beside Yu Xiao, who was entirely focused on the chessboard, unaware of his son's arrival. "Checkmate. Ha ha ha. Old Yu, your skills are lacking." The old man opposite him appeared particularly smug, and the onlookers chuckled heartily. Yu Xiao was not pleased. "Old boy, don't be so smug. I made a mistake just now. Let us have another round. The elder known as Old Bai poked at his fingers, while Yu Duo produced a red bill and handed it over, saying, just keep this for a moment. With a chuckle, he added, now let us play chess. Gu Wan'er observed that her uncle's skill was likely on par with Yun'er, while the old man was a master in the game. Just as Yu Duo was about to make a move with his cannon, Gu Wan'er quickly called out, Father. Yu Duo paused, set down his piece, and turned to look. Xiao Duo, what brings you here? I came for a stroll. Oh, go ahead and play. Gu Wan'er remarked, if I hadn't stopped you, you would surely have lost again. Father, you must move the horse, Gu Wan'er confidently asserted, recalling her past championship title. Even her grandfather was no match for her. Upon hearing Yu Xiao Duo's words, Old Bai interjected, focus on the game, do not interrupt. Yu Duo immediately understood, that's my son. What interruptions are you talking about? So many people have just taught you. Move the horse. Old Bai glanced at Yu Xiao Duo, shrugged it off, and continued the game. Father, capture his pawn. Flank the chariot, advance the soldier. As Gu Wan'er provided guidance, the onlookers began to take the game more seriously. This young person possessed considerable skill. With Yu Duo's declaration of check, the opposing pieces crumbled, and Old Bai appeared quite dissatisfied. Yu Duo accepted the previous red bill with a smile, saying, I mentioned keeping it safe. Here is your money. Your son is quite impressive, Old Bai remarked, looking at Yu Xiao Duo with admiration as he produced a red bill of his own. Indeed, just look at whose lineage it is. Gu Wan'er interjected, have your son play a few rounds with me. Your skill is too lacking. Old Bai promptly urged Yu Duo to leave. Gu Wan'er, feeling modest, replied, that would be inappropriate. My skill is rather average. Xiao Duo, what are you afraid of? Just play and finish it. The uncle was excessively brash, especially for someone of his age. As Gu Wan'er took her seat opposite, their contest resumed. Gu Wan'er felt that her opponent's strategy was indeed very steady, at least on par with her grandfather's. She could not afford to underestimate him, lest she suffer a complete defeat due to carelessness. At that moment, Gu Wan'er advanced her pawn once more, and Old Bai furrowed his brow slightly, yet chose to capture Gu Wan'er's horse. If that were the outcome, the entire focus would be on advancing the pawn, as the surrounding elders gasped in astonishment. Oh dear, Old Bai is about to lose. It's a lone pawn capturing the king. Your son is quite capable. Yu Duo promptly entered into praise mode, extolling his son to the heavens. Gu Wan'er felt elated. After all, her father had never praised her like this before. Even when she brought home a championship trophy, it was met with mere indifference. I say, you two have been sneaky today, so this is where you come play chess. A familiar voice rang in their ears. Turning their heads, they saw Tang Ling approaching with her arms crossed. Old Bai stood up and stretched his back. Let us go home. Sigh, pay up for losing. Yu Duo quickly called out, but Old Bai had already sped away, leaving Yu Duo to curse the old fox for his swift escape. Tang Ling spoke solemnly. The older one does not learn well, and the younger follows suit. Suddenly, Yu Duo's expression sharpened as he admonished, Xiao Duo, you are quite disobedient. At such a young age, why are you here playing chess? Are you not aware that your mother despises the game? Turning to his wife, he added, my dear, do not be angry. I have given him a stern lesson. Xiao Duo, why do you not apologize? Gu Wan'er stood there, bewildered, thinking, Uncle, you truly are a traitor. I just assisted you, and I never expected you would act this way. Like father, like son. Casting a reproachful glance at her uncle, Gu Wan'er reluctantly confessed, Mom, I was just bored. Let us go home. Tang Ling replied, curtly, turning away. Yu Duo sighed deeply. Daddy, why does Mom get upset about playing chess? Gu Wan'er inquired curiously. This shouldn't be the case. Your grandfather loves chess immensely. Whenever he scolded your mother, he would always be playing. Over time, she developed a strong aversion to the game. As he spoke, Yu Duo suddenly questioned, wait a moment. I thought you knew this already. Don't you also dislike chess like your mother? Where did you learn such skills? Even Lao Bai cannot match you. Gu Wan'er inwardly cursed her curiosity. It had led her to speak out of turn. I merely played a few games online out of boredom, she fabricated. It's surprising that the talented Yu Xiao Duo cannot play chess. Finally, I have found something he is not proficient at. Yu Duo had no doubts about his son's learning abilities. He simply felt that such talents were misappropriated. Finally, his son had learned something legitimate, albeit something his wife disliked. Let us head home. Help your father out a bit, and you shall reap the rewards, Yu Duo chuckled. Gu Wan'er mused. Uncle S' laugh is so similar to Yu Xiao Duo's. Daddy, do you come to play chess often in the evenings? Gu Wan'er inquired with curiosity. I don't play every day, just on weekends. Old Bai's only here during that time. He's the chess king of this park, and I never thought you would defeat him. What a relief, he said, patting his son's shoulder. Unfortunately, now that your mother has caught wind of it, you probably won't be able to come out for a while. Gu Wan'er laughed heartily. Her Uncle-S expression was too amusing. Suddenly, Yu Xiao playfully slapped his son's back. You little rascal, still laughing at your father? Gu Wan'er touched the back of her head defiantly. Daddy, be careful, or I might report you. With that, she mimicked Yu Xiao and ran off. Observing his son's familiar escape, Yu Xiao immediately gave chase, exclaiming, I'll catch you, and you'll regret it. Gu Wan'er sprinted ahead, laughing heartily, while Yu Xiao struggled to keep up, resulting in a delightful scene of father chasing son. Gu Wan'er had never experienced such playful antics before. Her joy was immeasurable. Meanwhile, Lao Bai, who had just left, entered an upscale neighborhood a few streets away from where Yu Xiao resided. In fact, one could see it from the balcony. As Lao Bai entered his home, a striking figure in an apron stood in the kitchen, washing fruit. If Yu Xiao were present, he would undoubtedly exclaim, Isn't that Sister Bai? It was an unexpected revelation that Sister Bai lived in a nearby community. Bai Ji did not opt for a grand villa. Her grandfather resided in their ancestral home, and living alone in such a spacious place felt rather desolate. Thus, she chose a modest apartment of 200 square meters. Turning to her grandfather, an exquisite smile graced her beautiful face as she said, Grandfather, you've returned so early today. Every weekend, her grandfather would come to keep her company, and Bai Ji understood that he was subtly urging her to find a boyfriend. Encountering a skilled individual, she decided to temporarily retreat from the limelight. Bai Jiangwo chuckled and settled onto the sofa, turning on the television. Bai Ji set down the fruit platter she was holding. Her curiosity piqued. What kind of skilled person makes you want to stay in the shadows? A rather intriguing young man, Bai Jiangwo replied, popping a peeled orange segment into his mouth, pondering over where he had gone wrong in that earlier encounter. It must have been his pawn that led to his complete defeat. Given another chance, he would certainly not repeat the mistake. A young man? He's quite handsome, probably around 7 or 8 years younger than you. I doubt he would be interested in someone like you, an older leftover. Bai Ji's expression was a mix of amusement and exasperation as she thought. Such a soul-crushing remark from grandfather. What are you laughing at? Isn't what grandfather said true? In a few years, I'll be approaching 40. Rest assured, grandfather, this year I will definitely present a man before you. And if you fail to do so, then I shall heed all your arrangements, even if it means marrying an old man, Bai Ji declared earnestly. Observing his granddaughter's serious demeanor, Bai Jiangwo chose to believe her. All right, we Bai family members do not deceive one another. Bai Ji couldn't help but chuckle. Grandfather, you're picking up such trendy phrases. I may be old, but I am not foolish, Bai Jiangwo retorted, delighting Bai Ji with his wit. I hear you plan to introduce 2 young ladies from the Gu and Yi families tomorrow? He inquired casually while sipping water from his thermos. Yes, they are both quite exceptional. Bai Jiangwo said no more, hoping his granddaughter would engage more with young men instead of always interacting with girls. The following morning, Yu Xiao awoke with a yawn. The previous night had been spent alone, primarily chatting late into the night with Heir, who was quite the conversationalist. The progress felt promising. Soon enough, a brother could transform into a brother-in-law. Sister, are you feeling any better today? Gu Wan'er entered the room, carrying breakfast, her voice filled with concern. I'm feeling a bit more comfortable today, Yu Xiao replied, attempting to get out of bed. She felt considerably improved compared to the day before, though walking was still somewhat awkward. Then you should lie down a bit longer. Yu Xiao teased, Heir, why didn't you sleep with me last night? I unintentionally fell asleep while lying in bed, Gu Wan'er admitted sheepishly. You're quite the little liar, not even blushing, Yu Xiao remarked playfully. I have a dinner engagement tonight, so don't take the day off, otherwise others might think you're being difficult. It's fine, they can film other scenes first. I'll join on Monday, Gu Wan'er replied, eager for a brief respite. Sister, do you think if I invite that young man out he would agree? Yu Xiao nearly burst out laughing. Are you really considering asking your sister to go on a date? Heir, patience is key. One must remain composed. But didn't you say yesterday that I should be proactive? Yu Xiao shook her head in exasperation. I meant to be proactive, but not in such an overt manner. My silly sister. Listening to my sister is always wise. Let's converse for a while to discern his character before arranging a dinner. Well, I find him rather intriguing, Gu Wan'er said with a shy smile. Upon hearing her assessment, Yu Xiao felt a sense of assurance. If things continued in this manner, he would undoubtedly win Gu Wan'er's heart within 6 months. After watching 300 romantic films, one becomes quite adept at understanding the intricacies of love. Having comfortably savored Gu Wan'er's heartfelt breakfast, Yu Xiao settled into a rocking chair in the garden, contemplating the challenges of the evening ahead. Just then, Gu Wan'er called, prompting him to answer. "How are you today? Are you able to get out of bed?" Gu Wan'er inquired with genuine concern, as it was indeed her own health that she worried about. "I'm all right. I can get up and walk around now." "That's good to hear. What time shall I come to pick you up this afternoon?" "How about 6 o'clock? Oh, by the way, last night, your father and I faced your mother's reprimand." Gu Wan'er felt compelled to mention. Yu Xiao's curiosity was piqued. "Oh? What happened? Did my dad shift the blame onto you?" "Indeed. Just like you would," she chuckled. "I'm quite curious about what you two did to earn my mother's ire. Last night, your father sneaked off to play chess, and I happened upon him while I was out for a stroll. I thought I would assist him, but then your mother caught us, and your father was utterly flustered." Yu Xiao was taken aback. What a reckless move. Why would you play chess instead of just relaxing? You both have quite the audacity. Is your mother's aversion due to your grandfather? Gu Wan'er seemed to know more than she let on, undoubtedly from her father. "This is a long story, but as you know, my mother disapproves. Is there anything else your mother dislikes that I should be mindful of?" "Nothing else." "All right. See you tonight," Gu Wan'er replied. And they ended the call. Yu Xiao chuckled to himself, imagining the scene of his father and sister being caught. He was eager to witness their expressions during that moment. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Yu Xiao began selecting his attire, as meeting an influential person required some consideration of dress to avoid appearing disrespectful. "Sister, what do you think of this white backless gown? It showcases the figure elegantly, yet modestly," Gu Wan'er said, holding up a dress from her wardrobe and modeling it. A spark of inspiration struck Yu Xiao. "Could you try it on for me? My shoulders are still sore." "All right, our figures are quite similar." Yu Xiao wholeheartedly agreed with Gu Wan'er's assertion, as they had indeed shared moments of intimacy. Chapter 94. It turns out we are kindred spirits. Yu Xiao sat on a nearby chair, reveling in the sight of Gu Wan'er changing into the gown. It was a delightful experience. Soon, Gu Wan'er emerged, twirling before him. "Sister, what do you think? Why are you bleeding from your nose?" Yu Xiao touched his nose, realizing she was right. This was perhaps a testament to his admiration for her beauty. After all, who could remain unaffected? "I must have overdone it at lunch. I'm feeling a bit overheated," he said, grabbing a tissue to dab at his nose. Gu Wan'er, unfazed, continued, "So how does it look?" "It's quite beautiful. Let us try that burgundy one next." Yu Xiao replied earnestly. "Is it this one?" Gu Wan'er retrieved a wine-red gown from her right and inquired, "Well, what about this?" "Wan'er, please assist your sister in trying on that black long dress," she continued. "And the sky blue one, too. Don't forget the emerald green." After a full hour, Yu Xiao felt as though she were ascending to the heavens. This was truly an inconvenience for her younger sister, yet the allure of the dresses was irresistible. Just then, a notification from her phone interrupted her thoughts. It was a call from Gu Wan'er. "I'm at the doorstep," Gu Wan'er announced from the car. "All right, just a moment," Yu Xiao replied, hanging up the call as she opted for the black gown, knowing it was a perennial favorite among men. Gu Wan'er exhaled in relief, grateful that the outfit changes were finally over. "Wan'er, please help me with some makeup," Yu Xiao urged as she emerged in her new attire, oblivious to the passage of time in her excitement. Meanwhile, Gu Wan'er, growing impatient in the car, called again. "What's taking so long? It's been 20 minutes. I'm almost done," Yu Xiao responded before disconnecting the call. Gu Wan'er sighed in exasperation, noting how her companion was taking her time like a woman would. After another 10 minutes, Gu Wan'er was nearing her limit. Finally, comprehending why men exhibit such impatience while waiting for women, she was on the brink of losing her temper. Fortunately, Yu Xiao and her sister eventually arrived. Upon witnessing Yu Xiao's ensemble for the evening, Gu Wan'er couldn't help but commend her sister's taste. The gown, which had remained unworn since its purchase, was indeed striking, albeit with a hint of reluctance to part with it. Gu Wan'er, observing her sister, regarded Yu Xiao with curious eyes, confirming their sister's assertions about her being quite handsome, though he seemed solely focused on his sister, neglecting to glance at her. Gu Wan'er nodded to her sister as a greeting and opened the passenger door. "Mr. Gu, please get in." "Ah, do take a moment to notice Wan'er. Don't be so aloof, or she might feel slighted," she teased. "By the way, I see you opted for a suit today, looking rather dapper." Gu Wan'er had anticipated that Yu Xiao would engage her in conversation, yet he merely closed the door for his sister and entered the car, disregarding her presence entirely. This was a stark contrast to the fervor he exhibited during their WeChat chats. Could it be his shyness due to her sister's presence? That seemed likely. If Yu Xiao were to perceive Yunner's thoughts, he would undoubtedly feel a pang of sympathy for her, even crafting excuses for his behavior. What's the matter with your nose? Gu Wan'er inquired, noticing Yu Xiao using a tissue to staunch a flow of blood. Yu Xiao quickly removed the tissue, laughing. It's just a nosebleed from heat. Yunner will prepare something delicious for you. Her culinary skills surpass yours by far, Gu Wan'er remarked with a smirk. So my sister is your maid while you lounge about like a lord at home? Yu Xiao retorted. Aren't you doing the same at my place? My mother's cooking is exceptional, he acknowledged, recalling how he had indulged in multiple servings. You should exercise restraint and engage in more physical activity. Fear not. I completed push-ups and sit-ups before sleep, Gu Wan'er chuckled, leaving Yu Xiao astonished, as if he were observing his own reflection. Gu Wan'er then noticed the peculiar gaze Yu Xiao directed at her. Why are you looking at me like that? Just now, that smile truly resembled mine. Naturally. Do not underestimate me. Observing Gu Wan'er's smug demeanor, Yu Xiao also gave a thumbs up. Not bad. Where are we headed? Shungde Manor. What kind of place is that? Gu Wan'er inquired, puzzled. Yu Xiao shrugged his shoulders. I've never been either. Let us just follow the navigation. You a local? Have never been there? I'm a local, but not a local aristocrat. Just hearing the name with Mandarin it hints at exorbitant expenses. Is there a place that General Yu cannot afford? Gu Wan'er chuckled, finding herself increasingly fond of Yu Xiao's manner of laughing. Meanwhile, Yu Xiao finally perceived his own smile from another's perspective. How cheeky it looked, almost provoking a desire to strike him. Shungde Manor is quite distant from the city. It required a half-hour drive on the highway, followed by another 10 minutes after exiting, before the manor's outline finally came into view. This wouldn't happen to be the territory of Sister Bai, would it? Gu Wan'er murmured. It's highly likely, came the reply. Suddenly, a black Lamborghini Veneno sped past from the left, intentionally slamming on the brakes, prompting Gu Wan'er to hastily hit her brakes. This infuriated her, and she rolled down the window to shout, Do you even know how to drive? Just because you're in a Lamborghini doesn't make you special. Yu Xiao stared blankly at Gu Wan'er, astonished that she had learned to curse in such a manner. Impressive. Before them, the window of the Veneno rolled down, revealing a delicate arm extending outwards, giving a thumbs up. Under Gu Wan'er's gaze, that thumb slowly rotated downwards, and the driver revved the engine a few times before speeding off. It's old Heir, Gu Wan'er exclaimed. Yu Xiao was taken aback. Gu Wan'er recognized someone just by their hand? He still needed to identify them by their legs. Yu Xiao, we have been scorned by old Heir. Say something. Let's take her down, Gu Wan'er demanded, eager for those words. She immediately switched to sport mode, pressing the accelerator to the floor. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The two looked at each other in bewilderment. What on earth? Oh my dear, Yu Xiao lamented, his heart pained as Gu Wan'er had damaged the vehicle. Gu Wan'er, feeling embarrassed, attempted to press the accelerator again, only to hear the engine rev without any movement from the car. At that moment, the Veneno, which had initially departed, returned. And indeed, it was Yi Shi. She glanced at the pair with a light laugh, then performed a dramatic toss of her hair before driving away once more. Gu Wan'er struck the steering wheel with frustration. Yu Xiao, did you see old Heir's disdainful gaze? We cannot tolerate such humiliation. Gu Wan'er, you owe me for the car. Yu Xiao felt a pang in his chest. Fine, I'll compensate you with a good one later. Really? Yes. Damn, that old Heir is so arrogant. One day, let us wrap her up in burlap. We can take turns having our fun. Agreed. After saying this, they fell silent, exchanging glances and simultaneously uttering, You are quite perverse. Chapter 95. This is a true tycoon. In light of this incident, a rescue call was the only recourse. Yu Xiao contacted by Ji to explain the situation, and she instructed him to wait at the location while she sent someone to pick them up. Soon, an Alpha vehicle approached, driven by a scar-faced man. Upon disembarking, the scar man called out to Gu Wan'er, Miss Gu, Master Bai sent me to escort you. Thank you, she replied. When the scarred man glanced at Yu Xiao, his gaze was tinged with disdain as he recalled their encounter at the Gu residence. Gu Wan'er bit her lip but chose to remain silent, while Yu Xiao felt a surge of irritation towards the scarred man, vowing to find an opportunity to confront him. 5 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of Shungde Manor, where two 10-meter-wide iron gates stood firmly shut. Security personnel flanked the sides, adorned with black earpieces. Upon noticing the approaching vehicle, They exchanged hushed words. The guards approached with their devices, surveying the car, which piqued Gu Wan'er's curiosity. She glanced at Yu Xiao, who appeared composed, though she suspected it was an act. The scarred man produced a prepared pass and handed it over. The security guard scanned it, then regarded the two seated in the back with respect, saying, "Good evening, please proceed." With a grunt of acknowledgement, the scarred man drove the car into the depths of the manor. Gu Wan'er quietly inquired, "Did you not notice the heavy security here? Only those with a notorious past would require such measures." Yu Xiao replied in a hushed tone, "It seems that a formidable and enigmatic figure resides here. Are we really entering a den of bandits?" She asked. "It's quite possible, but with Sister Bai around, there's no need for concern," he reassured her, patting her shoulder. "It appears you, as a young lady, have yet to encounter darkness." The estate sprawled extensively, and even at night, one could observe gardeners tending to the flora. After 2 or 3 minutes, they parked in front of a 4-story villa, which Yu Xiao noted bore signs of age. Gu Wan'er nudged Yu Xiao's shoulder. "Look, the second brother is trying to impress." Upon turning his gaze, Yu Xiao beheld Yi Shishir leaning against the door of her sleek sports car. To his surprise, she was adorned in a black gown with daring slits, exposing her slender legs. The second brother certainly had a flair for the dramatic. Truth be told, Yi Shishir in women's attire exuded a certain charm, and it was no wonder that even Gu Wan'er was intrigued. Taming such a fiery spirit would undoubtedly be exhilarating. "Ah, someone's eyes are glued to a beauty," Gu Wan'er remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "You were just dismissive, yet now you seem captivated. This is merely a strategy of knowing both oneself and one's opponent." "Let us disembark," he retorted cleverly. At that moment, Yi Shishir felt quite uncomfortable in her feminine attire, as Sister Bai had insisted on a more formal appearance than her usual style. She yearned for the evening to conclude, so she could change out of the uncomfortable high heels. However, witnessing Yu Xiao and Gu Wan'er exit the vehicle alleviated some of her discomfort, particularly as she had recently enjoyed a victory. "Isn't that the second brother? Arriving quite early." "I see," Gu Wan'er teased, noting the confident demeanor of someone who had just lost. Yu Xiao silently agreed with her assessment, particularly enjoying her use of second brother. Yi Shishir was well aware of the implications of that title. It was a thorn in her side. Yu Xiao earnestly remarked, "Second brother, you are truly stunning tonight. This attire suits you splendidly." "How can you say that, second brother? Is it not normal for you to wear women's clothing?" She retorted. "Oh dear, I nearly forgot that second brother is indeed a girl," he quipped, amusement dancing in his eyes. Listening to Yu Xiao's laughter, Gu Wan'er felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. If she were in her place, her lungs would surely burst with indignation. The two exchanged banter, while Yi Shishir, with a frosty demeanor, retorted, "Next time we venture out, make sure to drive a fine car, and do not rejoice too soon." With that, she ascended the steps, nearly twisting her ankle in the process. Yu Xiao kindly called out, "Second brother, would you like me to prepare some flat shoes for you?" Yi Shishir shuddered at the remark and shot a cold glance at Yu Xiao before continuing her ascent. As Yi Shishir disappeared from their view, Gu Wan'er chuckled softly. How delightful it is to witness her embarrassment. Did you see her expression after all the mockery she directed at us? Yu Xiao mused. This must be what it means for women to make things difficult for one another. "Come assist me," he requested, aware that he needed to tread carefully on the steps, as his thighs still throbbed with pain. Fortunately, Yi Shishir had not witnessed this moment. Otherwise, her sharp tongue would surely have spared them no mercy. Upon entering the house, the opulence of the decor was astonishing. Not a single painting on the walls was valued at less than 10 million, and exquisite blue and white porcelain graced the corners. The yellow rosewood sofa, intricately crafted with dragon motifs, must be worth several million on its own. It seemed that the flooring was also made of yellow rosewood, akin to walking on gold. This was merely a reception room. One could only imagine how many such opulent chambers existed within the 4-story mansion. Gu Wan'er couldn't help but reflect on her own collection of precious treasures. Yet she was profoundly shocked by the ostentatious display of wealth. Even Yu Xiao, well-versed in worldly affairs, was taken aback. Only new money would indulge in such extravagance, and even a single piece could fetch a fortune. Not to mention the numerous antiques scattered throughout. At that moment, a servant approached, bearing a golden tray adorned with 3 elegantly designed teacups, each crafted in the shape of a ding and embellished with pearls, exuding an air of rarity. "Esteemed guest, please enjoy the tea," the maid said, her demeanor impeccable. embodying professionalism in every gesture. The three had all employed servants in the past, yet none could compare to her expertise. Yi Shishir observed the 3 teacups with curiosity, pondering their antiquity. Are you puzzled? Yu Xiao chuckled from his seat. Yi Shishir cast a sidelong glance and coolly inquired, what insights does Mr. Gu possess? The real Gu Wan'er sat beside Yu Xiao. Could it be that he had some knowledge? No, he must be boasting again, undoubtedly seeking to tease Yi Shishir. How clever of him to seize the opportunity. I wouldn't presume to have insights. Do you know what these are called? Yu Xiao countered. Yi Shishir, unable to name them, pursed her lips and replied, I am at a loss. Please enlighten us, Miss Gu. If I am not mistaken, these 3 cups should be referred to as the golden bowl of eternal stability, Yu Xiao remarked with a slight smile, radiating confidence, which at least convinced Gu Wan'er. The 2 women exchanged astonished glances, their beautiful eyes once again fixed on the cups. The golden bowl of eternal stability was a drinking vessel reserved solely for emperors. Yi Shishir furrowed her brows and asked, Are you so certain? Behold this exquisite design, adorned on its exterior with intricate floral engravings. Its petals primarily embellished with pearls and sapphires. Flanking the sides are dragon ears, each crowned with a pearl. While the 3 legs are fashioned in the form of elephant heads, complete with elongated tusks and curled trunks, their eyes inlaid with jewels. It is truly a masterpiece, one I have encountered only once in a museum. As Yu Xiao spoke, he held it in his hands for closer inspection. Chapter 96, Uncle Kuan. Gu Wan'er and Yi Shishir also took turns admiring it, astonished by the thought that this was indeed a vessel once used by the emperor. Gu Wan'er, is this truly authentic? Yu Xiao sighed, remarking, there are only 4 of these items in existence, and they remain quietly housed in the museum. Could they possibly sprout wings and fly here? Upon further examination, Yu Xiao noticed the inscription indicating it was made during the reign of Qianlong. He set down his teacup with a long sigh. I previously thought this was part of a limited release, each piece valued between 50,000 to several million. But seeing this inscription confirms its status as a high-quality replica. Impressive indeed. Yu Xiao was certain of this, as his father had collected a set, inscribed with Jin Oyonggu, rather than any other location, and he had once carelessly broken one, earning a furious reprimand from his father. As Gu Wan'er and Yi Shishir examined it, they too discovered the Qianlong inscription, leaving them to ponder its authenticity. Just as the 3 were engaged in their discussion of genuine versus imitation, a round of applause suddenly erupted. An elderly gentleman, approximately 70 years of age, entered through a side door, accompanied by Bai Ji. Today, Bai Ji exuded a unique charm, having traded her usual qipao for a resplendent red gown, her long, dark hair cascading in gentle waves upon her shoulders. Her curvaceous figure captivated Yu Xiao, affirming her status as a remarkable presence. The older man, though aged, boasted a head of black hair, likely dyed, and maintained an appealing appearance, suggesting he must have been quite handsome in his youth. Clad in a white coat and holding a folding fan, he surprisingly wore a pair of inexpensive flip-flops. Was this truly the attire of a person of stature? At this moment, Bai Ji wore a satisfied smile. Gu Wan'er had not disappointed her. This was, in fact, Uncle Kuan's subtle test to discern who among the 3 could recognize him. Bai Ji guessed Gu Wan'er, while Uncle Kuan speculated it would be the young lady from the Yi family. The outcome was predictable. As Uncle Kuan approached with a smile, the trio on the sofa rose to their feet. Bai Ji stepped forward, smiling. This is Uncle Kuan. Upon hearing the name, Yi Shishir felt a jolt of surprise. Could this be the legendary Uncle Kuan? It was no wonder Bai Ji had insisted she dress formally. He was a figure of equal renown to Bai Yi. Although he had withdrawn from the limelight, tales of his exploits still circulated. There were outlandish rumors that his grandfather had once raided the emperor's treasury, and that he had collaborated with merchants to fend off foreign adversaries, even funding weaponry and intelligence for assassinations. Various legends surrounded him. Yet Uncle Kuan had gradually faded from public memory, merely stepping back from the stage while Bai Yi remained active in the business world. Yu Xiao and Gu Wan'er exchanged glances, contemplating the awkwardness of addressing someone of such age as uncle. Grandfather seemed more fitting. However, given Bai Ji's introduction, they felt compelled to comply. Uncle Kuan, the 3 respectfully addressed him, while Yu Xiao and Gu Wan'er pondered the identity of this esteemed figure, sensing a profound connection with Bai Ji. Uncle Kuan chuckled heartily. Please, make yourselves at home. Yu Xiao observed Yi Shishir's demeanor and noted her slight tension. Could it be that she was acquainted with this Uncle Kuan? Since you haven't taken a seat, I certainly won't either. I wouldn't want to leave a poor impression. Gu Wan'er watched Yu Xiao's movements, mirroring his actions. If you sat, I would sit. If you stood, I would stand. Uncle Kuan has invited everyone to sit. Bai Ji remarked gently. With Bai Ji's words, the three gradually settled down. Although Uncle Kuan wore a smile, his presence remained imposing. Yu Xiao could distinctly feel it, having encountered similar figures in the past. Simply put, there was an air of intimidation. My niece's friends are quite intriguing. I haven't had the chance to converse with young people in quite some time, he said, moving aside to retrieve matches and lighting the arranged sandalwood, allowing a pleasant aroma to waft through the room. Yu Xiao felt invigorated, surprised by its refreshing effect. Wait a moment. Did he just refer to Bai Jia as his niece? Such a close relationship? Relatives? At that moment, Yi Shishir stood and claimed the main sofa, declaring, Uncle Kuan, please take a seat. Uncle Kuan smiled at Yi Shishir, foregoing any formalities as he settled into the central sofa, with Yi Shishir taking a seat beside him. Niece, come sit here, Uncle Kuan beckoned, patting the space beside him. Bai Ji nodded and joined him on the sofa. At this juncture, Uncle Kuan turned his attention to Yu Xiao, dramatically unfurling a folding fan with a swift motion. Yu Xiao mused internally about Uncle Kuan's flair for theatrics, noticing that the fan bore the characters invincible. I wonder how that old rascal Gu is faring, Uncle Kuan inquired, directing his question at Yu Xiao. This query left Yu Xiao momentarily bewildered. Who is Gu Wan'er, why didn't you enlighten me about your family lineage? At this moment, Gu Wan'er was also hesitant to offer any reminders, knowing that any small gesture might reveal her knowledge, relying solely on Yu Xiao's deductions. Gu is my grandfather. Yu Xiao could only interpret this literally, concluding that the old fellow must be quite aged and presumably a senior figure. Given the surname Gu, it was highly likely he was indeed the grandfather. Uncle Kuan, my grandfather is in good health, Yu Xiao ventured, steeling himself, bolstered by his usual good fortune. That's reassuring. It's been several decades since we last met, Uncle Kuan replied with an enigmatic smile, leaving Yu Xiao uncertain of their relationship's nature, whether it was cordial or otherwise. Though that old fellow is rather ordinary, your granddaughter possesses significant insight. However, I must correct you. These 3 cups are indeed authentic, guaranteed. Yu Xiao gasped, while Gu Wan'er and Yi Shishir exchanged astonished glances. Such a prominent figure surely had no need to display 3 counterfeit cups, especially in the presence of juniors. It was quite unnecessary. But I, am not like the average person. Don't presume that just because you're a big shot, I will refrain from countering you. Uncle Kuan, a simple search reveals that only 4 genuine Jinoyu Yonggu cups remain, currently housed in a museum. How can you assert that these 3 are authentic? I am perplexed. As soon as Yu Xiao spoke, both Gu Wan'er and Yi Shishir were taken aback, particularly Yi Shishir, who thought, I wouldn't dare speak to Uncle Kuan in such a manner. You actually question his words? You truly seem to have no desire to navigate the waters of Longhai. Even Bai Ji's expression flickered slightly. This Wan'er truly speaks unconventionally. Today, she has brought you to meet Uncle Kuan. Indeed, Uncle Kuan's demeanor grew more solemn, and the movement of the folding fan in his hand slowed. Gu Wan'er sensed impending doom, while Yi Shishir felt a sense of satisfaction, relishing the thought that you would finally receive a lesson. What a splendid question you have posed. Uncle Kuan turned his gaze toward Yu Xiao, who maintained her composure, though her heart raced. Gu, shall we take a gamble? To leave a lasting impression on the esteemed figure, one must adopt a distinctive approach. Though this method may be extreme, the potential rewards are considerable. Chapter 97. Is this your boyfriend? Yu Xiao also had an inkling that it was genuine, yet she insisted on claiming it was a counterfeit. Merely for sport. Uncle Kuan was scrutinizing the 2 young ladies. The Yi family girl was rather conventional, while Gu Zonggui's granddaughter exhibited a certain flair, explaining why she could overshadow the Yi family girl. At this moment, Bai Ji interjected with a smile. Uncle Kuan, Wan'er is still unfamiliar with you. Please do not take offense. No, that cannot be said. I have hosted numerous guests here, and Gu Wan'er is the first to voice a question. I must ponder how to substantiate this, otherwise, others may accuse me of displaying counterfeit goods. With that, Uncle Kuan rose and began to pace, the fan in his hand tapping against his arm as he contemplated. Bai Ji pressed her lips together. When her grandfather brought her here years ago, he had used the same cup for tea. She recognized it back then, but did not question its authenticity as Gu Wan'er had. After a lengthy pause, Uncle Kuan resignedly sat down. At this moment, I truly cannot produce evidence. However, I do have an intriguing rumor. Would you care to hear it? Indeed, Yu Xiao's face brightened with a sweet smile. I have long had a well-rehearsed approach to engaging with jovial magnates. It seems my wit remains sharp. Gu Wan'er, observing Yu Xiao's flattery, silently mused that if she were in the same position, she would likely be as reticent as Yi Shi. Uncle Kuan regarded Yu Xiao's radiant smile, a hint of amusement gracing his features. As you all know, this is a cup used by the emperor for drinking wine, its craftsmanship exquisite, requiring no further elaboration. However, consider this. There are only a limited number of cups designated for the emperor. Are there truly no reserves? Could it be? Yu Xiao exclaimed, "Stolzling Gu Wan'er beside her." What are you so startled about? Yu Xiao merely thought it was a matter of youthful exuberance. When a prominent figure is showcasing their prowess, I must play along. Else how could I highlight their brilliance? If I remained silent, would I not render the eminent one awkward? Uncle Kuan abruptly unfurled his fan, his expression tinged with pride. It seems the young lady has grasped the concept. Uncle Kuan, I was presumptuous. I had not anticipated such a facet. Were it not for your guidance, I would have misjudged the situation. My apologies. Yi Shi rolled her eyes, thinking the apology was too late. She braced for the reprimand. Bai Ji shook her head in wry amusement. This Wan'er truly was a source of concern. However, Uncle Kuan suddenly chuckled. No need for concern. I was merely waiting for someone to question me, to whom I could present my reasoning. After 30 years of waiting, they have finally arrived. With a subtle smile, Yu Xiao thought to himself, "Ah, you old rascal, I've long since discerned your intentions." Upon entering, it was evident that the master of this abode was flaunting his wealth, eager for all to see the extent of his riches. The display of these 3 cups is merely another testament to his ostentation. However, if one were to assert their authenticity outright, Uncle Kuan would surely recognize the flattery for what it is. A more effective approach would be to express a hint of skepticism first, followed by an exaggerated display of astonishment. Such a tactic would undoubtedly yield maximum effect. If I am not mistaken, the furnishings in the other rooms will likely lack the flamboyance of this reception area. Perhaps the elder simply wishes to boast a little, yet is reluctant to appear lacking in grace. I shall provide him with the perfect opportunity. What a splendid plan. Mr. Gu, I must ask, how impressive is that? Gu Wan'er was incredulous. Is this truly permissible? Yi Shi was equally taken aback, her jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. How can one not be reprimanded for such behavior, yet instead be praised? Bai Ji, though astonished, could not deny that Uncle Kuan indeed acted in such a manner. On several occasions, when accompanying him to meetings, they had used these very cups, much like today, where she had eavesdropped discreetly. They had harbored doubts about the cups, yet when Uncle Kuan appeared, he made no mention of them. In fact, there were instances when others boasted about the cups, and Uncle Kuan had displayed nothing but disdain. Initially, Bai Ji struggled to understand why Uncle Kuan behaved this way. Was he testing others' knowledge, or was there a deeper rationale at play? Now it was clear. Uncle Kuan was indeed indulging in a bit of showmanship, a notion that Wan'er had grasped more profoundly than herself. At that moment, Uncle Kuan suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "While you may be the first to question, I too have my pride. A punishment is still warranted. Let me endure whatever punishment you deem fit." Yu Xiao replied solemnly. Yi Shi chuckled inwardly. I knew a penalty was inevitable. The stern Uncle Kuan's expression softened into a smile. Prepare yourself for 3 cups of wine. Yi Shi interjected, Uncle Kuan, my junior's tolerance for alcohol is quite commendable. With a provocative tone, Yu Xiao retorted, causing Gu Wan'er to feel a pang of anxiety. Does this fellow relish provoking others? Being in his company is rather stressful, as one might inadvertently say the wrong thing and end up buried in the wilderness. Yet Uncle Kuan let out a hearty laugh. Ah, I was able to best your grandfather in my youth, and I can surely do the same to you today. Do not presume that my leniency extends simply because you are a girl. Uncle Kuan, while you are indeed an elder, do not expect me to go easy on you. Yu Xiao declared, adopting a most endearing demeanor that left Yi Shi utterly mesmerized. Gu Wan'er, in front of Uncle Kuan, displayed a level of charm that Yi Shi felt she could never replicate in her lifetime. Yu Xiao remarked, second brother, you ought to learn the art of charm. A woman who knows how to be endearing can wield great power. And as for you, sister-in-law, take notes. Who could withstand your sister's charms? Uncle Kuan's interest peaked. He called out, "Come, let us unearth the red sorghum that I have buried for 40 years. Bai Ji appeared taken aback. There were times when Uncle Kuan would boast about his fine wines in front of her grandfather, yet he would hesitate to share. Today, however, he was willing to indulge. How astonishing! Casting a glance at Gu Wan'er, Bai Ji could not help but feel that there was something uniquely captivating about her, setting her apart from other girls, a distinction that she herself found quite appealing. However, compared to Wan'er, her boyfriend seated beside her seemed rather unremarkable, akin to an outsider. Although it is often said that one should encourage harmony rather than separation, this young man truly does not measure up to Wan'er in any regard. It would be prudent to part ways while Wan'er's affections remain shallow. Across the table, Yu Xiao bit her lip. Having once again succumbed to defeat in the presence of Gu Wan'er, was she truly inferior to her? At this moment, Uncle Kuan finally directed his gaze upon Gu Wan'er, and upon meeting his eyes, she felt a tightening in her chest, a sensation more pressing than when her grandfather looked at her. "Who is this young man?" Uncle Kuan inquired, his tone devoid of the earlier joviality shared with Yu Xiao, laced with an undertone of feigned ignorance. Yu Xiao sensed impending trouble. Uncle Kuan was likely to put him in an awkward position, perhaps a scheme orchestrated with Sister Bai. Gu Wan'er stood up politely and introduced herself. "Hello, Uncle Kuan. I am Yu Xiao, Gu Wan'er's boyfriend." "Oh, a boyfriend? Where do you hail from?" Yu Xiao promptly responded, "Uncle Kuan, my boyfriend is an ordinary person. Nothing remarkable about him." Sister Bai furrowed her brows, softly admonishing, "Wan'er, do not interrupt when Uncle Kuan is speaking. It is my ignorance of etiquette." Yu Xiao retreated a step, leaving Wan'er to fend for herself. Chapter 98. President Gu defeat Uncle Kuan. Gu Wan'er, having seen her share the world, was not easily intimidated. "Uncle Kuan, I am a local from Longhai." Uncle Kuan's expression remained serene in response to Yu Xiao's answer, neither disdainful nor approving. "Gu Wan'er." "Uncle Kuan," Yu Xiao replied, "one ought to seek a formidable partner. Mere good looks are insufficient." With that, Uncle Kuan turned and departed. Gu Wan'er glanced at Yu Xiao, who had been dismissed by Uncle Kuan. Yet Yu Xiao disagreed with this assessment. At least his handsomeness had garnered Uncle Kuan's acknowledgement, though it left him feeling quite unsettled. Gu Wan'er murmured softly, "I feel a bit uncomfortable." "It would be strange if you weren't," Yu Xiao lamented, feeling helpless in this situation. What a predicament it was. He had elevated Gu Wan'er, yet he himself appeared pitiable. "Gu Wan'er, could you please vindicate me and restore my dignity?" Yu Xiao could not help but reflect on Yu Xiao's remarkable patience. If only he had revealed his background, it might not have been so awkward. She was curious how long he could endure this. Yet even if he presented his identity, it would hold little weight since his mother had been disowned, and he was no longer considered a member of the Tang family. Exposing this would only invite ridicule from Uncle Kuan. As they exited the reception room, it was indeed as Yu Xiao had surmised. The overall decor was considerably more subdued, yet numerous rare treasures were evident, such as the spherical finial on the staircase railing, which was astonishingly a luminous pearl. "Quite impressive," Sister Bai remarked, slowing her pace to whisper near Yu Xiao's ear. Upon hearing Sister Bai's words, Yu Xiao felt a sense of reassurance, yet he was also puzzled. "Sister Bai, why do we refer to him as Uncle Kuan?" "To avoid being considered old-fashioned. In his youth, others referred to him as Brother Kuan." "Oh, now I understand." Yu Xiao secretly mused that all great figures possess some peculiar thoughts. In the past, he had encountered two such individuals, one who was particularly fond of fishing and another who spent his days at home, penning novels that no one read, ultimately leading to his creative endeavors being rendered barren under Yu's guidance. Bai Ji, filled with curiosity, inquired, "You said that intentionally, didn't you?" "What intentionality?" Yu Xiao feigned innocence, adopting a guise of naivete, as if incapable of deceit. "Oh, still pretending to be foolish before Sister Bai? You clever little rascal." Alas, nothing escapes the discerning gaze of Sister Bai. Nearby, Gu Wan'er, who had been listening to their exchange, was taken aback. It was the first time she had witnessed such a harmonious interaction between them, akin to that of sisters. She recalled her own conversation with Sister Bai at the company, which lacked the ease of their rapport. Since Yu Xiao's transformation into a woman, he seemed to possess an almost supernatural charm, utterly absurd. One could only wonder what terrifying events might unfold if Sister Bai were to discover he was, in fact, a man. The group soon arrived at the dining hall, an expansive space soaring over 10 meters high, adorned with a splendid crystal chandelier. Below hung a square 8 immortals table, which, from a visual perspective, appeared somewhat diminutive. The walls were embellished with exquisite oil paintings and several suits of medieval armor, creating an ambience steeped in rich European antiquity. "Dear niece, come and accompany Uncle Kuan for a game of chess," he called, as the meal was yet to be prepared. Uncle Kuan settled onto a long bench, appearing somewhat bored. Bai Ji smiled and nodded, stepping forward as a servant promptly presented the chessboard, dazzling Yu Xiao's eyes. Was it truly crafted from pure gold? It seemed Uncle Kuan was once again showcasing his collection. Yu Xiao was not particularly fond of chess, primarily because his mother disapproved and, secondly, he believed it to be a pastime for the elderly. As a youth, he preferred to admire beautiful women, which he deemed a more effective means of prolonging life. At that moment, Gu Wan'er observed the game with keen interest. Unlike Yu Xiao, she relished the mental enjoyment derived from such strategic exchanges, even discerning a person's temperament through their playing style. She acknowledged Uncle Kuan's chess prowess with respect. Sister Bai, too, was formidable, embodying a perfect balance of offense and defense, akin to an impregnable fortress, while Uncle Kuan resembled a bloodthirsty spear, brimming with a fervent desire to attack. As Yu Xiao watched, he began to feel drowsy. The experience was simply tedious. "Checkmate, haha." Just as a yawn escaped him, Uncle Kuan laughed heartily. Sister Bai, with a gentle smile, remarked, "Uncle Kuan's offensive strategy grows increasingly formidable. I am no longer his match." Ah, one must not flatter Uncle Kuan too much. "You, young lady of the Yi family, should also join Uncle Kuan for a game." Yi sure, taken aback, replied, "All right, Uncle Kuan." Suddenly, Yu Xiao felt wide awake. What did Uncle Kuan mean by that? Was he about to call upon him to play? Gu Wan'er recognized this implication as well, realizing that Yu Xiao had no knowledge of chess. Should he take his turn? It would surely lead to an embarrassing spectacle, potentially tarnishing the favorable impression he had cultivated. Yi Shishi's chess skills were rather average, in Gu Wan'er's estimation, comparable to Yu Xiao's father. Thus she quickly fell victim to Uncle Kuan's strategic prowess, suffering a swift defeat. At this moment, Yi Shishi's complexion appeared somewhat displeasing, as she found herself utterly powerless despite having just shown a hint of counterattack. "Yi family girl, your skill in chess requires further refinement," Uncle Kuan remarked with a smile, his folding fan snapping shut with a flourish. Yi Shi humbly acquiesced, acknowledging, "What you say is true, esteemed elder. I shall earnestly strive to improve." Uncle Kuan nodded approvingly, then shifted his gaze toward Yu Xiao, who was already preparing his words. However, at that instant, Uncle Kuan's attention fell upon Gu Wan'er. "Can you play?" Yu Xiao nearly burst into laughter, thinking, how is it that you, Uncle Kuan, share the same penchant as Yi Shi for highlighting other strengths? It seems you have conspired to undermine your own standing, inciting prejudice against Gu Wan'er with such cunning finesse. "I can play a little," Gu Wan'er replied modestly. "Let us see just how much you can manage. Should you lose, depart early." After speaking, Uncle Kuan cast a glance at Yu Xiao, implying that this departure was not merely from the game, but from Gu Wan'er herself. Yu Xiao felt a surge of indignation, shooting a look at Gu Wan'er, urging her to engage as he had done against Yi Shi that day. Gu Wan'er returned a glance to Yu Xiao, clearly indicating her confidence. "Fear not. I excel in all arts, and I shall surpass you in this endeavor." Standing nearby, Yi Shi scrutinized Yu Xiao intently, eager to witness whether he would finally reveal the prowess befitting a young master. Bai Ji remained composed, having already investigated Yu Xiao's background. He was merely an ordinary individual, and it was evident that playing chess with Uncle Kuan would not alter his mundane existence. The stakes were clear. She wished for Wan'er to understand that she was no ordinary girl destined for greatness. The men in her life, even if not protectors, must not hinder her progress, for there is wisdom in the notion of social compatibility. Chapter 99. Gu is impressive. At this moment, Yu Xiao felt a flicker of anxiety, pondering whether Gu Wan'er had been boasting. If he were to lose, his shame would be monumental. As Gu Wan'er took her seat and arranged the pieces, Uncle Kuan confidently declared, "Please proceed." Without further ado, Gu Wan'er launched her knight into the fray, while Uncle Kuan established his cannon in the center. Yu Xiao, though an outsider, recognized this as a central cannon maneuver. Yet, Gu Wan'er deviated from convention, advancing another knight, prompting Uncle Kuan to raise an eyebrow. What was her intention with such an opening? Gu Wan'er had no intention of passive defense. as the adage goes. The best defense is a good offense. The subsequent moves revealed Uncle Kuan's understanding of the intentions behind the handsome, young boy strategy. A commendable thought, Uncle Kuan. "Is your turn now," Gu Wan'er said with a slight smile, radiating confidence. At that moment, Yu Xiao felt as though Gu Wan'er had become an embodiment of a chess master, perhaps even tapping into some extraordinary prowess. Bai Ji and Yi Shishir observed the unfolding scene, with Bai Ji expressing mild surprise at Yu Xiao's unexpected skill. However, she mused that relying solely on ideas would not suffice for victory. Conversely, Yi Shishir's thoughts were entirely opposite. It appeared that Yu Xiao had been cornered and was now determined to assert his stance through aggression. Decisively capturing Gu Wan'er's knight. As Gu Wan'er executed a pincer maneuver, it was inevitable that she would capture one of Uncle Kuan's cannons. Uncle Kuan was aware that losing a knight was merely a lesson to be imparted, yet this seemingly simple move gradually allowed Gu Wan'er to fortify her formation. As time progressed, in Yu Xiao's eyes, the two were evenly matched, exchanging pieces in a tit-for-tat manner. However, in Bai Ji's perspective, this exchange posed a disadvantage for Uncle Kuan, as if every move was meticulously orchestrated by Yu Xiao, effectively exerting a complete dominance over Uncle Kuan. At that moment, Uncle Kuan, too, recognized the gravity of the situation. His folding fan, which had been swaying in his hand, was now set aside as he furrowed his brow, contemplating a breakthrough. With Gu Wan'er announcing check, Uncle Kuan's frown deepened, as he found himself ensnared in a stalemate. This particular method of checkmate was known as the muffled kill. Bai Ji was equally astonished, realizing that Yu Xiao possessed such profound skill in chess, unwittingly constructing such a lethal tactic. Yi Shishir wore an expression of knowing admiration, affirming that Yu Xiao indeed embodied his characteristic style by launching a counterattack through chess. "Uncle Kuan, I concede," Gu Wan'er remarked with a gentle smile, showing no mercy whatsoever. Yu Xiao felt a wave of satisfaction. "Well done, Gu. You have finally restored my honor, and it was worth my sacrifices for you." Uncle Kuan gazed intently at the chessboard and spoke in a low voice. "What a remarkable young man, to leave me at a loss for options." Upon hearing this tone, Gu Wan'er felt a twinge of concern. Would he be unable to accept defeat? "Let us play another game," Uncle Kuan stated gravely, clearly unwilling to accept his previous oversight. Gu Wan'er said nothing, arranging her pieces with an expression that suggested decades of study on the board. The next game progressed slowly. Uncle Kuan pondered each move for a full minute, while Gu Wan'er refrained from urging him, considering his advanced age and slower thought process. Yet, Uncle Kuan was struggling to accept the situation, despite the apparent exchange of pieces. He felt inexplicably constrained. Observing the match, Bai Ji noted that Uncle Kuan's chances were dwindling. Yu Xiao was astonishingly formidable, and she doubted she could match his prowess. It was surprising to find that an ordinary man possessed such remarkable skill. No wonder he had captured Wan'er's heart. As she watched a servant bring in the meal, Bai Ji chuckled lightly. "Uncle Kuan, the food is ready. Shall we eat first?" Uncle Kuan remained fixated on the chessboard, utterly disinterested in dining, as he felt he was being schooled by a younger opponent. Gu Wan'er, seeking to avenge Yu Xiao, playfully suggested, "Uncle Kuan, perhaps we should eat first?" However, Uncle Kuan was not inclined to concede, declaring, "Eat? We shall continue the game." In an effort to hasten the meal and depart, Gu Wan'er launched a swift offensive, ultimately securing victory with a surprising move, which left Uncle Kuan in disbelief. This young man's unconventional strategies were utterly inscrutable, making it impossible to anticipate his intentions, as he would deliberately create openings to disrupt his own plans. Yu Xiao felt elated. "Well done, Gu. You truly came through when it mattered. Together, we are an unstoppable duo, excelling in both combat and intellect, invincible in every endeavor. Let us clear out. This is tiresome," he thought. Uncle Kuan, in a fit of exasperation, waved his hand, prompting the nearby servant to swiftly remove the chessboard. Curiosity stirred within him regarding the identity of the young man who had managed to best Uncle Kuan. "A commendable display of skill, young man," he mused, his gaze fixated on Gu Wan'er, whispering that no one had ever dared to put on airs before him. "In my presence, juniors dare not feign superiority." Gu Wan'er, while outwardly expressing modesty, felt a surge of joy within. She had finally accomplished something significant, alleviating the constant jibes from Yu Xiao about being a hindrance. Uncle Kun scrutinized Yu Xiao with a serious demeanor before inquiring, "Young man, would you be interested in working for me?" Bai Ji was taken aback by this proposition. Recognizing the immense value it held, should Yu Xiao accept, a promising future awaited him. Clearly, Uncle Kun had taken note of Yu Xiao's chess prowess and harbored intentions of nurturing this young talent. Uncle Kun believed that one's character could be discerned through their gaming etiquette, and he perceived in this young man a cunning reminiscent of his own youth. With proper guidance, Yu Xiao's future achievements could be substantial. Previously, his niece had dismissed this young man as potential. It appeared she had misjudged him, as those who could defeat him were exceedingly rare, and Yu Xiao was the sole young contender. "I am grateful for your kind offer, Uncle Kun," Gu Wan'er replied without hesitation, turning it down outright. Yu Xiao felt taken aback, having not anticipated such a resolute stance from Gu Wan'er. This refusal perplexed Bai Ji. Accepting Uncle Kun's offer would have positioned Yu Xiao to eventually win Gu Wan'er's hand, especially with Uncle Kun's backing, which would undoubtedly enhance his standing with the Gu family. Yet, the refusal was unexpected. Did he not recognize the stature of Uncle Kun, a man whom many sought but few could attain? Yi Shishir smirked slightly, deeming such a refusal entirely reasonable, though it left Uncle Kun in an awkward position. "Provide me with a reason," Uncle Kun intoned, his voice low and tinged with displeasure, as he had not encountered such rejection in many years. Feeling quite disheartened by this sudden change of heart, Gu Wan'er replied earnestly, "I simply wish to lead a mundane life." Yu Xiao was momentarily taken aback by her response. How could she express such a sentiment? Had she somehow gleaned his thoughts? And why had he not shared in her memories? It felt utterly unjust. Chapter 100. Mr. Gu, you have finally emerged. Understanding dawned. Let us dine. Uncle Kun, not wishing to press the matter further, recognized that to do so would be to lose both the game and his dignity. Bai Ji lamented the missed opportunity. Yu Xiao's potential work under Uncle Kun could have significantly benefited Wan'er, while remaining an ordinary person would offer her little assistance. At that moment, 10 maids emerged from a nearby corridor, each bearing golden trays, their movements synchronized, their heights identical. The ceremonial atmosphere was palpable. Had they donned palace attire, it would have felt like serving an emperor. Yu Xiao mused that if they were all clad in maid outfits, the visual delight would be unparalleled. Though Uncle Kun seemed oblivious to this notion. 8 exquisite dishes were presented at the table, and Yu Xiao marveled at the plating, the vibrant colors, and the evident culinary skill. It was clear that the chef here was no ordinary cook. Suddenly, Uncle Kun posed a question. "Shall anyone speak about these dishes before we dine? My niece should refrain from commenting." Bai Ji smiled, clearly enjoying this moment. The trio gazed at the dishes before them, their brows slightly furrowed. Yu Xiao found himself perplexed, wondering about the deeper meaning behind the food. He could discuss antiques, but culinary nuances eluded him. "Young lady of the Yi family, why don't you enlighten us?" Yi Shishir silently lamented her misfortune, always being the first to take the brunt of the conversation. Why couldn't they ask Gu Wan'er instead? This meatball has a luster to it, and the chicken seems to have a delightful texture." Yu Xiao nearly burst into laughter, thinking how bold Yi Shishir was. You should at least employ some sophisticated vocabulary. Perhaps others would think you quite impressive. Once Yi Shishir finished her remarks, Uncle Kun chuckled. "You appear quite hungry." "How embarrassing," Yi Shishir replied, her face flushed. Bai Ji could no longer contain her smile, chiding, "I told you to study diligently, yet here you are, goofing off." Uncle Kun's gaze shifted toward Gu Wan'er. Yu Xiao was ready with a plethora of words. Even if he didn't fully understand, he could certainly dazzle with his rhetoric. However, Uncle Kun, noticing Gu Wan'er's self-assured demeanor, quickly turned his attention back to Yu Xiao. "You were quite adept at chess earlier. Surely there must be something you find challenging? Young man, it's your turn to speak." Yu Xiao inwardly cringed, sensing Uncle Kun's competitive spirit. He was rather petty. Yet, Gu Wan'er, exuding confidence, smiled and said, "Incorporating numbers into dishes is a cultural practice, intertwined with folklore, and these dishes correspond perfectly. 1 pot, ergo 2, Sansien, 4 happiness meatballs, 5 willows fish, 6 shell steamed chicken, 7 star crab, 8 treasure duck, 9 turned fat intestines, 10 color tofu. May everyone's wishes come true and achieve perfection." With that, Gu Wan'er sat down, her smile radiating confidence, as if the topic were trivial. Yu Xiao stared at Gu Wan'er in astonishment, impressed by her insight. He had failed to notice such depth. Gu Wan'er caught his surprised gaze, and, had there not been others present, would have teased him, thinking, "You're amazed? I have many more talents yet to reveal." Yu Xiao felt utterly humiliated. How could Yu Xiao speak so eloquently? Hadn't Pan Wei claimed he was uneducated, just like herself? Now, not only had she lost to Gu Wan'er, but she was also being overshadowed by Yu Xiao. How infuriating. At that moment, Bai Ji began to regard Yu Xiao with newfound respect. Had she truly misjudged him, or was it merely a case of blind luck? This young man indeed possesses a certain charm, Uncle Kuan remarked with a smile. Forgive my earlier blunders. I was merely guessing, Gu Wan'er replied modestly, not wanting to overshadow Yu Xiao's moment, as he had been speaking of her. Uncle Kuan clapped his hands, and soon 4 middle-aged men entered, dressed in tailcoats. They were not there to dine, but moved toward a corner of the living room where instruments were arranged. 2 played violins, while the other 2 played cellos. One of them gestured to count down, and soon, melodious music enveloped the dining area. Yu Xiao mused that dining was not only about ritual, but also about indulging in classical music. Uncle Kuan certainly had an appreciation for the finer things in life. However, Yu Xiao and Yu Shi were somewhat apprehensive, fearing that Uncle Kuan might again propose a challenge of guessing the song title from the melody. They were merely adept at dancing and revelry, completely lost when it came to classical music. With his eyes closed, Uncle Kuan savored the moment before exclaiming, "Let's begin the meal." Instantly, Yu Xiao and Yu Shi exhaled in relief, grateful that there would be no questions posed. Just as he finished speaking, Uncle Kuan paused and added, "Does anyone know the name of this piece? Except for my dear niece, of course." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao and Yu Shi silently cursed, wondering why they could not simply enjoy a meal without any complications, as if their youth made them easy targets for such antics. Bai Ji, with a resigned smile, interjected, "Uncle Kuan, please do not trouble the young ones. Look at how distressed Shi has become." At that moment, Yu Xiao pondered the title of the piece. Certain he had heard it before, yet unable to recall its name. Yu Shi had the same thought, recognizing it from somewhere. Gu Wan'er then spoke up. This classic violin piece is titled. Originally, it was a poem sung in a church in Finnsburg in 1840, later set to music and became a classic. It was also played on the deck during the sinking of the Titanic in 1997. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao and Yu Shi suddenly remembered. They had indeed heard it in a film, but had no knowledge of its title. Bai Ji nodded silently, acknowledging that Wan'er's boyfriend possessed considerable knowledge, demonstrating a profound understanding of classical music. At that moment, Uncle Kuan was equally intrigued, as Yu Xiao seemed to have a smattering of knowledge about everything, which left him feeling somewhat vexed. No, I must expose him today, he thought. Surely, you must know that on that very deck, another piece was performed? Uncle Kuan included casually. Gu Wan'er responded, the other piece is called, translated as the Overture to Paradise and Hell, originally known as the Overture to Orpheus in the Underworld. It was composed by the French composer Jacques Offenbach in 1858. The piece draws upon Greek mythology, featuring Orpheus, a renowned poet and musician whose songs could tame wild beasts. He ventured into the underworld to retrieve his deceased wife, singing all the while, which moved Hades and Persephone, who agreed to allow her return to the living world. However, as Orpheus was about to return, he forgot Hades' warning, looked back at his wife, causing her to be lost to the underworld once more. Heartbroken, he vowed never to marry again. As the group listened to Gu Wan'er's explanation, their expressions varied. Uncle Kuan was perplexed, questioning whether the average man today possessed such knowledge. Yu Shi suspected that Pan Wei was fabricating tales, feeling he resembled someone lacking in education. Yu Xiao's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. If he had such abilities, why had he not spoken sooner? Bai Ji's impression of Yu Xiao began to shift. He was indeed remarkable, and Wan'er had an eye for talent. However, the results of her investigations contrasted sharply with the present revelations. His academic performance was quite ordinary. Could this be a mere extracurricular interest? Uncle Kuan, undeterred, remarked earnestly, "Well said. Why not perform for us? Let us broaden our horizons." Uncle Kuan was determined, skeptical that he could both articulate and perform the piece. The crowd turned their attention to Gu Wan'er, who expressed, "I apologize, but you have once again brought me to my forte." Rising gracefully, she adjusted her suit and approached the quartet of musicians, who readily made space and handed her a violin. Gu Wan'er tuned the instrument with expertise, demonstrating a remarkable level of proficiency. Bai Ji could instantly discern that this gentleman was genuine in his abilities, not merely pretending. This was perplexing. The records indicated he had never enrolled in a violin class. Could it be that he had self-taught at home? Having tuned the violin to her satisfaction, Gu Wan'er closed her eyes and took a deep breath, centering herself. Although Yu Xiao had no experience, he had encountered masters before. Judging by her demeanor, it was evident that she was a professional. Today he could rest assured, as it would certainly enhance his reputation. He was, after all, a cultured individual. As the music began to resonate, Uncle Kuan visibly became intrigued. Bai Ji suddenly understood why Wan'er was fond of this seemingly ordinary young man. It appeared he had a depth that was not immediately apparent. Yi Shishir was baffled as to how he possessed such talent. It seemed that both Yu Xiao and Gu Wan'er shared a penchant for concealing their abilities. Fortunately, she had uncovered this today, lest she be deceived in the future. Soon, everyone was enveloped in a sea of melodies. In Yu Xiao's eyes, he felt exceptionally dashing. Had he known playing the violin could be so alluring, he would have taken it up long ago, surely attracting many admirers. However, Gu Wan'er radiated like a brilliant star, a state he felt he could never attain. Alone with her violin, she painted a serene picture accompanied by enchanting melodies, akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing the heart, alternating between fervent crescendos and poignant sorrow. Yu Xiao found himself appreciating his own presence more than ever. Gu Wan'er, you are truly remarkable. Just look at how captivated Uncle Kuan and Bai Ji are. We should keep a low profile and not reveal too much. As the music came to a halt, Gu Wan'er inhaled deeply and instinctively bowed in gratitude to the assembly. Uncle Kuan set down his folding fan and began to applaud, joined by Bai Ji. Though Yi Shishir clapped begrudgingly, Yu Xiao felt compelled to cheer, yet he restrained his excitement due to the company present. Young man, it seems you have truly left me with no way out today, Uncle Kuan remarked with a smile. Gu Wan'er chuckled softly in response. Uncle Kuan, you wouldn't wish for me to go easy on you, would you? Ha ha ha. You little rascal are indeed entertaining. Where's the wine? We haven't brought it out yet. No sooner had he spoken than a maid entered, pushing a cart laden with a large, tightly sealed jar, revealing a hint of sediment. She used specialized tools to pour the wine into prepared vessels and then discreetly wheeled the cart aside. That's all partake. Gu, you shall start with 3 cups. And your boyfriend must also face 3 cups. Very well. We shall self-impose 3 cups, Yu Xiao declared confidently, assured of his drinking capacity. While Gu Wan'er believed she could handle at least 3 without faltering. The two rose and poured the wine, taking it sip by sip. Yu Xiao mused upon the exquisite wine, noting its unexpected smoothness devoid of the anticipated spiciness. It enveloped him like a warm current, leaving a lingering, fragrant essence that danced upon his palate. Uncle Kuan, this wine is truly remarkable, he exclaimed, unable to restrain himself. It has been years since I have savored such a delightful vintage. It brings back fond memories. Uncle Kuan, reveling in the moment, replied, Indeed, while you were yet unborn. This wine was already maturing. If it were to grace the market, this modest jug alone would command at least several million. Uncle Kuan, not just millions. There would be buyers in the tens of millions, interjected Yi Shishir, unexpectedly showering compliments, likely unable to contain her envy of Yu Xiao and Gu Wan'er stealing the spotlight. Uncle Kuan, with a twinkle in his eye, chuckled, Then I shall sell it to you. Yu Xiao nearly spat out his drink. And even Gu Wan'er struggled to suppress her laughter. Ah, my dear second brother, sometimes silence can be a victory, he thought. But alas, I cannot part with it. Uncle Kuan chuckled softly, feeling his spirits lift while engaging with the youth. Yi Shishir, though capable of affording such luxuries, felt foolish under the amused gazes of her companions. Shishir, do taste Uncle Kuan's wine. It is a rarity, Bai Ji encouraged. With a heavy heart, Yi Shishir took a sip, her eyes widening in astonishment. Uncle Kuan, may I purchase some? She eagerly inquired. If I bring this back for my brothers, they would surely be ecstatic. Purchase? Nonsense. Come. Let me pour you a jug, and each of you shall have one, Uncle Kuan declared grandly. Yu Xiao was elated, planning to resell it to Yi Shishir, reveling in his cleverness. Uncle Kuan's generosity brought him joy. The youth's unabashed demeanor was refreshing, contrasting with the more reserved company he was accustomed to. Surrounded by fine wine and delectable dishes, complemented by the enchanting presence of Bai Ji, Yu Xiao felt utterly content. This simple yet splendid life was precisely what he desired. However, As the evening progressed, he sensed something amiss. His head began to buzz, and he perceived Gu Wan'er as if she were doubling before him. Surely, Yu Xiao cannot falter at the table, he thought, concerned he had not yet finished the jug. Uncle Kun, observing Yu Xiao's swaying demeanor, teased, "This aged wine has quite the potency. Even I find myself a bit lightheaded, no longer able to drink as I once did." Yu Xiao shook his head defiantly. "Uncle Kun, one must never concede. Let's continue." "Ha ha ha. Indeed, let us," they exclaimed, engaging in a merry exchange of drinks. While Gu Wan'er feared that Yu Xiao might drink himself into a hospital visit. "Bring forth another platter of peanuts," Uncle Kun proclaimed, his cheeks flushed from the revelry. However, Yu Xiao felt his limits approaching. His body was faltering. If he were in his prime, he could undoubtedly outdrink Uncle Kun and still walk a straight line. Bai Jiru, sensing Uncle Kun nearing his threshold, suggested, "Uncle, perhaps we should call a night and seize another opportunity to indulge another day."